This guy is stuck in a demon tower packed with monsters. He's lost his arm and has been stabbed in the back. Now he's surrounded by countless monsters and can barely move. But he still refuses to give up, clenching a knife in his teeth and throwing himself into an endless battle. After 20 years, he's become an even worse monster than the real monsters. And now they're locked up with him, not the other way around. Only one monster remains in the entire tower, and Lee Jian finishes it off without mercy. After all those years, he looks like a real barbarian, and now he's finally free. The tower crumbles, burying him under the rocks. Outside the tower, two guys are desperately running from a pack of wolf monsters. But their escape doesn't last long. One wolf leaps from behind and the whole pack surrounds them. They're done for. Suddenly, the tower doors burst open and the whole place explodes in a blinding light. When the dust settles, the two can't believe their eyes. Where the tower once stood, a lone human is standing. It's Lee Jian. His body is completely restored and he looks like a total Chad, finally ready to get his revenge. But first, he wipes out all the wolves like they're pathetic bugs. The two guys are shocked because they know that even high-ranking awakeners would struggle to take those wolves down. But for Lee Jian, it's nothing. After surviving that hellish tower and killing millions of monsters, any creature in this world feels weak and pathetic to him. It all started when monster towers appeared all over the world. Only 12 awakeners, called saints, received powers from the gods to fight them. Lee Jian awakened later than everyone else and wasn't connected to any god at all. But his power was insane, surpassing all 12 saints combined. They feared him and came up with a plan to get rid of him. They went together to clear a demon tower and reach the final floor. But when they faced the final boss, just one look was enough for all 12 saints to run away in fear. Lee Jian was left one-on-one with the boss. He despised those weak cowards who didn't even try. In the end, he soloed the boss but lost an arm in the process. He was badly wounded, and monsters were already closing in. Instead of help, he got a dagger in the back from the saints. They took the boss's head and ran away, locking Lee Jian in a trap with monsters. So now he's going to hunt them down and kill them. But first, he needs information, and those two guys are going to be very useful. After punching that last wolf monster to death, Lee's eyes land on those two guys and he leaps towards them, scaring the shit out of them. Jimin, gripped in horror, asks why he's attacking them, but our guy doesn't seem to have any intentions to hurt them. Jimin is taken aback and finds it incredible how that guy came from the tower, but the other guy makes him recall what kind of place that tower really is to say that a person could possibly come out alive, a living hell. The guy then supposes that Lee just happened to be in the area when the tower was collapsing. Suddenly, a giant wolf emerges behind Lee. As our guy does not even flinch when he looks back, the two guys are freaking out like they'd pee their pants as they realize that the boss of wolves had appeared. The boys shout at Lee to run away when abruptly, the boss wolf roars tumultuously. The only ones to be saved are Lee Jian and those two guys. Jimin and his friend remain unscathed and our guy Lee stands in front of them, unfazed. As the guy wonders if Jian protected them, Lee calls that monster a fucking shithead and soars above like a freaking Spider-Man. Our fella smashes that dumb mutt boss into the ground. The soul nearly leaves Jimin's and his friend's body when they witness his strength like that of a beast. The boss wolf finally collapses and Lee concludes that it's really over this time. Just then, Jian calls Jimin, commanding him to go fetch him some food and clothes too. After that, they take Jian to a restaurant where Jimin and his friend are left slack-jawed when they peek at the $10,000 bill. They wonder how a human can eat this much at a fast food joint, not to mention that he ate 120 servings all by himself. Meanwhile, our guy Lee takes a big burp like a freaking pig and says that he held back a bit since these guys didn't have money. Our guy orders another portion of ramen noodles and reminds them that they promised to buy him anything in return for saving their lives. Jimin asks Brother Lee who he really is, guessing that he's a disciple or divine cadre captain. He then asks the big guy what he was doing around the tower, and Lee Jian reveals that came out of the tower and just ended up there. They get to know that he was actually in the tower. After that, Lee judges that Jimin doesn't look like a normal person as he can sense magic power from him. Just then his friend responds, that's because Jimin is a disciple and believes that Lee Jian is also a disciple who awakened with the blessings. Our guy gets angry since these gods ain't shit and there's no way he would serve those bitches. As our guy is bad-mouthing the god, suddenly, he catches a glimpse of himself in the silver spoon. He's freaked out and immediately jumps out of his seat to look for a mirror. When he looks at himself in the mirror, our guy is totally staggered, and the realization sets in that his entire body has recovered what was once covered in scars. Getting a flashback of his past self, Jian finds it impossible to think those wounds would have been too difficult to recover from without risking his strength. Now that he's gotten a hang of himself, he looks at the left arm that has also regenerated. Just then, Jian's eyes land on a serpent's mark on his hand, when suddenly a sharp pain sears through Lee's body. The system then notifies him that he's experienced death and achieved the impossible. It turns out that his existing abilities and all the achievements from the tower are converted into experience. Lee Jian generates zodiac skills and now he's able to use the power of Ophiuchus. Just when our guy opens his eyes, he finds himself in a different realm, where he encounters the serpent. He then touches the snake, and a bright light illuminates. Abruptly, our fella yanks out of that realm, unable to process what has just happened. Jim and Dee asks if he's alright, while our guy, traumatized by the events, hysterically asks them if they didn't see the giant snake that just appeared, a super big one at that. Jimin informs him that he didn't see any snakes, plus he makes Lee remember that he took off clothes, grabbed his wrist and screamed like a caffeinated squirrel. Lee supposes that the others were unable to see the snake, while Jimin thinks that he's a weirdo. Moments later, Lee Gi-yeon learns that he's become the master of Ophiuchus and gets an awakened name, the one who pounds on all creations that sounds beyond diabolical. He also gets a super regeneration ability, and with this power, any damage on his body will be restored with a slight penalty of 50% physical ability decrease. Lee then gets to know that his physical change is thanks to the super regeneration skill. The fact that those saints never told him they could see anything like this, our guy kinda feels betrayed. On top of that, he can't feel the presence of any divine gods, but regardless of what's happened, our guy is pleased about his body recovering. Now he's only left with his retaliation and kill those saints that ran away and slaughter the fucker who stabbed him in the back. Lee gets super excited by just the thought of torturing those fuckheads. On the other hand, the police arrive at the Demon Tower and witness that the impenetrable Demon Tower has collapsed. One of the police guys assumes the reason behind the destruction could be the work of Lee Ji-yeon's followers or the disciples who hate him. Glancing at all those high-ranked calamities wiped out, they wonder just who the world could take all those guys and bust the Demon Tower. Just then, sudden fear strikes the guy when he dwells on the possibility that Lee Ji-yeon might have survived and returned. But before jumping to such conclusions, they decide to wait and see. As expected, the media is going berserk over the news of the collapse of the Demon Tower and asks Ares Saint Yang Wei if he believes that there's a chance that Lee Gi-yeon survived. Yang Wei confesses that he has no comments on that and walks away from the conference. In his car, Yang Wei loses his cool when the name Lee Gi-yeon pounds in his ears relentlessly, and this chilling thought crosses his mind that Lee Gi-yeon might still be alive and that he survived 20 years in that tower. But Yang Wei finds it impossible. Making a fool out of himself, he presumes that there were tens of thousands of demonic beasts in there. On top of that, they were all black-ranked, so there's no way that Lee would stand a chance to escape that tower alive. Not to mention that Lee's body had already been wrecked from the recoil of powers, and he hadn't received any blessings from the gods like them, the 12 saints. But still, Yang manifests that if Gi-yeon is still alive, everything will be over for them. Well, this guy doesn't know what awaits him. Damn, Fatso is about to get wrecked. On the contrary, our guy is enjoying watching the news on the phone, thinking of crushing this guy first who's Yang Wei. The next scene takes us to the airport, where one of the 12 saints, the Sagittarius Saint, Hugo Otters, arrives, more majestic than before. As the saint poises with grace, the people are left in awe to see such a dignified saint, and believe that someone like that is a real chosen one. In the car, Hugo's phone begins to buzz like crazy and he exasperatingly turns it off, tired of these damn reporters who are always on about the conspiracy theories of Lee Ji-yeon being alive. He then receives a call from an unknown number, but Hugo finds it all bullshit as it has already been 20 years. We then travel into Hugo Otter's flashback, where we see him warning his friend Lee about the imminent danger, saying that he's going to die. Our guy asks him why he's so hell-bent on killing him. That's when it is revealed to us that during the Demon Tower raid, Taiksu, Hugo, was taking care of the calamities outside the tower at Ji-yeon's request, although he prayed that his prophecy would be wrong for Ji-yeon to return safely. But fate had some other plans. Eventually, Hugo gets to know that Lee Ji-yeon died in the Demon Tower, but before he could question his friend's death or even fathom the situation, the other saints who went along with Gi-yeon abandoned him and returned with only the head of the Crimson Eye. After this, their success was acknowledged, and by proclaiming the 12 saints, including Hugo Otters, as heroes, they gained power and authority. While Taeksu was in the hospital, he couldn't believe that Lee died, and for that reason, he requested the search for Ji-yeon many times. However, the Cancer Saint Jean-Louis Morin refuses to let that happen. The Cancer Saint reminds Hugo about the number of calamities that came out of the tower and finds him nonsensical for thinking that Lee is still alive. Jean-Louis permits Hugo that he can search for Lee himself, but he warns Otters that there would only be 11 saints left if he decides to look for Lee Ji-yeon. This leaves Taeksu broken inside and he can only grieve his friend's death now. Hugo feels a bit suffocated to travel down that memory lane. Nonetheless, he believes that it's impossible that Lee would still be alive no matter how strong he was, plus it's too late to do anything now. Suddenly he receives the call from the Prime Minister and Hugo asks him the matter. The Prime Minister is certain that the saint must have heard the news of the Demon Tower collapsing. As soon as Taeksu hears this, he assumes that it's about Lee again. Hugo bluntly explains to the minister that Ji-yeon died that day in the Demon Tower, anticipating that the Demon Tower incident was caused by Ji-yeon's followers. He already gave a heads up to the Prime Minister not to use this issue for this election vote. However, the Prime Minister spoke up and said that he was not talking about Lee Jian. Instead, according to the news that he received from the Korean government, that line call just rang moments ago. Hugo Otters questions about that call line, and the Prime Minister reveals that it was Lee Jian's exclusive call line that rang. An urgency presses upon Taeksu, and he tells his driver him to stop the car instantly. Hugo finally takes a moment to process all this, and realizes the calls he's getting just now were from Lee. He then stumbles upon a voicemail on his phone. The moment crackles with intensity when a chilling voice says that it's going to find him and kill him. Heartbeat echoes like a drum when Taeksu recognizes that it's Lee's voice. This scares the hell out of Hugo as he can sense the rage in Lee's voice. Archer immediately orders his driver to head straight to the airport. While his man worries about all his businesses in England, Hugo doesn't give a shit about them anymore. The scene then switches to the restaurant, where Lee Jian is stuffing himself with food and is mad about the fact that Taeksu grew up to think he learned how to ignore his calls. Curious, Jimin asks him why he'd called that guy so many times, and our guy tells him to wait and see for himself. Nonetheless, our boy is totally amused by this thing called a smartphone, and come to think of it, it was year 205 when he went to the tower. After calculating, Gian believes that since it's been 20 years, this world has become a better place now. Jimin can't seem to believe that it's Lee's first time using a smartphone and tells him that he can use the internet with that to watch the news too. Shocked, our guy asks if he can read articles about Lee Jian, and Jimin opens it up for him, stating that news articles on Lee are trending right now. Meanwhile, they both are overwhelmed by the amount of news circulating around about him. But the comments don't sit well with our guy, and totally loses it when he reads that it was the 12 Saints who took down the Crimson Eye and carried the shit out of Lee Jian. Gritting his teeth, our guy gets furious while Jimin is freaking out as Lee is about to smash his phone out of anger. Our guy can't seem to digest such lies and that people actually believe those motherfucker Saints caught the Crimson Eye, but in reality, they were the ones who got scared and ran away. However, Lee spits out the anger and calms down. Shortly, Jian gets reminded of his will, and just then a breaking news pops up about the will that was released upon Lee Jian's death. It is unraveled that Lee Jian agreed to donate all his properties and possessions to orphanages and scholarship foundations. Our guy seems to have high hopes and wishes that his will was kept well, but in a world filled with greedy bastards, nothing can be done right. Because when our fella opens up the news, he discovers that Lee Jian passed on all his properties, including divine artifacts, to the 12 Saints to help save humanity, aside from Sagittarius Saint Hugo Otters. The moment the truth sinks in, and that's when our guy decides not to hold back anymore and kill them all, determined to rip their bodies apart, piece by piece. Our boy grabs Jimin's smartphone to the extent that he breaks into pieces while the poor boy cries in the corner, bidding farewell to his phone. But then Lee gets a hold of himself when he presumes he can't do anything at the moment, given that he looks very different from how he looked 20 years ago, but still he's eager to announce his return. He knows if he goes around telling people that he's Lee Jian, people will think that he's crazy. Our guy then decides to lay low for now and take care of those saint bastards one by one. Meanwhile, Jimin is bawling his eyes out on his broken phone as he still has installments planned on it. Suddenly, the system warns Lee Jian that someone is watching him, and our guy could sense a familiar presence. Our guy steps outside of the restaurant where he finds the household gods, godly entities controlled by divine gods. A suspicion lingers in Lee's mind when he assumes that they might be underlings of Ares, and the system promptly informs him that the household gods are creating a barrier belonging to Ares. The householder then requests a tribute, and our guy seems to have enough of their bullshit for daring to act like this is their area when they go around kissing the asses of the divine gods. He decides to deal with them when suddenly someone calls out his name. While our guy gets interrupted, it turns out to be some people blabbing about Lee Jian saying how it's so damn noisy since he's all over the news. That guy carelessly spouts nonsense, wondering why they are giving Lee so much attention when he's a lost case anyway. Our guy just gulps it down quietly, but then Jimin's eyes land on the badges that the couple is wearing, and he realizes that they're from a Gemini divine cadre. Jimin immediately asks Lee to get inside and warns him not to get into an argument with those people. However, Lee stands in front of that Gemini guy, and the guy rudely talks to our main character, telling him to fuck off. Jimin cries in the corner as he believes that they're screwed. To further piss Lee off, that Gemini cadre blows out a plume of smoke that paints Lee's face. Just when our boy is about to spiral out of control, the man's girlfriend asks him to stop and sneers at him, saying that Lee is gonna piss his pants. The couple let it slide and walks past him, calling him a pussy. The Gemini guy calls our boy a loser who likes Lee Jian, ignoring the fact that he's the real one, while Jimin nervously appreciates brother Lee for holding his anger and reveals that those guys were from Gemini. Our guy gets madder than a hornet in a bottle, calling those two over-the-top cadres a couple of cockroaches. The Gemini guy steps back and stands up close to Lee to confront him. Well, this guy digs up his own grave when he calls Lee Jian a mere regular person who he can't even feel a speck of mana from. Our guy smashes that fatso away with a single flick. As crazy as it sounds, the guy blows away with that mere flick, leaving everybody slack-jawed. Meanwhile, that chick tries to pull a trick on him as she is about to ambush him, but Lee and our guy clearly notices what she's doing behind his back. Well, he sends her flying with a single strike. Our guy lets out that they don't even amount to much while Jimin asks how he could use his abilities in the middle of a street. Lee Jian clarifies that he didn't use any ability, and they would have been dead meat if he had used his abilities. The realization hits those guys that Lee beat the crap out of A-rank disciples with only his finger. Pretty crazy, right? Shortly, something grasps Lee's attention when he holds that fatso's necklace who's knocked out. Our guy pulls out that necklace, which is a divine artifact, and discovers the reason why he felt weird hitting him. Lee then asks Jimin why these bastards have divine artifacts when saints should only be the ones to have them. Jimin gets convinced that Lee Jian is clueless about the things that happened over the years. It is then narrated that humanity almost went extinct from the calamities several decades ago. As a matter of fact, humanity was only able to survive thanks to the divine gods and the saints that they chose. But since this entire world can't be protected by just 12 people, the saints gathered people to follow them and made divine cadres. The people who have awakened by being granted power from the saints are called disciples, and they are ranked proportionally to their power. The saints chosen by the divine gods are the heads, and the 10 stars can be considered saint candidates. The strongest disciples who command the other disciples are called divine cadre captains. Moreover, the power of divine gods comes from the disciples' faith, so they have all sorts of competitions to get people into the divine cadres. The selected disciples are then given gifts from the divine gods. Well, that was some intricate hierarchy up there. After processing that intricate hierarchy, Lee finally realizes that while he was away, so many things took place in those 20 years of time span. Abruptly, Jimin panics and asks Lee to look above, pointing at the household gods. The system then notifies Jian that the households of wealth and greed under Aries are enjoying this situation and urges them to finish off the man and woman, the Gemini divine cadres. They desire to see the spilling of blood and tempt Lee by saying that he will give him a useful gift. The guy is left in disbelief to think that our boy managed to catch the attention of the household gods. The household gods are like the shadows of divine gods, and opposing them is the same as opposing divine gods. While that guy insists Lee do as the god wants, our guy wonders why Yang Wei's goons were in a place like this, believing that they were trying to fill their stomachs just like that piggy bastard. Our guy presumes that Yang Wei bastard hasn't changed at all. He then pounds his feet on the ground that sweeps in the household gods, making them disappear. Lee sneers at them for daring to stand up to him, while Jimin is shocked to see that the household gods of Aries ran away after confronting Lee, and the barrier disappears as well. Jimin comes to realize Brother Lee is definitely not an ordinary person. A few moments later, our guy calls out Han Jimin and corroborates with him if this fatso thug is a Gemini disciple. The boy elaborates that they're the divine cadre that has the most influence in this country, and an elite force that consists of several influential figures. Our guy immediately guesses that all they have is tons of money, and believes that everything that divine cadre is wearing is brand name clothing. Our fella starts ripping that fatso's clothes apart as looting times are the best. Well, our dude is the strongest fighting thief in the world. After a long day, Jimin along with Lee Jian arrive at his apartment, and Jimin expresses his gratitude for saving their lives and taking them home. As Jimin is low-key hinting that our guy should leave now, our guy takes a big fat yawn. Jimin frantically asks if he's thinking of mooching off him in his house, and yeah, that's right. Later, our guy gives himself a haircut and looks hella handsome that even Jimin is left smitten. Our guy couldn't resist his pretty face and reminisced on the time when every single strand of his hair was precious since he kept losing hair as a side effect of his abilities, and poor fella used to cry buckets. He'd never thought he'd get to style his hair like this. Suddenly, Lee spots a bee and asks Jimin why there is a calamity in his house. As our guy smashes that calamity, Jimin gives him a thumbs up for killing it barehandedly. Strangely, there are several of them, and Lee annoyingly keeps killing them. Jimin assumes that Lee might be giving off a scent that calamities like, but our guy calls it bullshit, and deduces that something in this house is attracting them. Our guy then figures out the reason that Jimin has all these evil artifacts displayed in his house, and it's attracting the calamities. Jimin reveals that he received these artifacts directly from the Gemini saint, and the boy proudly flaunts the items, though they aren't his. They're things that have been blessed by the saint. However, that artifact that Jimin was cherishing more seconds ago is now broken into pieces by Lee with a single smash, as he finds it hella disgusting. While Jimin is on the verge of a breakdown, our guy rummages through his stuff and discovers the musical artifact that steals personal information, and the watch attracts the calamities. The surge of frustration rises when Lee Jian conjectures that those saint bastards are doing evil stuff, and he recalls that not only did they steal his money, but they're also selling things like evil artifacts to people and feeding off others. Our guy frantically commands Jimin to just throw all this stuff, and while the poor boy tries to stop him, they are interrupted by the ring bell. Well, it appears to be Jimin's roommate Sung Jae, and our guy questions him like he's the owner. Sung Jae confesses that he's the owner of the house and things get a bit awkward. The next scene takes us to Aries' divine cadre, Yang Wei's residence, where it is reported that the household gods that were in Korea have disappeared. For that reason, their Korean branch is in a panic right now. Yang wonders who on earth would do something like that, as the household gods are the divine subordinates of the divine gods that no awakened would dare to chase them. He then commands his man to contact the other saints and find out if they've found any clue. Just then, Yang's man informs him that the Sagittarius saint is still uncontactable as always. While Yang assures his underling not to worry about Hugo as he's in England for his mercenary work, his man unveils that Hugo Otters left England right away, adding that his destination is Korea. A suspicion flickers in Yang's mind that Hugo might be making moves due to the rumor of Lee's survival. Fear kicks in, and Yang wonders what if Lee really comes back alive. The saint starts throwing things as the agonizing dilemma tightens, making him disoriented. Yang then instructs his man to do a proper investigation on this. His underling reports to him that in the place where the household gods disappeared, a disciple of a Gemini was found left with only his underwear and was lying naked on the streets. Based on witnesses, that disciple quarreled with a handsome man. Upon hearing the word handsome, Yang gets convinced that it can't be Lee Gaon since his face was very hideous. Yang is worried about the Lee Jeon rumors and the household gods that were in Korea disappearing for unknown reasons. To make things worse, they also failed in their quest for the Spider Queen. Yang abruptly instructs his man to prepare his private jet. He decides to find out what exactly is happening in Korea with his own eyes. The scene then takes us to a Gemini-affiliated hospital in Korea, where that Gemini divine cadre, the one who got his ass kicked by Lee Jeon, is admitted while his grandfather, the chairman, is raging with anger as he wonders who on earth would dare to beat his grandson. The guy standing in the room assures the chairman not to worry about what happened this time round. That guy is a Gemini disciple assigned to handle this situation. S-rank permafrost, Min Sung-hoon. Later, Jimin explains everything to his landlord, that he met Lee at the Demon Tower who killed calamities with his bare hands, and he even beat an A-rank disciple. However, Sung Jae refuses to believe all this, and is even more pissed off that Lee broke all the divine artifacts in his house. Meanwhile, our guy is breaking all the artifacts and justifies that they're all fake. Sung asks him what divine cadre he is in, and Lee cheekily responds that he doesn't need to be in one. Sung then asks him about the divine god he follows, and Gion lets out that he follows himself, not those 12 morons. Sung asks about his name when our guy reveals that it's Lee Jian. That's when the boy loses it and mentions how our guy repressed into their house, broke all their divine artifacts, and now he's calling himself Lee Jian. Jimin tries to calm his roommate down and reminds Sung Jae that they're in the house, calling him a crazy fucker. But Sung Jae, being the disciple of Gemini, his mana explodes and he activates the skill Gaze of God. Our boy warns him that he's going to burn his house down at this rate. Meanwhile, Sung goes berserk as he gets charged with power. Lee notices that Sung is already using a high-rank summon at such a young age, and admits that his trait isn't genius for nothing. Jimin shouts at Lee and tells him to run away, warning that Sung is an A-rank disciple of Gemini and also a severe Lee Jian fanatic. Sung Jae warns Jimin to get out of there if he doesn't want to die. However, in a whisper of the movement, Gaon appears behind him. With one iconic flick, our guy tells Sung Jae that he'll piss himself at night if he plays with fire too much. While Sung pauses for a moment, Lee hits him as he flicks, and Sung crashes away with a force. Our guy basically saves everyone as Sung was planning to set the whole building on fire. Jimin corroborates with Lee if his roommate is not dead while our guy assures him that he's fine. Poor Sung gets knocked out as he foams at the mouth and Jimin starts sobbing, asking if he's still alive. Nonetheless, our guy heads into sleep first, and as soon as he barges into the room, he finds the room filled with his figure statues. As Lee is utterly shocked, Jimin reminds him that Sung is a Lee Jian fanatic. Sung Jae warns Lee not to dare go into his room as it's filled with his Lee Jian collection, which he values more than his life. But our guy feels uncomfortable and breaks the heads off the actions figures while Sung yells with disbelief, calling him a crazy fucker. Our guy then responds that he's not crazy, he's Lee Jian, while Sung bawls his eyes out as he can't take this shit anymore. The next scene then switches to a restaurant where Hugo Otters watches the news about the two Gemini disciples who were humiliated by a suspicious individual. Hugo sighs as he realizes that it's Jian. Otters wonders what that bastard is doing when he is interrupted by the waitress. Suddenly, Hugo gets furious when he asks the waitress to stop this bullshit and get out of here, addressing him as Yang Wei. Yang is disguised as the waitress and is disappointed when Hugo catches him immediately. Yang Wei assumes that he also must have thought about Lee Jian since he's also in Korea, kinda threatening him to tell him whatever he knows. Hugo confesses this is the reason he hates him as he possesses other people's bodies, calling Yang a goddamn pervert. After Yang leaves, Hugo plans to find Lee Gaon before anyone else and wonders where the hell he is. The scene then takes us to the Buchin, a large mart, where Jimin is shopping with Sung Jae and asks him if that guy is really Lee Jian. But Sung denies it, and justifies that Lee looks completely different, not to mention that Lee Jian was someone who saved humanity, not a thug like him. Jimin lets out that he really saw Lee come out of the demon tower, and given that he's super strong, he might be the real Lee Jian. Abruptly, a mayhem breaks out in the mart as people shout that there's a thief. Suddenly, Jimin and Sung get hit by that thief who's dashing between the aisles. Jimin guesses that the thief is a Scorpio disciple, while Sung Jae notices that he's using his abilities to steal, and at this rate, all the items and wallets in the store are going to be emptied. The thief is too overconfident as he believes that no one will be able to catch him, not even the saints. But his plans get crushed when he bumps into a guy, who turns out to be our fella Jian. The thief realizes that it's over for him and breaks down, kneeling before Lee. Jimin asks him what he's doing here, and our guy forgot to tell him to bring some chicken. Moments later, they're interrupted by the Gemini disciple, Min Gyung-hoon, who compliments Lee since Scorpio disciples are hard to catch. Min takes our guy as a regular disciple and advises him to call the police next time. Meanwhile, our guy presumes what's up with this son of a bitch. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble and chaos spreads when people think it's an earthquake. Meanwhile, the thief decides to slip away. The ground crumbles and a giant calamity bursts out of it. The guy decides to escape this danger before he gets caught in it. The thief tries to make a narrow escape, but overconfidence gets the worst of him when the calamity bites him to pieces, annihilating him. Well, it looks like it's not any ordinary calamity as the emergency siren wails and alerts all the civilians in the mart to evacuate quickly. The calamity occurs to be the Spider Queen, and the danger ranks within the mart as the crowd is thrown into chaos. The mart gets regulated to a red zone, and an inexplicable scenario takes place as that monster is about to devour a kid who's crying his eyes out. Our guy saves the day when he smashes that calamity and lands his hand towards the kid. Scared as fuck, the kid runs away, but our guy saves his pride, feeling glad that the kid is fine. Anyways, Lee witnesses that there are more calamities than people that keep bursting, and our guy thinks he should warm up a little since it's been a while. The scene then takes to Yang Wei, who gets the report about the calamity that broke out at the market in Bucheon, and gets to know that the calamity is the Spider Queen that the Saints failed to subjugate last time, so they just barely sealed it. Yang deduces that the calamity had managed to escape somehow, and knows it'd be hard for him to take on red-level calamity on his own. It is revealed to us that after the calamities began to appear, humanity was divided into 6 levels. The blue level entails the gods' pure sanctuary, the green level is a safe zone, the yellow level indicates caution, the orange level is a dangerous evacuation, the red level is ruled by calamities, and the black level is the human extinction. Yang assumes the market is already a red zone. Just then, his driver asks him what they should do about the market, and Yang commands him to tell them to bury it. Yang Wei comes up with a notorious plot, knowing that it'll become a pain if word spreads about how they've suffered more damage because the strongest saints failed to subjugate the Spider Queen. He ruthlessly gives the idea to declare that all the people there are dead, and asks his man to bury the whole building. Well, these so-called saints are literally doing anything just to save their reputation. Inside the mart, Min Gyung-hoon uses ice magic to freeze those damn bugs. He thinks to himself that these monster bastards are looking down on an S rank. Suddenly, the calamity breaks through Min's ice magic effortlessly, leaving him flabbergasted. At that moment, Lee Jian appears and asks that snowflake bastard to move over, because now the real boss has stepped in. Our guy carries several beverage cans, calling them fuckers. He hurls it with full strength towards them and rips through the calamities like shots of adrenaline. As Lee's roommates are left disoriented after witnessing his fight, our guy gets notified that he has handled the calamities and acquires new materials for production to produce new skills and divine artifacts. Thrilled by the skill, Gion decides to try it out later. After the fight, Lee, considering the 50% restriction on his power, thinks his movements were not so bad. On the other hand, the Gemini disciple Min is left in disbelief, given that these calamities were barely affected by his S-rank magic, but our guy took care of them effortlessly. Our guy Lee hands the dagger back to Sung Jae, informing that it was from his house while Min Gyung-hoon wonders where a guy like Gion came from. At that moment, something strikes Min's mind and he calls Lee a layperson. Min recognizes our guy as a thug and accuses Lee Jian for being a criminal who ambushed their disciples earlier. While our guy gets caught, he hysterically punches Min right across his face to shut him up. Jian asks that bastard Min him how he found out, while Min, with his cheek swollen, calls him a dumbass. Min divulges that it's pretty obvious since Lee is wearing the badge and those designer clothes, speculating that he stole them. Min points at the badge on Lee's shirt and reveals that it's an S-rank divine artifact given only to the Gemini disciples. Min Sung-hoon is certain that our fella is so unreasonably strong because of that badge, while Jian acts clueless. Where did that badge come from? Saying that it looks like shit. Min calls him a crazy fucker while Lee Jian analyzes that divine artifact by crushing it into pieces, breaking it out to him that Min was tricked by that saint witch. While Min calls it blasphemy, our guy lets out that 20 years have passed, believing that shit-headed witch is the same bully as always. That sneering moment is interrupted when a calamity emerges, and this time it's the infamous Spider Queen. Lee rushes to catch up with the Spider Queen and tells her to fuck off already. He strikes a punch at a spider that smashes into the ground and leaves everyone awestruck with his unmatched strength. Min witnesses that Lee charged at the Spider Queen without any divine artifacts. Suddenly, a strange voice calls out all Gemini disciples in the mart, and Min Sung-hoon recognizes that it's Divine Cadre Captain, while Sung-tae also senses that it's telepathy, as he's also a Gemini. The Gemini Divine Cadre commands them to leave the building immediately, disclosing that some Aries guys will be burying the building. He makes it clear that Yang Wei is coming here personally, so they don't want anyone to stop him. Captain Sung-hyuk further enlightens them that the Spider Queen that appeared there is something that even Yang Wei failed to subjugate, and for that reason, those guys are desperately trying to hide the truth, so it'll be troubling if any dirt about them gets out. Min sums it up that he's only asking those two to get out of there, and his eyes land on the injured people inside the building. However, something makes him change his mind when Min looks at Lee fighting the Spider Queen. Sung-hoon asks Sung-jae to evacuate with him, who's confused as to why just the two of them are evacuating. Sung-jae is left in disbelief to find out that their true intentions are to bury people alive here, and Min tries to manipulate him by saying if the Spider Queen shows up in the city, people will criticize the power of the Zodiac, and they will get weakened if their faith is shaken. In order for the Zodiac to save people, they must believe in them. With that, Min creates urgency and says he only has a few teleportations left, stating that he can't ignore the commands and that only Sung-jae can come with him. However, Sung refuses to leave his friend behind and is concerned about the people who haven't evacuated yet. Min Sung-hoon tries to make him realize the depth of the situation and confesses that he can't get buried alive here with these losers. Therefore, Min proceeds to use his Ice Frost power to kill everyone there to make it easier for Sung-jae to leave this place. This drives Sung mad and he fights against Min to stop him. Min advises Sung to stop being needlessly guilty and think wisely, but his words are cut off when he is hit in the back and crashes on the floor. Turns out it was Gaeon who saved Sung-jae and asks him why they're still there since it's dangerous here. Sung-jae justifies that they can't get out since the exits are blocked by the calamities. Either they teleport or finish the calamity since there are a lot of casualties, not to mention that Ares' disciples are sealing off the area. Jian gets pissed at the situation but is interrupted by an angry Min who feels disrespected to be trampled by the damn beggar. While our guy reminds Min that he was about to evacuate himself, Min Sung-hoo is about to teleport when the spider's web catches him and he's pulled into its mouth. Just then, Jaeon instructs Sung and Jimin to gather everyone to leave while he deals with the calamity. Meanwhile, Saint Yang Wei reaches the location and asks for the updates. His disciple then reports to him that they have sealed the building and set a barrier around it, making Yang think the progress is slow. It is then revealed that the seal isn't working and it feels like something is blocking it. Suddenly, a serpent appears from inside the building and people run for their lives, while screaming that some guy killed the spider. This intrigues Yang Wei as to who could do what he couldn't, and so curiosity leads to check himself. While Ares' disciples warn him about the calamity still being inside, the saint tells everyone to wait out and enters anyway. Upon entering the building, the sight of the dead Spider Queen leaves Yang Wei staggered, rising his curiosity that who killed the red-ranked calamity. The saint finds the situation complicated, but then he senses the energy and rushes to see only to find out it's Hugo Otters. He wonders if this was Hugo's doing, and it all makes sense to him. As Yang Wei is busy thinking, he hears a familiar voice who asks him if he enjoyed himself while he was gone. Shivers run down Yang's spines as he hears the voice. It appears to be our guy who meets Ares after a long time, reintroducing himself as Lee Jian. After that, Sung-jae wonders if it was really Jian Lee because he looks different, but his moves were like before. He's interrupted when Hugo calls him out. It appears that Hugo is Sung-jae's father. Upon being shown disrespect by his son, Hugo gets mad but then analyzes his son's condition, which seems to be fine. Archer questions Sung-jae if he was inside the mart as he heard that the calamity was killed, wondering who could possibly do it. Sung ignores his father like he's invisible, and Taeksu wonders who his son takes after. Suddenly, Taeksu overhears Jimin mentioning Lee Jaeon's name and he grabs Jimin frantically, bombarding him with questions. After that, Hugo learns that Jian's still in the mart and that he's the one who eradicated the calamity. As he's about to ask for more details, they hear a bang inside the mart. We see Lee Jian express the feeling of being hurt because the first thing Yang Fatso does is attack him after 20 years. Yang observes his face that bears no scars anymore, and he's also young. The fat guy refuses to believe and concludes that this guy is impersonating Jian, deciding to make him pay for deceiving him. Both the parties attack and our guy lands a punch right on Yang Wei's gut, making him blow away. In Jian's opinion, scumbags like this fat-ass saint always need a beating before they listen to anything properly, and makes Yang recall his betrayal the moment he left Gaeon in the tower to die. Even our guy's holy relics and fortune were all stolen by the saints by fabricating his will. The old hag stutters as our guy assures him that he is going to kill them anyway, but first he has to beat him up and then his house, his sect, and his holy relics. Plus, he's quite adamant to crush the remaining saints later on. Yang feels threatened and fears this shouldn't happen because, by his words and actions, it seems he isn't lying. Wang wonders if actually Jian Li came out of the tower alive because that's impossible. Yang Wei challenges him in a fight and tells him to prove that he's actually Jian. Things get serious when the god of Ares, the Jade Emperor, makes an appearance to which our guy is amazed at the sight. The Ares saint gushes with pride by the appearance of his god. By using his divine skill, the celestial armament, Yang uses it on our boy and proceeds to kill him. After the attack, Yang Wei wonders if Li's dead, still stuck in the thought of how this bastard Gaon managed to get out of the tower. As he smirks upon his victory, Yang witnesses our guy breaking through his powers and is left in disbelief when our guy punches him in the face, leaving him staggered. Our guy feels proud that he's finally recognized by the old hag and states that he's really back. Li Jian says how even Yang's weapons stink like shit, while the fat ass is blown away by the fact that this kind of regenerative ability is impossible even for Aquarius healers. Just then, Jian's 13th sense skill has been unlocked and our guy decides to test his new skill out right then and there. The fat saint begs while the Ares Zodiac witnesses Jian Li and is astounded, whining as to why he's still alive. Exclaiming that this cannot be happening, the Ares Zodiac disappears while cursing endlessly. Yang Wei is betrayed by his divine god, leaving him in despair, and our guy laughs at his pathetic situation, knowing that the god left before he could get his hands on him. Our guy, being generous, decides to make him feel the same amount of pain he experienced and beats the life out of Yang. Just then, Ares' disciples along with Hugo enter the building. Analyzing the situation, Hugo sighs as he witnesses what his old friend's doing while others sense the weak energy of Yang Wei as if he's not even alive, making them wonder if something happened. Hugo, using his powers, tells everyone to step aside as he enters the lower floor. He peeks at Yang's dead body with a note that says, "Fat ass here, best of luck." Takesu wonders what our guy is going to do now. On the other hand, Li Gaon reaches the place where Wei Yang keeps his holy relics, and calls Ares a bastard as he enters the place, seeing how he shows off like he's a god of fortune or something. Our guy feels the presence of his holy relic, and as he looks around, he finds that the clothes on the relics were stolen from his house, but the weapons are fake. With that, our guy finds his toothpick and he's so happy about it. As soon as he takes it out, the security alarms wail, and the security surrounds the place, asking Jian to raise his hand and surrender after dropping the item. Jian decides not to, and using his powers, he takes down all the security only to retrieve another holy relic, which is his adorable lime, the omnificent mud ball, which is a shape-shifting artifact. With that, Li leaves the area, and as he proceeds to walk, he comes across a room from where he can sense powerful energy, and thinks it would be a shame to go out with nothing. Therefore, he begins his farming time. Shortly, Hugo arrives at the scene and cries, thinking he's too late, but then he sees a guy walking out, carrying a big-ass bag behind him. Bawling his eyes out, Takesu rushes towards our boy. Meanwhile, Jian stands there with a smile and realizes that Hugo was a true friend after all. However, Hugo rushes towards another guy with crutches, thinking that he's Jian Li, as he gives him a long lecture about meeting him first and bombards him with questions like what's wrong with his leg. Our guy loses his cool and lands a dropkick on Taeksu's face, wondering if that dumbass doesn't even remember what he looks like and threatens to kill him. Hugo analyzes Jian's face and peeks at his holy relic slime, but he's unable to process the fact that he's actually Jian Li, to which our guy offers to kick his ass in order for him to recognize him. Takesu embraces his old friend into a hug as if his life depended on it and starts bawling his eyes out on his shoulder, still not believing he is Jian Li. Our guy lands a punch on his stomach as he resists the hug, which makes Hugo certain that he's the Jian he knew. Shortly, the god of the Sagittarius zodiac, Apollo, makes an appearance. Apollo emerges straight out of nowhere. The divine god questions Li Jian's survival and requests Hugo to check if that's really him. While Hugo asks him how he's supposed to check, Apollo says that something will happen if he shoots with a flaming arrow and aims at Li Jian. As Hugo grabs the divine god and begs to stop, Li gets pissed at Apollo as he gets shot by the arrow, asking why this bastard is aiming at someone the moment he pops up. Hugo calms him down while Apollo teases Li at the back. Just then, our guy confesses to Taeksu that he needs to pay him back now. Taeksu is confused at the sudden confession, but Li Jian smirks wickedly and points at the archer, saying that he'll kill him. Our guy scares the hell out of Taeksu and begins his ranting sessions as he mentions how he came out of the demon tower only to know that his house was sold, his will was forged, and all his divine artifacts are missing. As the poor archer tries to say something in his defense, he gets whacked on his head real hard. Tears of joy stream down Taeksu's face when he's convinced that it's really Li Jian. Deep down, Hugo calls Li a bastard for hitting him so hard. During this, Yang Wei's museum security madly searches for Li Gaon as they find him standing outside and chase him as he's the one to steal the divine artifact. Our guy then gets reminded that he was being chased, and Hugo worriedly asks him what he stole. While Jian states that it's just a few things, our sneaky fella literally stole nearly the whole museum in his bag. Hugo hopes that our guy didn't loot Yang Wei's vault, but Lee proudly admits that he did. Hoping he could beat the crap out of him, Taixu calls him a crazy bastard, and our guy laughs shamelessly. Just then, one of the security guards aims to get the thief, but the leader halts them, revealing that the guy is not someone of their caliber. The team leader anticipates that the thief won't stand a chance since they called someone who matches his monstrosity. That's when there's a wave of violent wind, signaling the imminent danger. It turns out to be a lion who's a household god of Ares, Pishu, to take back all the stolen divine artifacts. The household god roars that instills fear in Hugo as he suggests Lee throw away the things he's stolen from Yang Wei and run away. Our guy tells him to stay still and assures his friend that he's a man with a plan. As the slime rests on his shoulder, Lee commands it to shapeshift into a lime sword. As slime transforms a lime sword, our guy presumes that it will be tough against the household god. Meanwhile, Taixu is overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power. Suddenly, Gion's divine artifact hits the ground as it awakens through the power of Ophiuchus, and due to its trait, the sword is given a critical hit attribute. Gion's new skill, 13th Sense, makes it easier for him to see weak spots of the enemies. Lee gets excited as he clearly sees the weak spots of the household bastard. With that, our guy leaps towards Pishu with his sword to wreak havoc. Taixu is not surprised to see this at all, as Lee always used this method to strike first, recalling how our guy always managed to defeat all the challenges that were thrown at him, even if they appeared to be reckless. Just as Taixu believes he's got this, our guy gets trampled over by that household god, making Archer's soul nearly leave his body. Our guy asks the monster what he's screaming about and says it's unbearably loud. Lee lifts that monster's limb with his power and is enraged as the stench of his foot almost kills him. Our guy slices one of Pishu's limbs off with his sword, making the household god scream in agony. The Beast of Riches sucks up all the abilities in the surrounding and bolts towards Lee, while our guy thinks he would have spared Pishu if he'd stayed still. Lee Gion decides to hit the monster lightly just once, and as his sword is charged with the serpent's power, he slashes it through Pishu. Taixu is left slack-jawed and realizes that Lee is the same as how he was in his prime, 20 years ago. Nonetheless, Lee spectacularly takes down the Ares household god, and his zodiac points rise. After that, the system asks Lee if he would like to bring the Beast of Riches into his household. It knocks the wind out of him when our guy discovers that he has the ability to control the household gods of the 12 divine gods. To test it out, our boy touches Pishu, and to his surprise, the Beast of Riches becomes a household member of the Ophiuchus. The household god then decreases its size to be hugged by its master, and Lee adorably holds him. Our guy believes that since it's the Beast of Riches, he can use it to store all his treasures. Hugo is quite taken aback to witness that Lee turned a household god belonging to a divine god into his own, wondering what could have happened before his return for him to have gained such an ability. On the other hand, the system informs Lee that he can give a name to Pishu, and our boy names it Piggy Bank. Later, at Hugo's house, Lee teases the archer by calling him a traitor, but Taixu whines and justifies that he was hella worried for him. But Lee expresses his disappointment to see Taixu, who got married, set up a family, and enjoyed his life. Meanwhile, his friend was stuck in the tower. Our guy tries to make his friend die of guilt. After a long ranting session, Lee makes it clear that he won't be able to mooch off in his house, but Taixu insists that he can stay here for the time being since he lives alone anyway. While our guy regrets what he said to him and tells his friend to cheer up, thinking that he broke up, Taixu immediately clears up that he's not divorced yet. But the archer decides not to talk about that, and asks Jian to spill everything that happened in the tower. Deep down, Taixu plans on not telling his kids Sungjae and Yuha about Li Jian, given that they're his fanatics. Hugo then reveals that at that time, he was fighting the calamities outside, so he's unaware of what happened inside, and wonders why the other saints were carrying the head of the Crimson Eye instead of him. Our guy then expresses that there's a really sad story behind it, unraveling that he was backstabbed and thrown into a trap. He narrates that it was a place that was swarming with numerous calamities, and on top of that, the dead Crimson Eye had also come back to life. While Taixu is staggered by the truth, our guy elaborates that the Crimson Eye they saw wasn't its real body. Dropping an even bigger bombshell, Lee unveils that the real Crimson Eye was deep inside the tower. Although he managed to defeat that sickening Crimson Eye eventually, the real problem was the administrator of the tower, since that guy was able to relive dead calamities. Lee did manage to slash his way out of there, but he was experiencing a life-death situation thanks to the perverted admin bastard who tortured him. At the end of his struggle for his life, Lee killed the administrator and collapsed after using up all his strength. When he woke up, surprisingly, those hellish monsters were no longer in the cave, and after that, he was unaware of how he obtained his current abilities. But Li Jian is sure of one thing when he says that the bastard who backstabbed him knew the structure of the demon tower, since that he managed to trap him in that cave, which was filled with numerous calamities, as if they already knew their location. Lee gets adamant to beat up those guys who stole his assets and spoke bullshit about him, but he plans to give the guy who backstabbed him special treatment. Our guy feels the urge to make equipment that he's going to beat them up with. He uses his skill creation workshop to summon a workshop that can create anything. Our guy throws everything in, including the corrupted essence of the Spider Queen, fragments of a calamity, and various divine artifacts of Ares. The creation of the divine artifact begins when our guy blends in all the material and the blue aura strikes the toy horse. As the energy bursts out of the house's window, the creation of the divine artifact gets completed, and the ego is produced. The divine artifact imitation horse enables him to use others' magic power of the person he touches. While our guy is quite impressed by the artifact, Takesu gives a proud clap, but he comments that for a high-grade equipment that possesses ego, his artifact doesn't look that cool. Lee explodes like a drama queen and makes him acknowledge the amount of materials he'd used to create this masterpiece. Our guy teases Takesu that he decided to use the remaining materials to make equipment for him, but after the insult, it seems impossible. With the theatrical sweep of his hand on Lee's shoulder, and with a heart-touching monologue, Takesu proclaims that this divine artifact is indeed a piece of art. Slightly convinced by the flattery, our guy concludes that he'll make him an artifact, depending on how well Takesu does from now on. Our guy states that they're going to start by taking care of those saint bastards. Hugo asks how they are even going to do that, as it won't be easy to get the other saints out of their territory. Being the smartass he is, Lee pulls out the royal divine artifact of Ares, the safe of the Golden Fleece, which is more than enough to draw out the saints. Takesu notices that it's one of the top artifacts among the royal divine artifacts, and asks him why he even bothered to bring it when he can't use it. Our guy says that he heard Takesu is a saint who has no money, so he brought this along to fund them while Hugo is pissed off, justifying that he's not poor. Lee Jian then elucidates that the higher grade the divine artifact is, the more materials it'd cost, so to put it simply, they'll use this to multiply their materials, and also to make high-grade divine artifacts that can fuck them up. But Takesu doesn't think it's gonna work since no one's here who's able to activate the artifact. It looks like the faith Lee had in Hugo has left the building when he asks him if he can't even use this, with disappointment visible in his tone. Takesu saves his pride and reminds him that he's a Sagittarius saint. Our guy assumes that he can do it, but Takesu refuses and says they'll need to find another method. That's when Lee placidly confesses that he already sent a declaration of war to the broadcasting station, and poor Takesu tries to hold it in. Takesu asks him what he sent to the broadcasting station, calling him a crazy bastard. The next scene takes us to the Blue House, Korea, where a guy calls them retards and humiliates the Ares guys, saying that they not only struggled to kill a spider, but also got themselves humiliated. That guy appears to be Leo's divine cadre captain, Oliver, who suggests that they should just stick to selling good luck charms for amulets, so there's no point in joining a fight with a calamity. The guy then pleads with Leo's captain to mind his words while Oliver mentions the news he has heard that some unknown guy killed the Spider Queen, anticipating that the dead guy Lee Jian is back. Upon this, the Gemini divine cadre captain, Choi Sung-hyuk, warns Oliver not to cross the line. Choi Sung-hyuk assumes that Leo divine cadre captain is very much obsessed with the hero stories of Lee Jian. To piss Choi even more, Oliver deduces that if it's Lee Jian, he could certainly kill the Spider Queen, asking him if he didn't see the famous Russian subjugation on the battle video. But Choi believes that it's because he received buffs of the other saints and his weapons were given to him by others, concluding that with that support, they would have done way better. Oliver guesses that they didn't have enough support, that's why they couldn't kill the Spider Queen. Sung-hyuk sets the record straight and confesses that Ares are the ones who killed the Spider Queen, thanks to the sacrifice of an S-rank disciple. Oliver strikes a nerve, yet again, when he says that he's eager to meet that amazing person, since he has to look at that person inside the Spider Queen's stomach. The president is infuriated, presuming that the Blue House becomes a den of such things. Promptly, a guy barges into a room and notifies the president that something big has happened, telling him to watch the news. Well, it looks like Lee Gaon's declaration of war is released as the news reveals that their broadcasting station received a mysterious package, and inside it, they found pictures of Yang Wei along with a short message. They conclude that according to the handwriting analysis, 99% matches the dead Lee Geo. After the news airs, Takesu lashes out at Lee for sending such a message. Our guy justifies that it was a war declaration to warn the saints to prepare their heads to be cut off. Takesu expresses his concern that Lee had already killed Yang Wei, which was already a big problem, so there was no need to announce that. Our guy reveals that Yang is not dead, and the moment of truth sinks. Jian excitedly pops out a bunny, revealing that it's Wei Yang. Well, it looks like days of hell have begun for little Wang as our main character has got himself a damn plushie to punch around. Inside his head, that bunny calls Lee a fucking bastard. That bunny gives Taixu a major ick as he wonders if that's really Yang Wei. Our guy yanks the bunny's ears like a joystick and lets out that his abilities have gotten pretty good from the experience of this battle. Lee brims with wicked delight and insists his slave number 2, Yang Wei, introduce himself. Taixu questions if something like this is possible in the world. Just then, our guy hands him a dagger. Lee then unravels that this knife was stabbed into his back and that's what put him into a trap. Taixu is staggered when he glances at the knife that stabbed Gion and notices from its engraving, it doesn't look like an ordinary blade. Based on his scrutinization, Hugo concludes that if he was stabbed, then it wasn't Yang Wei. Our guy then informs Taixu that he's going to drop by the Divine Artifact store for a bit, reasoning that Asshair Wang said he saw the knife engraving somewhere in the store. Our guy asks the archer to lend him some clothes and Taixu tells him to wear anything he wants from the closet. After that, our guy leaves Taixu to guard the house and waves goodbye to his slave number 2, Hugo himself. While Yang Wei sneakily laughs, Taixu gets mad. The scene then switches to Yang Wei's artifact museum, which is dismantled thanks to Li Gion. A group of women disciples arrive at the scene and the leader informs the saintess that Ares' saint is nowhere to be found on the scene, neither can she sense the divine god's energy. Aquarius saint, Sophie Marty, asks her underling where the Ares saint went, and her associate guesses that perhaps Yang Wei ran away with all his wealth. But Sophie calls it a predicament and believes that it'll be quite troublesome if he makes a deal with another saint behind her back. Sophie Marty wonders where that baldy piggy runs off to while her associate dwells on the possibility that it might be that Li Jian who just returned kidnapped Yang Wei. Sophie hits one of her servants with a water splash, while that associate on the phone apologizes for saying something unnecessary. Sophie then informs her that she'll be heading to the Divine Artifact store as planned, revealing that she has to sell off the Divine Artifacts to prepare the funds for the Drachma auction, which is very crucial for them. Suddenly, another associate interrupts Sophie's bubble bath and notifies that other saints have also applied to participate in the Drachma auction. The scene then flips to the Lion Gym, where people stare fixedly at the incredibly masculine guy. That guy is the Leo Saint, Stephen Marker, and his associate comes to him, revealing that Li Jian's divine artifact will appear in the Drachma auction. A wave of excitement runs through Stephen as he drops the dumbbell as the artifact has finally appeared, the one he has been waiting for long. The Leo Saint concludes that Li Jian's artifact is theirs. On the contrary, our boy along with Sung Jae teleports to the Divine Artifact Store complex, and Sung lets out that teleportation is expensive, but it's free for Gemini. Lee thanked him as he was looking for an appraiser, and Sung introduced him to an SS Rank 1. Sung recalls that the Gemini Divine Cadre, Choi Sung-hyuk, promised to support him with whatever he needs, and orders him to scout the guy who defeated the Spider Calamity no matter what. Sung then receives a message from his bastard boss, and our guy asks him if his boss is bothering him after the Spider Queen incident. Just then, Lee gives him the dagger, and lets out that he used it well against the insects. Sung recalls that it was rusted at that time, and Lee opens up that he fixed it up, although the effects are a little different so he doesn't have to be surprised later. Reaching a fancy place, our guy corroborates with Sung if this is the place where they will meet the SS rank appraiser. A few moments later, the crowd at the complex is hypnotized when they see the Aquarius Saint, Sophie, stealing the spotlight. Just then, the Saint informs the associate that she's here to leave some divine artifacts for the appraiser before the auction, but she gets to know that the appraiser is with someone right now. Being over the top, the Saintess explodes with fury to think how he can help another customer when she's here, but then she snaps out of it and says that she will wait around the area, acting like the nicest person on earth. Meanwhile, our guy is looking around the artifacts, and given that this place is run by an SS rank, Lee gasps at the high prices. After that, the Virgo affiliate, SS rank appraiser, Jin Myung holds the divine artifact and asks Sung Jae who made it. That's when our guy confesses that it was created by him, while Jin Myung dubiously glances at the artifact and asks him if he has some sort of connection with Lee Gion. Sung Jae tries to tell appraiser Jin that this guy is a Lee Gion pretender, but Jin Myung shuts him up, saying that they are having an important conversation right now. Jin then asks our boy what's his relationship with Lee Gion. The appraiser accentuates that most people are unaware of this since Lee's so famous for combat, but he's also a legendary producer. Moreover, the divine artifact he's holding right now, Jin Myung is left in awe when he utters that have seen countless counterfeits in his life. But this is different, adding that he can definitely feel Lee Gaon's hard work from this. Our guy is surprised that Jin knows a lot about Jian, and Jin Myung confesses that he sure does since he's his disciple who received his favor. Our guy is totally freaked out, not by the fact that he's his disciple, but by the fact that he's blushing at Lee's name. Nonetheless, our guy doesn't remember ever taking on a student. Considering Lee's age, Jin Myung believes that he couldn't be a direct student of Lee Gaon, and since his skill is quite impressive, he got fooled. Pissed off, Lee wants to punch that con man so badly for insulting him, but he gulps it in. Just then, the appraiser takes out a notebook and remembers it's the item he got after being recognized by Lee Jian as his student. Lee immediately recognizes that it's the book he lost, and suddenly, it occurs to him that Jin is the newbie that chased him around China, recalling that he was such a pain in the ass back then. No wonder he couldn't recognize Jin, as he sure did grow older in these 20 years. Jin remembers that Lee Jian truly had a wonderful eye for items, and he even gave him such useful information. Holding that notebook like it's a holy grail, Jin narrates how Lee left it behind one day when he left his lodgings. Hearing this, our fella thought that he lost the notebook, but this bitch stole it. The Virgo guy can't read it due to the terrible handwriting. He assumes it's a notebook for ideas, seeing how valuable it is. In his mind, Lee presumes that after his reawakening, anything he punches reveals info, so he decides to punch the SS rank appraiser too. Jin Myung says that the notebook ought to be of more use to a talented young man like Lee Jian, and indirectly hands that notebook to its owner. Lee recalls some designs he wrote in it. Suddenly, the notebook begins to glow, and the status window tells him that it's reacting with his owner's magic. It's about to evolve into a divine artifact as a result of Ophiuchus's magic power. Jin Myung is left in disbelief when he realizes that it's a memory-storing artifact, a skill that he's never seen before in his life. However, that moment of praise is interrupted by Jin Myung's man, who appears to be tense and informs him that the Saintess is outside. While Jin wonders what they're getting so flustered over the Saintess, at that moment, Sophie Marty decides to barge in. She's overwhelmed by the vulgar people watching her, as she could sense all the gazes fixated on her. In the crowd, Sungjae wonders what the Aquarius Saint is doing here, since she only appears in official settings, and he's heard that even leaving a church is a complicated matter. On the other hand, Saintess Marty loses her patience and decides to talk with the appraiser herself. She's determined to make him buy their divine artifacts at a high price for auction funds, but her nerves are on edge because of the weight. Curiosity gets the best of her when Sophie can't resist to find out just who on earth the guest is that the appraiser is treating her like this. She walks in and pauses for a second when her eyes catch a glimpse of a handsome guy, Lee Jian. Her heart melts. Suddenly, a behemoth serpent hisses at her, shrouded in an aura so potent that it could eat a person alive. With Sophie's heartbeat echoing like a drum, she's paralyzed by fear. Sophie wonders what that magic was, as it felt like hundreds of serpents coiling around her to choke her. Just like that, she immediately runs away. Jin Myung is surprised that Sophie left right after she came, and Lee assumes that maybe she was feeling sick. In the meantime, the system notifies Lee Jian that his divine power has been sharpened by the divine power of Ophiuchus, and now takes form as godly power, which means that he can steal divine power from gods and others. But if his divine power reaches 0, his zodiac will lose power, and if the state prolongs, he will be weakened. As more info piles in, our guy asks Jin about the woman who just came in. Jin Myung asks him if he doesn't even know her face when she's all over the disciple columns. The guy reveals that she's the Aquarius Saint, Sophie Marty, which leaves Lee quite taken aback by the realization. Our guy suddenly bursts out laughing, as he can't believe that girl is a friggin' saint, shocked by her transformation, admitting that's why he didn't recognize her. Though she's prettier now, even after Sophie got surgery, our guy can't deny the fact that her rotten heart remains. He believes she's still that heartless bitch who cares more about skincare than humans. He considers her a pest. Having some conscience, Jin Myung doesn't understand why people consider Sophie Marty to be the pinnacle of compassion and self-sacrifice, when she's really just a cruel, selfish person. Our guy is glad to know that Jin knows a bit about her. Jin mutters that's all because the Saintess was Lee Jian's physician. That's how Sophie attempted to collect the funds gathered under Lee's name. However, with the other saints after it, the government stepped in to manage it. As the truth comes crashing down on him, Lee discovers that these bastards tried to touch the money gathered in his name. After that, Jin Myung assumes that Lee's an acquaintance with the Saintess, given that our boy is taking her name so casually. Our guy says there's no way she doesn't know him, as they're old friends. On the other hand, Sophie seems to be having a panic attack. Inside her mind, a vision unfolds and she sees Lee Jian, who asks her if she wants to die. She wonders why Jian has to come back now, but she can't stop thinking about the overwhelming power that sends chills down her spine, similar to Lee Jian. Not in her right mind, Sophie asks herself if dying would be better than passing out, which leaves her associate confused as hell. Sophie then orders her associate to go back to the pawn shop and find out who that guy was. When asked what to do about the appraiser, Sophie changes her mind. A malicious grin spreads as the Saintess suggests killing them all. But she decides to spare the appraiser, given that he's valued by Virgo, and they need him to sell their items. Sophie is infuriated at the guy who soured her mood and the one who brought back trauma, calling them impertinent fools. Marty gives her divine artifact to her associate and lends her the god's power, but the associate hesitates as she reasons that it's risky using it in a neutral district. The Saintess shoots her a malicious smile and asks if she's refusing her orders. But her associate immediately agrees to her orders, as the saint's will is the will of the gods. Sophie gives her the necklace, and the associate, showing loyalty, says she'd never disobey the will of the 12 heavenly beings. Meanwhile, back in the divine artifact shop, Lee is disturbed by the sudden water leakage from the roof as it drips on him. The scene then takes us to the divine artifact store complex, Center District, where Sung-jae, going his way, suddenly tramples over a pool of water, making him wonder what's all that water when it's not even raining. Analyzing the water, Sung notices that it's faint and he can even sense magic from it. Suddenly, a hand erupts out of the water and takes a shape similar to Sung-jae. While Sung tries to make sense of what's happening, he looks around him and witnesses that illusions like that are emerging everywhere. Meanwhile, standing at the top of the building, it turns out to be Saintess Sophie, who's creating a mirror of the reflection of only A-rank disciples. Freaking out, Sung-jae asks the Saintess guard why a battle skill is being used in a neutral zone, yelling at them to cancel it right now. But the guard, holding the divine artifact, unravels that everything's happening as per Saintess Sophie's order, so he better stop complaining. Claiming that it's the will of heaven, the guard activates the divine artifact, and as Sung-jae rushes to stop her, a bright light illuminates. With divine power, all the citizens in that area are trapped inside water bubbles. With all the reflections of the A-rank disciple as her army, the Saintess guard plans to take care of the man in the divine artifact store. In the meantime, she orders the reflections to capture the appraiser. As the water reflections slither away, Sung-jae is disoriented as he's trapped inside the bubble and feels the urge to get out of this quickly before he loses consciousness. On the contrary, Lee Jian glances at the water leaking from the roof and smells imminent danger. As the ominous water matter surrounds Jin Myung, our guy asks him if something's happening inside as he senses a suspicious mana lingering in the air. In a flash of a moment, the water chalice skill tangles Jin Myung and the Saintess guard appears, threatening our guy as she aims a knife at his neck. She makes it clear that she has no ill will against him, but Sophie Marty is quite displeased because of him. To avoid any bloodshed, the guard warns Lee not to do anything stupid. Aiming the knife at Lee's throat, she proceeds to disclose that the Saintess ordered her to kill both of them. But she decides to spare Jin Myung's life on the condition that he apologizes to Sophie for belittling her and buying their artifacts at a high price. But our guy couldn't stand still for so long and curiously asked the guard if it's normal for people to swing around knives in public spaces nowadays. In a split second, our guy breaks that knife like it's some kind of wooden stick, making Jin's eyes snap open in shock. Chilled as ever, Lee asks Jin Myung to have them pay for the damages while the Virgo guy can't dismiss the thought that our guy broke the dagger with only his hand, even though that dagger is a divine artifact of Aquarius. The guard charges a replication at him, but our guy effortlessly destroys it by just a punch, and asks her if she has more of these because it feels nice to punch them. Staggered, the guard finds it crazy that our guy destroyed an A-rank replication with one strike, getting convinced by what the Saintess said about this dangerous man. While our guy asks Jin if he's alright, the guard presumes that she needs to eliminate Lee Jian so that he doesn't harm Sophie. She then pulls out the Saintess's divine artifact that lends the gods power and is excited to know if Lee can block it as well. With that, she summons an orange rank, Water Wolf, made with the saint's high purity mana. Lee is thrilled as he thinks that goddamn pest is giving him a feast after quite a while. He then asks Jin if he could take anything he likes and takes 2 daggers. Our boy dashes towards the water wolves as it slashes through them, and he obtains the data of the Saintess's skill, the Oblivion calling water chalice. After slicing those wolves, Lee is impressed by Sophie's dogs as these materials are A rank and up. Thrilled by the score he's getting from just coming to get something appraised, our guy gets super excited as he slashes everything that comes in his path. He even obtains the data of mirror replication fragments, mentality boosts traits, and many other skills. Left in disbelief, Saintess's guard witnesses that all of Sophie's summons were killed so easily. Meanwhile, our guy grins like a maniac and gets disappointed already to see this is all she's got. A strike of terror runs through the associate when she realizes she's going to die if she fights that man, and cowardly runs away. Dashing away, she warns Jian that he won't get away with this while our guy grins, and speaking from experience, he says that people who say shit like that aren't scary at all. Just then, Sung-jae barges in and asks Jin Myung and Gaeon if they are all right, divulging that the Aquarius disciples just started an indiscriminate attack, and only he managed to escape. With our guy telling him they are about to finish here, Sung is left disoriented to see the place turned into huge chaos with dead water wolves all around. Sensing the mana, Sung-jae deduces that the Saintess made these summons, and Lee agrees, but sending all these to a production class like him is just asking for him to use them as materials. Anyways, Sung hurries to get out of there, but Jin Myung stops them. A thought clouds Jin's mind as he recalls that he followed Lee Jian around to watch over his production methods. He clearly remembers his process of fighting monsters and obtaining materials from them. Jin Myung frantically conjectures that evil expression of him earlier, and the battle filled with madness, which leads him to conclude that he's Lee Jian. Before he could complete the sentence, our guy gestures to him to stay silent and gives a smile. Gushing with happiness, Jin lets out tears of joy while our boy tells him he'll be back for those materials, so keep them safe for him, adding that he has something to ask him later. Expressing gratitude, Jin bows to him. Well, the old man is a real homie and a real simp for our main character. Later, Sung Jae asks Lee why the Saintess is targeting him. Acting dumb, our guy assumes maybe he rubbed her the wrong way, to which Sung worriedly asks him if he made an enemy out of her. Lee tells him to wait as he's going to show something amusing soon. Later, they both stop by Cafe Eden and relish themselves with fancy desserts. Our guy is in love with the gelato and excitedly tells Sung Jae to eat as much as he wants. While Sung Jae doesn't mind eating, he nervously lets out that this cafe is expensive. We then get to know that earlier in the Divine Artifact shop when Sophie's associate ran for her life, she accidentally dropped a badge behind, and Lee couldn't miss this chance to steal and pick it up. Yanking out his flashback, Lee lets out that after taking a look at the badge, it'll do a whole lot. Sung Jae is surprised when he realizes that it looks like an Aquarius badge is an insignia that can be used as a card and even store the skills from other gods. But then it gets him that this insignia even functions as an ID card, so it might even bite them in the rear later. Unbothered, our guy leaves that part to figure out when they're done eating. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind and spots Sung Jae, asking if he likes the gelato here too. The voice seems similar to him. What he dreaded the most was true, as it turned out to be Sung's boss, Choi Sung-hyuk, and our boy pauses for a second as he's about to stuff his face with a big scoop of gelato. While Choi insists that he could sit with them, Lee annoyingly stares at him as he recognizes that it's Sung Jae's boss who was shitting on him. Choi then introduces himself as the Gemini Divine Cadre Captain and assumes that Lee is the incredible acquaintance who took down the Spider Queen that even Yang Wei failed to take down before. Our guy asks what this has got to do with him, and Sung-hyuk states his motive, saying scouting out remarkable talent is also the Divine Cadre's job. Lee asks him what he's going to bribe him with, and Choi Sung-hyuk spills the beans that he's going to give him one of Lee Gi-yeon's 8 divine artifacts that's going up for auction soon. Hearing this, Lee finally bangs his spoon on the table, and with his patience on the edge, he wonders if they're going to auction his belongings. With ice cream smeared across his cheeks, our guy agrees to go to the auction as he's got nothing, asking Choi if the auction house is nearby. Meanwhile, a frustrated Sung tells him to wipe that freaking gelato off his face first. The Divine Cadre Captain accentuates that since this is one of famous Lee Ji-yeon's divine artifacts, it'll be auctioned off at an appropriate location. He reveals that the auction is held in the greatest auction house in the world, towering 16,000 feet in the sky, the wealthy fortress city, Drachma. The scene then flips to the Drachma Great Auction, where Saintess Sophie Marty appears to be pale as fuck. Drinking alcohol, the Leo Saint, Stephen Marker, asks her to get lost if she's gonna keep shaking like that in the corner, and it's making his alcohol taste bad. Pissed off, in her head, she calls Stephen a muscle brain with no manners, but she decides to tolerate this guy for now as there's no safer place than by his side, not to mention that Stephen rose against Lee Ji-yeon. Stephen Marker declares that Lee Gi-yeon's weapon that was gonna be auctioned off today belongs to him, warning Sophie not to even think about selling it off. Just as Marker is leaving, the Saintess asks him where he's going, but Stephen shuts her off by saying that it's none of her business. Sophie has no other way but to stay calm and believes the guy who exuded Ji-yeon's energy would never come here anyway. While it looks like she's still not over her trauma, her eyes land on Hugo Otters, the Archer Saint. Smirking, she seems to have caught a valuable customer at such a great time. Meanwhile, Hugo arrives and looks for Ji-yeon as he thought he'd be here because of the divine artifacts. Suddenly, pest Sophie creeps up on Taeksu saying it's been a long time. As Hugo is not pleased to see her at all, Sophie admits that it's hard to get a hold of him and can't win against time either. She purposely makes him recall when he used to be the face of Saints, but he's changed quite a lot. Hugo ignores Sophie, making it clear that he doesn't want to talk to her. Her pride is crushed and Sophie provokes him when she deliberately mutters that if he ignores her and does whatever he wants again, he might lose his children just like he lost his wife. Hugo stands still while she guesses that his wife isn't dead yet. She lights the fire just to rile up on him to get his reaction, blabbing that his wife might be as well dead, and mocks Taeksu by calling him an incompetent head who can do nothing when his family is falling apart. Rage crackles in Hugo's eyes that pierces the silence. Enfolded in fire magic, he strikes at Sophie and says that he warned her to go away. Giggling, Marty asks him to hold his temper and she grabs his hand that unleashes fire, using her water magic. She then reminds him about the truce they agreed upon 10 years ago and warns Hugo to be more aware of his status as a half-saint. As she is about to attack Hugo when suddenly someone calls her a pest and flicks her off like a speck of dust. It appears to be our guy, and Taeksu is left stunned to see him arrive at the action. Our guy then asks Taeksu what he's doing and who's worried for him. Upon hearing this, Lee asks him if he likes him, and Taeksu tells him not to even joke about gay thingy. Our guy then glances at Sophie who's knocked out with a bump on her head, wondering why this girl is everywhere he goes. In the next scene, from Sophie Marty's point of view, it is narrated that Lee Ji-yeon, the 13th awakened saint, was considered the strongest. She had always hated Li Jian, more like she was scared of him because of his hideous face ravaged by scars, his aggressive personality that doesn't forgive anyone who rubs him the wrong way, and his cold eyes that always looked down on her. The scene then flashes back to 20 years ago. On a particular day, Li Jian, covered in bandages, barges into the Aquarius sanctuary. While all of the servants try to stop him, our guy tells them to fuck off and storms his way in. Sophie Marty immediately asks him to leave for daring to trespass into this place. Abruptly, Lee strikes a punch on the wall that nearly smashes her face and asks Sophie if she wants to die. She frantically asks him why he's doing this. Our guy then reminds Sophie that he sent her rear to treat the people injured by the calamities, asking why the fuck she's fooling around instead of treating them. Teetering on the edge of chaos, he tries to knock some humanity into her, saying that all their arms and legs are amputated, all because they were injured just to save her. Grabbing her hand tightly, Lee angrily drags her and tells her to hurry and save them. Being the stone-hearted bitch she is, Sophie yells why she would care if people like them die and believes those people should be happy that they saved her for the sake of humanity. She then divulges that they're already getting a lot of shit recently from people saying they're useless. She reveals that she doesn't even have a speck of thought to clean up whatever mess there is. That's when our guy loses it as he turns back with his eyes seething with anger. Covering her nose, Sophie jerks him away as he reeks of sweat, stating that she needs to do her makeup for her interview later. Just as she tries to release her hand, Lee holds it even tighter and smacks across her face. He lets out that he made a fool out of himself for expecting too much from a pest to understand human words, clarifying that a pest needs a beating to get their shit together. Well, in the end, Sophie was dragged there to treat the injured until she passed out. From that day, an unknown fear is instilled inside her, and finds Li Jian rude and an irrational man. Coming to the present scene, Sophie's worst nightmare stands in front of her as Li Jian wakes her up, calling her a pest. She opens his eyes only to discover that she's tied down, but she forgets everything when she peeks at Jian. Lashing out, Sophie orders them to release her this instant and asks how dare they treat a saintess like that. Scoffing, Lee is not surprised at all to see Sophie hasn't changed at all in the last 20 years, making him wonder how her repertoire is still the same. Infuriated, Sophie does not stand for this shit, and presumes that things aren't the same as 20 years ago. Pulling a trick, she plans to distribute acidic fluid on her hand to melt the rope that's binding her, thinking that a restraint of this extent is useless for her. Meanwhile, she wishes she could escape and meet with Stephen Marker to hide behind him. Lee stares at her like his 2 brain cells just quit. Our guy casually hits her head once again as she screams in pain. With his finger burning unexpectedly, Lee tells her to quit her puny tricks that are so obvious just from her expressions. Lee notices his finger burning and abruptly, Sophie laughs hysterically and calls him stupid, revealing that she has an acidic protection skill that activates whenever someone strikes her body. She then scares Lee, saying that acid magic will melt his entire body starting from his hand. Inside Sophie's delusional mind, she's imagining that Li Jian is begging for forgiveness. But Lee bursts her daydream bubble when he shows his ultimate strongest fuck finger that's fully recovered, beating her down like a boss. Sophie is left disoriented when she screams in utter disbelief, realizing it's not a recovery but a broken skill. Nonetheless, Li Jian decides to go over everything that's happened between him and Sophie. He then gets started and counts 1 hit for her for telling people that Sophie was his doctor, adds 5 more hits to it because our guy knows she was the one who sent the goon to the appraisal store, and adds 50 hits altogether for whatever shit she said to Take-Soo earlier. Poor Sophie accepts her fate and realizes that she's doomed. Our guy prepares his flick and keeps smacking her on the head while Take-Soo isn't bothered at all as he sips on his tea, and he believes that Gion hits everyone equally whether they're a man or a woman, though they all give him a reason too. Take-Soo wonders if he's imagining things as he witnesses Gion's divine energy increasing with every hit as our boy beats the pulp out of the saintess. Eventually, after getting 50 flicks on her head, Sophie gets knocked out with multiple bumps on her head. On the other hand, Lee's divine status gets unlocked, and the system shows his current divine status that is minus 50%. Moreover, if his divine status falls to 0%, the Zodiac loses its power and can lead to death if it remains 0%. Lee can also gain divine status when he hits people. Anyway, the good thing is that he can get stronger. Taiksu interrupts his thoughts and asks Lee if he's not going to ask Sophie about the dagger that stabbed him. But our guy is certain that the Saintess wouldn't dare to stab him, revealing that he found someone who can investigate the dagger, so it's alright. Taiksu presumes that he was beating the crap out of Sophie just to torment her. Lee then takes out his phone and Taiksu asks where he found the phone. Our guy lets out that he borrowed it from someone he knows and that someone is Sung Jae, Hugo's son. Just then, Lee leaves for the auction and leaves the rest to Hugo, permitting him to throw Sophie in a trash can somewhere. Poor Taiksu is left to take care of that witch, and our guy says that he'll contact him once the auction is over. While he wonders what he should do with her, Hugo sees a guy coming in, thinking it's Gion. However, it turns out to be Stephen Marker, Glancing at Sophie, who's knocked out, Steven furiously asks Hugo what he is doing here. Seeing Marker, Hugo greets him, but the guy doesn't seem to be in a mood to share pleasantries. Hugo asks him why he's here, to which he reveals that Sophie asked him to be her bodyguard, and since he had business in Drachma too, he accepted the offer. With that, Leo asks the same from Taixu, who lets him know that he had something to do in the auction. As Taixu is about to depart, Steven wonders if the archer is here to buy Jian Li's holy relic as well, leaving Taixu clueless as he's unaware of the fact that Li's holy relics are up for auction. The bulky man makes fun of the archer, saying that it's useless for him to know anyway since he's too broke to buy it. Smirking, Hugo puts him in his place by questioning him if he's still living his life obsessed over Jian Li's holy relics. Leo never acknowledged Jian due to his inferiority complex, but obsesses over the holy relics made by the very man he refused to accept. Taixu questions him if he truly believes those relics will make him stronger, which makes Steven Marker even more furious. The Leo Saint gets mad every time Hugo mentions Jian as he attacks him, insults him, and warns him to stop mentioning Li. Steven is interrupted by his disciple, who informs him that the Geminis are trying to buy all of Jian's relics. He instantly releases Hugo and decides to leave since the auction comes first. As for the girl Sophie, Leo leaves her to Hugo, saying he can do whatever he wants. But Hugo reminds him that they're competing to gather the most disciples, so there's no need to bother now. Before leaving, Leo advises Taixu to drop the attitude if he wants to live longer, and he sarcastically thanks him. After he leaves, Hugo examines his hand that's burnt from Leo's grip, and realizes he's not even close to second rate. At the Drachma auction, we see Jian Li, Sung Jae, and his boss in the VIP room bidding on relics. As they win the bid, Choi congratulates Jian and reassures him that he can get anything he wants. Jian thanks him, and Choi says it's the least they can do for a great talent. Meanwhile, Sung Jae is concerned about the boss's spending, asking Choi if it's okay to spend this much. The boss jokes around, asking if Sung Jae can cover drinks since he forgot his company card. While Sung Jae is left speechless, our guy interrupts, saying he already paid, holding up a black debit card. Choi Sung-hyuk recognizes the card and asks how he got it. Jian justifies that he was drunk and paid on his behalf, adding that he shouldn't ask employees to pay. This makes Choi nervous as he thinks Jian may look young, but he's irritating. He ponders that Jian, despite being a rookie, defeated the Spider Queen, so he's worth using. Compared to that, drinks cost nothing. Choi decides to get into business and praises Jian, thinking he has potential to be S rank or higher. He suggests that if our guy receives a Gemini Saint's blessing, he can become the Saint's successor and lists all the benefits he'll get for free. Jian gets an idea and knows that bastard Choi is using invisible mind control that builds instant trust. Gemini Cadre offers to make Jaeon his disciple and reborn as a Gemini follower, but our guy bursts out laughing, finding it hilarious. Getting serious, Lee asks if he really expects him to serve that zodiac. The man is confused to see Jian's anger and tries to change the subject when a woman enters, congratulating the winning bidder and presents Jian Li's relic with the warranty. The boss is shocked at the name and asks Jian if he bought his relic, to which our guy responds that he was told to bid on anything, so he did. Rendered speechless, the boss freaks out as he knows that Steven Marker is obsessed with collecting them. Choi then apologizes to Lee, saying the relic belongs to someone else and they'll return it. Suddenly someone bursts into the room and it turns out to be the Leo Saint, Steven Marker, who demands to know who laid hands on what's his. Jian sees the intruder and suspects it's Steven, the one after his relics. Scared shitless, Choi apologizes to Steven and says they'll return it, which calms Leo. The boss assures he can take his time with the payment. Smirking, Leo thanks the commander Sung Hyuk Choi and is happy that he doesn't even have to spend a penny, as they didn't think they would take his stuff and get away with it. Leo tries to scare Choi and takes their mistake as an excuse to take something worth millions for free. As tension rises, Jian interrupts and curses Steven, expressing that he won the bid, so if the big guy wants it, he can pay 200 billion more. Leo laughs, impressed that someone in Gemini isn't a wimp. Commander Choi is flabbergasted, thinking Jian is doomed, but they're unaware of his power. Getting pumped up, Leo slams the commander aside and approaches Jian, admitting he likes him and challenges him to show his guts. Leo says they should introduce themselves as he likes to greet people with a bang. Jian keeps his cool, analyzing Leo's abilities. He notes Leo has improved slightly as expected from a combat specialist Leo. Unlike Aries or Aquarius, Leos in a fight doesn't back off, and this pisses our guy off. Leo puts his hand on Jian's shoulder when a crack is heard. Sungjae worries about Gaeon, and the commander can't watch, assuming Jaeon is finished. Leo, feeling overconfident, jokes Gaeon will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. As the smoke clears, Jian remains unscathed as he brushes dust from his shoulder. Witnessing this, Steven is shocked while Jian smirks, asking if he teleported the attack. Jian makes it clear the move. Cliffbreaker doesn't work on him since it's his own skill. Even though Leo trained hard to learn it to save others, he's been using it to show off. Upon hearing this, Leo is stunned as he wonders how this guy does that skill. Before he can ask, the host announces the highlight of the auction, distracting both. Steven leaves, saying he'll return for the pendant. Once he's gone, Sungjae rushes to check Jaeon's injuries, while Commander Choi is baffled as our boy avoided a saint-level attack, which shouldn't be possible, and leaves him to wonder who this quirky guy really is. At the auction, the host presents the relic everyone's been waiting for, and reminds the audience of the Berlin Wolf case 25 years ago. An unknown calamity appeared on a German island and melted the armor and weapons. Even the 12 saints struggled to fight against that calamity, and even the raids failed. That's when Lee Jian appeared and slayed it. The relic appears to be the weapon our guy used to defeat that unknown calamity. Steven stands ready, eager to get the weapon he's dreamed of. The scene then takes us to a flashback from 20 years ago, on the island, where the journalist reports they're above the island where the calamity first appeared. It's been 3 days since Gaeon entered and there are no updates. She further briefs that a few saints tried to investigate but failed due to a poisonous spring. Steven and his disciples are seen left behind. The disciple informs Leo that they can't go further. They wonder how Gaeon entered, let alone fought the thing. This makes Leo question why he feels this way about someone not even chosen by the Zodiac. Going through an existential crisis, Steven wonders what makes Gaeon different, and desperately questions himself what exactly he's lacking. His thoughts are interrupted when Gaeon returns from the quest. Everyone is stunned as our guy achieves the impossible as he kills the calamity that no one else could defeat. The hero has returned. Steven's subordinates lament the spotlight being stolen again, and Leo realizes the source of his inferiority is Gaeon's weapon. Coming to the present scene, at the auction, the host presents one of Gaeon Lee's 8 relics, claiming to be the strongest that was used to fight the Berlin Wolf. As the relic leaves the audience on the edge of their seats, it hits him, Steven, that this weapon is the one. The relic that will make him the strongest. Meanwhile, outside the tower, a calamity senses the presence of Gaeon Lee's relic. The relic is a big bone that's the world's most powerful bone stick, and the people are left in awe to see it in real life. This holy relic has the most historical and practical value. On the other hand, Sung Jae throws a tantrum that Gaeon Lee's holy relic is going to fall into the wrong hands, and Commander Choi is frustrated too. Our guy seems to be pretty chill about it as he tries to remember what it was as he used it a long time ago. As our guy tries to convince Sung that this holy relic doesn't hold much value, the kid screams at Gaeon saying that he's too occupied with the auction. This leaves Lee mad as fuck. As the bidding starts with $1 million, the people go frantic when they bid till $50 million. The best part is that the bidding increases the stats of Gaeon. While our boy gasps at how much money people are willing to throw away at a freaking bone, his words are cut off by Sung's roar as he cries out that the weapon was made by Gaeon Lee, the legendary blacksmith, so he should get his head out of his ass. And when he sees Gaeon's face, the red-haired fella calms down and says, "There's a reason why people are doing this." Sung then opens up that all the accessories, amulets, tools, weapons, and sculptures, whatever it was, all the holy relics Gaeon created were without a doubt the best, and anyone who's interested in them is trying to get their hands on it. Especially Leo's saint, Stephen Marker, who's trying to collect all of Gaeon Lee's holy relics from all over the world. Stephen's strength is immense as a saint, so whenever it's about Gaeon Lee's holy relics, everyone tries to avoid it, and that's a shame that all of his holy relics are being put into Leo's Marker's collection. But the money will be transferred into Gaeon's account, which is managed by the government, so they will have to deal with the situation. Upon hearing this, our guy is astounded as he enjoys the auction while eating popcorn, wondering how much the relic will be sold for. Meanwhile, the bid increases up to $100 million. But the spotlight is stolen when Steven bids $1 billion as he walks down the stairs, and this gets even crazier when the big guy even agrees to bid $10 billion. Hearing the bid, the host is left slack-jawed. Meanwhile, the bidders mourn over their fate. As the host confirms if someone would like to make a higher bid, Sung Jae looks at his boss with desperate eyes, begging him to do something. While no one offers a higher bid, and the holy relic is sold for $1 billion to Leo. The workers outside have a conversation about an item being sold for $1 billion, as they criticize the people for being carefree with the money and spending it like it's someone's pocket money. This is the kind of money these workers can never even imagine to have. Hating the system, the guy wishes that someone would destroy this place, and as soon as he says this, they see a calamity appear on top of them. Inside the auction hall, everyone cheers on Steven as he announces that with this relic, he'll take another step forward. Suddenly, the auction is disrupted by a calamity, as its purpose is to take Gaeon's relic, but the bulky guy would never just give it up so easily, and is glad that there's a calamity, the perfect chance to test out the power of his new weapon. It is revealed that the magic tower in the teleport zone is collapsing. The people are concerned that if the remains hit the ground, this entire floating building will fall. All the mages and disciples unite to stop the scattering pieces from reaching the ground. But when they see it's not helping and that the skyscraper's rubble is too gigantic to destroy, they spiral into panic. That's when Archer Hugo enters the scene, and using his Zodiac Apollo's wrath, he destroys it in one blow, and everyone gets to know that the Archer Saint is here. While people thank him, Hugo curses Steven when suddenly another calamity bursts out and attacks people. Just as Taiksu is about to attack the calamity form before, the dragon enters. Hugo is attacked by 2 calamities at a time, and as he's about to be eaten by it, Jian comes in to save him and tells him to get his shit together. Our guy gets furious over the fact that Taiksu is supposed to be a battle saint, so how can he be worse at fighting than him, making him sulk. While Taiksu speaks in his defense and says he's trying his best, our fellow reminds him that he was almost chewed up like a freaking gum. Their attention is diverted when they hear a sound, only to find Steven Marker coming towards them furiously, asking if they're trying to destroy his new weapons test subject. Meanwhile, the guys stay unfazed, standing exactly where they are, wondering what got the big guy. At that moment, stupid Steven uses his divine skill and traps them in the indestructible thunderstorm. As he's done setting the stage up, Leo decides to test out the power of a big bone on the dragon, while the people cheer for him, claiming that he's stronger than Jian Li. Walking down the path pretty confidently, Steven decides to make the calamity pay for running wild and attacks his head with a bone. But what happens next stops the show as Leo strikes the most powerful bone on the dragon, but nothing happens. Baffled, the big guy tries infusing his skill, but even after that, it doesn't do proper damage and gets whacked by the calamity. Steven then wonders why the fuck Jian's weapon isn't working. Jian, along with Taiksu, tries to find a way out, but Hugo claims that divine skills aren't easy to break, and this makes both of them mad over that stupid Leo who used his divine skill on them. Having no choice, they decide to deal with the calamity inside first, as it's controlling to protect themselves and putting them at the front. In order to protect the citizens, Li Jian decides to do this head-on without a plan, making Hugo freak out as he tries to stop him. Just then, one of the hostages attacks Jian, but he simply grabs him by his head and knocks that affected guy while Taiksu is shocked, as this is something he can't do. Our guy then takes this moment to insult Taiksu, saying that he was going to take care of them all by himself, and that he can't expect a weakling to help him while Hugo gets pissed, and wasn't expecting good words coming out of his damn mouth either. Taiksu decides to cover Lee while our guy is all hyped up and finds out that his friend still has some fight left in him. With that, our guy suggests pairing up like the old times. Our guy decides not to waste time and just get this over with, while Hugo covers him from the back. With that, our fella jumps into the middle of the controlled people, and as he gets rid of some, the calamity aims to kill people. As Lee is about to counteract, Hugo shoots it, which makes Lee compliment him. Running towards the calamity, Taiksu tells it to stop wasting energy and fuck off. With a single blow, he kills it, and Hugo is glad it ended quickly. Jian informs him that the people controlled by the calamity will wake up and recover soon. Notifications bombard Lee as his stats increase and he gains a new skill, Suicidal Instinct, which can only be used once divinity is accumulated to a certain level. He decides to try it out and accepts it. Meanwhile, Steven struggles with the bone, wondering why it isn't working and thinks maybe he can't draw out its true power, or he's weaker than Lee. The people freak out seeing him backed into a corner, but their attention shifts when they see Jian breaking Steven's divine skill, which is impossible. Steven is shocked since no one can break out of his skill. As Jian does, the calamity senses danger from him, and when it's attacked, it's confused how a human holds this much power. The calamity senses that he isn't a normal human. In seconds, our guy annihilates the calamity, and Steven, analyzing the situation, senses that only one person could do this, and that is Li Jian. Our guy turns to Steven and calls him a bastard for exploiting his name for fame. The furious Leo attacks our guy with the big bone, refusing to believe he's Jian. But our guy grabs the big bone, crushes it with his bare hands, and tells Steven to have fun swinging it around, revealing it's just a dog bone. Traumatized, Steven loses it seeing his $1 billion bone shattered to pieces. Being a jerk, our guy thinks it's only fair to return the favor and punches him violently. Steven flies back. Meanwhile, the Saintess wakes up, tied to a chair, lying on the floor, complaining that her head hurts. Jian yells that he'll see that Leo bastard later if he's alive since he made him fall from a great height. While Hugo freaks out, our guy tells him not to worry since the bulky guy has a tough body and will be fine. Asking Hugo if he has rescued the people from the barrier safely, Hugo informs Jian that everyone's relieved and happy. Just then, our fella takes out his piggy bank and instructs Taiksu to clean everything before they leave as he's slave number 1. Jian tells his buddy he's here with someone, so they have to take him back, which makes Hugo wonder if that's the guy he borrowed the phone from. Things take a surprising turn when our guy reveals that guy's name to be Sung Jae, and Taiksu loses his mind, wondering if he heard it wrong. But to clarify it, Jian enunciates that it's Sung Jae from Gemini, and that his magic power could make him a commander. He's young but smart, so he's sure he's useful. Hate to admit that it's his son this bastard is talking about. Hugo grabs his head out of frustration, realizing Lee is associated with his troublemaker son. Jian read the look on his face when Taiksu had an emotional breakdown, presuming that he tried so hard to keep his kids away because they're Jian Lee's die-hard fans, and if they find out he's alive, his family's ruined for sure. Just then, Lee decides to call the Gemini commander who can teleport and bring him here. but Hugo tries to stop him, saying Gemini hates him and it's pointless. This triggers a flashback for Jian of Sungjae storming out at the auction. Hugo adds fuel to the fire, saying it's obvious the Gemini guys hate him. Successfully manipulating our guy, Hugo convinces Gaeon that despite taking care of Sungjae, being a Gemini, it makes sense he'd hate him. Hugo hits his shoulder and tells him not to mind those idiots, not realizing his son is standing behind them. Hearing Sung's voice, they turn around. Freaked out, Sung demands an explanation, and his dad is done for, wondering if he was already on the call. But Sungjae, who's got no chill, yells for answers. Taeksu reassures his son that he'll explain, but suddenly something from the calamity attacks Gaeon. His creation clay lime swallows it, leaving both father and son in disbelief. Jian Li shakes the slime, telling it to spit the junk out. While Hugo checks if the substance came from the calamity's remains, as it can be dangerous, Sung recognizes the slime from history books about Jian Li's holy relics. That means all the skills and power he's seen match. He excitedly asks our boy if he's actually Jian Li. Meanwhile, poor Hugo is hit with bitter reality as the three of them shout, one in joy, one in sadness, and one in frustration. The next scene takes us to the USA, Leo's sect headquarters. In the executive meeting room, Commander Oliver says their chief Steven hasn't returned since disappearing yesterday, suggesting they request help from Geminis to track him since they're good at it. The disciple then reminds the commander that he fought with Gemini in episode 12 and doubts they'll help. Just then, the rumors were disclosed about their chief leader Stephen Marker, who was sent flying by Jian Li. But Commander Oliver isn't shocked as he believes that Jian Li once lost to their chief. Everyone knows their chief is the strongest of all saints. Their conversation is interrupted by a ringtone that screams love for Li Jian, and it appears to be Vice Chief Yuha's phone who apologizes, saying she left her manners at home. The commander lectures her, saying this is a serious meeting to find the chief. Yuha wonders why they need to find Steven, insulting her chief that he can't take a few blows and is certain that big guy is fine. The commander reminds Yuha that she's vice chief and one of the 10 stars, so she should take the lead. But Yuha is busy checking her brother's messages, blabbing about his amazing uncle and that he's at dad's right now. Curious, Yuha decides to head home, leaving the meeting like a boss while the commander loses it, shouting, "This is supposed to be a meeting." The scene then flips to Aquarius Holy Sanctuary, Sophie Marty's residence, where the reporters bombard the saint with questions about the drachma incident and Jian Li. Her manager apologizes, saying she can't answer now and will hold a public interview later. He asks them to leave. Meanwhile, the saintess curses Jian, saying the mess he made is beyond limits. As she leaves, her bodyguards clear the way while people murmur she was kidnapped and released. Strangely, Sophie's necklace glows while people speculate it's a terrorist attack. It's actually a message, to reveal the truth about what happened to Li Jian 20 years ago. Bawling her eyes out, Marty is thrown into panic as she's in a tough spot. If she spills the truth, the other saints will kill her. If she doesn't, Li won't spare her. We get to know that our guy set a trap, while Sophie was knocked out and put on a necklace that won't come off. That's like a ticking time bomb. She blames Li for everything. Meanwhile, our guy wonders if he should eat ramen. The news reports that Sophie Marty hasn't made a statement and refuses to leave her residence. A massive wave of change is expected due to the events of the drachma incident. A man watching the news mutters that he doesn't like where this is going. The scene takes us to Hugo's house, where Taeksu is trying out a new bow Jian made him, and thinks it's perfect, better than the bow that old goat gave him. Meanwhile, our guy keeps hitting the bullseye and Taeksu tells him to stop being a perfectionist. Our guy strikes an inferiority complex in the archer as he's striking the arrows with a blindfold. Freaking out, Taeksu learns about his evil plan to insult him on purpose while our guy lets out a sneaky laugh, saying all of this is for the joy of making fun of him. Just then, Sungjae brings iced water for his uncle Gaeon, making Taeksu burn with jealousy. Dashing towards his son, Hugo innocently asks Sung about his iced water, but Sung coldly tells his father to get it from the fridge, making his father squirm like an octopus. But our guy is enjoying this injustice. Just then, Gaeon checks out his ability states that increased during the fight in Drachma, and shortly gets notified the Serpent Bearer's holy sanctuary, Ophiuchus, has been created, and the space is small since the sanctuary's level is low. He then gets to know the holy sanctuary is an exclusive territory, a power that can only be maintained and used by the Serpent Bearer. In addition, by taking in a human familiar, the holy sanctuary's power can be strengthened. While Li ponders about that, Sung interrupts him and suggests that it's time to leave so they should head out together. Quit being dramatic ass. Taeksu asks Jian if he has plans, and our guy nods, saying that he has a lot of people to meet today. The scene then switches to a restaurant, where Choi, the Gemini's divine cadre captain, bribes Jian Li with a tray full of drumsticks, which he totally can't resist. With a ray of hope, Choi asks Jian if he's gonna join Gemini, and our guy realizes that he's quite persistent while munching on his chicken leg. As the waitress freaks out to see glutton Jian, Choi expresses that recruiting great talent like him is more important than anything, and reminds Lee not to bury the fact that he spent billions of dollars of Gemini's money at the auction. While our guy tried his best to ignore this fact, he presumes how annoying all the other saints were, but this thing with Gemini turned out well. Our guy then reckons that he's beaten the crap out of Big Guy Steven, Pest Sophie, and Fatas Wang, so next up is the Gemini Saint, that trash purple witch. Our guy agrees to join the Gemini sect, but on one condition. He requests Choi to give him the badge he's wearing. Suddenly, Sung-Yuk's guard lashes out at Gaeon for daring to eye on the badge since it was given to the commander by the saint herself. Munching, our guy suggests that kids should butt out of the conversation since the adults are talking. Being a smartass, our guy corroborates with the divine cadre captain if he's going to get the perks and benefits of the Gemini sect from the badge, stating that he can only trust Choi if he hands him the badge. Manipulating Choi, our guy tries to convince him to at least do that much for a great talent, while the commander asks for a moment to think. The guards try their best to protect that badge while Jian rushes his decision, saying that he has to be somewhere so he better hurry. Jian then taps Sung Jae's message who's waiting for him somewhere. Sitting in the popular gelato shop, Sung hopes Uncle Lee likes it here and springs with joy at the thought of how his sister is going to react when she sees Jian. Smiling, Sung decides to ask his uncle to sign the dagger he gave him. Suddenly, someone makes that dagger fall off from his hands and scoffs at Sung Jae, saying it's dangerous to play with a knife. It turns out to be a blonde guy who bullies Sung Jae and snatches his dagger. That guy turns out to be Siwoo Yoon, the Gemini disciple rank A. Bumping into trouble, Sung asks what the hell he's doing here and Siwoo teaches him some manners to talk with his seniors, adding that they're regulars at this cafe. Gritting his teeth, Sung is infuriated as Siwoo always targets him just because he's a bit older and regrets coming to this cafe. While Sung Jae really wants to beat that blondie's ass so he wouldn't approach him, he stops as he gets reminded this asshole is Libra's son so he can't fight back. Plus, this brat Siwoo is showing off on purpose because he knows that. Yelling, Sung threatens him to give that dagger back as it's very precious to him, but then Siwoo's underlings grab him, causing quite the ruckus. Sung, being held down by Siwoo's pals, asks him if he wishes to fight him, and Siwoo lets out that he's tied down so all he can do is bark, and not bite. Expressing his great curiosity, Siwoo provokes him and asks him why he's making such a fuss about this dagger, blabbing that it is something his hero Gaeon made, or a memento of his dead mom. As soon as he utters that bullshit, Sung Jae bursts into anger and calls him a fucker. As Sung Jae reacts vigorously, suddenly, the holy relic, the dagger, reacts to the owner in danger, activating a random skill. Something jolts through that dagger as it flashes a radiant light. Suddenly, someone smacks the bratty-ass Siwoo's face and it turns out to be Jian Lee who emerges from that holy relic. While Siwoo bawls his eyes out after getting hit on the nose, Sung Jae cries out of joy to see Uncle Jian. Our boy scratches his head as he gets hurt and Sung asks him how he got here. Jian then assumes that the one-use summoning he put in the dagger suddenly activated while he was in the fried chicken place. Watching that dagger, our guy peeks at the guys around him, asking Sung Jae if he was in danger from them. Our guy loses his cool as he learns those guys laid a finger on his nephew and cracks his finger, ready to kick their ass. Scared, those guys don't recall Sung Jae's uncle being a thug, while our boy grins and makes sure they remember what happens when they dare to touch what's his. Jian's evil grin sends shivers down their spine and they realize they're fucked up. The scene then cuts back to when Jian Lee was just living his best life, munching on some crispy chicken. The official is ready to hand over the badge our boy deserves, under the stipulation that he must join right away. Internally, this glass nerd thinks the trade-off is worth it. Once Jian Lee is dragged into signing the contract, the bastard is planning to sneak in terms and conditions that would work against our boy and help him snatch the badge back. For now, though, he hands over the badge he possesses to our boy. With that settled, the nerd signals his lackeys to bring out the contract papers. But before they can get Jian under their thumb, my guy teleports away, leaving those fools at a loss. Not only did they lose the badge, but they're also stuck paying the bill for the chicken my guy devoured. Inside the cafe, our fella beats the living daylights out of the guys ganging up on Sung Jae. Lee smacks Siwoo Yoon across the face, while Yoon attempts to scare him, saying he's Gemini's A-rank disciple and the billionaire Libra's saint. This bullshit doesn't stop our guy as he keeps walloping the blondie. Yoon can't even get his words out as his face is bruised from the smacks. Lee cracks his fingers and tells Yoon to get up, saying that he just got started and asks that shit-face what he's been mumbling. Getting beaten to a pulp, Yoon panics as his defense fails. Yoon gets furious as he sees Lee acting so cocky. He unleashes blue flames and creates Phalaris's bull to attack. Panic spreads when people see Yoon using magic in a safe zone as everyone runs. Yoon scoffs, thinking Lee got what he deserved, unaware of who he's messing with. But Gaeon brings out the big guns, mocking Yoon's skill for being too weak to light a candle. Our boy takes control of the magic and absorbs data from the Phalaris bull. While Siwoo freaks out, realizing Lee is a mage, our guy confesses he's a blacksmith and creates a relic with the data. The stone in his hand glows, and Gaon decides to teach him to use fire properly. Our guy uses Yoon's skill, the Phalaris bull, burning the man's heart. That's when a massive blue blaze erupts, destroying everything and flinging Yoon like an insect, even ripping his pants. Yoon lies on the ground with his blue panties showing. Our guy warns him not to mess with Sungjae again or he'll burn him. Jian gives a quirky wink and tells Sungjae not to hold back with jerks like them, assuring him that he's got his back. Sung stares at his uncle like a puppy. Moments later, a girl barges in, calling for Sungjae. Seeing the mess, she wonders what happened. Sung excitedly spills that he is finally here. That girl turns out to be Sungjae's sister, Yuha. Sung introduces her to the hero of the video clip they rewatched countless times, Jian Lee. As memories replay, Yuha sees the uncanny resemblance and pinches herself, stunned. Lost in Jian's beauty, she can't take her eyes off him as he's hot. She remembers he used to be scared and feared from fighting in the tower for 20 years, but now he's even more good-looking. Despite his dashing appearance, she smiles, glad that he's back, safe and sound. Sungjae interrupts her thoughts, saying they can hear everything she's thinking. Lee greets her and instantly recognizes her as Hugo's daughter, Cheon Yuha. She bows and thanks him for taking care of Sung. Lee tells her to relax and drop the formalities since Hugo's daughter is like a niece to him. While Yuha gets teary-eyed, Sungjae thinks she's crying from happiness. Nervous, Yuha asks Lee for a favor. He tells her to go ahead, wondering if she's asking for a sign. Just as she speaks, a calamity bursts out of the ground. Yuha looks done as the perfect moment got ruined. Unleashing her weapon, she faces the calamity and confesses that she'll propose to Lee once she's done. As she dashes toward the monster, Jian is baffled and asks Sung what she said. Sung justifies that his sister switched to battle mode because Jian's here, but our guy is low-key freaking out at the word propose. The situation worsens. An announcement warns civilians to evacuate. More calamities erupt across the city. Meanwhile, Yuha fights fiercely to clear them out fast. Slashing her spear, she urges herself to finish this and propose to Jian. But the monsters keep coming, making Yuha realize that she won't finish anytime soon. She plans to wipe them all at once. Swirling her spear, the red energy surges and Yuha warns the monster not to block her proposal. She swings and activates Lotus Spark, ripping the monsters apart as red energy engulfs the horizon. Watching her fight, Lee is proud as she's even better than Hugo. Yuha waves at Jian, but a monster emerges behind her and our guy flinches, pushing her aside immediately. To his surprise, the Calamity talks to Jian as it's amazed by how he dodged the attack. Stretching the rope, the Calamity desires to make Lee Jian, the serpent bearer, its pet, and the Calamity's lizard, drips lava. Lee wonders why everyone's playing with fire and warns the Calamity it'll piss itself. But then our guy finds that lizard a great treasure, presuming that he needs a blast furnace for holy relics. Grinning, Jian decides to make the Calamity his personal gas burner. The Calamity smirks, thinking he's worth disciplining. What they don't know is that our guy's a walking disaster. Wherever he goes, calamities follow. Yuha deduces they're cryptid calamities that must be stopped. Lee interrupts, asking if she plans to handle them alone. Our guy then tells the siblings to leave this monster to him and help evacuate people, trusting their strength. Yuha and Sungjae are pumped and follow his orders. While the siblings brace themselves, Lee gets the party started. Soon, Jian and the Calamity clash one-on-one. The monster strikes its whip, but Lee evades easily. The Calamity mocks him and then restrains him in its rope. Laughing, it smashes our guy to the ground, but Lee lands unscathed. Lee breaks the rope and asks her if this is all she got. The monster signals the lizard inferno to roar when a massive explosion follows. Sung helps evacuate and tells Yuha they're done, but she stares at the distant fire, worried because Lee is fighting a high-class cryptid, maybe red class or worse. She wonders if he's still recovering from the demon tower. Deciding to help, she leaps away. Sungjae reminds her not to interfere, but Yuha insists he hide and promises to return. The Inferno monster thinks she got carried away as it didn't mean to turn him to ash, but her fantasy shatters when she hears our guy sneering at her futile attempts. Eyes blazing with a zest, our guy is stupefied by the lizard's blaze as that's how it should be, mocking that brat Siwoo's flame that was lukewarm. With a grin of malice, Lee chooses the Inferno lizard monster as his smelting furnace while the monster stiffens in panic. That's when our guy summons his crafting hammer. The system asks him to choose a target and points at the Calamity. The monster can't comprehend, but she won't let it happen. As she launches a blazing attack, Yuha ambushes with Thunderclap and stabs her spear into the monster's neck. The monster grabs it and hurls Yuha away. Screaming, Yuha crashes through walls and the monster commands its lizard to devour her. As the lizard charges with its lava dripping, Lee grabs it like a basketball and smashes it into the ground. The monster's eyes wide, witnessing that our guy threw the Inferno lizard barehanded. Lee glares at the Calamity with his chilled glare like a death's whisper and a serpent appears behind him. Our guy warns the Calamity not to touch Yuha again, or she's dead. Locked into Ophiuchus's eyes, the monster panics, foreseeing death. She spirals out of control, can't accept being beaten by a human. The calamity then powers up and Yuha gets blown back by the surge. The monster regrets she can't train Lee as a pet anymore, but now he's her enemy. She transforms into a red-class, imaginary-type calamity with inferno wings. She vows to burn Lee and the area in one blow. Activating Smash Hellbound, she dashes toward Lee with deadly force. Being a constellation himself, our guy stops her fiery punch with ease. Flash and fury light the sky as the city seems to be engulfed in flames. Yuha screams his name, but our guy appears to be fine as he's wearing fireproof vinyl gloves enhanced with inferno wings. Yes, a plastic glove stopped a city-burning fire. The monster is stunned. Lee grins, activates super regeneration, and says she'll fuel his furnace forever. The Wings of Inferno calls this humiliation, while our guy laughs hysterically and asks if she's looking down on this plastic glove which is the best for eating spicy chicken. The system notifies Jian that the Wings of Inferno can't be taken in as Ophiuchus familiar, because the negative energy is too strong, so purification is necessary. Knowing what this means, Lee raises his hand as it's the perfect time for a purifying punch. Our guy doesn't just throw punches, he pummels the Wings of the Inferno into the ground and even scares the hell out of the Lizard Inferno as it watches in the corner. As the punches keep coming, relentless, merciless, the monster gets knocked but not getting purified. To his surprise, the system informs him that the target has died, hence it can't be purified. Our guy is shocked that Calamity couldn't even handle that, and now that she's dead, Lee turns back to Lizard Inferno and decides to use it as the gas burner is broken. Freaking out, the Lizard Inferno makes a wise decision and surrenders to become Ophiuchus's prisoner. Lee then asks the lizard which name it wants, and the monster chooses the torch. After that, Yuha and Sungjae come running to him, and our guy is glad to see that they're okay. Yuha cuts to the chase and bluntly confesses that she has something important to tell him. Freaking out, our guy recalls the thing about the proposal as Yuha is his literal niece. As our guy decides to clarify things, Yuha corroborates with him if he sacrificed himself at the Demon Tower. She then divulges that she always had doubts when all the saints declared that Li Jian sacrificed himself for the sake of humanity, but it was strange how only he, the strongest of saints, had to die in a fight against the Red Eye known to destroy mankind. She further mentions that no investigation could be made, and there was no evidence, so she could only keep her suspicions to herself. Clenching her fist, Yuha is certain after witnessing Li's strength today, it's evident that he never sacrificed himself, but had fallen prey to someone else's evil scheme. Jian pauses for a moment and smiles, saying that she really is Taeksu's daughter. Our guy concedes that 20 years ago he was betrayed in the Demon Tower by one of the 12 saints that joined him to defeat the Red Eye. As soon as the kids hear this, they gasp with disbelief as it doesn't make any sense since the saints were supposed to save the world along with Jian. Sungjae questions how they could do that to him, as Li was everyone's hope and the greatest hero. Our guy points out the very reason why he was backstabbed. It was always the unmatched power our guy had that made the saints feel inferior to him, and the fact that he was able to defeat the Red Eye all by himself that they wanted to kill him. After the Calamity's boss died, all that was left for the saints was to rule the world, and the one who got in their way was him. But our guy isn't so sure about this as it's just a hunch. Sungjae is heartbroken when he feels that all these times, his uncle has been trapped in that tower alone, and on top of that, the other saints stole everything from him when it was Li who saved humanity. A wave of grief washes over the siblings as tears stream down their faces. Smiling, our guy thanks them, and lets out that they don't need to shed a tear for him because he's going to make the saints pay back 1,000,000-fold. Lee pulls out his phone and reads the current news about Sophie Marty's sudden arrival in Korea to hold a press conference. The scene then takes us to the place where the press conference is being held. The room pulses with anticipation as the reporter's mind spirals with wonder that what the saintess could be revealing from 20 years ago. One of the journalists speculates that it might be related to the rumors about Li Jian's return, and believes the saintess is going to reveal something groundbreaking. Moments later, Pest Sophie appears on the stage and screams inside as she's fucked up. She thinks of making a run for it, but she's bound by Li Jian's relic that's wrapped around her neck, supposing it could be a bomb. In her imagination, Li uses her like a puppet as he pulls his string and makes her reveal the truth. Not sure about the other saints, Sophie knows for sure that if she doesn't follow what Li Jian says, he will kill her, so she decides to save her ass. Taking a deep breath, she finally begins the conference and reveals the truth of the incident from 20 years ago, which she's sure they all have been expecting. As Marty opens up about the Demon Tower case that occurred 2 decades ago, a wave of chaos ripples as the reporters recall that case was the fight against the Red Eye. They believe that 12 saints successfully cleared the raid, which became the reason why they were able to be praised as heroes to this day. Nervous, the saintess mumbles the truth about that day, confessing that the real hero who defeated the Red Eye was Li Jian. Silence falls over the room as the reporters don't realize what Sophie has just said. Moments later, the realization sets in and the reporters are thrown into a frenzy, bombarding Sophie with questions. Well, it isn't surprising that she dropped a bombshell that the world wasn't ready for. The reporters get berserk and ask if the saints have been lying for the past 20 years. This turns the world of media upside down when they speculate that Li Jian is still alive. Meanwhile, the saintess doesn't have the strength to say much more. Suddenly, someone with dark energy creeps up from behind, announcing that it's impossible. It turns out to be Dark Cancer Saint, Jean-Louis Morin. The evil cancer guy states the saintess looks rather pale, concluding that she's not well enough to continue the conference. That freak cancer guy scares the shit out of Sophie as he grins evilly. Well, from the looks of it, this cancer dude is already in the last stage of cancer. The tensions rise between the two when the saintess, scared as fuck, tries to reason with him that it's not what he thinks. Louis Morin closes the mic, whispering in her ear to shut the fuck up. Filling her with dread, he asks her what the fuck she was about to say with the mic on. Scaring the crap out of her, Louis threatens her to understand her position and thinks that she should have just continued to enjoy getting special treatment, asking what the fuck is her problem to stir up things like this. Jean warns her to stay quiet in front of everyone if she doesn't want to get her mouth ripped off while poor Sophie trembles with fear. Jean opens the mic and apologizes to the audience, confessing that the saintess had no choice but to give a false statement due to blackmail. Smirking, he tells the audience to rest assured as he will safely escort Sophie Marty out. As the reporters are left on the edge, the cancer saint apologizes for gathering people at the conference and ends it. The reporter musters up the courage and asks him what about the story regarding Li Jian if the conference ends. Suddenly, the dark aura clouds that reporter, giving him a sinking feeling while Moraine makes it clear that Li Jian died in the tower 20 years ago. Being a psycho, this cancer guy infers that if Jian was alive, he would have revealed himself by now, and the fact that he hasn't yet. The reporter then asks Moraine who's been threatening the saintess. As the reporters spiral out of control as they come at him, Moraine calls them fucking insects who should know their place. Things take a 360-degree turn, and Li Jian makes an iconic appearance as he lands an iconic dropkick on the cancer dude, saying that it looks like he's about to slice up the reporters. Meanwhile, the saintess is freaking out as she's screwed now that Jian's here. Arriving with the lizard inferno's tail in his hand, Li feels nice after meeting rotten crab meat, referring to Jean-Louis. Charging at him with the big-ass lizard tail, our guy notices that the scrunched-up mug hasn't changed one bit and gives him a gift as he smashes Jean with the tail. Sophie is left disoriented as she realizes it's a freaking tail. Poor Torch whimpers in the corner, sobbing as he's the serpent-bearer's prisoner, disarmed Torch, and Sung Jae looks after it. Our guy asks Jean how dare he end the conference without his permission while that cancer dude is knocked out as he's smashed under the crumble. Strangely, Jean's clone emerges from behind like a ghost and recognizes that it's the lizard inferno's tail. Jean learns that it was actually our fella who defeated the inferno lizard. Lee calls him a fucking bastard and asks him to stop making clones of himself. Moraine is surprised that our guy was able to recognize his division skill in that one moment, making him curious who he is. That's when our guy proudly reveals himself to be Li Jian. Laughing their asses off, the reports couldn't bring themselves to believe as there was no way that Jian was so young and good-looking. Snickering, Jean-Louis Morin admits that our boy has some skills, but he supposes Li has lost touch with reality, suggesting that he should have chosen someone more believable to impersonate. But his laugh disappears when our guy smacks him with the tail again and swirls that lizard tail with his bare hands to bring Moraine to his senses with some good beating. Witnessing this, the reporters are slack-jawed. Being quirky, our guy asks the audience what the hell they are just staring at him for and leaps towards them to hit them with the tail. The reporters run for their lives as a psycho is after them. During the chaos, Saintess Sophie takes this chance to run away, but she fucked up when Lee stands above her, catching her red-handed. Smirking, he asks Pest Sophie where she's going as she needs to finish spilling the truth. Our guy announces how the Saints shit their pants and ran away after seeing the red eye for 20 years. All of them use Jian's name to steal everything. He then gives some colorful remarks about Sophie, saying no matter how much she changed her face with plastic surgery, it can't fix that scum personality of hers. Our guy insists on spilling everything about the past. As our boy pokes her head, Sophie calls him a fucking psycho as he's already saying everything with that damn mouth of his. Suddenly, a loud rumble disrupts their focus, and the system warns Lee about the danger of a threatening energy of a dark constellation approaching them. Just then, a dark energy overtakes the place, and everything starts to disappear, while Sohipi screams that the people have been sucked in and gone. On a serious note, Moraine summons a constellation that exudes such ominous and deadly energy. Jean snickers and gets convinced that it's really Li Jian. It doesn't matter to him how our guy managed to survive that tower, sarcastically asking Jian if he should throw a little returning party for him. The scene then takes us to Hugo's residence, where Taeksu is home alone and decides to have ramen for dinner since Yuha, Sung Jae, and Gaeon aren't here. Taixu stumbles upon the news about Sophie Marty's press conference, which has become a complete mess. However, the worst is yet to come when he pauses for a moment after he hears that a man claiming himself to be Li Jian has gone rampant in the middle of the interview, engaged in an intense fight with the Dark Cancer Saint. Staggered after the realization, poor Taixu spills his noodles, shocked as fuck. On the other hand, the Cancer Saint is causing quite the ruckus as he's mindlessly attacking Li Jian while the reporters run for their lives. Evading, our guy tells Jean his dumb attacks are useless, but the Cancer Saint launches the black flare of magic, certain that he's got him this time. As the searing pulse of black energy tears through the air and is about to strike Li down, his dagger holds back the black shadows. While the reporters clap for him for pulling such an iconic move, our guy leaps through the black energy. Jian dashes towards the Cancer Saint while Jean creates the swirls of dark orbs. As the dark aura lingers, Jean-Louis sneers at Li, asking if he was only practicing acrobatics for the past 20 years. The Cancer Bastard strikes an attack, and our guy evades each blow like it's a breeze, scoffing and asking Moraine if this is all he's got. Just like that, our boy slashes his knife through Jean and slits him into pieces. However, that bastard's head disappears again, which makes Li pissed off as he asks him if he only practiced making clones for 20 years. Another Jean's clone emerges from behind and he takes that as a compliment. Suddenly black energy swirls like a tornado, and as it consumes all the things inside, it also affects all the people around as that energy seeps inside everyone's throats and eyes. Li then calls Jean a freaking psycho and asks if he's going to clear up the mess later on. The Cancer Saint simply concludes that he must use this chance to get rid of Li to the best of his ability. While Jean seems to return with an upgrade, suddenly, a spark of anger ignites Li when he asks Jean if he is the one who backstabbed him in the tower. Just then, multiple clones start to form, and Jean curiously asks him if he's been hung up on looking for a culprit all this time. Jean is amused that a great hero like Jian who saved the world would hold such a grudge, sneering that he'd easily be mistaken for a street thug than a saint. Calling it shit, our guy admits that Jean sure can talk but mocks Jean-Louis as it sounds rich coming from a coward who's fighting behind his clones. Just then, Jean-Louis Morin reveals that they're not just any clones, they're made from gathering the life force of all the journalists here. The Cancer Bastard makes it tough for Li, mentioning that if he recklessly harms a clone, then the life forces will disperse and there'll be no guarantee what will happen to their lives. Grinning, Li Jian has to admit that his foul and gross clone skill really matches his ugly personality. With a clone army of countless Jean, he takes those as Jian's last words. With that, those clones converge a swarm of shadows, eyes locked in on their lone target. But even the shadows are freaked out when they witness a big-ass tail instead of Jian. As the Saint Jean wonders how it even got here, our guy reveals that it's a new skill that he got at Drachma, known as Get Him in My Place. This skill can help Li summon a target of his choice to take his place as a shield for the Serpent Bearer. As crazy as this skill sounds, Li strikes a punch at the clone like a bang, and being the smartass he is, our boy recognizes that it's a high-level clone that's part of the real Jean-Louis. Planning to hack that clone, our guy infers that all the other trash clones will be taken care of, leaving Moraine as his secret gets exposed. Just like that, Jian uses his 13th sense to detect the opponent's vital points and responds to Jean that he already knows his skills are foul and gross, so he'd be stupid if he did not notice how his rotten core was oozing filth. Hitting the jackpot, our guy grabs the clone's core while that high-level clone and Jean shrieks in disbelief as no has ever been able to find the core, even with the Gemini's perception skill. Well, they don't know our guy has the iconic 13th sense. With that, Li Jian rips out of that core fragment and a huge crack occurs in the Dark Cancer's power. This even scares the constellation away as it dissipates, and our guy can now absorb the Cancer's energy. After destroying the core, the souls that Jean gathered return, and all the journalists, including Saintess Sophie, regain consciousness. Tore apart, Jean asks Li just what exactly happened to him in the tower for him to sense the power of God in him. Our guy is amazed that this dude can still talk after all that beating and assures the Cancer guy that he's going to put the core to good use. Suddenly, Moraine grins and mumbles that he'll retreat for now since he still has a card left up his sleeve. His body begins dissipating and warns Li that he'll have quite trouble with it. Well, our guy is not surprised as Jean is not the guy to back off this easily. Just then, Li gets a call from Sagittarius, and as soon he picks up the call, Taixu lashes at him, calling him a crazy bastard. Taixu puts the scolding to pending and warns him to get out of there as fast as he can, unraveling that he has just destroyed Jean's high-level clone, which means a missile is on his way right now. Well, it looks like this Cancer dude is from North Korea, such a weenie for literally throwing a freaking bomb. The scene then takes us into space, where that satellite releases a missile that would wipe out the whole city. It is then revealed to us that it's a missile Mormont. After Li Jian's disappearance, Gemini and Capricorn joined forces to create a special missile that could decisively eradicate large calamities. In case a calamity that humanity couldn't handle were to ever appear, This Mormont was mankind's last card to use an orbital strike to completely destroy the Calamity, along with the surrounding vicinity. While Lee Gion gets to know all this from Taeksu, it sounds flashy yet useless to our guy. Taeksu frantically tells Lee that Jean-Louis set the missile so that if his life signals are cut off, the missile will automatically go off as well. Well, it does make sense to Lee since a high-level clone is considered the same as a real one. But our guy thinks running away won't solve the problem given that it's going to blow up a few cities like this one in an instant, and this makes Taeksu ask him if there's no plan after all. At that moment, Lee glances at Sophie Marty with a plot in mind and assures Taeksu that he has a plan. Sophie peeks at Lee, unaware of what that psycho bastard is planning. On the contrary, there's an announcement about the Mormont missile heading into the city and warns all the citizens to evacuate to the nearest shelters. The missile plummets from the sky and dread takes flight in trembling hearts. The people wonder why a weapon against calamities is heading in the center of Seoul, and they start running for their lives with all the teleportation skills sold out. While Yuha and Sungjae are baffled as to what's going on, suddenly another bomb hurtles down, but this time it's our boy Jeon Lee. Grabbing Sophie Marty, he leaps towards the missile while the poor saint is screaming for her life. With a Gemini's saint badge in his mouth, Lee uses the commander's authority to activate the teleportation and flight skills, making them teleport in front of the missile. Soaring like a broken Iron Man with no suit, our guy scoops up the saintess like she's a holy airbag. Teleporting in front of the blazing missile that's plummeting their way, our guy reminds Pest Sophie who said she'd do anything if she puts her mind to it, asking her to do the same with the missile. Screaming, she mumbles how she could possibly do it and asks if he's telling her to headbutt that freaking missile. Well, this has to be done as Lee can't risk his life and everyone down there, so it can't be helped. Our guy grabs Sophie's arms and lets out that she's been slacking off for the past 20 years, so she better earn on her keep. The poor girl is crying for her life and warns Lee not to throw her, calling him a fucking psycho. Lee, being an absolute badass, flings her like a miracle shot while Sophie bawls her eyes out, calling Jeon a motherfucker. After the pest gets yeeted into the missile, she immediately summons the god of Aquarius, who's devastated by the situation at hand. Even the god of Aquarius can't help but throw endless curses at Lee as she exclaims that he's crazy. But the saintess tells her to quit the curses for now, and the god of Aquarius activates all the buffs she has to save her saint. As Sophie Marty screams as the sight scares the shit out of her, that's when a big droplet appears. It turns out to be God's divine skill, Tear of Goddess, and a large splash of water streams out of the divine artifact that clashes with the missile, oozing blazing flares. The fire loses its fight as it surrenders under the weight of water. Relief washes over Sophie as she finally did it, but she realizes she can't float in midair anymore. While Sophie freefalls and asks Lee if he's not going to catch her, our guy waves her goodbye, assuming she'd be fine with all those buffs. But the trouble is still not over yet. Our guy appreciates that the pest did better than he thought at dealing with the missile, but the work's a little sloppy as things aren't going to be pretty with all this debris falling on the city. Meanwhile, on the ground, mayhem unfolds when citizens witness all the remaining pieces descending on them. That's when it occurs to Lee that this missile was made by Gemini. Well, it looks like our guy got another plot up his mind as he grins maliciously, uttering that he better announce his return by greeting that purple witch with a bang. Lee contacts Taeksu by telepathy, who's startled, asking Lee if he got rid of the missile. In a haste, our boy has no time to explain and immediately asks Taeksu to let him borrow his absolute coordinate skill. With the help of this archer skill, the target of his choice will move to a designated location without fail. Hyped out, Hugo assumes the situation is really worse for Jeon to sound this desperate as he instantly lends him his skill. Our guy thanks his slave number one. A devil in him smirks as he conjures a malevolent plot with the help of his Gemini's commander's authority skill, which is Choi Sung-hyuk's badge, and Hugo Otter's absolute coordinate archer skill. As these skills get activated, Lee thinks it's time to send gifts to that purple witch. With that, all the debris and trouble gets teleported somewhere else. In a flash, those missile pieces disappear in thin air and Yuha and Sung-jae spring with joy as they're saved by their hero again. On the other hand, the Gemini captain Choi Sung-hyuk is left astonished to think the missile Mormont disappeared completely. Abruptly, someone calls Choi from Gemini's holy sanctuary Yin-Yang Palace. Worried, Choi asks Commander Ken, "What's the matter?" Getting yelled at like crazy by Ken. Calling Choi a fucking dumbass, Ken asks what he's been doing with his authority as a commander, revealing that all the Mormont's debris is falling on the Yin-Yang Palace. Well, our main character is such a mastermind as he's sending that witch scraps as a gift. In the Blue House president's office, the news that Jeon Lee has spread about how he causes chaos at a press conference, attacked the Cancer Saint, and even destroyed the Mormont missile launched in Korea. Suddenly, the ceiling of the president's office comes crashing down, and Jeon makes a heroic entrance in the middle of the conference table, while holding Hugo in one hand and the commander Choi in another. Our guy tells them to stop talking in secret like rats get over with it since he's here. Jeon announces that he's here to take his money back, knowing that they have his account with all the money they've earned from selling his stuff. Attempting to access his account through Taixu's authority, our guy reveals that he failed to open it. Well aware that he put Hugo as his proxy, Lee demands an explanation. After discussing among themselves, one of them opens up to Jian that the Korean government found it unsafe to trust Sir Hugo. The guy continues to state that Sir Hugo is a foreigner, and after he went missing, it was difficult to put their faith in a saint of another country when they have their own saints in Korea. Also, the Sagittarius sect's power reduced over time due to various cases and accidents, so as a result they had no choice but to trust the funds to someone more reliable. Losing it, our guy punches the man in his face, mad at the fact that these bastards trusted that purple witch out of people. Not taking this bullshit anymore, Jian is pissed off at the guys for daring to look down on his friend Taixu. Our fella confesses that Taixu is his slave, so only he has the right to treat him that way, but these freaking assholes have no right to belittle him. While it may sound like Jian is defending his friend, he admits that Taixu might be a Dumbo who has nothing to offer other than his looks, but at least he shouldn't be disrespected like that, even though he's a dirt-poor poverty saint. Calling him a crazy bastard, Hugo loses it after being humiliated in such a way. But our guy refuses to withstand the discrimination, and asks Taixu why he's being treated like that when he's a neutralized citizen. Poor Taixu sighs, admitting it's all his fault. Getting frantic, our boy demands to return his money right now, cracking his knuckles, but before someone can answer, they hear a voice telling Jian Lee to shut up. Commander Choi recognizes this voice, and it turns out to be the Gemini Saint Heiji. Heiji claims that Jian's account is her now, so he should fuck off, muttering that she will be using that money to repair her yin-yang palace, since it was Lee who sent those Mormont scraps to her place. The palace is in complete shambles because of Lee Gaon, so Heiji warns him that better be prepared for the consequences. Our guy confusingly stares Heiji, wondering who the hell she is, and the purple witch flinches in shock, planning to get rid of him. As the Gemini's magic power escalates, the people feel the risk to their lives. But Heiji contacts a powerful spirit, to which Commander Choi gets excited over the fact that she's summoning a spirit from another world, since it's the Gemini Saint's strongest skill. Using spirit invocation, the Queen of Fairies, Reliqueen answers the spirit invocations. She then introduces the Queen of Fairies, whose strength comes close to that of a zodiac god, to Jian, certain that he won't be able to fight her. But our guy crushes her cockiness in an instant when he leaps toward the purple witch, flinging her like an insect as she breaks through the ceiling. As humiliating as it sounds, Gemini's magic starts fading, and while Reliqueen tries to escape the trouble, R grabs her by her hair. While our guy doesn't let the Reliqueen back out on her own, we see Heiji plummeting, and it turns out it wasn't the real saint, but a skill rented by Pisces known as transformation, changing her appearance. The magic vanishes because the user faints. After this shocking event, Lee makes everyone acknowledge that he was right, as he hasn't seen that girl, knowing clearly who the real Heiji is. Our guy announces that the purple witch can't save them anymore, and that they should return his money. Later, Jian Lee along with Hugo walks out of the building with his money, deciding to get something good to eat. Later, Hugo is disturbed as he speculates why the real Heiji didn't appear, since she's the type to go out of her way to use a meteor in the middle of the city once she gets mad. After giving it a thought, Gaon recalls that purple witch Heiji didn't appear when he destroyed her palace, inferring that there's only one reason for that, since there's no way she's holding her anger back right now. He has a rough idea of where she might be at the moment. They decide to visit her later on. In Sungjae's apartment, Jian Lee along with him, Yuha, and Jimin gathered for an interrogation with Reliqueen, who's now encapsulated in a box. Our guy offers the siblings his burger, but Yuha says that she wants him, making Lee choke on his burger. But then she finishes her sentence, which makes Jian relieved. Jimin asks if Sir Hugo isn't coming, and Jian lets him know that he's out on an errand for him. With that, they decide to start the interrogation. Reliqueen is enclosed in an Ares Holy Relic, which is a very strong and secure Holy Relic display case. Our guy threatens the Reliqueen to answer his questions honestly, scaring the shit out of her. Geo lets her know that being trapped in a box is better than being trapped in his book, which is a holy relic in which a chosen target will be converted into texts and stored inside, so he suggests her to be mindful of what she says. He then questions why Purple Witch Heiji isn't showing up, more like she can't, and even the Reliqueen thinks it's strange. Our boy deduces that Heiji must be trapped somewhere, and to everyone's surprise, that place is somewhere in Sung's house. The Reliqueen nods her head as his suspicions are correct. While the Reliqueen hesitated to reveal the actual location, our guy gets furious and the fairy, shivering, points towards the statue. As Jian picks up the statue, Jimin is confused, recalling it's the same statue that broke the other day. Trying to be sarcastic, our guy finally understands why the statue is smelling like shit. Smirking, Gaon gets to know by Jimin that Heiji kissed this statue, which means she was probably using her magic by putting her mark on it. Using his 13th sense, our guy interferes with the spiritual world. That's when the statue suddenly starts shouting, asking Reliqueen why she told Gaon she was there. It appears to be the Gemini Saint Heiji, in spirit form inside the statue, regretting her life decisions as she gets caught by the worst guy possible, wondering how the situation came to this. She blames the circumstances, only if the things didn't get messed up the day the Tower of Demons collapsed. Back then, Heiji felt a presence of horrifying energy, realizing that it was Li Jian's aura. We then traveled to Heiji's flashback after the Demon Tower collapsed. It was shocking for her to learn that Jian was alive as she kept an eye on Jian through the magic mirror, stalking our guy as he was heading over to his friend's son's place. Heiji decides to go and check herself since that place is well within her grasp. Using teleportation and soul possession, she's teleported to the designated location, Sung Jae's apartment, and her soul enters the statue at his house. While everything was going smoothly, the worst happened. The statue was broken by our guy when he visited, and things went downhill for Heiji, who was inside that relic. Plus, if the possessed target is destroyed, then the soul can't escape out of it. Therefore, the skill got messed up because the statue broke while she couldn't do anything about it. Jimin feels bad about a holy relic being broken and decides to fix it too. The purple saint sees a ray of hope and wishes the boy could fix it as long as he can restore the statue to its original position, but he tries to fix it with glue, leaving Heiji hopeless of ever coming out. She cries since she can't leave now. Coming to the present scene, our guy dwells on what kind of torture he should put Heiji through, horrifying enough to let the rumors spread out. Furious, the purple witch lashes out at Reliqueen, knowing that she can break out of that box easily. But the fairy refuses, as Gaeon will catch her the moment she escapes, and begs Heiji not to tell her something so pointless to do while Yuha nods. Our guy loves that Reliqueen knows her place, and Heiji calls out her disciple Sung Jae, ordering him to attack Jian. Trying to unheard those words, Sung Jae is stuck between being Gemini's disciple and his favorite person, Uncle Lee, as he certainly doesn't want to fight him. Hearing this, Gemini Saint hysterically questions her disciple and reminds him the Gemini sect has always been enemies with Li Jian. Being sassy, Sung Jae, without a flinch, declares to quit the Gemini sect right away, since it's only natural for him to fight him as a Gemini disciple. Left disoriented, Heiji fools herself, thinking that she has heard it wrong. Sung Jae admits that he belongs to the Gemini sect, but he confesses that Jian is his idol, so it's nearly impossible to become enemies with him. Showing an act of bravado, Sung takes out his badge and throws it away, quitting the Gemini sect on the spot. Suddenly, the building starts rumbling while Heiji freaks out, revealing it's the Zodiac's god divine punishment since Gemini's high-ranking disciple, Sung Jae's, faith is shifting towards Ophiuchus. Therefore, the Gemini god has ordered a divine punishment out of anger, and its power is now crushing Sung Jae. Yuha rushes towards Sung while he falls down, and Heiji advises her ex-disciple to plead for forgiveness, since he's a candidate to be her successor, urging him to hurry and attack Gaeon. The Gemini Saint blabbers how violent and evil Jian is, not someone he should trust and follow. Being punished severely, Sung Jae shuts her up and reminds her how the saints abandon people like their lives mean nothing just to save themselves, acknowledging how Gaeon has always saved people in danger. Enraged, red-haired kid calls the saints fucking hypocrites who only care about their own selves and safety while spitting empty words about rescuing people. Remembering several times Gaeon saved him, Sung clarified they don't have the right to look down on Jian. And in the worst-case scenario, the Gemini holy god Freya makes an appearance, and the severity level of the punishment is raised due to Sung Jae's brutal words. The Zodiac is gathering her powers as she tells Sung to disappear along with his fake hero. But our guy couldn't see his nephew in pain as Sung's bleeding, and that's when he uses the cancer skill, the Abyss Cutter, severing the connection between the god and the saint. At the same time, in Yin Yang Palace, there seems to be a disaster as one of the men orders to use some magic to get rid of the debris over there. Just as the flames are getting under control, the disciples learn they aren't able to use their magic or gather their magic energy. While the Gemini sect is thrown into panic, Commander Ken informs them that they can't use their magic, asking them if they have tried contacting other disciples from different regions. It is revealed that neither telepathy nor teleport is available, and even the teleportation gate has disappeared for the disciples that went to fight the calamities. All the equipment freezes inside the calamity zone, and since they can't use their telepathy, they're not able to reach them. It looks as if the whole Gemini magic energy has vanished. In Sung Jae's house, Gemini God's magic energy has disappeared, as Jian apologizes to the kid that he had to go through this because of him. Our guy thanks Sung for trusting him, to which he gives him a bright smile. On the other hand, furious Heiji questions Gaeon about what he's done and where her Zodiac power went. The connection between Heiji and her Freya, the holy god, got disconnected. It is revealed that it takes great risks and resources when the Zodiac is engaging with the world. That's why the Zodiac grants their saint the ability to use their power. In simple words, the Zodiac is a power plant. The saint is a transmission or substation tower, and disciples could be considered as some kind of plugs or outlets. That's how this blackout could be explained. As Heiji attempts to lean towards the statue to hide her ass, our guy spots her and asks Heiji how it feels to suddenly be incompetent. In case she doesn't know, Jian informs her that's what Crab Jean used to do, cutting off connections between people with an abyss cutter. He just simply combined the cancer skill and his own skill, and it seems the results turned out pretty interesting. It looks like he has not only cut off her connection with the Zodiac, but the whole contract itself. Jian pulls a god-forbidden act, Divine Cutter, which cuts off anything one desires, and each time it is mastered, a new ability is created. Heiji threatens him that the Zodiac's rage will get him. Playing it cool, Jian looks forward to it so that he will finally be able to meet that Zodiac god face to face. Suddenly, the sky starts to rumble and a storm appears, notifying that the Gemini god is furious about the loss of her saint and disciples and is trying to engage in the world, being aware of the risks. Things get intense as Gemini god Freya appears, and the true power fluctuates with menace. Jian Li picks out an item from the storage, which is a core fragment of dark cancer that absorbs the power of the Zodiac. Gemini god is astonished by the core fragment of another Zodiac, while our guy misses his Sky Punisher badly. He could have just sliced the god in half, but sometimes for now Jian works with what he has. With the core fragment, our fella creates an Abyss Storm Scythe, which is of single use, and with that, attacks Freya, causing effective damage to the Gemini Zodiac. The god struggles with pain while everyone remains shocked that he managed to damage the Zodiac. The Abyss Scythe is destroyed just like it said, while Freya simmers with anger as she gathers all her forces to descend into the world as more rumbling occurs. We see many different types of creatures start appearing as the Gemini god comes with all of her forces in the world. At that moment, Hugo makes an appearance with his Zodiac Apollo to stop Freya, warning her that she should stop the intrusion now since she's about to violate the rules. Meanwhile, Yuha and Sungjae are in shock to see their dad. Hugo reminds Freya about the rule that the Zodiac can't interfere in this world in their natural form, but the Gemini god says that a mere archer can't stop her. Freya belittles the Sagittarius saint as she wonders what his declined Zodiac and his saint could do. While the rumbling gets more intense, Hugo admits that his Zodiac can't stop her, stating they're not the only ones who are unhappy with the intrusion. Countless superior beings watching the world are stopping Gemini's descent. They express their displeasure by expressing that direct interference is a grave violation of rules. For this reason, they can expel Gemini's army and mark the respective territory firmly, while other Zodiacs who are displeased with the interference exercise a sanction. To interfere with the world, Gemini has to pay a great amount of faith, and if she continues with the interference, she may cause maximum hostility from other Zodiacs. Hugo apologetically reveals that other Zodiacs have no intention to just watch her hustle around, asking Freya if she's still willing to take the risk. Gemini is chained as she screams, claiming that she will never forget about today. Being sassy, our guy shows her a middle finger and sarcastically asks her what she could even do. After this, our guy is notified that he completely trampled Gemini's pride and has gained a reputation from countless superior beings. He has also gained an enormous amount of experience and has leveled up, and a special trial awaits him when he reaches level 10. Everyone takes a breath of relief while Jian praises Hugo for his nice timing. But Taeksu is about what Freya did to Sung Jae and thinks Lee didn't do enough for his son, as he should have shot an arrow in the middle of Freya's forehead. But our guy promises that he will grind her and her brother for this. Thanking Jian, Hugo hands him what he asked him to bring from Yin Yang Palace, which turns out to be a soul register, a certificate of contract record of Gemini's familiars. This makes Gaon delighted while Heiji is in utter disbelief as they manage to find the register even when it was in the most secure place. Hugo reminds Heiji that infiltration and concealment are an archer's basic skills, and in addition to that, he has the badge Gaon gave him. Upon hearing this, the Purple Witch lashes out at him and calls Hugo a slave. Meanwhile, our guy goes through the soul register. Examining the soul register, Lee manages to side all the Gemini familiars to his constellation as they completely surrender to Ophiuchus, making him available to take Gemini's familiars as his own, or as prisoners. Surprisingly, the familiar commander who is currently detained in the deep ocean under Yin Yang Palace shows his willingness to surrender. Jian wonders about the commander being a mythical class and doubts if the surrender is real or not, asking the register to show its sincerity first. In response to that, the soul register dedicates a Gemini familiar body, which turns out to be Heiji's body. This cracks up Jian Li so badly while Heiji's soul is having a breakdown. With that, our guy accepts the Gemini's familiar's surrender, and they migrate to Ophiuchus. A name is required for them, and Jian, being an unbothered guy, simply keeps the names Ini, Mini, and Mini. Watching her familiars slip away, Heiji thinks of this as a horrifying nightmare, but Gaon grabs her by her neck and reminds her that her god has escaped, which makes her completely abandoned, threatening her answer his questions honestly. Our guy interrogates her about the person who stabbed him in the demon tower. Playing dumb, the Purple Witch acts surprised that our guy was stabbed, but Lee hits her with a fragment of the storm scythe which is scorching hot, making her spill the truth. Heiji cries out in pain and makes him believe she doesn't know anything, but our guy seems to be determined as he tortures her. After getting tortured, Heiji ends up revealing that it must be Virgo because he has Jian's Sky Punisher with him right now. Releasing her neck, Jian grins and says she should have given this valuable information from the start. Being generous, our boy decides to give her body back. Relieved, Heiji thinks it was a close call, but then she witnesses that her body is taken by Reliqueen, who thanks her master Gion for it. Meanwhile, our guy sarcastically apologizes to the Purple Witch and justifies that he accidentally gave her body to the fairy, who hugs him as he grins. At the back, Sungjai and Jimin stop Yuha from hitting Reliqueen as she's jealous of her for hugging Jian. Bunny Yang seems to be mad at Reliqueen for not listening to him and says there's no point in looking for a place to fix it as they are going through the contracts. The fairy shuts Yang up and claims that she can clearly see some toxic clauses and loopholes at a glance. Soul Contract, written by contract specialist Virgo Sect, and from which the parts in favor of Yang Wei have been stripped by Jian Li. Reliqueen asks Master Li to give her the Soul Contract too to review it and fix it to become an SS class. Our guy gets distracted by some weird hooting noises and diverts his attention to the box where he has stored all the familiars along with the broken statue from Sung's house. Sobbing, Heiji wishes to be set free, and at the same time, his familiars praise Gaon highly. They find it very honorable to be familiar with Jian, and as he turns towards them, they freak out, expressing that they're thrilled to be able to look him in the face. Hugo is skeptical about seeing the familiar's arrogance at its peak, but this is something new he's witnessing. As he's done speaking, all the familiars point Takesu out, threatening him as a farmhand like him dared speak before their master Li. While Takesu's pride is crushed, our guy clarifies that he's his slave, not a farmhand. Poor Hugo collapses as he can't bear the weight of insult. After joking around, Gion asks the familiars the reason why they left Gemini and joined Ophiuchus. The familiars express they're fed up with Gemini's tyranny, but in reality, they saw Jian beat the shit out of him. Now others also want to become Jian's familiars, but they're trapped under the deep ocean beneath the Gemini sanctuary. They accentuate that humanity has lost more than half of its territory to the unknown civilization. It may seem like the Zodiacs are fighting to maintain balance, but protecting what's left is already too much. Humanity never even tried to restore the lost territory. This makes our guy wonder, if the deep ocean is near the Yin-Yang Palace, then it must be in the Pacific. It's likely near the realm of the other civilization, so our guy decides to go and see for himself. The familiars announce that they're now under Jian's command, and will follow him until death. Our guy welcomes the three brothers happily. Sungjai and Yuha, standing there, are proud of their uncle. Meanwhile, the red-haired boy is excited to see high-ranked familiars bowing to him. Yuha expresses her happiness, saying she's glad she proposed to such a great guy. Everyone freezes at her words, and Gion, for the first time, seems scared of his friend's reaction. Hugo refuses to believe what he just heard as the word propose echoes in his mind. Wei Yang wonders if Hugo is going to be Jian Li's father-in-law, calling it a messed-up family tree. As soon as those words spill out, Hugo shoots a fire arrow while Jian tries to calm him down. Archer snaps bitterly, saying he's never even heard "I love you" from his daughter, not even on Father's Day. Hopping mad, the Archer Saint loses it and attacks Gaon, cursing while using stealth. Jian uses God's gaze to track his magical energy while Taiksu frantically shoots arrows. Jian catches the arrows and, annoyed, asks what these fireflies are. As his anger rises, our guy humiliates the Archer's Zodiac and gains massive Zodiac experience points. Hugo uses his divine skill, Helios Ring, and Jian wonders when he'll stop. Apollo asks if it's okay to use that skill inside his house, and reminds him of the loan for Sungjai's broken home. But Taiksu seems unstoppable, and our boy now understands where Sungjai got his temper from, and decides to put an end to it. Yuha reminds her dad that he's no match for Jian, making Hugo sulk. Our guy then hits him on the head and asks what's going on. He assures Hugo that he's not the type to hit on a friend's daughter. He also points out that Hugo nearly destroyed the house. Jian comforts him, saying his kids don't express themselves because they're shy, not ungrateful. They even went out of their way to cheer him up. Just then, Hugo looks at his kids as they've brought his favorite coffee and strawberry cakes. Takesu sobs with joy, but gets crushed when his kids rush to Gaon, telling him they sent the fighting footage to reporters. Jian pats the boy's head, praising him. Sungjai has a fan moment, saying he'll never wash his hair since Gion touched it. Our guy tries the cake and notices lots of strawberries, while Hugo's cake has one missing and Yuha says she put it on Gion's cake. Furious, Hugo rushes to get his strawberries back but keeps failing. Reliqueen, busy sewing Yang Wei, is surprised to see Hugo such a family guy. The scene takes us to Manila, capital of the Philippines, where a red-class calamity is expected. The disciples wonder if they'll be okay, but Commander Oliver boosts morale, saying the best opportunities arise in crisis. Even if their St. Stephen marker is missing, they'll defeat the red-class calamity, Thousand Tentacles, and show the world that Leo is still strong. The disciples shout in unison while Yuha whines and struggles with the noise as wants to go home, missing Uncle Jian. In the tent, the Capricorn Saint insults the Leos, calling them savages trying to hide their fear. He decides to mind his own business, smirking and wondering if his gift has reached Gion. Meanwhile, Archer St. Hugo's secretary, Yeren Yun, arrives at his wrecked house. Seeing there's no ceiling, she asks what happened. Hugo sulks and tells her not to ask. Yeren notices the Thousand Tentacles raid on TV, and Hugo informs her Yuha is on that mission. Shortly, Takesu notices the box in her hand and asks what's in it. Yeren lets out that it was left at the door, so she thought it was for Hugo. Suddenly, the box starts bouncing and talking, asking where Jian Li is. Startled, Yeren tosses it away. Meanwhile, Gaon struggles with crafting tools due to poor materials. To make a relic of the desired rank, he needs a better tool. Our guy curses the limit of the hammer of crafting, and regrets not having his achievement hammer. By the way, this badass weapon got 2 names. The one is Hammer and the other is Rammer, so don't be confused. Unable to craft with lime, he decides to stock up on weapons before fighting Virgo. Just then, Gaon gets notified that a constellation has entered the sanctuary of Ophiuchus and Sagittarius. Inside the box, they find a tool made by the Capricorn Saint. The voice introduces itself as Sergeyevich. Annoyed, Hugo says this is something Yang Wei would do. Wong the rabbit wonders if someone called him. Getting alerted of the intrusion, Gaon walks in with a hammer, asking who dares enter their sanctuary only to the old goat Capricorn. While Sergeyevich is happy to see Gaon, he introduces properly. But our guy Gaon remembers him as Sebastian, but the old goat corrects him, emphasizing that Sergeyevich is the Capricorn Saint who specializes in crafting like Gaon. Capricorn takes pride in confessing that since Gaon vanished, most weapons were crafted by him. Ivan gets to the point, stating he's here to apologize and rebuild their partnership. Before he can finish, Jian smacks him with a hammer. Hugo says he could have let him finish, but our guy Jian says it was going to be bullshit anyway. They decide to watch the raid, while the Capricorn Saint at the raid gets to know that his plan failed miserably, so he finds another way. In the meantime, his disciple informs him it's almost time. On a live telecast, a reporter covers the Thousand Tentacles raid. It is revealed that Jian once defeated it 20 years ago. This one must be from the same species. At the raid, powerful sects have gathered. Leo, led by Yuha and Commander Oliver, Pisces, masters of naval combat, Taurus, defending the front, Aquarius, who can stop nukes with holy power, and Capricorn, in charge of crafting and strengthening weapons. Just then, the Saint of Capricorn appears on screen. Our guy sees the old goat who summons the achievement hammer. Hugo recognizes it as the hammer Lee used in the past. The Capricorn Saint enforces other relics with his hammer, known for his enforcement skills. Furious, Jian boils with anger that this Capricorn bastard stole his hammer and gets praised for it. Our guy decides to teach him a lesson before fighting Virgo. But before that, the reporter points out something emerging from the ocean. It's Thousand Tentacles and the battle stations go on alert. But strangely, something clings on the Calamity's leg. In a strange turn of events, it turns out to be Stephen Marker, desperate to get his billion-dollar bone back. Rumbling erupts in the sea, and everyone is shocked to see a man like Stephen fighting that big thing over a bone, but then they realize it's worth $1 billion. Meanwhile, Commander Oliver is screaming inside to see that the bastard is still crazy about that stupid bone, and screams at Marker to be reasonable, asking him to let it go. Just then, Capricorn Saint Ivan creeps up on Oliver, asking if he's just going to stand here now that the Calamity and the Leo Saint is here. Since most of the people here are from the Leo sect, Ivan suggests that Oliver should give an order. A suspicion flickers in the commander's mind, assuming that this sly old hag wants to take over his command. Oliver then orders everyone to drink the potion which Capricorn gave them to strengthen their physical abilities. While everyone gulps down the potion, Oliver commands every sect to play their part. The Pisces to use spells to improve mobility in the ocean, and Aquarius to cast spells to buff battle and survival instincts. He orders Taurus to make a defensive formation, as they will be needed to stop the calamities that might land on the shore. With that, Commander Oliver charges to attack, declaring they are beasts who are ready to die. Leo guys leap towards the calamity, and the commander activates the skill of Leo, skill beast form, as the sudden surge of power runs through him. Oliver has the power of a wild beast as he monstrously strikes the calamities, while Cheon Yuha instructs all the disciples to cast their magic that combines into a unity skill, the beast roars. The magic lion roars, and with its fangs wide open, it attacks the Thousand Calamities. As the lion is holding against the calamity, Commander Oliver encourages everyone to push forward, and at that moment, Leo's disciples soars out of the water to attack the Thousand Tentacles. They all charge at the monster with their weapons, slash their weapons, making it move violently. Just then, Stephen Marker furiously tells the disciples to back off until he gets his bone back, calling them idiots. Like a maniac, Stephen clings onto that bone as if his life depends on it, while Commander Oliver angrily tells him to stop acting ridiculous. The commander looks so done with this guy, insisting he to forget about that goddamn stupid bone. While they both bicker, The disciples think they've gone insane, quite amused by the sight. Moments later, somebody steps in, calling Steven a stupid bastard for acting recklessly for a bone. It appears to be Yuha who feels the urge to step in and get involved in this mess to save Steven. Yuha affirms to her disciples she doesn't need any buff and dashes with her rapid step skill. With her red energy unleashing, she zooms and slashes the tentacle apart, releasing Steven and the bone as they plummet into the water. Falling into water, Steven gets saved, and Yuha tramples on his face with such disrespect, while the disciples praise her for crossing the sea in a single leap and tearing apart that thick leg. Now that Yuha saves the saint, the other sect's disciples decide to go in to finish the calamity and not let Leo have all the fun and glory. Just then, all of them enthusiastically start cutting the legs of the monster and seeking its weak spots. The monster's movements begin to get slower, and they plan to finish it. However, the determination is short-lived when suddenly the calamity goes frantic, and something inside it awakes as the big waves begin to ripple. The people conclude that it's a tsunami, and taking immediate action, the Taurus disciples use the iron wall stance to stop the disaster. However, things spiral out of control when something more terrifying and gigantic emerges out of the water. The terror flashes across their eyes when they witness not 1,000, but million tentacles appearing out of that monster's body. It occurs to be a mega calamity, a million tentacles. The disciples wonder where the hell this monster came from while the Capricorn Saint glances at the million tentacles, stating that there's no way than to use his last card. Holding a detonator, the old man Ivan announces that he's set up bombs throughout the whole seashore for a time like this. However, in a blink of an eye, that detonator is shattered to pieces, and a large plushie appears out of nowhere, sucking Ivan into its mouth. While poor Ivan struggles, our guy Gian walks out of the teleportation gate and is disappointed to see that the old man hasn't changed a bit. As the Reliqueen helps him teleport to the shore, Hugo and his assistant can see everything. Gian does understand that its people are in trouble, but the old man's intrusive idea to blow up everything, including them, is a bit too much. Our guy suggests Ivan to have some self-reflecting moments. With a weapon in his hand, Lee lets out that it's been 20 years and leads in to teach the old man how to sashimi an octopus once again. On the other hand, Yuha is single-handedly dealing with the calamity, aware that everyone is tired after fighting the 1,000 tentacles. She then decides to rule the small calamities out for now and deal with the strongest first, activating her ultimate skill, Rapid Lotus Stride. Being a Lee Jian fanatic, Yuha ponders about the times she's watched Jian's record of the 1,000 tentacles raid over and over again. Back then, Jian used to raid countless calamities, and even those disciples from other sects who didn't like Jian considered one record of the raid as their Bible, and that record was the 1,000 Tentacles raid. Li Qian's actions play in her mind as Yuha jumps to ignore those small legs with her speed and aims her way through them. She slashes those legs with such perfection, imitating Li Qian's movements incredibly. Yuha slashes those legs apart as they hurtle into the sea. Getting close to the monster's body, she plans to shove whatever she's got in between its eyes. Bringing her manifestation to reality, she charges her spear with a lotus flash. The spear is charged with immense blazing power, ready to destroy the calamity. While she aims the spear in between its eyes, abruptly, one of the tentacles grasps her charged spear as if it's nothing. With her attack failing miserably, Yuha does not realize that she's about to get crushed as a tentacle hurls at her. In a flash of a moment, someone grabs her and it appears to be Stephen Marker, who is tumbling along with Yuha. Yuha's vision blurs as she witnesses all the disciples fighting with that monster with all they've got, but they are grabbed by the tentacles. At that moment, she wished that Uncle Gaon would be here so he'd fly forward with his broadsword. Surprisingly, our guy jumps straight out of Yuha's manifestation, making her eyes snap open in shock when she glances at her uncle going to fight the monster with his sword. Now that our guy appears, the fate of the million tentacle is inevitable. With his sword, Gion uses the skill of Mountain Thrust, slashing the monster in one single blow. A large explosion creates violent ripples while everyone is left thunderstruck to witness that our fella killed it with just one blow. As crazy as it sounds, the million-tentacled octopus body is shredded to pieces while everyone is amazed by Lee's power. With his iconic serpent sword, our guy comes back to the shore on the tentacle, and everyone comes running to him. Pissed off, Lee bluntly responds that he couldn't just stay home watching these suckers act like a bunch of buffoons. This pisses off the disciple as they curse him and protect their pride by saying they can kill the octopus on their own. While our guy gets too carried away, abruptly, a tentacle grabs him and gulps Li Jian down its throat. Panicked, Yuha shouts as she calls out his uncle while everyone finds it impossible for them to kill that monster. Strangely, the monster begins to rumble and a bright flash bursts out of the sea. It appears that Lee bursts his way out with Yuha's spear and skill, Lotus of Disaster. Jaw dropped, everyone gasps with astonishment and recognizes that it's Yuha's skill. With a menace, our fella uses the skill, Sharp-Edged Baptist, and with a single strike, he shreds the monster to pieces like a freaking god. Making an iconic landing on a floating tentacle, Lee thinks it's just the same as the octopus that he killed and asks fellow disciples to grab one each and make a skewer. The commander and the disciples are utterly astonished to see that Jian killed that monster all by himself, convinced that all those stories about Li Jian weren't lies after all. People who witness his ability are obsessed with Jian, and a deep sense of reverence starts to grow in all of their minds. The reporter begins the broadcasting and believes that they will be the next living witnesses to a legendary story for a quite long time. The people watching the news get to know that Li Jian, the hero who has returned, has killed 1,000,000 tentacles. After that, a story of Li's event that would make him renowned for a long time attracts people to look up to him. With this, the Ophiuchus Bible is created that will record Li's stories, and those stories are indwelled with power. Our guy concludes that the more his disciples read it, he'll get stronger. Just then, he's interrupted by Yuha, who's waving at his uncle, standing on the shore. Jumping to the shore, our guy asks her if she's okay when suddenly he notices something on her back. Not trying to be obvious, she tries to ignore what he's talking about, and Lee is surprised that even she's into bone collecting, guessing maybe it's a Leo thing. Freaking out, she confesses that it's just for her collection. Our guy then returns her broken spear, revealing that he broke it when he was killing the creature, offering that he'll make her a new spear soon. Yuha's eyes sparkle as she is about to get a new weapon made by Uncle Jian, but her excitement is short-lived when Steven squeezes Yuha out of her moment of joy. Calling him a dumb fuck, our guy asks him what he's cheering for while Yuha hides behind Lee. Steven makes him remember that Yuha is under his command. To put it simply, he heard Jian said he'd make her a new weapon. Pumped up, the Leo Saint urges our guy to make a new weapon for him as well. After all, Lee was a craftsman for the Saints 20 years ago, and the fact that he broke his big bone, it's only natural that he creates a weapon for him. While our guy is losing patience, Steven acts generous as he forgives Yuha for stepping on his head and even stealing his big bone. Suddenly, an explosion occurs in the sea, splattering green energy. Shocked, Steven assumes it was Jian and asks him when he learned Battle Cry bomb skill, but our guy tells him it wasn't him. In a flash, a whispering gust of green drifts through the air, shrouding everything in a murky haze. The Taurus and Leo's disciples are left in utter bafflement as to what's happening. Unexpectedly, a wolf attacks the Taurus guy who thinks it's a Leo disciple, biting his neck. Just like that, a bunch of monsters burst out of that explosion while Yuha wonders why Leo is attacking Taurus. That's when a voice briefs them that it's his Mormont's beautiful explosion. Still disappointed though that he couldn't prepare a big one. It turns out to be the Capricorn Saint, Sebastian, who appears in armor and with heavy steps echoing forward, he captures Lime. Our guy is totally pissed and snaps at him, asking what he did to his Lime. Baffled, Steven asks Sebastian if he planted that crazy bomb where his men were fighting, but the old man assures him that it hasn't even started yet, which means the explosion was just a mere salute before commencing. Lee then infers that the old geezer made the Leo disciples go berserk, and Sebastian praises him for his good sense of observation. Sebastian shows him something more fun and blows a whistle. As soon as the sound of the whistle pounds in the ears of the Leo guys, they attack Jian and the others. While Steven shouts at them to get themselves together, the Leos grabs Yuha and attack Jian. Sebastian believes Leoses must be exhausted after fighting the calamities and calls it a checkmate. Meanwhile, Steven confronts the old man who's pleased to see Jian lying on the ground, not expecting it to be this delightful. Leo Saint furiously questions Sebastian what the hell he's doing to his men as they aren't following his orders. Ivan chuckles and finds it disappointing when he discovers that Marker and Yuha didn't drink the potion that he gave him. Sebastian divulges that the potion Steven's men drank earlier has a unique reaction to the fallout of his Mormont, adding that they won't listen to anyone's order but to Capricorn's whistle. Steven warns the old man to restore them to normal, calling him a son of a bitch. To his surprise, Sebastian agrees to him, but he seems to have a condition. Suddenly, Jian's weapon gets summoned and Steven recognizes it immediately. The old man Ivan nods and reveals that Jian made it by himself. Capricorn then offers Steven a deal that he's not going to refuse, ordering him to use that sword to kill Li Jian. But Leo refuses to be ordered around by the old hag. But Sebastian rumbles towards him and blackmails Steven into carrying out his orders if he wants his men back. The old man sympathizes with the lion and says that he understands his complex, a feeling of inferiority from Jian. While these words do hit Steven, he tells the old man to cut the crap. Sebastian provokes Marker as he mentions that he's obsessed with Li Jian's weapons. The moment of truth sinks in when Sebastian admits how he felt his limit before Jian's power and craftsmanship. Every time the old man tried his best, this wall called Jian Li got taller and taller. Eventually he couldn't see the top. As the jealousy speaks through the old man, he tries to convince Marker as this is the best opportunity to get rid of that wall. He promises Lion that he won't treat him like Jian treated him and even agrees to make a weapon for him, although not for free. Meanwhile, Steven lifts the hammer and Sebastian believes that together they can overcome Jian Li and even become the best two sects of the Zodiac. While this offer does seem tempting, the old man urges him to grab that sword and kill Lee. Marker pulls out the sword while Yuha shouts at the chief, making him comprehend that it's just a trick as Ivan can never be trusted. But Lion doesn't listen to her and approaches Gion with the sword, while Yuha warns him not to lay a finger on her uncle. Stephen Marker wields the sword but not at Lee instead. He slashes the weapon in Sebastian's armor. The old man makes him regret that he lost the best opportunity, but Stephen gives him a shut-up call, clarifying that he would never trust someone who made his brothers like that. Truth is apparent in Lion's voice when he confesses that he's not Ivan. Instead, he devoted his life to overcoming Gion, and didn't waste his time weeping with such complexes like him. Stephen makes it clear that he doesn't want to take his place with a cheap, shameful, and dishonorable method. Showing the old man his middle finger, the Leo Saint confidently reveals that he has already exceeded Gion, and he just needs a decent weapon. Marker accentuates they both have nothing in common and about the weapons. The old man admitted earlier that he's no better than Gion at crafting weapons. Leo shoves the brutal truth into Capricorns that he'd never appreciate such shitty weapons from a crazy old freak. Well, it looks like the old freak had too much and warns Stephen that he will regret his decision, aiming his weapon at him. As the weapon shoots at them, Stephen crashes that weapon into pieces with his bare hands. The old man tells him not to flatter himself as his armor unfolds a deadly weapon. That weapon is a missile launcher and Ivan goes for a full launch. Sebastian shoots the missile at Stephen that would blow onto bits, certain that even the great lion can't stand it. But Stephen transforms into a lion and grabs that missile in between his fangs as it blows in his mouth. That's when it occurs to Marker that maybe the old freak was right 20 years ago, but he has tested his limit while tumbling and being crushed, and that with only one purpose, to overcome Jian Li. A sudden power surges through the lion as he activates a skill, Thunderclaw, and leaps toward Sebastian. With a single leap, he hits the armor guy and makes him stumble. The power crackles with a weight of relentless grind. With that, the lion beast steps over Sebastian, agreeing that it's one tough armor he's wearing. Marker rips off that armor with his claws and belittles the old man, mumbling that even Aquarius fights without armor, urging him to stop hiding and come out. In the meantime, our guy appears, and boredom bleeds through his face as he asks them both how long they'll keep fighting. Glancing at Gion, they both freak out and wonder how the hell he's standing there. Annoyed, our guy lets out that he just wanted to see what Sebastian has prepared, plus those Leo guys were too weak so he beat the crap out of them. After that, our guy kicks Stephen aside as he has a lot of questions for the old man. A few minutes earlier, our guy gets bored of Stephen and Ivan fighting as he yawns. Getting enough of it, he decides to step in. As the Berserk Leo's men attack Lee, our guy beats the crap out of them. It is then revealed to us that it was 20 years ago, right before the Demon Tower raid, that there was a prophecy that Li Jian would die in the tower. In the flashback, Capricorn Saint Ivan talks about this prophecy with another saint, and they plan to make this prophecy happen. Sebastian decided to play along as he was thrilled, and whatever he heard after that didn't matter. These thoughts kept lingering in his mind. To kill Li Jian, then dissect every part of him and study him to take all of his strengths, which led him astray. The flashback gets interrupted when Li smacks that old man, snapping him out of his memory. Li gets pissed off, asking if he's kidding him. Freaking out, our boy never asked him to show his flashback and insists on just spill who it was. The old man agrees to reveal, but on a condition to ensure his safety. Showing his insane side, our guy grabs Ivan's tongue and makes it clear that he's not in a position to make any demands. Gion warns the old man to cut the crap, or else he will rip his tongue from its root, and he's not joking about this, given how psycho of a person he is. Shortly, Sebastian reveals that it is Virgo. Listening to this, a realization sets in when our boy recalls that the Purple Witch said the same thing, concluding that it was Virgo who backstabbed him, and now the old man reveals the same thing. Our guy plans to meet with the appraiser again, as he has to hear the dagger anyway. Yanking him out of his thoughts, Li Gion demands Ivan to give the achievement hammer back. To escape his death, the old man surrenders and relinquishes the achievement rammer. As our guy finally gets his weapon back, Sebastian trembles with fury. Our guy snaps the finger into the teleportation gate, commanding the three familiars' brothers to come out. Just then, the three big guys emerge from the gate, acknowledging their master Li, who commands them to take the Capricorn Saint to their realm and allows them to take off one or two arms or legs if he resists. Panicked, Sebastian asks Gion how he's managing the familiars, and with that, the old man gets dragged into their realm as he screams in disbelief. Waving him goodbye, our guy tells him to have some time for self-reflection, but not to expect his forgiveness. After this, Leo's disciple finally comes to their senses, and Yuha and Stephen are relieved to see they're back. Meanwhile, the Capricorn disciples are in uproar that they dragged their celestial lord away. The Capricorn Divine Cadre Captain is left with no choice when he activates something, and everyone's armors begin to glow. Laughing hysterically, the Divine Cadre Captain challenges the Leo guys and takes pride in how their celestial lord messed with their equipment before they even went into battle, hoping to see them fucked. One of the Capricorn disciples stops the captain to not to provoke the Leos any further, but the captain insists on firing the Mormont launcher. In the next moment, the disciple fires the Mormont. The missile soars in Lee Ji-yeon's direction, and our guy wonders if it is some fucking toy that's named Mormont. Our guy then plans to use the hammer to deal with it. The system asks Ji-yeon to choose his target and strikes that Mormont with his hammer, which turns the explosive Mormont into fireworks, changing the form of the targets. The fireworks launch in the air, and the Capricorn guys are left disoriented. Just then, the Leo guys step in. Stephen Marker warns the Capricorn bastards to get prepared to get sent flying for trying to use them. With a smirk, Marker accentuates that they're the beasts, strong and tough. Though they might have fallen to Mormont, such explosions won't do anything to their bodies. The Capricorn guys run for their lives when they see Ji-yeon standing at the back. Screaming, Marker refuses to let them run away and asks Ji-yeon if he has a decent weapon, something big that beats people up nicely and is nice to swing. Well, this description fits right at Leo Saint when our guy sees him as a weapon, big, sturdy, and beats up people nicely. The grin spreads across when Lee confesses that he does have a weapon like that. While Steven gets creeped out by the look in his eyes, our guy grabs the big guy's feet and swings him like a yo-yo, flinging it toward the Capricorn guys. The big guy causes quite chaos when he falls on them while our fella thinks of going bowling next time. The next scene takes us to the European Union of Humanities, the outer area of the Western Protective Dome, the Red Zone, where the calamity left a trail of destruction. The Virgo sect Chief Ranger Zane smells a stench and keeps his guard up as he could encounter calamities at any second. Meanwhile, the disciples are gossiping about the octopus raid in the Philippines and Ji-yeon Lee, who made Leo and the other sects like stooges. The Virgo guys also get to know that the Capricorn tried to trick Leo at the end, and both of their losses were huge, feeling glad as now they have 2 fewer competitors for them. Telling them to keep silent, Zane makes them remember that they're on a search mission for the missing party yesterday. Zane warns them the red fog is already a distraction to a mission, so it's better to focus on themselves. Suddenly a voice distracts them and it appears to be coming out of the void that's in front of them. Taking immediate action, the Chief Ranger takes the lead as the voice echoes for help, asking if anybody is there. Dashing, a dubious thought crosses Zane's mind when he feels the screams circling the city, and it's repetitive like a recorded voice that doesn't sound like a human. Acting on his suspicions, the Chief Ranger commands everyone to stop and regroup. Reaching the dead end, he feels that something is not right, and witnesses that there's no one yet the screams keep coming out of that dark pitch. Unfortunately, his gut feelings turn out to be true when a dark, ominous creature creeps up on Zane, making him panic-stiffened. Strangely, eerie monstrous branches slithers, whispering for cries of help. Not human cries, but the echoes of the souls trapped within. A strike of terror runs through the Chief Ranger, but before he can process, he gets engulfed by the branches. The scene then switches to Hugo's house, where our guy is watching himself on the news and is talking of the town for killing the creatures in the Philippines. Meanwhile, Lee is reading the chapters in his Bible, and his achievements may be executed as power. The news somehow keeps turning back to Ji-yeon Lee, praising how he finished all the monsters all by himself, making others look bad. But our guy is already bored with the octopus story and craves for something more amusing. Long story short, Lee concludes that the Bible will record things he does that are worth the new report. Our guy opens up the pending messages in the system where a trial awaits him, followed by plenty of rewards upon completion. Supposing he got the trials after fighting with Gemini, our guy thinks that it's a shame since he's unable to use the instinct of the battle god in the trial. Ji-yeon gets 3 trails. Trial of Power, which is to exterminate the god-eating monster, without using the skill instinct of the battle god. The Trial of Wisdom to seek a scribe to keep track of the Ophiuchus deeds, and a Trial of Fame in which he has to acquire a human disciple. But he finds these trials harder than he thought as he's clueless about what a scribe is and how he finds a disciple. It's not like he can just craft them with his hammer. Just then, his God's Gaze skill gets leveled up, and now he's able to check one's faith. Later, Yeren dusts off Wei Yang, who freaks out as don't need to be dusted. At that moment, our guy yells and asks them to stop whatever they are doing. Taking the chance, Lee checks Wei Yang's faith, which is 90% Aries, and Yeren Yoon's faith, which is 90% Ophiuchus and 80% Sagittarius. He then gets to know that his constellation status decreases if he accepts someone who does not have 100% faith in him. Believing that he should choose disciples with caution, Lee thinks of people who have 100% faith in him: Sung Jae, Taek-soo, and Yuha. As our guy can't wait to make them his disciple, he excitedly asks Yeren where are 3 of them, but then she tells Lee that went somewhere early in the morning. Lee decides to check on them later, and shortly, he receives a call from Jin Myung, the Virgo affiliate, grinning. The scene then takes us to a flashback where the world is in chaos because of the calamity. That's when we see Sung Jae's mom, who hides her son in the car as he cries his eyes out. Comforting her son, the mother assures Sung Jae that his father will be here in no time and finish the monster in an instant. With a smile on her face, she affirms Sung Jae to be strong and brave when suddenly she gets attacked by the monster. Abruptly, Sung Jae jerks awake as he yanks out of his dream, trembling with fear. Watching her brother trembling, Yuha holds his hand while Hugo notices that Sung is having a nightmare. Trying to hide his fears, Sung says that he got a bit excited to see Mom in a while, but Yuha presumes it's an after effect of the wrath of the Zodiac. Just then, Yuha tosses something out of the bag and gives Sung-jae his birthday present, adding it's what he has asked for. She informs him it's the relic with the Gemini's mana being stored, saying that it's from her and Dad. This lightens up Sung's mood as now he can fill up the contribution points in the constellation with this. Yuha is glad that they bought Sung what he needed and wishes him a happy birthday. Smiling, Sung-jae thanks his sister for everything. Arriving at the hospital, they meet their mother, Ji-woo-chun, and Yuha tells her all about Uncle Jeon and his iconic fights. She hopes that her mom could meet him, and there are many things she'd like to tell her when she wakes up. Standing outside, Taeksu feels sad when he watches his kids like that when he's on the phone. Hugo didn't expect to get a call from this number, especially not on a day like this, asking curiously what made European Union Humanities call him. Receiving a call for calamity control, Hugo believes that the Virgo sect is protecting the Western Dome area. Just then, the European Union reveals to the Sagittarius Saint that it's no simple calamity, and the Virgo just declared they wouldn't get involved with it anymore. The Union guy reveals that the calamity has a history with him, and just like that, the past came rushing in, uninviting, but not forgotten. That Union guy further unravels that it's the one that appeared in Korea, wiping out the entire airport 10 years ago. The Crimson Fog has appeared once again. This leaves Taeksu disoriented. The scene then switches to European Union, Belgium, Virgo jurisdiction, where Lee Jian is waiting for someone, not surprised that it's raining on the day he made an appointment in a long time. In the meantime, our guy messages Sung-jae, offering him to be one of his disciples, but the kid straight up refuses. And here Lee thought his nephew would be thrilled by this offer. He then recalls that Yeren told him that it's Sung's birthday today, learning that he doesn't celebrate his birthday. Our guy doubts that Yeren didn't tell him the whole thing. At that moment, Jin Myung interrupts his thoughts and assumes something's troubling him. While Jin apologizes to Lee for making him come here, our guy lets out that it only took him seconds to get here, through Reliqueen's teleport skill. Besides, he had to come here to settle some stuff with the Virgo. Knowing this region was already under the jurisdiction of the Virgo, Jian expresses curiosity that everything in Belgium is related to Virgo. That's when Jin Myung opens up that Europe has been greatly affected. Ever since the Zodiac's appearance, and the sex system rooted throughout the world, Europe had become a giant theocracy. Above all, the Virgo guy states that the people had to believe in them since the Virgo sect is protecting the very dome they're living in. But despite his words, Lee backfires at Jin and asks how come his faith seems to be saying differently. It appears that he checks Jin's faith with his god's gaze, showing that his Virgo faith percentage decreases and faith in Ophiuchus rises. These words startle Virgo with truth so raw that it's as if his very thoughts had been laid bare. Our guy speculated there must have been something big if Jin's faith had decreased in Virgo. Lee believes that Jin not only because he asked him, but because he wanted to talk to Jian about his Virgo sect. Hitting the bullseye, Jin admits there's nothing he can hide from him and casts a hired skill from the Pisces, the silence barrier that blocks sound in or out of the barrier. Jin gets down to business and starts with the dagger Jian requested. Things unfold when the appraiser reveals that the dagger which was used to stab Jian 20 years ago is a dagger with a death aura, and further info was destroyed by an evil force. After managing to extract a few memories from the dagger, Jin was able to find out the person who stabbed him. The moment crackles with intensity when Myung confesses that the person was the same sect as him, revealing it's the Virgo saint, Kevin Azar. After that, Lee returns to Hugo's house. Our guy talks it out with Reliqueen and opens up that Sung-jae refused his proposal and decided to stay with Gemini even after the punishment for the disobedience. This makes our guy speculate there must be a reason for Sung's choice. For this reason, he tasks the Reliqueen to find out why Sung joined the Gemini and anything special about his past. Moreover, he asks her to find out what the secretaries of a sect do as well. Reliqueen presumes that she can ask about the secretary from Wei Yang or Heiji later and goes on to play her video game. In the meantime, Sung-jae comes to Reliqueen to ask her for a favor, and the timing couldn't be more perfect. The fairy asks what it is about, and Sung requests her to open up the passage to the secret chamber of the magical library of the Gemini for him. It is then revealed to us that the magical library of Gemini is where all the distinguished magical knowledge including the Gemini gathered, and the secret of the chamber was holding forbidden knowledge that was only allowed to the highest disciples. Sung-jae justifies that he can't get access to the library since he threw his badge the other day, but even if he had it, the library is out of his reach. Sung sounds desperate and begs of her, stating that there's something he needs to find out from the chamber. Given his situation, Reliqueen opens up the passage to the chamber, but she urges him to spill the reason why he's going since the secret chamber is filled with dangerous and forbidden magics. Sung confesses that trying to find an evocation skill to summon from the other world. On the contrary, Lee recalls the conversation with Jin Myung, who states that he has checked all the records of the past years. The same dagger was auctioned several times in the past. Back then, Jin's predecessor had appraised this dagger and also felt a dangerous aura within the dagger. So he backtracked the source, and surprisingly the dagger turned out to be from Virgo. Moreover, the dagger was in the vault of Virgo, believing that it was auctioned in order to get rid of it slowly. Jian then guesses that Myung must have heard something from his predecessor, but it appears that he didn't. To his surprise, the predecessor was found dead while carrying out an investigation on the dagger, plus he was stabbed with the same dagger that he was investigating. Myung deduces that it's well-hidden manipulation, the way how to deal with a person who gets involved with this dagger, and the dagger has a powerful curse that he's never seen before. Although a mere trace remains now, Jin Myung believes that even Gaeon didn't have a chance to withstand such a weapon 20 years ago, concluding that there is an evil and powerful being out there somewhere that even no saints or zodiacs are safe from. Yanking out the flashback, our guy speculates that the cancer saint Jean-Louis is well known for his curses. Besides, the aura the dagger exudes is from no zodiac. Even the aura of a dark cancer saint can be considered cute compared to it. Mending all the things together, it dawns on Lee that whoever stabbed him has a relation with the calamities. The stress gets to him as things remain unclear, and our guy thinks of clearing the trial first and dealing with the Virgo later. But all of his worries get carried away as he gets to the train station and the disciples step out of the train. Those people turn out to be the Archer Saint disciples and his elites. At the Red Zone area, where the Crimson Fog calamity is, the Archer disciples seem to be cleaning out the area. But the roots that are scattered all over the place seem to be hindering their mission. Meanwhile, Lee is stuck with the disciples and is quite shocked, as did not realize they had business with the Virgo as well, asking the Archer Saint what made them come here. That's when the Archer Saint reveals that there was a request to Sagittarius recently, and the matter of fact is that the Sagittarius elites go out to exterminate calamities upon request from time to time. They're like mercenaries or troubleshooters. He then lets out that the saint himself is meeting with the person from the European Union for further information as they speak. Our guy finds it weird that they got here before even hearing about the details, but the Archer Saint sounds certain that Hugo would have accepted this mission anyway, as the target they are after is worth taking the risks for him. Sounding rhetoric, he asks Gaeon if he has heard of the monster that desires the power of God. He then declares that they are here to exterminate such calamity Crimson Fog. The scene switches to the Parliament of the European Union, the countermeasure headquarters of calamities. There the guy explains that from the calamity's name, this creature fumes crimson fog and absorbs nearby life forms' vitality and souls. Moreover, he notifies that due to the report, it seems like it's been 10 days since his appearance in Europe. That's when Hugo Otters speaks up and asks him why he did not form any army of sex to take care of it, plus it's not the right way to handle such a dangerous calamity. At that moment, the Union guy responds that Crimson Fog is known to be exterminated already to the public, so it's impossible to be out there now to the public. Upon hearing this, Hugo makes him realize that the calamity has taken more than 5,000 people's lives. Smirking, the guy mumbles that it's been decades since most of the sects didn't bother about the number of victims. Curious, Hugo then asks him if Kevin Azar, the Saint of Virgo, took any action. The Union guy opens up that Virgo tried to deal with the calamity already. Several troops were formed with high-ranked disciples and tried to exterminate the calamity. However, they got swept away by the fog and failed. He elucidates that the Crimson Fog's mist is so strong and widespread that Virgo troops who are specialized in close combat couldn't stand a chance. Union guy adds that Kevin Azar is now near the North Sea, taking care of another calamity, which is in the same class as the Crimson Fog, so he can't take care of both calamities at once. Therefore, they decided to break the custom and ask another sect. After spending some time searching for the right sect, finally, the European Union finally decided to ask mercenaries of a rather free sect, the Sagittarius. Besides, the guy tries to convince Hugo that he's the Archer Saint and has Jian Li by his side, who was very impressive back in the Philippines, earnestly requesting to exterminate the Crimson Fog for them. The atmosphere is charged with suspense as Hugo could feel the evil intentions lingering behind that sly smile. Inside his head, Hugo presumes that swell-headed and self-respecting Kevin Azar would rather choose to kill himself than would let the outsiders take care of the calamity within his region. The suspicion flickers in Otter's mind when he speculates that the Virgo is trying to get rid of Jian and him at once because it's clearly a trap with a bad intention. While anger erupts within the Sagittarius as he becomes aware of their notorious scheme, the Union guy peeks at him and gets a flashback where a guy told him to lure Hugo and Li Jian. Reeking of malice, that Union bastard tells him not to worry, and urges him to mention the Crimson Fog is out here as Hugo won't be able to reject this request. On the contrary, the Archer reveals to Jian that the Crimson Fog took away the love of his life. He unravels that Jiwoo Chun was the wife to the Saint, and mother to Sung Jae and Yuha, and believes that Gaeon must have not seen her because they met after he got locked up in the Demon Tower. Also, the very first disciple and commander of the Sagittarius got killed while Hugo was trying to save his wife and Sung Jae from the Crimson Fog. Just then, our guy recalls that the first disciple was Jae-woon Lee, the guy who was carrying their stuff behind him and Hugo 20 years ago, and it's a surprise to him that he became a commander. At that moment, it occurs to Jaeon why Taeksu kept avoiding talking about his family. Our guy couldn't help but wonder if Crimson Fog was that much of a danger. Although he does know that Taeksu seems more feeble than before, he knows how powerful he was, not to mention that Lee himself taught him how to fight after all. He used to fight calamities with Taeksu back to back, but now they're saying that he lost to a calamity that he has never seen or heard of before, because our guy couldn't bring himself to believe it, considering that Hugo Otters was one of the strongest saints in the Zodiac. Our guy then asks the archers to reveal what the fuck happened to Taeksu while he was gone. Well, the archer saint of the elite lets out, it's not a bedtime story but they couldn't ignore it since not anyone, but Jeon asking. That's when the archer unveils that it all happened 10 years ago, on Sung Jae's 7th birthday. The scene then flashes back to 10 years ago, at the airport, where Taeksu's wife, Jiwoo, lands on the airport. She's talking to Taeksu on the phone, and is happy as they'll be able to produce a prototype weapon for the calamity soon, thanks to the data and materials he and Mr. Lee sent them. Well, it appears that Jiwoo is a Sagittarius guest member, and excitedly tells Taeksu that she got teary-eyed when Sung Jae showed up at the airport waiting for her. Jae-woon Lee, the disciple and commander, seems to have bought Sung Jae as he wanted to see his mother as soon as possible. Just then, Sung Jae's stomach begins to growl as the little guy feels hungry, and Jae-woon Lee decides to bring them something to eat. In the meantime, as the little guy is waiting, his eyes land on two guys who seem to have set something free, and after releasing it, they both run for their lives and do not get involved in the mess they've created. As Jiwoo and Sung wait for Lee, suddenly, darkness overtakes the area and there's a blackout at the airport. Scared, Sung Jae asks his mother why the lights are all out when abruptly ominous crimson mist begins to linger, diffusing across the airport. And that's when the deadly calamity Crimson Fog appears, which causes an uproar while Jiwoo holding Sung Jae tells Jaewoo they're in trouble. At that moment, Lee drops the food and charges at the calamity as it's about to devour Jiwoo and Sung. Jae-won Lee immediately blocks the calamity by climbing into its mouth as he pushes Jiwoo and Sung Jae out of the way. While Sung Jae screams as he witnesses Uncle Lee flinging into the monster's mouth, Jae-woon smiles at him with a thumbs up and in the next second, he's devoured. Tears cascade. Jiwoo closes Sung's eyes while the people at the airport are horrified to see a calamity that just swallowed a person, and the guards contact the sect immediately. Just as the monstrous branches slither towards them, Jiwoo grabs Sung Jae and scampers for their lives. Outside the airport, there's a turmoil as people get annihilated while some are on the brink of death. As the situation worsens, Jiwoo hides Sung Jae in the car, affirming that his father will be here and finish the monster in an instant. At that moment, an inexplicable scenario takes place when Jiwoo eventually gets swept away by the monster. Witnessing his mom, Sung Jae, who once clung to memories of happiness, was now filled with trauma and fear. All he wanted was to see his mom more quickly, that's all. He just wanted to tell her all the fun stories. The guilt eats him as he blames himself for all the things that happened to his mom and Jae-won. As Sung Jae is weeping, a light illuminates from the sky and a fire tears from above. It turns out to be Taeksu who asks Sung Jae if he's alright. While Sung Jae is relieved to see his dad, Taeksu asks him if he's hurt. With tears streaming down his face, Sung reveals to his dad that his mom and Jae-won got killed by the monster. His world crumbles the instant he hears the truth. Just as the monster is about to ambush Taeksu, he burns those monstrous branches to a crisp. Hugo then soars above, and as he gets closer to the Crimson Fog, he notices that there are people on the tree on its back. He then spots his wife Jiwoo, tangled up in the tree, but he calms himself down, believing there might be a way still. He then wonders if he could just pull them off from the tree. Approaching the tree, Hugo walks to his wife Jiwoo, who's unconscious, wanting to get her out. With his flaring energy, Taeksu burns his way through the tree when suddenly the souls begin to creep up on him, begging him to save them. Whispers of weeping souls drift toward him, which draws away his attention. Suddenly, a tree branch pierces through him. The Crimson Fog grabs Taeksu and is fascinated by the god's power he possesses. Drooling, the monster desires to have his power, and that's when it seeps into Hugo's divine powers as he screams in agony, utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Sunjae, who witnesses his father, sobs uncontrollably. As Hugo is trapped by the monster, a purple aura cloaks in the air, and Heiji, the Gemini saint, saves the people from the tree with her protection spell. It appears that all the saints come to the rescue and focus on finishing the calamity. Left in despair, Hugo is left to wonder how all of them got here while the Scorpio Saint Haley comes to him and asks if he's alright. She then helps Taeksu, and after hearing about the Crimson Eye, she informs the archer that she gathered as many saints as possible. Heiji, Wei Yang, and Stephen Marker use their full power and fight with all they've got. As they attack with magic power, the Crimson Frog opens its mouth and seeps in all the magic. Taken aback, the saints realize that the calamity just swallowed their magic, and while it looks like it did take damage, the monster begins to regenerate. The unstoppable calamity attacks them, and Steven shouts at Heiji to cast the barrier. Unleashing her powers, Heiji casts the skill mana barrier. The crimson fog causes chaos as its branches claw through the city, erupting chaos with merciless force. On the other hand, Heiji bleeds as the power exceeds its limit and she can't hold the barrier for too long now. At that moment, someone emerges and casts the vines of the golden rule that forcefully strikes the calamity. It turns out to be the Libra Saint, Giselle Lawrence, who tells all of the saints to get themselves together and stop floundering. As they are all shocked to see Giselle, Taeksu asks Haley if she asked Libra to join too. But the Scorpio Saint reveals that she just asked Leo, Aries, and Gemini for help. The Libra Saint commands Heiji to teleport the monster away from here, given that it's devouring their powers, so they can't risk handling it right now. In the worst-case scenario, Giselle anticipates they might end up like Hugo as his saint powers were taken away. Giselle then urges Heiji to hurry and teleport the crimson fog either inside of lava or deep in the ocean. Disoriented, Heiji lets out that it's possible this calamity might as well appear one day even if they teleport it, but Giselle decides to get rid of it for now. Bleeding to death, Hugo screams as the calamity still holds the souls of the people, revealing it's only their bodies that they have saved, desperately pleading that they have to get their souls back. Given the situation, Hugo lets out that he can still fight while the crimson fog frantically tries to break through Libra's gold vines. Heiji and Giselle notice that the vines are also reaching their limits, and Giselle forces Gemini to teleport the monster now, or else they'll all be annihilated. Taking immediate action, the Gemini Saint has no other choice but to use teleportation. Eventually, the target gets teleported successfully. After the incident, the world blamed Hugo and praised the other saints, unaware that the calamity was only teleported, not eliminated. The news about the Crimson Frog airs on TV and the saints are praised for fending it off. The Libra Saint regrets not saving more people, while citizens criticize the Archer Saint, protector of Korea. They blame Hugo Otters for his inadequate response, claiming it led to unnecessary victims. They mock that he couldn't even save his own family and question how he can be their protector. Hugo visits the memorial altar and apologizes publicly, but the criticism continues until he leaves. Harsh words break him, calling him unworthy of being a saint. Leo Saint turns off the TV, unable to watch more, and asks Wei Yang if Hugo really deserved that much pressure. Even Sophie Marty agrees that it's too harsh. Unbothered, the Aries Saint justifies that someone had to take the blame, and notes that with Sagittarius weakened, it'll be easier to advance in Korea. Then Taurus Saint Ivan Kruger walks in and reminds Leo he was just waving at people with a smile, sarcastically asking if his conscience suddenly grew. Reeking of malice, Ivan says the archer was foolish to face the calamity alone and without the divine relic. He's just a half-saint after all. He adds that Hugo should have called for help, knowing his limits. Just then, Cancer Saint Jean-Louis Morin interrupts and reveals that Sagittarius is now only a quarter saint, since the Crimson Frog stole half his remaining power. Moraine and Ivan laugh cruelly, while Stephen Marker and Sophie lose their temper and storm out. Banging the door shut, Stephen thinks it's messed up, and Sophie asks if Hugo will be okay. Unsure, Leo says all they can do is give him time. Curious, Stephen recalls that the Saintess was jealous of Jiwoo, so her sympathy is surprising. Sophie admits she hates Jiwoo but never wanted something like this to happen to her. Leo sighs, feeling bad for Hugo but more worried about their kids. Meanwhile, Taeksu arrives at a hospital crowded with journalists who bombard him with questions, asking if he's planning a group funeral, including his wife's, since the victims' bodies were moved to a Scorpio hospital. Some believe he's keeping the soulless bodies to avoid criticism, but Taeksu falls silent and enters the hospital. He asks his assistants about Commander Jaewon Lee. They report that his body was found last and is on its way. They also explain the Crimson Fog disgorged most bodies, likely because the commander tried to prevent them from being digested. Hugo instructs them to place Jaewon in the ICU with the others and think they're lucky to have this hospital, planning to thank Haley later. Suddenly, Yeren tears up and finally breaks the silence. Getting emotional, she tells Hugo he doesn't have to take all the blame as he lost his wife too, but still faced the calamity. She urges him to tell the public that if they find the Crimson Fog, they might retrieve the souls. But Hugo says it's pointless. It's only a possibility, and he can't tell the public the victims aren't dead but soulless. It sounds more like an excuse. Archer believes that giving people hope like that is cruel, as they themselves are unsure if they will find the souls, or if it'll ever happen. He confesses he's lost most of his power, and the other saints couldn't handle the fog either. They just sent it away to prevent more damage. Hugo rhetorically asks who would risk their life and powers for lost souls, and even if they did, they wouldn't succeed. But still, Yeren insists it's not all his fault. Crestfallen, Hugo admits he wasn't strong enough to save them. He remembers Jian trusted him to protect Korea, and since he failed, he has no excuse. Though overwhelmed with sorrow, Hugo still smiles and thanks Yeren, saying he must endure. As he goes to check on Sung Jae and Yu Ha, Yeren tries to follow, but the vice chief stops her. The chief then tells Yeren the reason Hugo placed the victims in the hospital, not a funeral hall, is because he believes he can bring them back one day. There's no way now, but Hugo won't give up, because giving up on them would be like giving up on his wife and Jaewon Lee. Meanwhile, Taeksu approaches Jiwoo's hospital room. As he's about to open the door, he hears Sung Jae apologizing to his mom, blaming himself for being hungry at the airport. The kid believes if he hadn't been hungry, they would have left sooner, and mom and Jaewon would be safe. Sobbing, Sung Jae takes all the blame on him. Taeksu, overwhelmed, can't bring himself to enter as he breaks down in grief. Now he wishes he'd told Sung Jae it wasn't his fault, but he didn't, afraid Sung would blame himself for his own brokenness. Coming to the present scene, Hugo's disciples sob uncontrollably after the story while our guy apologizes for asking. Taeksu says he should have shared sooner. While Hugo thought something was wrong after the messages, he didn't realize Lee was waiting for him to tell the story. Our guy then explains the chief couldn't continue because he kept crying, so he called him instead. As the fire crackles, Taeksu ends the story, his story, and this calamity. With fierce determination, he vows to make things right this time. Later, the archers clear up the area as they burn all the remains. As Hugo gives instructions, a disciple hands him a drink. While Hugo drinks, Yeren gives him chocolates. One after another, the archers give him snacks and gifts, trying to lift his spirits after his painful memory. Overwhelmed, Hugo tells them it's not necessary, and the archers quietly leave to scout the area. Meanwhile, Lee enjoys the chocolates and tells Taeksu to savor the moment. The Reliqueen communicates through telepathy and informs Gaeon that she just talked with Sung Jae. She then reveals to him that Sung went inside the secret chamber of Gemini's magic library to find an evocation skill to summon someone from the other world, his only reason to stay in the Gemini sect. Evocation skills allow one to bring those from another world, and Sung Jae believes that it could let him bring back souls. The fairy discerns that Sung wants to try to bring his mom and Jaeon back who got hurt while protecting them, and bring all of them back who got hurt that day. After hearing his story, Reliqueen opens the chamber for him. Entering the library, Sung immediately taps the books he wants to read that need contribution points to read them. The boy then offers the bracelet of mana that Yuha gifted him on his birthday to the sect, and gets 1/8700,000. Sung Jae rents the Book of the World Tree, and at that moment, the knowledge pours out of the book. The kid then searches for the evocation skill in the book. However, we see someone discreetly watching him from behind. Suddenly, that book Sung's reading flings away, and it turns out to be Siwoo Yoon, the bratty bastard. Siwoo snatches that book, thinking it's too complicated for Sung. Well, how convenient for the plot that this retard was in the library too. Being a pain in the ass, Siwoo asks him what the hell he's doing in the library when he didn't even show up during the chaos in the sect. Hopping mad, Sung Jae wants that book back while Yoon pisses him off as he creates similar books like that one, asking Sung which one he wants. The red-haired loses it as he uses magic, and Siwoo, being sarcastic, asks him if he thinks Jian would back him up this time. With a malicious grin, Siwoo tosses out the necklace and reveals that Sung's dad and Uncle Jian will be dead soon. The scene then switches to the red zone, where Taeksu shoots an arrow in the air that lights up the sky, and Chief thinks it's good as they don't want to face a calamity when dark. As of now, the Chief commands all the members to return to base. They get responses from Groups A and B, however, Group C doesn't respond. Suddenly, they hear a monster's ominous cry, luring them. Meanwhile, a deafening roar follows, shaking the ground. Realizing the crimson fog is back, Taeksu trembles in rage as flames surge around him. Lee tells him to calm down. Trying to compose himself, Taeksu says it's hard, but he'll try. The team prepares for the battle, and it feels like a revenge match after 10 years. Meanwhile, in the city, people are shocked as trees turn red too early. Abruptly, monstrous branches burst from the ground, breaking out where the archers are. They realize the calamity is emerging from inside the dome. Our boy leaps without reluctance and kicks right at the crimson fog's face, which is freaking iconic. Standing on it, he asks if it's the one who hurt his friend and family. Lee smashes the toad with a blow, but a branch wraps around his leg and draws blood. This makes our guy realize that it's no ordinary calamity, and you can tell our main character is dead serious. He hasn't been this serious since leaving the tower. That frog monster is about to get its ass beat. On the contrary, Siwoo holds the necklace and a flash emerges. As the radiant light hurts Sung Jae's eyes, he sees an illusion of crimson fog before him. Gripped with fear and terror in his eyes, Sung is shaken as Siwoo adds fuel to the fire, asking if he recognizes the monster. Smirking, the blonde bastard says Lee Jian and the rest of the Sagittarius will die today, claiming none of them can stand against the crimson fog. The scene switches back to Lee Jian as the crimson fog desires to take his powers too. As Jian tells the monster to keep dreaming, Taeksu shoots a blazing arrow that hits the root holding Jian's leg, burning it to a crisp. Lee says it can't claim everything it sees as a meal and adds that it can't handle his power. When the monstrous branch releases Lee's leg, it's badly burned. Our guy then activates super regeneration, and the wounds heal instantly. Jian then calls out the toad, guessing it's here to consume them all, including the city, but makes it clear they're here to mess it up. He summons the achievement rammer, and all the archers aim at the crimson fog. Our boy asks the toad if he thought the world was its all-you-can-eat buffet, declaring they're going to cut it open today. Activating Berserk mode, Lee charges at the monster, enlarging the rammer, and smashes it onto the toad's head with merciless force. As the toad roars, the archers shoot, and the arrow hits the crimson's eyes, causing an explosion that damages the monster. Seeing its effect, Taiksu commands another shot. The chief and archers use a hired skill from the Capricorn, but their mana is absorbed by the monster. Hugo tells them to use only relic arrows. As they aim and fire again, the blazing arrows hinders the toad. Rage crackles as the crimson fog grows frantic, emerging edgy roots from everywhere, displacing the archers. Frustrated, Jian summons the clump of creation clay, lime, and commands it to create scissors. Opening its mouth, a colossal pair of scissors emerges. Jian grabs them, saying it's pruning time. Our guy chops the roots that even lime freaks out. With terrifying grace, Jian slashes through the roots with relentless rage like a man possessed. Going all out, he zooms with lightning speed and pierces his daggers across the toad, slashing it repeatedly. Eventually, the crimson fog is torn open as blood splatters. The archers are shocked that it was killed so easily, but Hugo feels something's off, noticing the roots haven't vanished yet. Meanwhile, Sung Jae, who witnessed the whole fight, jumps in joy, believing Dad and Uncle Jaeon killed the fog. He sneers at Si Woo Yoon, mocking how his perfect plan crumbled, saying his father and Uncle Gaeon are stronger than he thought. Grinning, Siwoo admits they're strong and says he underestimated them, but he declares it's not over yet. He explains the toad's obsession with eating. Whatever it consumed became its power. The bastard then triggers Sung's memories, reminding him how devastating it was when he saw it firsthand. Suddenly, the necklace Yoon holds unleashes magic, uttering it's time for round 2. An inexplicable scenario unfolds when the crimson fog begins regenerating, leaving everyone disoriented. In hysteria, the archers shout at St. Hugo to check the dome, who wonders if it's already been breached. Just then, Jian gets back to work, ready to rip the toad apart, but he stops when he sees roots clawing from the ground. Calling it a cheeky bastard, Lee realizes how the crimson fog infiltrated the dome through underground roots. A roar echoes as the crimson fog craves more food, causing loud rumbling. Siwoo laughs evilly, saying it takes a moment for the mist to devour a whole city. The dome is no longer a defense shelter, it's just food storage for the blood mist, with more people than the airport. Sung realizes Siwoo has been talking like he witnessed the airport incident. Back at the airport, the kid saw Yoon, who was scolded by his older brother for not holding onto it and releasing it. As Sung asks if it was him back then, Siwoo laughs, mocking his late realization. The blonde guy says he thought he'd die hiding the secret for 10 years. Siwoo questions what Sung will do now, whether he'll announce it to the public or call the cops. He seems to be careless about the whole thing. Siwoo bets Sung's dad might already know the truth, but the culprit is the son of the Libra Saint, the world's strongest sect. The blondie bastard wonders what a mere archer saint can do to him. Infuriated, Sung makes him recall how many innocents died because of him, asking if he feels any remorse. Being a shameless asshole, Siwoo claims those lives meant nothing, calling it bad luck to be there that day. Listening to this, Sung loses it and pulls out the item used to summon Jian Lee. Siwoo flinches, wondering if he'll really call him here, warning him to think about the crimson fog. But Sung risks it all and activates it. Siwoo gets a deja vu of his past beating, but Sung headbutts him, making him faint. Turns out it was a trick Sung pulled by the lighting magic, calling Blondie a chicken shit. As Siwoo faints, Sung collects the magic books and peeks at the item Siwoo used to restore the crimson fog. If that's the case, the red-haired kid supposes that he can reverse it. But to do so, he needs to go to Europe where the calamity is. Realizing he can't use magic without a relic, Sung immediately he grabs the item and book, flipping through the pages, and decides to use the book's mana to teleport. On the other hand, everyone attacks the Crimson Frog, including Jaeon, who uses a pruning cutter but it doesn't affect much. He activates super regeneration, but the mist slows him down and reduces efficiency. Hugo alerts him to step back and attacks while Jeon's left arm regenerates fully. Just then, Jaeon asks if Hugo recognizes the aura, confessing that he remembers it. It's the same as in the Demon's Tower, the Red-Eyed Army. 20 years ago, the Tower of Demons appeared as part of the massive invasion of the Red Eye's army, and people could only suspect the tower to be either an ark or an outpost for those calamities. But one thing was certain, that the calamities inside weren't ordinary. They were beyond classification, perhaps class impossible. Activating his 13th sense to detect its weak spot, Jaeon analyzes that it has 3 cores, and the most active one is made of sacrificed souls and life energy. In addition, it's draining more life energy through its roots from somewhere. our guy realizes it's connected to the dome and it's feeding from there. Jian quickly alerts everyone and informs them that it's using the dome as an energy source. Our guy states that they must break it. It's a prison for those trapped inside. Hugo orders his disciples to fire at the dome, but the Crimson Fog grabs them and uses sacrificed people to mimic them. Cursing it, our guy gets determined to grind that piece of shit in the dirt. Meanwhile, Sung Jae uses teleportation and glitches to the designated location, wondering where he is. It turns out that the Libra relic changed the coordinates, and strangely, that necklace lights up and points to the tree in front of him. He wonders what the hell it is. It's a weird-looking tree that resembles a core. Thinking he had come to the right place, Sung noticed the red leaves and the mist gushing out of them. He gulps, wondering if this is the Crimson Fog, while Siwoo's rosary blocks the red mist's effect, speculating that this tree is the cause of what happened to those people. Frowning, Sung grabs the book, absorbs mana from it, and decides to make it pay. Above the dome, reporters go live, informing that the sudden calamity caused a disaster at the European dome. Watching the news, the commander curses Siwoo, calling him a fool, because what he revealed wasn't meant for the public, assuming people must have heard by now. The calamity is assumed to be the Crimson Fog, previously linked to several incidents, and now suspected in the disappearances within the Virgo Sect's sanctuary. The dome is filled with toxic red mist, and the rescue team isn't allowed in due to possible threats. Everyone, including the Virgo Saint, Reliqueen, and Heiji, watches the news, terrified of the damage. Footage from inside shows Jian Li in action, annoyed by the Crimson Fog's roots. He alerts Hugo to dodge an attack, but it's too late as he gets hit. While Jian is concerned for Taixu and struggling with the mimicked sacrificed people, abruptly, the toad catches Jian and Hugo, calling them weak. As the toad decides to devour them, it suddenly feels pain from its tree being attacked. It turns out to be Sungjai who attacks the tree with all he's got, thinking of all the people who suffered, including his mom, dad, Jae-won, and others. He keeps attacking as the Crimson Fog reels in pain and anger, heading toward the dome. Just then, Hugo prepares Sergeyevich's bow, determined to stop the calamity. Their attack seems to be effective as Hugo claims that the only reason they didn't use this until now is because it might have distracted Jian, but now he's alone. Drawing the Earth Axis arrow from the armory, Hugo attacks again and orders everyone to fire, trying to hold it still. They use all their skills to strengthen themselves, unsure if it will work. One of the guys says that this monster can regenerate, so if they can't kill, they must at least restrain the Crimson Fog. Cursing humans, the Crimson Fog is struck in the head, reeling in pain. Meanwhile, Sungjai continues damaging the tree, warning of mana repulsion between Libra and Gemini. The boy strikes with all his strength until the tree cracks. The Crimson Fog is in disbelief that its power, its city, and the souls it had prepared for them are all gone now. The core of the Crimson Fog cracks and all the souls from his roots are vanishing now as people think that maybe it has something to do with the collapsing of the dome while wondering who could have done that. Sungjai lies exhausted, his hand throbbing, and the Libra's holy relic broken. But now, seeing the sky without the dome, he grins, proud of what he's done. However, Sung's eyes snap open when he witnesses an explosion and gets warned that the sun god's power is gushing out. The barrier skills get activated that protects Sung Jae, the owner of the relic, from damage. The skill manages to block the intense heat and disappears after exhausting its full effect. Sung Jae wonders about the flame as it seemed like his father's but felt different. It appears that the fire melted down a city. The disciples panic as Hugo appears, protecting them, and reveals that the Crimson Fog is using Sagittarius's power, one it stole from him. Hugo checks on Chief Goat, who seems too weak to continue as more disciples rush towards him. Sungjai notices the calamity using Hugo's skill, the Eye of the Piercer, but it feels different from when the toad uses it. At that moment, the Crimson Fog spots Sungjai and asks if he's the one who destroyed its tree. Hugo is shocked to see his son there and wonders if it was Sungjai who destroyed the dome. Calling him a fool, the calamity attacks Sungjai, and as the kid is terrified, Hugo comes in to protect him. This makes the monster mad as Hugo tries to stop it yet again. He creates a protective fire barrier around Sungjai, and unfortunately, Hugo is eaten by the Crimson Frog. The fog boasts that it now has the sun god's power, but at the same time, Argai appears, using Ice Blender to cut that bastard up, but it no longer works since it has the power of the sun god. The toad gets too cocky, claiming that it will now take Gion, the serpent bearer's power too. Screaming in despair, Gion calls Hugo by name, urging him not to give up. Being inside the fog, Hugo can't feel his body. Cursing himself, Taixu regrets everything, not saving Jiwoo, Jaewon, or being a good father to Sungjae and Yuha. Just as he loses all the desire to live and thinks it's the end, Hugo catches a glimpse and then sees the stolen fragment of his power. However, he was helpless. The power that he strived for was right in front of him but couldn't do anything. Taixu believes that if he can reclaim it, he can fight again. He begins to lose consciousness as everything is fading away. Thinking it's the end of him, a memory flashes in his mind, a memory of his loving family. That's when his eyes snap open and Hugo struggles to reach the fragment, not wanting to let his family or Jian down. He finally makes contact with the Sagittarius fragment, master of the Great Light. The fragment of the sun intends to be united with its source of power, and while it warns of evil energy exposure and repulsion, Hugo absorbs it anyway. With that, he absorbs the fragment, but his body can't stand the power anymore. At that very moment, Jian pierces through the toad's body and calls Hugo by his name for the first time. Our guy tells him to wake up since they've got things to do, offering his hand, and Hugo holds onto it tightly, taking the fragment with him. The scene then takes us to 30 years ago in Saudi Arabia, Hugo, where Takesu was swallowed by a similar calamity. The archer gave up, thinking it's the end for him, although all he wanted was to live a happy married life. Takesu gave up, but even back then Gaon was the one who rescued him and called him an idiot for giving up so easily. Our guy offered him his hand, and Hugo narrates that Jian always gave him a frowned look but always offered his hand. Coming to the present scene, our guy pulls Takesu out of the Crimson's fog stomach, while Sung freaks out as his father remains unconscious. Using his 13th sense, our boy learns Hugo absorbed the contaminated fragment of the sun, which might react while purifying. Jian believes Hugo regained his power inside the fog's belly and tells Sung his father will be okay, he just needs rest. Lee lets him know that his dad isn't going down so easily. Asked about his plan, Jian reveals he has a toad to fry, and with that, he attacks the Crimson Fog, alerting that it's got a debt to pay for disrespecting his friend and ruining his nephew's birthday. As it struggles to regenerate, Gaon takes the chance and summons his achievement rammer. He witnesses that only the core is left and strikes the toad with full force. The Crimson Fog accepts his defeat by the Serpent Bearer, but it warns that its roots are spreading and it'll take others with it. The toad claims that the Serpent Bearer might live, but the half-assed archer and all the others will die in the collapsing city. But our guys get it that Taeksu might be a moron, but not weak. Suddenly the city begins to collapse and Hugo regains consciousness. As he does, another flame tornado appears, which is on the live broadcast. Watching this news, Yuha rushes to St. Haley, informing her that her uncle and dad are in Europe, but Scorpio seems to be watching it already. Haley does admit that Hugo had some tough moments, but she's glad that he finally got what's his. While Sung is happy to see his dad awake, the Crimson Frog rages, saying it's his power, and attacks with roots. Annoyed, the archer uses his skill, the Sky of the Blaze, and our guy alerts the toad that this skill burns down every foul thing. Jian pities the calamity, given that it devoured everything but gained nothing. Though our guy wants to end it, he says it's not his role and uses the skill, Take My Place. By switching with the first in contact, he tells Taeksu to finish the Crimson Fog and hands. Just like that, Taeksu kills it, and finally his revenge is fulfilled. Well, respect for our guy for letting homie take his revenge. At that moment, the painful memories flood in, and Taeksu recalls his son crying and blaming himself for his mother's coma. Hugo, now in the present, affirms Sung Jae that it wasn't his fault. The archer shoots his final arrow, ending the calamity for the better. Taeksu kills it, and finally his revenge is fulfilled. After the intense fight, Hugo sits, telling Jian about the chaos the toad caused, given that he didn't expect it to be this tough. While the archer wonders if that thing is really dead, our fella assures him that he destroyed the core and its body turned to ash. Jian reasons that if the fog could come back from death, it wouldn't need to collect souls, it would have ordered others. Relieved, Hugo agrees, smiling and thanking him, affirming Jian that he's been a great help. Jian jokes, asking if thanks is all he gets. Since it's a social day, he compliments Hugo. After that, our boy shows something found in the core and Hugo asks what it is. Jian unravels as he activates the 13th sense, and with God's gaze, he informs that it's a soul-binding orb that holds all the souls. Infusing it with the Serpent Bearer's energy, the orb cracks, releasing the trapped souls. The orb no longer contains souls, so the souls are being released from it. While Hugo is left in disbelief, Jian explains he's freeing the devoured souls, so coma victims will wake up. Sungji asks his uncle if all the people will really wake up from the coma, and our guy tells him with certainty that once these souls get back to their bodies, his mother and Jaewon, everyone will wake up. Remembering it was Sung's birthday, Lee wishes him a happy belated birthday. Sungjae smiles, teary-eyed. I mean, our guy is the coolest uncle ever and gave the best birthday gift Sungjae could get. The scene then takes us to Stephen Marker, who does not let the 1,000 legs threaten humanity and big bones. Well, it's all about the big bone again. In his imagination, Stephen beats the crap out of the octopus with his big bone, acting like he's the freaking main character. As crazy as it sounds, Stephen feeds the big bone, treating it like his only child that's worth $1 billion. He takes his big bone on a stroll on a beach, and even wins against the Saints and Lee Jian by smacking them with the bone. Well, Stephen sleeps on a stuffed toy that's a big bone, imagining it as his big bone. Suddenly, the big guy jerks awake when he realizes that Yuha snatched his big bone away and the evil Gaon tossed him away like a spinner. Stephen screams big bone and his disciples are quite happy to see him awake. Baffled, Stephen asks what happened to him and his men that he's been unconscious after being knocked out by Jian during the raid. The disciples hide the number of days he's been passed out for, but Steven lets out that he doesn't need to know. Abruptly, he gives a death glare and his disciples get worried, wondering if he's planning to get revenge on Lee Jian or Capricorn. But their anticipation is short-lived when Steven commands his men to bring his big bone back from Yuha's room. Commander Oliver couldn't believe that he's still looking for a goddamn big bone, convincing Steven to forget it for fuck's sake. Asking if they should let Yuha know about the commander, Oliver refuses not to bother as she won't care anyway, not to mention how she rushed to search for Jian's 8 relics. Suddenly, a guy frantically barges in and discloses that the people in comas are finally waking up after 10 years due to the crimson fog. This news spreads like wildfire as the people gain consciousness throughout the globe. The reporter broadcasts the remaining European Union Western Dome, showing the hero Jian and the Sagittarius Saint who defeated the crimson fog right here. The people call it a miracle as they are rapidly recovering from the monster attack. However, the news doesn't please Taewoo Yun from the S-Class Libra sect, who's speechless. He scolds Siwoo, the blonde brat who first lost the crimson fog, given to him to take down Jian and Hugo. Secondly, he lost his mother's rosary. And thirdly, he couldn't even control it and caused a mess. Above all, Siwoo also lost the Gemini magic book. It looks like he's on a streak of bad luck. Taewoo is mad at Siwoo for losing against Sung Jae. On top of that, the blonde bastard didn't just fail, but came back with a messed up face-up that pisses Taewoo even more as he calls him a fucking retard. Simmering with anger, Taewoo grabs the bottle of wine and smashes it on his head, hitting him badly. Taewoo is disappointed to see his brother, who hasn't changed a bit since he was a kid, learning that he didn't have guts in him. While Siwoo groans in pain, Taewoo knows that Mother will be disappointed and asks him how he's gonna clean this mess, as they are gonna fucked if people can recognize their faces from the incident. After getting hit, Siwoo spills the reason that he came to ask for help, warning Taewoo that he's not safe from the blame since he was equally involved. Wringing his hand over his head, Taewoo orders his brother to go after Lee Jian and erase any traces of them while tracking their whereabouts. Meanwhile, Taewoo plans to head to the Scorpio's hospital, thinking taking care of people from the airport incident is the only way they can cover their asses. The scene then takes us to the outskirts of the European Western Union, where Jian, Hugo, and Sung Jae are present. Taeksu gets the good news from the doctor about the people at the hospital waking up, except Jiwoo and Jaewon, who are still asleep. Our guy ascertains that since their souls were taken away first, getting back to their bodies might take longer, but he's given bits of power, so they will be able to find the way back. Lee then tells Sung to head back and get ready when they wake up. Turning red, Sung nervously asks if Uncle Lee and Dad aren't going back with him. Hugo sobs dramatically, hearing his son mention him while Sung Jae tries to keep it cool. Clearing his throat, Taeksu tries to act cool as Sung has finally cared for him. Trying his best to give a genuine reaction, Taeksu says something dramatic, but before the poor dad can complete his sentence, Sung Jae nods and leaves. While Hugo is crushed, Lee bursts into laughter and calls it progress, as Sung at least mentioned him. Soon after, Sung Jae teleports to the hospital, impatient to see his mom and Jaewon, but he thinks he shouldn't be greeting them empty-handed and rushes to get flowers. On the same note, Taewoo is walking towards the Scorpio's hospital and thinks it's quite a fancy hospital, but still, he thinks it's shitty compared to theirs. Anyways, that blonde brat could never understand why they kept all those people for over 10 years. Taewoo decides to pay a visit and wonders where that little brat Sung Jae could be. He decides to pay Sung's family a visit before he'd show up. In the meantime, Sung returns with flowers. The scene then takes us to the European Union Western Dome, where the archers are being interviewed for winning against the monster, while the wounded people are carried inside a building with aid. Our guy sits inside a broken tavern and gets notified about completing the trial of power, learning his human body will be transformed into the god's body as a reward. Jian's achievements of destroying the god-eating monsters and Sagittarius Saint admires the serpent bearer are recorded in the Bible. Now our guy left with the trial of fame and intelligence by appointing an apostle and a secretary. Ignoring that, Lee stares at the broken piece of a dagger he was stabbed with, still wondering why he found this fragment inside the toad. This clearly depicts that whoever stabbed him in the tower is serving the same mastermind as the toad. With all the evidence he's gathered all along, all the arrows seem to be pointing to none other than Virgo Saint. Jian then asks Hugo if they are done so they can get to Virgo, but Hugo suggests that they give them a break as they're not as strong as him. Our guy finds it illegal to take a break after a mission and recalls how back in the day, he fought monster after monster and rescued people as break, flaunting his strength. Just then, our guy asks Taeksu why he didn't get back with Sung Jae, to which the archer justifies that he's not ready to face Jiwoo or Jaewon yet, and he needs more time to clear his thoughts. Plus, Hugo states he still has unfinished business with the Virgo and Libra too as he holds the broken rosary. A sense of unease lingers in Taeksu's head as he's eager to find everyone that's behind this Crimson Fog incident. According to what Sung Jae told him, Taeksu makes sure to bring light upon those who made his family suffer and won't let them slip away at any cost. Curious, our guy asks him what's his plan, and Taeksu responds that he will gouge a hole through all of their foreheads, which makes Jian, saying he likes his spirit. Our guy orders all the archer disciples to go back to Korea, but they all want to tag along on another mission. Our guy admits that fighting against the Toad was indeed their mission. However, he thinks they'll be nothing but a burden if they were to fight against Virgo, which makes all the archers sad. Surprisingly, Lee points at Chief Goat and asks him to stay, which makes him gush with pride to think that he's being acknowledged as a valuable asset to them. But in reality, our guy keeps the chief for his own reasons, thinking they'll need at least one handy man while Taeksu could sense whatever evil thoughts he's having in his mind. But Jian points out the main reason that Sung-jae is alone in Korea, and there's no way he'd be safe alone, especially when there are people who might want to cover things up. A realization kicks in, and Taeksu totally freaks out as he didn't even think about it. But Lee affirms that he has insurance, so Sung will be fine. The scene then flips earlier to the Crimson Fog's incident site, where Jian tosses a coin to Sung-jae as his birthday present. Activating God's gaze, our guy reads his blazing faith towards Ophiuchus, which is 300%, and assigns him as his disciple, giving him a coin to do so. Our guy asserts that Sung-jae will need that coin. Coming to the present, Sung holds onto the coin that Uncle Gaeon gave him, wondering where he can use it. Walking through the hospital rooms, he witnesses the people awakening to their awaiting family members, and wishes that Mom and Jaewon would wake too. Suddenly there's a commotion when a thug barges into the hospital while the doctors try to stop that guy. The guy turns out to be Tae-woo, who finally meets Sung-jae and says he's been looking all over for him. Calling him a son of a bitch, Sung-jae asks the blonde kid if Si-woo asked him to take revenge on him. Laughing, Tae-woo asks Sung where are his manners, as he really seems to be getting on his nerves. Tae-woo leaps towards him, and Sung blocks that punch with his powers as the bouquet flings away. Sung-jae reminds him that it's a hospital while Tae-woo loses it as he speaks his mind and his evil intentions come to light. Without a sense of shame, Tae-woo yells that it's the same hospital where all those stupid patients from the Crimson Fog incident are. Tae-woo asks, why couldn't these people just keep sleeping, and they should not have woken up in the first place? Just like that, both of them get into a fight when an explosion in the hospital. The scene then takes us to the Parliament of Government, where the Union bastard expresses his sincere apologies to someone on the call and regrets losing the perfect opportunity to get rid of the Sagittarius Saint and Jian Lee at the same time and frame the Virgo sect. It appears that this guy had a notorious plan to get rid of the two heroes and blame Virgo for it. Malicious indeed. The guy on the phone affirms that it's okay, as what could he possibly do, but despite that, they were able to put a dent on Virgo's sect. The guy on the call alerts him that he will be arriving soon, so be ready to greet him. At that moment, someone barges into the room as the clanking of his armor echoes. The man asks that Parliament guy what the hell is going on here. It turns out to be Kevin Azar, the Virgo Saint, who frantically questions why Lee Jian handled the monster that appeared within their territory. It is then revealed to us that Kevin Azar, mankind's strongest swordsman, the prosecutor of the Crescent, the Frosty Silver Knight, and the Blizzard Commander. The leader of the sect is as high as its various and glamorous names. His sect Virgo boasts a size and power comparable to the world's largest and strongest sect, Libra. In line with its saint's name, Kevin Azar, with his background and fame, seems as if he was invulnerable, yet he had a few weak points, and one of them happened to be Jian Lee. Kevin burst with fury and questions how dare Lee Jian step foot on his turf, urging the Union guy to speak about what the hell happened. The Virgo doesn't even need anyone to explain it to him, but he makes it clear that they must have a good reason. Kevin seems to be losing it and wonders why it had to be Jian. It seems like Kevin's pride was shattered, and he is jealous that Jian was already praised and recognized as a hero for over 20 years. So he can't take it that our boy's taking the spotlight from the world again after all these years. The new disciple is shocked to see St. Kevin this emotional, but the other disciple concludes that she's rather new to serving him. The disciple opens up that the saint was always very conscious of Lee Jian. At first it seemed like a competitive sport in good faith, but it started to twist. While the new disciple curiously asks the reason, the other one responds, it's because he never won against Lee Jian in any competition. The saint never won against Lee, and the spotlight has always shined upon Jian, and not him. Even in the karaoke at the after-party of a raid, Lee had always taken the attention away from him, and right now, it's no different. Meanwhile, Kevin relentlessly keeps fussing over Lee Jian. The Union guy tries to calm him down, informing him that the Inquisitors were sent to locate Lee Jian, but the saint declares that he will face Jian himself, asking his disciples to take him where Lee Jian is. Virgo finds the chance to finish what started 20 years ago, determined to show the world who's the best once and for all. While Virgo storms out of the room, the Union guy informs his boss that he'll lure Virgo to the estimated location. The guy on the phone turns out to be Virgo's subordinate Perio, who's deceiving his saint. A realization kicks in when Perio gets to know that Kevin Azar is back faster than expected, and guesses that he's more conscious of Lee Jian than anticipated. Perio, along with his team, decides to speed up things. Just then, the Virgo team breaks into the tent. claiming that they're inquisitors of the Virgo, commanding everyone to hold where they are. However, they are welcomed by Hugo Otters, who's singing his heart out at the bar, and the audience is swooning over him. Using his skill of drunk singing, he's jamming with the audience, and some of them even fight over Hugo's abs, claiming his abs belong to them. Meanwhile, the Virgo Inquisitors call it madness. Furious, they wonder how they could say such things within their region. Preparing their swords, they get ready to purge those imbeciles, and just as they are about to barge in, someone smacks him right across the face. It appears to be our guy Gian, who gets notified that people's faith is being filled up by a wonderful shit show of the Sagittarius Saint, turning their faith in Ophiuchus firm and strong. Our guy scares the shit out of those Virgo guys, daring to ruin his business. Lee asks them to get the fuck out of their sight as they are making the serpent bearer angry. With his cheek swollen, the Virgo associate asks Gian how he could propagate his sect within their territory. It's not acceptable even for a saint. However, that poor guy gets smacked again, but this time by leader Perio, and reminds that fool they're not here to fight Li Jian, telling him to put down his sense of duty as an inquisitor. After that, Virgo sect leader of the Inquisitors, Perio, expresses his sincere apologies on behalf of his associate. Perio cuts to the chase and requests Li Jian's assistance in getting rid of their Virgo saint, Kevin Azar. On the other hand, Kevin Azar keeps rushing to places like crazy in order to find Li Jian, but every time he keeps getting to the wrong place. Kicking his feet in anger, the Virgo counts that it's the 5th time he has reached the wrong place. At that moment, it occurs to Kevin that it's strange how he keeps going to the wrong destination. That's when the answers came clear as a bell. Nervous, that Union guy that's with him suggests St. Kevin that they should try somewhere else. With a death glare, Azar turns back and dubiously asks that guy what happened to his glasses. In a flash of a moment, the saint slices the lenses in his eyes with impeccable precision, and it turns out that it was Scorpio's skill, Eyes of Wanderer, that gets deactivated. The saint's associates realize that it's one of Scorpio's trapping skills to make people wander, speculating that he must have hidden the skill in his lenses. Furious, Kevin approaches the betrayer and figures out that this bastard was trying to buy some time by making them wander around so that the Inquisitors can get to Lee before him. Well, what he suspected was just right. Aiming his sword at the betrayer's neck, the saint questions him, "Where are the Inquisitors now?" warning him to answer correctly because his answer will determine how many pieces he cuts him into. The scene then takes us to the Ewell Palace Sanctuary of the Virgo, where someone's wreaking havoc in the palace. Well, it turns out to be none other than our boy Li Jian as he beats the crap out of the Virgo's familiars to get further. While they are staggered to see how a mere human can do this, our guy is thrilled to see many materials for the relic as he slains the familiars of Virgo. Our guy plans to cut all of them and make materials out of them. Meanwhile, the archer chief is worried that they might get in trouble, but Perio assures them that it's not a problem as they were familiars who followed Kevin anyway, so it's better that Gian takes care of them beforehand. It is then revealed to us that the Virgo sect at the moment is divided into 2 factions causing chaos. Dumping all the blame on the Virgo, Perio states it's all due to Kevin's dogmatic conduct, which resulted in the loss of trust. For this reason, they, the Inquisitors, have made up their minds to stop him, and to do so they need Lee's assistance. The archer chief finds it suspicious, wondering how the Virgo Inquisitors dragged them into this affair. He then believes the conflict between the 2 factions is more serious than he thought. While poor Taixu is still spinning as he's drunk, what the chief finds more shocking is that the Inquisitors even promised Sky Punisher as a reward. It appears that the Sky Punisher was the weapon that represented Gian himself, and it was stated that he lost it during the fight with Red Eyes 20 years ago. They'd never thought that the Gemini Saint was telling the truth. After a while, Lee slain the familiars of the Virgo Saint and relic storage opens. A tense moment unfolds when they realize that the Sky Punisher is just beyond that door as it is about to open. Kevin Azar makes an entry, leaving his disciples out of his breath as he sprinted his way to the palace. Thrilled, never in a million years Kevin thought he'd be happy to see Lee. Gian also gets exhilarated and lets out that it's been 20 years so he's glad to see him. Kevin is delighted to see the archer and greets Hugo Otters, who's pissed yet drunk. The Virgo Saint even spots the one who betrayed him, Perio, and asks if he plans on sticking with Gian to take him out. Well, Kevin thinks it's good since he doesn't need to go looking for all of them one at a time and plans to finish them all. Shortly, Virgo glances at the broken pieces of armor and notices his familiars have disappeared. Rage simmers when Kevin yells frantically, asking who the hell did this to his familiars. Getting scared, Perio, Hugo, and the chief point toward Gian without reluctance, and our guy Loki calls him unloyal fucks. The anger seethes through him as this adds one more reason in Kevin's list to take Gian down. Kevin slashes his sword, and using his ice magic, he creates edgy frost fangs. However, those fangs melt away in an instant when they clash with Hugo's blazing power. Drunk Taixu says that he has some unfinished business with Kevin, and clarifies that before he fights Gian, he'll have to fight him. Kevin then believes that the Archer Saint has found his lost power again, but still he can't match his level. With a single flick, Take-Su summons multiple spears. It appears to be a holy relic, Earth's Axis arrow, that is being taken out from the infantry's armory. With that, Take-Su grabs the giant Axis arrow and flings it towards Virgo. Kevin scoffs and asks Hugo if he thinks he can harm him with these Axis arrows. Using his sword, Kevin breathtakingly pierces through those arrows. While Hugo aims for a direct hit and thinks that he got Kevin, Chief Goat gives him a reality check and feels embarrassed. Meanwhile, our guy calls and reveals his whereabouts to someone, asking that person to come quickly. On the other hand, Kevin Azar stands his ground as he just dodges the attack magnificently. Virgo lets out that they're about to go at it for real now. That's when our guy steps in with his scissors and declares that he will fight Virgo since he's so eager to fight him. Kevin is more than happy that Gion's finally stepping in while his disciples get worried, asking him if they shall assist him. But Kevin refuses, and makes it clear that it's a fight between the saints, warning not to interfere when adults are playing. Virgo confesses that he has waited 20 years to take him down, and our guy can't help but agree that he sure dreams big. Kevin dashes towards him and the fight begins as their swords clash against each other. While Lee is surprised that the white hair can handle it, our guy gets notified he can't utilize his body's potential. Thinking it's a bummer, Gion can't unleash his strength while Kevin challenges him to try something harder. Going all out, Kevin's blistering frost begins to rage, which destroys Gion's ground-cutting scissors, as it's unable to withstand the severe coldness. As the sword is about to hit Gion, our guy makes a flip and deflects Kevin's sword like it's a breeze. Flipping backward, Gion loses an arm, and taking the chance, Virgo leaps for another attack. But this time, Lee's hammer saves the day, leaving Kevin stunned that he summoned it in that instance. Our guy tells Whitehair not to get distracted while they're fighting. As Lee's foot smacks right across Virgo's face, he drifts away. Our guy grins evilly and provokes Kevin, asking if this is all he's got after 20 years of grudge. Laughing, Kevin is finally convinced that it's the real Lee Gion. Just then, Virgo thinks it's enough warming up and gets real as he uses his full powers now. Just like, Kevin Azar unleashes something spectacular, and everyone gasps thinking he'll be using it now. The ground rumbles and Gion is impressed as it's been a while since he's seen the icicle. It appears that Virgo was playing with the fake sword and hid the real one. Kevin mumbles that this isn't a weapon he carries around on a daily basis and pulls out the holy relic, Frosty Winter. At that moment, Gion's hammer begins freezing and Kevin Azar states that not only their surroundings, but his limbs must be freezing by this power. White hair guy thinks our guy let his guard down, assuming he'd gotten rusty while being locked up for 20 years. In the blink of an eye, Kevin pierces that sword into him as the blood begins dripping. However, things take a 360 turn when it turns out to be Perio who's taken the hit. As Take-Su and the chief shout thinking that Lee is stabbed, our guy appears behind them, leaving Kevin disoriented. It unravels that our boy activates the skill, Take My Place, and switches places with Perio who gets stabbed in his place. Perio bleeds as he begins to freeze with the power of the sword, while Gion confesses that he never trusted Perio in the first place, and it kept getting on his nerves that he claimed he'll make the sect proper, with such low devotion. Moreover, using his god's gaze, our guy stumbles upon his level of devotion, which is 3% Virgo and 97% Libra. With that, Gion leaps for a home run as he spins his achievement rammer. After that hammer slash, our guy finally gets to see his weapon, the Sky Punisher that's chained and preserved in ice magic. After the rumbling, Kevin trips to the ground and calls Gion a bastard. Just then, Hugo comes closer and makes Kevin Azar realize the consequences of betraying Gion at the tower, and no wonder now he's being betrayed by his own people. Left in disbelief, Virgo asks him what he's talking about, and Take-Su tells him to drop the act, certain that he's the one who stabbed Gion at the Tower of Demons and left him in a trap. Hopping mad, Kevin states that they are uttering lies and attacks Hugo for framing him. But Take-Su still thinks he's denying the truth and assumes that since Virgo fooled the world for 20 years, calling it an act. Gritting his teeth, Kevin Azar shuts him up and says he won't take these insults anymore. As he's about to wield his sword, Perio grabs hold of Kevin's sword, muttering, "This is why it should have been done through Crimson Fog." The white hair immediately realizes that it's the Libra skill, the rope of the Golden Rule. Abruptly, Perio pulls out the symbol of Libra and concludes that he must eliminate all of them here. Making his manifestations real, Perio, the evil bastard, activates Libra's unique skill, the Equivalent Exchange, and asks Kevin to choose his attribute to Astria, the zodiac of balance and justice. The relic lifts Kevin Azar in one of the beams while Perio declares that the tribute will be Saint of Virgo. As Kevin is being sacrificed, he uses his full power. To get off that balance beam, Kevin slashes his own arm, leaving everyone staggered. The circle of the Equivalent Exchange is formed, and Perio is amazed that Virgo ripped off his arm in a split second. Perio laughs hysterically and finds the looks on Virgo's face when he off his own arm in haste quite priceless. With that action, Kevin avoided being a tribute to the Zodiac as a whole, or else his whole body would have been sacrificed. With that, the equivalent exchange activates, and Saint of Virgo's right arm is offered as a tribute. In a flash of a moment, an unknown realm opens as a reward for the tribute. It could be felt that Perio has done something treacherous to open such a realm. Smirking, Perio lets out that it's a shame, but one arm of a saint is still a hefty tribute. As the archers begin to attack Perio to stop him, our guy Lee leaps towards him with his rammer. However, it's too late to turn back now as they've already got swept into the realm. That unknown realm gives a reflection of Inferno, and while everyone is disoriented, Lee Jian senses that he's felt this unpleasant energy before. Perio tells him to have a look at the site of hell, unraveling that it's all their burial grounds. Kevin's disciples lean in for a fight with Perio for daring to use their saint as a tribute. They decide to make him pay for their sins with the most ranked skill of Virgo, cutting the winds of the jaguar. However, the magic disappears like the wind. That's when Kevin reveals that he can't use his powers anymore, realizing that the connection with his zodiac has severed. To make things worse, the archers are unable to use their powers as well, making them wonder how a single disciple can wield this much power. Suddenly, ominous arm creatures burst from the ground. While the archers dodge them, Perio laughs and reveals that this is an isolated realm created from Libra's power, where they can't receive strength from their zodiac, making them no more than ordinary humans. Perio wishes to make them perish while feeling obsolete. At that moment, our guy dashes towards that evil bastard with his rammer, but Perio sneers at Jian's useless attempts and rotates the Libra symbol, aiming those arms at Lee. Our guy could sense this is not a normal monster, while Perio forces Lee to take a trip down memory lane, asking him to greet his old enemies. Perio reveals to Jian that these monsters are the ones he fought with 20 years ago, the ones who took him to the brink of death at the Demon Tower. That's when the realization kicks in, and our guy understands why he could sense this unpleasant feeling coming from these monsters. Perio further unveils that these were not manufactured to be class impossible, as the Crimson Fog. Instead, these monsters are the real class impossible that dwelled with the red eyes in the Demon Tower. Just like that, the relentless monsters take over the unknown realm that once dwelled in the Demon Tower. The scene then switches to the Scorpio Hospital, where Taewoo and Sung Jae are still tangled up in an intense fight. However, none of Sung's attacks seem to be working as they are held by Libra's vines, while Taewoo suggests he give up since there's difference between S rank and A rank. Taewoo makes Sung Jae bang on the wall. As he breaks through across the wall, the red-haired kid realizes that it's his mom's room. That evil blondie approaches Sung Jae and even has the Gemini magic book in his hand. Panicked, Sung Jae decides to get out of his mom's room quickly, and just as he runs to grab that magic book, Taewoo kicks him right into the guts. While poor Sung struggles to get up, Taewoo knows everything that Sung pulls out mana from the magic tree book, and there's more to it. Grinning, the blonde guy asks him to give up and proceeds to attack him. He tells Sung Jae to hold on tight to his mom's hand while he's on his way. At that moment, Taewoo strikes his power that displaces Sung's mom's bed, making Sung Jae and his unconscious mother fall out of the hospital window. In that life-threatening moment, poor Sung Jae is unable to do anything as he himself is falling down. Falling into his death, Sung Jae refuses to give up like this and thinks of Uncle Gaeon, Yuha, and his dad, but he snaps out of it as no one is there to help him. Sung Jae desperately tries to think of a way to escape the narrow death. The poor guy feels so helpless as he doesn't even have the spellbook and no more mana, so he can possibly do nothing. Calling himself an idiot, he holds tighter to his mom and knows that he has to fight himself. At that moment, Sung gets reminded how Uncle Jian never gave up in the tower, nor did Dad even inside the Crimson Fog, so he shouldn't give up either. About to hit the ground, the kid gets determined to help his mom. Looks like the god listens to him when he gets a message from the Serpent Bearer welcomes Sung Jae, who possesses an indomitable spirit. The system then asks Sung Jae if he would like to accept the trial and receive the power of immorality to fight his enemy. Sung doesn't give a shit about whatever it is and begs to let him just once have the power to protect others. Suddenly, a jolt of power surges through the guy and he successfully lands on the ground, saving his mom. Meanwhile, that bastard Taewoo is left staggered to see Sung survive that fall. The scene switches to the unknown realm, where Perio, who's thinking of himself so high and mighty, looks down on the saints and Lee Jian, scoffing that they're no match for him. Provoking the saints who are trapped by the arms, Perio lets out that even bugs twitch when they are stepped on, but he can't expect anything from someone who can't use their powers, concluding that twitching will make them look miserable. He then calls out Gaeon and asks if he's willing to twitch or going to give up. Holding off those arms, our guy thinks this bitch blabs too much. Suddenly, a grin takes over Jian's face, and he loses it when Perio asks him to give up, making that bastard flinch. Our guy then reminisces that in that demon tower, he was without a zodiac supporting him, and even with his body messed up, he fought alone against the Red Eyes, not to mention that he struggled alone for 20 years in that damn tower. And never once he thought about giving up, yet this bastard is telling him to give up now. Laughing hysterically, our guy mocks Perio for thinking that bringing out some class impossible here would make him win, calling it fucking adorable. With a menacing grin, Our guy tells him not to be mistaken as this isn't even close to being considered a crisis, calling him a retard. While Jian makes him piss his pants, Perio still thinks Jian is bluffing and swings that Libra symbol to make those calamities leap toward him. He attacks in the will of Libra, and several arm monsters storm their way. The scene then switches to Tai Wu, who gets smacked by Sung Jae, who's stronger than ever. As blood spills out of Tai Wu's mouth, Sung Jae lets out that he won't give up because he's sick and tired of being helpless. Shrieking, Sung makes it clear that from now on he will protect his mom, Uncle Jaewon, and everyone with his own hands. On the contrary, the trial of fame is completed and the first disciple of the serpent bearer is born. The first disciple creates a new chapter in the Bible, Jeon Lee Gospel, and at that very moment the light ignites the horizon, signaling the emergence of something divine. That light makes everyone's jaw drop, and Perio is shackled by disbelief to witness Jeon's power. Abruptly, the radiant blaze cracks through the unknown realm, and as our guy climbs up the stairs as his heavy footsteps crack the ground, our guy finally understands the power of using what's written in the Bible. Our guy makes an iconic comeback, 10 times stronger than before. Well, Gaon seems to be living the moment from his gospel chapter, one where he walked out serenely from the tower that was locking him. Our guy truly wishes to kill Perio first, but there is something that he must take care of right away. Before Perio could think what it could be, he witnesses the Sky Punisher that must have surfaced because the unknown realm got shattered. In a flinch, our guy swats Perio away like a bug. Walking towards the weapon he owns, he retrieves his Sky Punisher. The Virgo Inquisitor is left disoriented to see that crazy bastard rip that weapon out with his bare hands. Grinning, he takes pride that even after 20 years he still has it. The Sky Punisher is Jeon's 8th holy relic and his best crafted weapon. As the calamities attack him from behind, Jeon is more worried about his weapon, which has gotten so tiny since it hadn't had any blood of monsters in 20 years. Just like that, our guy stabs the monster with his Sky Punisher without even looking back. He unleashes his jaw-dropping power and slashes through those monster arms into pieces like he's a freaking god. Flaunting his unmatched power, our guy then calls out Perio, who's frightened to death, and sneers at him, asking wasn't he the one of the almighty Libra, repeating Perio's words about bugs twitching when stepped on, and tells him to hurry and twitch. With a menacing grin, our guy clarifies that unlike someone he actually likes people who don't give up. Jeon suggests Perio to be different from others, asking him how it's going to be whether he's giving up or is he going to twitch. The Libra's subordinate, Perio, trembles in fear as he calls out to the Calamity to stop Jeon Lee. But our guy is determined to win as he slices the monster, enjoying the show saying that's how they should play. As the monster bleeds, our guy feels that even the Sky Punisher is enjoying the taste of monsters after a long time. As soon as he gets rid of the Calamity, Kevin Azan along with Hugo uses their skills Meteor of July and the Radiant Sky to use a combination sect skill. A storm of radiance appears, and their connection with the Zodiacs is back now. They pose glamorously now that the Virgo and Sagittarius resurrected, and Jeon mocks them, telling them their pose sucks. Pissed, they snap at him, letting him know that they're just victims of the plot twist. Perio wonders how the situation turned out like this, even after severing connections with the Zodiac. Being doomed, Perio decides to escape. However, Kevin leaps towards him as he calls out Perio, striking his sword to avenge his right arm. Suddenly, Jean-Louis emerges out of Perio's body. Kevin gets back as he recognizes the skill to be familiar, while Jean-Louis reveals that he has some urgent business with Perio. The Cancer Saint catches Perio as he was running away without getting rid of Jeon and the others as he was told. Jean gives him another chance, offering him as a tribute to the Zodiac, and tells him to become a monster and finish his mission. The Saint Jean-Louis Morin uses the Libra skill, an equivalent exchange offering Perio as a tribute. Jeon then calls out White Hair and corroborates with him about Perio's name, who turns into a monster. Curious, Kevin asks him if he's going to come up with a new nickname for him too. While our guy calls Kevin Whitener given the hair of his color, it pisses Kevin off as he's sick of his sense of humor, wondering how Archer deals with his nonsense. Well, Jeon states Take-Su has no other choice, and Kevin laughs out loud, admitting it's true as he's a peasant. Just then, Perio transforms into a monster while our guy feels that his body is surging with power. It appears that since his body enhancement is 85% complete, the side effect has been lifted so he can now test his enhanced physical abilities. Recalling how much there was when he swung the weapon lightly, Gaon decides to swing with full power as a test. As he does that, he notices something. Jin Myung reaches the location where he was called by Jeon, wondering what on earth happened here. Jin ponders that Gaon could be fighting with the Saint. Suddenly, the Yule Palace collapses and the whole thing gets sent flying. At that moment, a girl appears and asks Jin Myung if it was the Virgo sanctuary that just exploded. As he looks at the girl, he's shocked to find out who it is. On the other hand, Jeon beats the shit out of Perio as the guy collapses, wondering how much his body has enhanced because he's unable to control his power. Learning that's 85 right now, our guy is impressed, and anticipates what would happen if his power reaches to 100%. Our guys literally destroy the whole palace. Meanwhile, Kevin trembles with anger, calling him a crazy bastard. Virgo has become homeless. On the other hand, Jean Morin arrives at Libra's palace, where Giselle gets to know about Perio's failure, the monster attack, alienating saints, and the internal betrayal that has failed completely. Finding it humiliating, Jean apologizes for underestimating Jian Li, since he didn't expect him to take out the impossible class calamity with ease. Giselle is also pissed about the fact that the Cancer Saint has shown his face to the enemies. Jean defends himself and blames Libra, as she's the one who told him to get Jian Li, so he was just doing his best. Getting mad, Libra Saint asks him if he's playing games with her, and chains Jean Morin with the golden vines. Petrified, the Cancer Saint admits he wouldn't dare to do that. She hopes that the Cancer Saint succeeds next time and asks him where the Jian gang will head next. Moraine predicts that Kevin Azar will prove his innocence, so the next place they will head is Scorpio's sanctuary. At the same time, Kevin speculates that Scorpio was the one who stabbed our guy, but Hugo seems to be doubtful about that. Shaking Kevin like a ketchup bottle, Take-Soo denies this and would have understood if it was someone else than Haley. Take-Soo tells Kevin that they've already checked the records of the unknown civilization dagger. Hearing this, Kevin smacks Hugo on the face, telling him not to judge so quickly just because he got help from Haley with Crimson Fog and about the dagger. Virgo justifies that there's no reason he would secretly stab Jian Li at the Tower of Demons. Instead, he would rather beat him in front of the people. Since the situation is like this, Virgo shows them the proof that it was Scorpio as they make their way underground to the Holy Relic storage. Kevin reveals to them that he's well familiar with the dagger since he investigated some of the sects in secret. It was to find enemies hiding among the saints. As they step down the stairs, he shows them a room full of weapons. 5 years ago, he found these while investigating Scorpio, and all of them are related to the unknown civilization. Kevin deduces that Scorpio is dangerous. They are one of the beings who threaten the human race. But Yuha appears there and disagrees with him. Upon seeing Yuha, Kevin assumes that she's the archer's daughter, but is confused about her disagreement about Scorpio. Yuha reveals that she was at the Scorpio sanctuary before coming here, explaining that she received a lot of help from Haley, and she's a good person. But even Yuha wonders if it's too early to make a hasty conclusion. Hearing this, Kevin reacts rashly, asking her if she knows what place that is. Their conversation is interrupted when Jian's stomach rumbles and Hugo suggests that they should eat something first. At a restaurant, we see the cracking of the crockery while everyone's attention is on Jian's table. Our guy can't control his power, and Kevin lashes out at him, asking him what's his problem. Even a saint like him has a limit of patience. Meanwhile, Yuha is busy admiring her uncle since he's an alpha male. Kevin gets mad at Archer for the way he's raised his daughter. Staring at Kevin, our guy grabs him by the head, shaking him up and down. With that, Jian gets to know that his body enhancement is complete and has transcended into the first stage of a god's body. Our guy admits that his body did get ridiculously strong and that it might take a while to get used to it. Hugo, upon seeing Kevin, giggles, saying that's why it's important to know when to stay quiet. But even Take-Soo falls prey to our guy, who grabs him by his head. Holding two divine saints like they're toys, our guy seems to be having fun. Yuha films the whole scene, thinking how freaking cool Jian is that he's handling two saints like a toy. This drives Virgo crazy as he wonders if she's really the Archer Saint's daughter. Just as our guy flings them away, Yuha remembers that Haley gave her something to give it to him, sliding a pen towards him. It appears to be truth-writing wooden fountain pen on which traces of the scribe can be found. Jin Myung, upon seeing this, swoop towards Lee as it's one of the 8th holy relics of Jian, and he's pleased to experience this with his own sight. Our guy is thinking about the scribe, which is the last trial of wisdom, and recalls how Scorpio used to hide from him, wondering why keep the pen when they always hated him. He asks Jin Myung if he checked the underground storage, and the appraiser confirms the items are related to the unknown civilization and may have ties to Scorpio. Kevin cuts in, saying he already told them Scorpio is connected to the unknown civilization. He even overheard them talking about it. Virgo also claims Haley tried to kill him 20 years ago by poisoning his food, making him certain Scorpio was behind it. Just then, White Hair adds something to Jian's food. Everyone gives him a dubious stare, but Kevin says it's just supplementary medicine, reasoning that Jian has no zodiac blessing and always overworks himself. That means he won't be at his best in battle, so White Hair added medicine to help, but says he doesn't need thanks. Hugo stares and sums up that Kevin gives Lee medicine while Scorpio gives poison. Jin Myung offers to test it, but Kevin warns him not to touch Gaon's food and questions his loyalty. An argument breaks out between Kevin and the Archer Saint as Virgo insists Oriental medicine doesn't work on him. Jin Myung apologizes to Gion, saying he didn't expect someone from the Inquisitors to be swayed by the other sect. But Gion finds it weird, given that they risked their lives for rebellion, but never even bothered to ask the Vice Chief or one of the 10 stars. Plus, Perio didn't bring his troops, meaning the rebellion was just a ploy to gather all saints and make them fight. Gion agrees that everything pointed to Virgo, and it was all set up. Our boy then remembers Sergeyevich and Heiji. Considering Libra and Dark Cancer's involvement, they're unsure if the dagger memory was manipulated. Jian concludes that there's more to it. Jinmyung asks about his suspicions of Kevin. After thinking, Gaeon concludes white hair isn't involved as it wouldn't benefit him. Just then, Yuha asks Jian about his next move, and our guy responds that he's heading to Scorpio since they're connected. Plus he's curious why Scorpio returned the pen through her. At that moment, our guy reveals he's made Sungjae his first disciple, but thinks it'll be a while before he sees him. Hugo and Yuha are stunned, and Hugo trembles, asking what Gion just said. Our fellow repeats happily that Sung is his first disciple. The archer saint is in disbelief, while Yuha feels betrayed, asking her uncle why Sung and not her. Her aura flares with anger, and Gion tries to calm her. Yuha apologizes and decides to ask her brother directly, angrily tapping her phone. She texts Sungjae, saying he shouldn't do this to his sister, asking how he could become Gaeon's disciple and make her sad. She gets angry when he doesn't reply. On the contrary, Sung defeats Libra's son. A nurse compliments him for taking down an S-ranked Libra. She thanks him, saying they captured Taewoo because of him while Sung-jae finds her suspicious. Strangely, the nurse asks if the transformation was too perfect, and it turns out to be the Gemini commander Sung-hyuk Choi. The red-haired kid is disgusted by Choi's cross-dressing. Choi quivers with anger, saying it was tough dressing like a woman just to get the stolen spellbook back. The commander asks his disciple if he knows what's in the book since it holds unimaginable things. Sung-jae apologizes, saying Choi can do whatever he wants with it, but the commander refuses to leave just yet. He has questions, including the whereabouts of Saint Heiji, who betrayed Gemini. In the meantime, Gemini disciples arrive to take Sung-jae. In a hospital room, we see Jaewon finally opens his eyes and overhears everything. The Gemini commander, along with his disciples, doesn't plan on leaving until he gets the answers to his questions, including the whereabouts of Saint Heiji, and he intends to ask the betrayer of their sect, aka Sung-jae. Sung-jae feels enraged after hearing his commander being selfish again, who only cares about what he wants and disregards what others think. And with that, he announces that he doesn't plan on following the Gemini sect anymore. Gemini skill. Evocation is activated by the Gemini commander, who orders his disciples to capture the red-haired kid alive. Sung-jae is ready to fight as he tells everyone to come at him at once because he's confident about being much stronger than before. But, suddenly, his mana starts getting sucked up, and it seems like it's not the commander's doing because he looks as confused as Sung-jae. An entity summons from the skill the Gemini sect just used, but it doesn't look like the spirit they summoned. And as the commander tries to remember who this is, he realizes it's the spirit not even Saint Heiji could summon. It's the strongest ever and the first fairy king, Elysian. The Gemini commander, who's still in disbelief, admits that they gathered their mana but never intended to summon the fairy king, as he wonders if it's because of the spellbook's power. Elysian reveals that it was the disciples of Gemini who performed a summoning spell, but what brought him here is Sung-jae's exceptional mana. The fairy king wonders whose mana this is, and even though he's bound to Gemini, he really liked the mana Ophiuchus's first disciple has. Elysian reveals that he even plans on transferring to Sung-jae's sect, and the commander, upon hearing this, is in utter disbelief as he questions the fairy king how he can even say this as a familiar assigned to Gemini. The fairy king believes there's nothing wrong with it, since the connection with the Gemini zodiac is now severed, and they have no clue where their saint is, as he complains that they're asking for too much loyalty under these circumstances. The Gemini commander thinks of every way he can stop Sung-jae and the fairy king from making a contract, and orders his disciples to stop Sung-jae and kill him if necessary. The red-haired kid looks super excited to fight, as he was getting tired of waiting, but then the system notifies him that his serpent bearer's power has been depleted. Sung-jae panics as he realizes all his mana is gone now, and the fairy king lets him know that he probably absorbed all of his mana. The red-haired kid tells Elysian to do something about it, while the old man states that they haven't made a contract yet, which means he can't do anything to help. The Gemini commander, who has been witnessing all this, asks Sung-jae if something's wrong and gives him the choice to give up the contract with the fairy king and come with them. But as he's about to say something else, someone enters the room, breaking through the wall and leaping in front of Sung-jae like a shield, questioning who dared to threaten his nephew. Turns out, it's his uncle Jaewon, who warns everyone to stay away from Sung-jae, and Gemini disciples realize that he's the Sagittarius commander who was taken down by Crimson Fog and had been in bed for 10 years, as they wonder how he can move like that. The Serpent Bearer's energy, which was dormant in Jaewon's soul, protects him, and as the Gemini disciples decide to attack them, the Sagittarius archers arrive at the spot, commanding the Gemini sect to surrender if they don't want holes in their heads. The Gemini disciples realize that their mission of retrieving the spellbook is a failure and decide to retreat for now. As it's all over, Jaewon admires how much his nephew has grown because the last time he saw him, he was so small, and Seungjae is just super happy to see his uncle awake now that he doesn't have words to express. The Fairy King, who's also there, realizes that the Gemini sect left their spellbook, and suddenly someone calls out Seungjae's name, leaving him absolutely petrified as he recognizes the voice. It's Yuha, who asks her brother why he looks so surprised and if he's done something to make her mad. But Seungjae refuses as he states that he's just glad she's here. Yuha loses it and lashes out as she tells him not to lie, since she knows he became Gyeon's first disciple. Just when Seungjae thought he's done for, Jaewon steps up as he breaks it to Yuha that he's awake. And the black-haired girl, after seeing him, forgets everything else as she's so shocked and happy to see her uncle. Meanwhile, Seungjae hides behind Jaewon and takes a breath of relief when Elysion remarks that he looks more tense right now than when he was surrounded by the Gemini. The Fairy King offers him to run away from here by making a contract with him, by which he also gets to transfer to his sect. The red-haired kid has no choice but to make a contract, so he agrees and starts running away from there. Yuha realizes that her brother is running away and runs after him, while Seungjae states that he couldn't do anything about being born second, but couldn't give up being the first disciple of Uncle Jeon. This makes the black-haired girl even more mad while she tells him to stop right there, and as Seungjae lands on the ground, all his movements pause. Yuha mocks him as she thought he got hurt while landing, but as she looks in the direction he's looking, she's also left speechless. Turns out it's their mom, who's glad to see her kids full of energy and asks them if they have been behaving themselves. The next scene takes us to Virgo Metropolitan Teleport Transfer Station, bustling with people. Our guy, Chief Goat, and Kevin Azar are surprised to see the station, and Virgo says it's one of the few still working. Virgo explains it's not as effective as Gemini's, but since Gemini went rogue, it's busier than ever. Jeon swats his hand, telling him to shut up. Moments later, Hugo gets a call from Yuha who gives him the news about Jiwoo and Jaewon waking up. Taeksu cries tears of joy and Yuha adds that Seungjae along with the archer disciples chased Gemini away, but Taewoo vanished. Taeksu gets angry as he can't believe Gemini and Taewoo were there to cause trouble. After hearing this, Jeon doesn't know who Taewoo is, and Chief Goat explains to him that Taewoo is a Saint Libra's elder son. The chief reveals that Saint Hugo had already discovered the culprits behind the Crimson Fog, Taewoo and Siwoo Yoon, Libra's sons. In the past, Taeksu confronted Libra, exposing her role in the task force, special cargo, and the passenger list since all the evidence linked to her sons. He also had eyewitnesses from survivors. A storm brews in his gaze as he asks Giselle if it was her son's doing. Without a single speck of shame, Giselle is not surprised that Hugo figured it out. Libra mocks Hugo and says the half-saint archer can't do anything as he has no power left, plus he's even worthy of being called a saint. She, being a heartless bitch, gives Hugo two choices: expose the truth and face war, or drop everything and accept his failure. Justifying her son's mistakes as youth, Giselle provokes archers, mentioning his kids, Yuha and Seungjae. Hugo has no choice but to protect them. Back to the present, Chief Goat says once Libra mentioned the kids, Hugo had no choice. That's why Saint Hugo kept quiet, for the sake of his children's safety. After that, Jeon orders Goat to find the Libra brothers, no matter what. Our guy finally understands why Taeksu sent Yuha and Seungjae to other sects as Sagittarius couldn't protect them. But he finds one thing reassuring, that Seungjae is his disciple now. Just then, Gyeon remembers the follow-up mission that came after that is to assign an Ophiuchus saint. Baffled, he wonders who to choose, especially with a rank limit. Meanwhile, Taeksu thanks Gyeon for sending his disciples to Korea. Otherwise, it would have been worse. Gyeon stares at Hugo, thinking who should be the Ophiuchus saint. Suddenly, Gyeon invites Taeksu to his sect, offering to make him a saint. Before Hugo can react, Apollo, the Sagittarius zodiac, bursts in, enraged, warning Gyeon not to covet his contractor. While Kevin and Goat freak out, Gyeon casually tells Apollo not to be stingy. Kevin gets sarcastic and asks our guy why he's asking him to join while Hugo and Goat apologize to their zodiac Apollo. Gyeon gets serious and asks Kevin if he really wants to join, but armless Kevin laughs like a donkey, saying he was kidding, and this makes Gyeon pissed off. Later, they're ready to teleport and Gyeon beats up Kevin as his divinity rises like crazy. The archer chief announces the teleport is ready, but Taeksu glares, saying no one asked. Tension rises and the Chief Goat asks the saint what's wrong. Hugo calls him a punk and asks if he really doesn't know. The scene takes us to a few hours earlier, where Yuha keeps calling Seungjae non-stop. Angrily, she decides to return to Korea and calls his brother a bastard. On the other hand, Chief Goat blushes after seeing Yuha and offers the fastest way back. He sparkles, inviting her to join them at the transfer station. Just then, Yuha meets Jin Myung, who's surprised to see the archer's daughter in Virgo. Jin gives her a teleport scroll as a gift. While they laugh, Chief Goat gets jealous, and his dislike for Virgo grows. Later, Yuha tells Uncle Jian that Scorpio's route is closed off, so he must enter through the sea, as the air is blocked by the unknown civilization. She explains people usually travel by road through America, where Leo is. Jian sighs as it'll take time to reach Scorpio's sanctuary while Yuha plans to go to Leo after finishing her business in Korea. Using the scroll, she calls Uncle Jian and Dad, praising their fight against the Crimson Fog. After Yuha teleports, Gaeon reflects on why people raise kids. Taeksu says that after a hard day, their smiles make everything better. But Hugo notices Chief Goat looking gloomy and grows suspicious. He bluntly asks if Goat has feelings for Yuha. When Goat stays silent, Taeksu strangles him. At the station, Jian beats Kevin while Taeksu strangles Goat. After their goofy brawl, Taeksu asks if Kevin's joining. Virgo reasons that he has to prove his innocence and he doesn't want anyone else to beat Jian before him. Though armless, Kevin says he'll handle any threat to Jian. After that, they're set to teleport, and their destination is Washington, D.C., Leo's sanctuary. Meanwhile, in America, Leo's guys hear that Li Jian has arrived. They prepare a wild welcome, planning to give him hell. At the battle arena, the crowd goes wild for the upcoming festival. Later, at the Leo battle arena, the crowd is roaring as they announce the battle of the century between Stephen Marker and Li Jian. After the whole thing is announced, Stephen wonders who he is or what this place is. In the meantime, our guy walks up to the stage yawning. At that moment, Stephen realizes that he's fucked and wonders that how in the world things turned like this. Bro is pretty much screwed. The scene then takes us to a few hours earlier, when Li Jian and the others arrive in Washington, and the first thing they witness is a colossal lion statue. Thinking that Stephen is such a psycho, our guy is creeped out by Leo's narcissism, and Taeksu is not surprised at all since Leo lives for basking in his own glory. But Kevin Azar is smitten by that statue and wishes to build one too. Hugo asks Jian why the hell did they bring the white hair along as he's picking up only bad things while being here. Shortly, some Leo subordinates call out Jian's name, informing him that there's an invitation from the Leo saint, Stephen Marker, requesting him to come with them. Our guy questions why Leo would invite him and Kevin says the same. Hugo chokes the white hair, telling him to mind his own business. Leo guys recognize the Virgo saint, Kevin Azar and Hugo Otters, concluding that Jian sure is not to be taken lightly. One of them mocks Jian, saying he's allying with the other saints as it would be tough to take down their Leo saint on his own. The guy gets a kick into his face after uttering bullshit. Jian refuses to go as he knows that Stephen Marker is going to ask for a weapon. While our guy beats the crap out of the Leo guy, another subordinate tells Jian that they came here to invite him officially to the Leo Battle Arena, passing him the envelope. It is revealed to us that Leo Battle Arena is a tournament taking place all over the states without any rules applied. No sect, no rank, no nationality whatsoever is asked. The competition is solely for the purpose of finding the strongest fighter. The subordinate reveals the match between the saints was only held once, and it's been 30 years already. That was the fight between the 13th Saint Jian Li and Leo Saint Stephen Marker. They wish to recreate that fight again. Meanwhile, the scene takes us to Leo's headquarters, where Stephen gets to know about his match with Jian Li. While Marker panics, Commander Oliver assures him that he has prepared everything for him. But Marker asks the commander why the hell he decided this all by himself, and Oliver justifies that Stephen was humiliated by Jian during the Thousand Tentacles raid. The commander believes that Jian must have held a grudge over him for the match 30 years ago, as he wanted revenge. While Stephen holds his anger, the commander gets the news that Jian accepted the fight. To make it worse, Oliver discloses that he has invited renowned reporters, politicians, and honored guests from all around the world to show everyone that Stephen is the best. It looks like Oliver is doing it on purpose. Poor Stephen trembles and screams as loud as he can because he's been fucked up. The scene comes to the present, at the Leo battle area, where Stephen is regretting his life decisions. Meanwhile, his subordinate is astounded by the huge crowd as people from all around the world are here just to watch their fight. Deep down, Stephen panics and wonders why this is happening to him. Leo storms away in anger, and his subordinate asks him where he's going. Stephen responds that he's going to the restroom, calling him an idiot. The commander is relieved as he thought he was gonna run away. Meanwhile, Leo furiously slams the door. A vicious grin takes over the disciple's face, apparent that he's putting the saint in trouble. On the other side, as Stephen Marker is in the restroom when suddenly Li Jian barges out of the toilet. The sight of Jian makes poor Leo tremble with fear as he didn't expect to run into him there. Just as the big guy is about to scream, our friendly guy greets Stephen and asks the psycho what he's up to. The soul nearly leaves Stephen's body when our guy questions if he can handle the fight. Mustering up his sanity, Stephen mumbles that handling his death 20 years ago was one that he could barely handle. The big guy reveals that back then, Jaeon was a symbol and mental support that made humanity believe that they could win. People were torn up and fell into despair by the news of his death in the tower, revealing that he was one of them too. Our guy tells him to cut the bullshit, making Marker recall that he was the one who announced the death of the Red Eyes. Marker justifies that he had no choice but to show off because he didn't want the people to know that even saints were being defeated. Steven calls himself a necessary evil who isn't decent or noble and states that he's trying to protect humanity in his own way, given that he's more afraid of humanity falling into despair than being criticized for being incompetent. Leo concludes that one day when people figure out the truth, he wishes that day comes after all the monsters are gone, and he's ready to take all the blame. Our guy looks done with him and tells him to get to the point. And there Steven thought he'd had him with his emotional speech, but damn, it didn't work. Just then, Steven tries to convince Gian that the battle arena is just for entertainment, so a hero like him can't be an entertainment for the spectators. Pissed off, our guy tells him to cut to the chase before he loses it, and Steven's heart pounds like a drum when he scaredly suggests that they make it a tie. And so the story continues again from the beginning, in the battle arena, where they confront each other on the stage. Taking deep breaths, Marker calms himself down as Gian promises to cooperate with him. Just then, there's an announcement that says, has proposed to take on all the fighters in the arena at once, making it puzzled whether it's his confidence or recklessness. It seems that it was Steven's doing, and he's happy that he did what Gian asked for. In Leo's flashback, Gian agrees to make this fight a tie on one condition, and reminds Psycho Leo that this is a system to sort out fighters who can fight monsters. Our guy then proposes to Leo to bring out all the fighters who can fight in the arena, as he wants to see them himself. In Leo's mind, he thinks that Gian's a genius, as he's planning on making it seem like he was outnumbered by all the fighters that he called on to this side. And now that one-on-one battle has become a Royal Rumble, and this way people will focus on the success of the event, rather than winning or losing. Hopping with joy, Steven surmises that it's a win-win for everyone. However, things took a 360 turn when they announced to warm up the stage a bit by watching Lee Gian and Steven Marker's match 30 years ago. That lion in him that was roaring now turns into a dog pet mode. In the video, Steven is beating the crap out of Gian. Meanwhile, poor Leo is freaking out on the stage and begs to stop the video. Panicking, Steven is scared for his life when he justifies that he never asked them to play it while our guy loses it. Our guy glances at Leo and thinks it's quite infuriating while poor Steven accepts his ill fate, knowing he's fucked for real now. 30 years ago, Lee Gian was defeated by Steven Marker, but what the world didn't realize was, this was a fraud fight. Our guy gets steamed up for daring to keep that fraud fight and play it here, but Steven also spills the ugly truth that he paid him $50 billion for that show. Soon after, gossip spreads through the crowd about the fraud fight, and Steven regrets opening his damn mouth. To cover it up, Leo provokes the fighter to fight, and to his surprise, it works as all of them leap towards Gian. Chief Goat in the crowd is left in utter disbelief to think that Gian was paid $50 billion for that fraud fight. Takesu reveals that Lee donated all that money. Meanwhile, Kevin Azar is trembling with anger as he screams at Gian for accepting this fight with those morons while avoiding his challenge. The white hare lets out that he's got money too and summons his sword. Roaring, the armless white hare runs towards the stage while Taiku and Chief try to stop that maniac. On the other hand, the whole crowd goes crazy over Lee Gian, thinking he called his friends to help. The crowd is in uproar after finding out how much money was bet on this fight. Suddenly, the whole crowd rushes into the arena, while Kevin Azar punches his way through the crowd like a freaking psycho. The whole arena is a mess, and the commentator comments the prison would be more organized than this. The VIP box witnesses the mayhem that's going on, and wonders if they're trying to manipulate the match. The other VIP suggests that they cancel the bets this instant and asks Commander Oliver, the one who's behind it, how he's going to settle it. The commander storms out in fury as things have turned upside down. Oliver concludes that there's no other choice but to go on to the next phase. Suddenly, Yuha overhears him and startles the commander when she asks him what's the next stage. Oliver is completely disoriented to see Vice Chief Yuha and asks her where she has been all this time. Staring at him dubiously, Yuha reminds the commander that he asked her something to do, and Oliver justifies that it slipped out of his mind. But something about Oliver unsettles her and she suspiciously lets out that commander never apologizes. Just then, Yuha uses her powers and asks that guy who the hell he really is. On the contrary, things in the arena are pretty messed up as people begin to beat the crap out of each other while Steven Marker witnesses the whole shit show, wondering why that bastard Oliver isn't trying to clean this mess up. Meanwhile, our guy is enjoying this as he runs around, beating people and gaining their data. Gian smacks them real good and thinks it was a good idea to call them all out. Our guy then thanks Steven as he was able to collect them with ease and points at the lion as it's his turn. The goosebumps run down Steven's spine while Gian says he would have taken it lightly if it wasn't for the stupid video. At that moment, it hits Steven. The reason why he called out all the fighters was to gain their data and realizes he's been fucked up. Our guy flings that last fighter and concludes that Marker is still too slow just like he was in the past. But the Leo Saint quits hiding like a coward and roars like a lion, stating that he won't hold back either now that things are like this. Going insane, he leaps towards Jian with his veins bulging, but the inevitable happens when Leo gets whacked by Jian with his least efforts. Blood drips from Steven's nose, and before the poor guy could recover from that punch, our guy leans in for another attack. After that punch, Marker comes to his senses, realizing he can never fight this monster, and knows he'll become dead meat if he doesn't do anything. As Leo attempts to use the advent of his Zodiac, our guy doesn't give any chance to counterattack and pummels him into the ground. At that very moment, Kevin Azar interrupts their fight and steps in as an angel in Steven's eyes as he challenges Jian to fight him instead. As things are already crazy, a sudden rumbling is heard above them. Distracted by the sound, they all look upwards and it turns out to be Yuha and Oliver. Yuha bangs on the ground with force and steps on Oliver. She then threatens that guy to show her who it really is before she electrocutes him. That's when that guy turns back to his original form as the Pisces skill transformation deactivates. That person turns out to be Sylvia, Pisces SS rank, and Yuha tells her that her acting needs improvement. The Leo disciples freak out as their commander was a woman all this time, but Yuha clarifies that it was Sylvia transformed into Oliver. Sylvia gets exposed and calls Yuha an ignorant bitch. On the other hand, armless Kevin is bursting with anger as every time he tries to fight with Jian, something keeps getting in his way. What Kevin Azar doesn't realize is that he stabs a person for no damn reason, taking an innocent life. White-haired dumbass comes back to his sense and realizes that he's fucked up, not to mention he's being broadcasted. The whole crowd witnesses Kevin sword stabbing that person, leaving everyone staggered by the sight. That's when the silence falls over the arena as Bro accidentally kills someone. Knowing that he fucked up real bad, Kevin tries to explain himself and justifies that it's not what it seems. Suddenly, the stabbed guy starts speaking, asking Kevin how'd he find out. While Kevin flinches, trying to believe his ears, that guy compliments the whitehead for having a keen eye. Just as Kevin draws out his sword, sensing danger, suddenly, a light illuminates from that guy's body and the Leo guys instantly sense that it's the Libra's mana energy. They are left flabbergasted, knowing that there was a Libra spy among them all this time. That dead body comes to life again as it's wriggling and our guy recognizes that arrogant voice. The Libra guy rumbles out of that portal and finally gets to meet Li Jian. But first, he gives credit to Kevin Azar for figuring out who he was in this chaos. The white-headed dumbass being an accidental genius takes this perfect chance, flattering himself that he is always this predictable. I mean, Kevin's a real deal. First he escaped that murder and then pinpointed Libra. Dude's on a good luck streak. After that, the Libra's puppet expresses his disbelief, asking Jian how he survived and crawled his way out from the demon tower. Our guy shuts him up and finds it very pathetic that Libra has always been ignoble, including the Virgo scheme set up. This is the reason why Libra never wanted to see Jaeon's face, as he's always been resistant to bad luck. Meanwhile, Kevin goes mad when he gets to know that it was Libra who framed Virgo. The Libra guy then provokes the whitehead and accuses him of stabbing Jian's back for sure. Upon this, Kevin Azar lashes out at Libra and makes it clear that he won't take any more of his nonsense. But the Libra puppet reminds Kevin that he said himself out loud that he'd be the one to finish Jian. Even the Cancer Saint and others heard it. Suddenly, Hugo steps in and burns Libra's puppet as he unfolds in fire. The archer warns Kevin not to be swayed by Giselle's words, given what her words are capable of. Giselle swirls that flames away and is disappointed in Hugo. Giselle knows that Hugo got his powers back and suggests that he'll need a bigger flame than that to burn that body, and a sharper blade to cut through that body. While Kevin stabs that sword, Giselle provokes Virgo and says that he stabbed Jian in the back, but now he's following him is kinda ironic. Kevin's sword doesn't break through the shield that Libra activates, calling Virgo spineless. But Virgo is rendered speechless as he conjectures this can't be a power of a mere puppet, and notices the divine mark on its forehead. It is then revealed to us that a divine mark is a unique mark given to a beloved disciple by the Zodiac. Such a disciple is linked directly to the Zodiac, being able to perform a saint-like ability and power, which means that this puppet is now as powerful as Giselle Lawrence herself. That's when our guy steps in as he soars with his Sky Punisher. Giselle tells Jian that his weapon is useless as he can't break through those gold vines, saying that this divine mark grants him the blessing of a Zodiac. However, our guy proves her wrong as he slices through those vines, making that puppet snap. Jian, being the greatest of them all, slices that divine mark into half, making it shatter to pieces. Taken aback, Giselle Lawrence witnesses Jian break that divine mark like it was nothing. Laughing, she finds Jian full of surprises and thinks that there's finally someone for her to enjoy. At that moment, someone steps into Giselle's room as she sits on her throne. That guy reports to her that getting rid of the Leo Saint ended up in failure. Giselle manifests a different outcome if it weren't for Kevin Azar, but their plan was hurried to begin with. Surprisingly, she calls out Commander Oliver and asks him how the operation went. Well, it turns out Oliver was busy serving Libra. She then addresses the commander as the soon-to-be saint of Leo. The scene switches to the battle arena, where Jian obtains the data of Libra's divine mark and expresses his utter disappointment in Taiksu and Kevin. As that Pisces girl Sylvia is tied down, our guy scolds them for calling themselves saints when they can't even handle a puppet. He then praises Yuha as she's the only one doing her job right. Curious, Kevin asks Jian if he summoned his zodiac by any chance. Otherwise, how could he break that divine mark? Our guy tells Kevin to stop blabbing and confesses that he has no zodiac on his back at all. Taiksu accentuates that the divine mark is given the zodiac itself that no saints can break, but our guy doesn't care about any of that because he himself is the god. Meanwhile, Stephen Marker declares himself the winner, but everyone objects on the selection of a winner. Considering the audience getting involved in the fight and the Libra's spy act, they call it an informal match and make it invalid. But our guy scares the shit out of Leo guys, and they discuss it among themselves, thinking they must announce the winner. Stuck between Stephen and Jian, the disciples can't handle the aftermath, so they leave it up to Vice Chief Yuha to announce the winner. Yuha declares Uncle Gaon to be the winner, and everyone gets thrilled as they cheer for their hero. On the other hand, Kevin confirms with Taiksu that Jian didn't have a zodiac on his back 20 years ago either, and the archer agrees. Kevin asks Hugo if it doesn't bother him that Jian broke the divine mark all by himself. He is way more powerful than most of the saints without a zodiac on his back. Kevin Azar divulges if that's the case, it could be that Jian is a zodiac itself for a new constellation. In the arena, our guy gets back to his stealing job as he summons his familiar piggy bank to loot some stuff. Jian commands everyone who's carrying stuff to put it in front of Pishu. The people sob as they have no choice but to listen to Gion. Meanwhile, Jian's familiar piggy bank devours all sorts of treasure. But the dude doesn't stop here when he asks those chosen fighters to hurry and sign the contract that they're transferring to Ophiuchus. Well, it turns out the system gives him additional recruitment to increase his influence by recruiting more disciples. However, those disciples who were forced to transfer lacked devotion. Our guy is such a badass when takes all of Leo's disciples and their holy relics. He then thanks Psycho Steven as it has been an absolute pleasure doing business with him. Meanwhile, Kevin thinks the future of this earth is doomed if he's really a zodiac. Curious, Taiksu asks the white hair if he has any proof that Gion's a zodiac, and Kevin shakes his head. But Archer takes this as a headcanon and chokes Kevin for talking nonsense. Struggling, poor Kevin justifies that the Archer himself said that Gion was able to control familiars who didn't even listen to saints with ease. And come to think of it, it's only him that doesn't have a zodiac out of all 12 saints. Taiksu pinches Kevin's nose real hard and believes that he's making up stuff as there's no way a man can be a zodiac. As our guy watches them bicker, suddenly, a thought about Libra crosses his mind. He finally begins to ponder that Giselle knew exactly where and how he got stabbed. It was as if she was the one who stabbed him, or at least saw him getting stabbed directly. The realization sets in, and Gaon deduces that Libra's saint must have something to do with trapping him in the demon tower. Our guy recalls how awfully close she was to her zodiac, assuming her zodiac could also be involved with him getting stabbed. Dismissing that thought, our guy gets another message to baptize his disciples, and gets reminded that he hasn't met Sung Jae in a while. Just then, Jian asks Taiksu to pack his stuff who's strangling Kevin. Hugo wonders if they're already leaving, and Lee lets out that the Archer hasn't met Jiwoo and Jaewon since they woke up, plus he needs to meet Sung Jae. The scene then switches to Scorpio's headquarters in Canada, where the Scorpio saint, Haley, is watching the Leo Battle Arena broadcast, where Yuha declares Lee Jian the winner. Haley knew that Leo was no match for Gion anyway. Watching Jian up close, she swoons over him. Suddenly, her fangirl moment is interrupted when her subordinate frantically reports her about the Scorpio hospital being attacked multiple times. Freaking out, Haley almost gets exposed as she wriggles to the ground in embarrassment. Her disciple reveals that Libra and Gemini were there to attack, but Sung Jae pushed them back. According to the observatory, the 13th constellation, where Lee Jian is the saint, has appeared, adding that Sung Jae has become the first disciple of Jian's sect. It is then revealed to us that the zodiac system is based on zodiac signs. So far, the 12 sects have come together and built a special observatory to observe changes in constellations. This makes Haley infer that the other sects wouldn't welcome the sudden appearance of a new constellation, and now that Jian Lee has his first disciple, Sung Jae, everyone must be getting ready to check on him. Her disciple unravels that there were several attempts to get rid of Jian's first disciple to get the assassination of the first reward. Given that Sung Jae will be their target, Haley plans to send her people to the hospital, but she gets to know Eugene has already left for the hospital. The scene then flips to a park near the Scorpio hospital, where a guy is scampering towards the hospital. As the loud rumbling reverberates, the intruders are getting smacked by the familiars who are after Sung Jae. They are Jian's familiar who storm out of their realm, insanely searching for Jian's first disciple. The familiars make it clear that Sung Jae is their prey. Meanwhile, the intruders from another sect are scared for their life as they could literally die fighting those giants. Well, their motive is the same. They want to catch Cheon Sung Jae. Sung Jae, hiding under the bushes, thinks it's savage. The fairy king who's with him praises Sung for using familiars, as it was a brilliant idea to stop those intruders. Sung finds it very reassuring to have those familiars on his side, and the fairy king determines that they're just not willing to get their toy stolen away by some idiots from another sect. The red-haired kid recalls how those familiars got furious when they discovered, and they asked him not to expect them to like him just because the master likes him. Ganging up on the first disciple, they urged him to prove his worth while poor Sung ran for his life. This is the reason why he's hiding under the bushes to protect himself from the familiars who have grown not to like him. Sung Jae then hopes that the archers are taking good care of his mom. Suddenly a guy creeps up on him and asks if he's Sung Jae. Sung freaks out and takes that guy as another intruder. Just as he's crawling away, Sung's coin falls off and suddenly a voice comes from behind. It turns out to be Taeksu who falls to the ground, and Sung Jae asks if Uncle Gaeon didn't come with him. Hugo informs him that the bastard went somewhere else. While Sung makes a disappointed face, his dad doesn't like how his son is too harsh on him. Nonetheless, Hugo witnesses a chaotic situation, and Sung utters that it's a long story. Just then, they're interrupted by the boy who asks Hugo if he's the archer saint. Without confirming, Sung Jae tells his dad that the boy is an assassin and reveals that the assassins keep popping up ever since he's become Jian's disciple. Hugo gets protective and calls that assassin boy a disgraceful bastard, while that boy justifies that he hasn't done a single thing. But Sung Jae calls him a liar and elaborates how he tried to sneak attack him. Taeksu lashes out at that boy when suddenly the Zodiac Apollo appears. The Sagittarius Zodiac seeks direct descent and declares he would burn that dangerous kind himself. While Sung wonders why a Zodiac appeared all of a sudden, the boy thinks it's all screwed up now that the Zodiac gets involved. The boy tells both father and son not to blame him as they started this. Abruptly, that mysterious boy browses through the Sagittarius Bible with his powers, as the paper rustles swiftly. Thinking it's quite a rhapsody, that guy flips the Bible's pages as the words begin to change, making it turn into nighttime. Hugo couldn't believe that boy forced a Zodiac to go back, and that's when that boy smirks. He lets out that no sun should be out at night, referring to making Apollo go back. As Taeksu screams and asks what the hell he just did, the boy confesses that he just pushed an annoying Zodiac out of the way, and now the Sagittarius Zodiac cannot interfere. That powerful boy turns out to be Eugene, the Scorpio's scribe. Eugene asks what he should do next and again browses through the Sagittarius Bible. Eugene casts something and it makes Hugo drift away as the ground beneath him crumbles. Startled, Hugo recognizes that verse just now as Apollo used to recite this verse. But he finds it impossible that Eugene read that verse since only Zodiacs are able to read the Bible. Taeksu remembers vividly that the verse was a bit different from the original, making him question if that boy edited the Bible. It is then revealed to us that the Bible is a scripture that records the history and achievements of each constellation. The Bible's records themselves are legends and myths. Furthermore, it manifests in the authority of the sect. Just like that, there were people who read and edited the Bible known as scribes. However, scribes are known to be extinct in this world, for the Zodiacs and their familiars eradicated all those with the ability of a scribe. Hugo finally understood why the Zodiacs went furious, as there was no way they could bear when mere mortals could have control over them. He then realizes this is the reason why the Zodiac Apollo stepped in, since he sensed the scribe. Eugene finds it hilarious to see the saints' condescending faces turn worried in front of him. Eugene is about to head to the hospital when our guy makes an iconic entry and surprises that brat with a dropkick. Jian calls it a great panel line-breaking entrance. Our guy is surprised since Hugo went to check on people who woke up in the hospital, but instead he's getting his ass kicked. Lee scolds Hugo that he should have taken care of this brat with a finger snap while that poor Eugene gets knocked out. The scene then takes us to a flashback, where a calamity wreaks havoc on the world and wipes out all those who undermine the authority of the divine throne. Total chaos erupts when a large number of humans are massacred by the calamity and could not escape their ill fate. However, among that pile of dead, little Eugene manages to survive. Later, he opens his eyes in a bedroom and jerks awake to find the Scorpio saint, Haley, in front of him, who asks him how he's feeling. Little Eugene is disoriented, asking her where he is. Haley reveals that it's her sanctuary, assuring him that he's safe there. Well, it appears that Scorpio was his lifesaver. The next then takes us to the construction site near the Scorpio hospital, where Eugene finally regains consciousness, mumbling Haley's name. The boy opens his eyes only to realize that he's tied down by rope, but it's actually lime delightedly wrapped around him. The archers call the saints that the intruder has awakened. Meanwhile, poor Eugene screams to be set free, but Saint Hugo forgets everything when he sees Jiwoo, crying with joy. As the emotional reunion happens, Yaren and the other archers bawl their eyes out to witness such a touching sight, while Chief Goat misses Yuha. In the meantime, Jian meets Eugene and learns about the interesting power the boy has. Our guy immediately senses that he's a scribe, while Eugene tries to deny the fact that he is. Jian activates his god gaze and enunciates that he knows everything, so there's no point in hiding. Eugene realizes that he's been exposed, and that's when he activates the Scorpio's shadow skill, escaping away like a bolt of lightning. Using the shadow skill, Eugene plans to hold them as hostages and escape, leaping towards Hugo and Jiwoo. Our guy enters the scene, whacking Taesu's face and grabs Jiwoo into his arms. He then crashes into the wall. While Eugene keeps attacking Jian relentlessly, our boy evades each blow easily, holding Jiwoo. Eugene wishes to hit Jian just once while Jiwoo enjoys it as our guy carries her around like a freaking Spider-Man. Sungjae freaks out when he sees his mom, and Uncle Jaewon reveals that Jiwoo is a big Jian fan. Poor Taesu gets mad at Jian to get away from Jiwoo, feeling jealous. Taesu screams at Eugene to get the fuck away from here, but the scribe is determined to hit Jian. Just then, Jiwoo tells Taesu to wait a bit more, as a moment like this won't come in the future. Utterly heartbroken, poor Hugo can't take it as he vomits blood while Sungjae is worried sick about his dad, believing that mom being Jian's fan is too much to handle that he's coughing blood. Our guy tells Taesu to stop being ridiculous as there's nothing to be jealous about. Eugene feels left out as Jian doesn't even care about his presence and plans to browse through the Bible of the targeted opponent. However, Eugene fails to browse through Jian's Bible, getting to know that no record has been found for the new constellation. But the worst is yet to come when Jian's familiars crumble their way into the hospital as they hold down Eugene, smashing him into the ground. Our guy then approaches him and asks the scribe if he tried to force open his Bible. After that, Jian gets to know about Eugene Christane through the system and learns that he's the possible candidate for this final trial of wisdom. Our guy bluntly offers the Scorpio scribe to be the scribe for his sect, but Eugene tells him to fuck himself as he shows him the middle finger, turning Lee's offer down in the most insulting way. But Jian is left with no choice but to make it happen forcibly and commands the system to do it. Seeing the Scorpio familiar's poison gland, Eugene notices that St. Haley is here and calls her out for him. Just then, Haley appears and lets out that she warned Eugene not to act on his own. While Eugene apologizes, Haley gets startled when she hears Jian's voice telling her. Our guy threatens that she better answer his questions if she doesn't want to die. Seeing her crush showing up unexpectedly, Haley panics while her familiar warns Jian to stop with his irrelevant behavior. Haley tries to stay sane, but she falls to the ground, making everyone concerned. But Haley reassures that she's fine and just needs to crawl around for a bit. In reality, Haley is taken aback by Jian's sudden appearance as she thought he was at the Leo sanctuary. She composes herself and turns around to have a talk. While our guy thinks she's crazy, but through Haley's view, Jian looks so freaking charismatic that nearly makes her faint. Sungjae wonders why people have been acting off today, and Jaewon thinks he's addressing his dad. Jian gets mad and understands that Haley is trying to avoid him as she's awkward around him. Our guy then grabs her by the shoulder and tells her to pull herself together since he needs to ask some questions. But Scorpio loses her brain cells when our guy touches her while her familiars tell Jian to take his hands off her. Sungjae gets baffled as he wonders what the fuck is wrong with Scorpio while Jaewon reads the room and guesses that he isn't too quick about this stuff either. The familiar forces Jian to remove his hand off her as, saying what he's doing is too intense for the princess as she blushes, lying down unconscious. Our guy laughs at her being lame and decides to talk with Sungjae first since Haley's dramatic ass will take a while. Our guy then informs Sungjae that he needs to get baptized and he gets baffled, wondering if he means getting introduced to a zodiac and getting acknowledged as a proper disciple. While Lee nods, Sung freaks out when he thinks the holy ceremony can be performed here. Jian thinks all the formalities are useless, and Sungjae doesn't seem to be mentally prepared for it either, but our boy decides to do it anyway. Sungjae opens his eyes in a dark place and gets questioned if he's the one who wishes to be the first follower of Ophiuchus. Agreeing, the red-haired kid introduces himself as Sungjae, who's ready to follow and serve Gaeon, the serpent bearer. As he looks behind him, Sung sees the zodiac of the serpent bearer that looks familiar. Sung recognizes him to be Jian Lee, and after a snap, eyes open in the real world. Jian asks him how it was, and Sung finds it insane as he's still mentally there. Getting baptized, Sungjae acquires new unique skills. Sungjae has awakened as the vanguard of Ophiuchus, and has been given abilities as the privilege of being the first disciple. The boy finally learns that his uncle was the zodiac of Ophiuchus, while our guy is relieved that he has a better awareness than Hugo and Kevin. With that, Sung decides to brag about this to Yuha, but the moment is interrupted when Haley regains her consciousness, asking if it was his first baptism. She congratulates Jian Lee for baptizing his first disciple. Smiling, our guy asks Scorpio if she's feeling better now, and activating the 13th sense, Jian goes straight at her neck while all the familiars get alerted. But our guy is shocked to see Haley being so calm because she's aware that Jian wouldn't hurt her. With that, she asks him about the questions our guy wanted to ask. Jian then questions her to explain why her source of power comes from an unknown civilization. Upon these questions, the people begin to gossip and wonder if the Scorpio Saint is a calamity. Our guy lets out that Haley fooled the world and asks her if she fooled the Scorpio Zodiac too. The Scorpio's familiar gets mad and asks Gaeon how dare he lay his hands on the princess, ready to kill Jian. Our guy provokes them and suspects that Scorpio's underling must be a calamity disguised as familiars. The familiars get furious and ask what kind of calamity shows such loyalty to a saint, but then his words are cut off by Haley. That's when Haley answers Jian's question and opens up the source of her power is indeed from the unknown civilization, but she considers herself a human, and above everything, she's on Jian's side. Our guy demands her to prove it since he has a perfect thing for that, and hands her a paper with 2 questions. One question asks what she thinks of Jian Li, and the other asks what type of relationship she would like to have with him. Finding it unexpectedly easy, Haley scribbles and after a while she slides the paper back to him. Jian smiles evilly as he glances at how concise her answers are. Meanwhile, Haley feels confident as there's no way Jian could tell what her true intentions are. However, our guy smashes an Uno reverse when he pulls out the relic, a truth-writing wooden fountain pen that will show him the truth, no matter what she's written. Scorpio is rendered speechless, as it's the same relic she returned to Jian, and how he's using it against her. Our guy asks the same questions from the pen he asked Haley. The pen confesses Haley's true feelings, revealing that she loves him so much and he's so charismatic, that's why she betrayed her own kind, so that she could come on his side. Scorpio melts in embarrassment while our guy wonders how weird it is. The pen reveals the truth about the next question that is about their relationship, and it unveils that Haley wants to have a sexual relationship with him. Ignoring what he's just heard, Gaeon assumes that the pen must be broken, therefore they should try again later. Sungjae and Jaewon are left speechless as the red-haired kid finds it a critical situation and runs to his sister to inform her that his uncle's chastity is in danger. Our guy is blank by the traumatizing events while Scorpio's familiar reveals to him that the Princess Haley has turned her back on her kind and chose humans, that's why she's loyal. The familiar tries to make Gaeon understand that the princess wanted to have a relationship with him, forgetting the word sexual. Haley begs her familiar not to say another word and commands that they're going back as she can't handle any more embarrassment now. But our guy stops Scorpio and asks her what more she knows about the weapons from an unknown civilization, since the dagger that stabbed him in the Tower of Demons was also from an unknown civilization. She regains her composure and says that it's a weapon that contains the monarch's power. It is then revealed to us that the monarch is a title that holds the highest rank of the unknown civilization. Weapons of the unknown civilization that contain the power of the monarch give off terrible energy that can even threaten the zodiacs. Haley continues to state that this must be why Lee couldn't do anything when he was attacked by that weapon. Ever since then, she's been collecting those weapons and sealing them. Our guy connects the dots and learns that's how Scorpio was tied up in the investigation of the unknown civilization's weapons. Just then, a guy questions Haley if she's saying there's a true leader of the unknown civilization, not the Red Eyes that Jian took care of 20 years ago. Haley reveals that Red Eyes isn't the true leader, stating there are at least 3 more monsters just like Red Eyes. Tension rises in the atmosphere, as Hugo wakes up with a jolt thinking that the disaster like Red Eyes was not the final boss. Now that Jian thinks about it, the one called the Administrator in the Tower of Demons said the same words. The Archer Saint freaks while our guy doesn't seem to care much and decides to slice whatever comes his way, and that's how it will be. But Hugo thinks it's easy to say rather than be done, and Jian knows it's not going to be easy like up until now, so he needs to get stronger. Our guy knows what he needs to get stronger and points at Eugene, requesting Haley to give him that boy to make him believe that she's on his side. Eugene gets furious, thinking he must be crazy, and believes Haley would never do it. However, Haley agrees in an instant to make Jian happy and asks him if there's anything else he needs. Eugene crumbles away in disbelief. In the Tail Hospital, Jian brags about finding time to relax no matter how busy life gets while Eugene curses him. Eugene shuts him up and wonders why he must suffer as he flips the pages aggressively. Our boy reminds the boy that he was sold to him for free by Scorpio, therefore he should work harder on his new job. Jian makes Eugene balls his eyes out as he decides to make him pay. Deep down, the boy resents Jian and plans to make him regret by having him as his scribe. As the synchronization with the Bible completes, the scribe tries to mess with Jian's Bible and changes a verse in chapter 5 and changes it to, "The scribe who denies the constellation has accepted the serpent bearer as a servant." Eugene laughs and commands Jian to kneel before him, but instead he gets punched by our guy. Meanwhile, Eugene is left baffled as to why it didn't affect him even after he changed the verses in the Bible. Our guy tells him that life doesn't always go the way we want. Just then, Jiwoo interrupts and reveals that she changed the exact verse as it sounded weird. Eugene is left stunned and wonders if Jiwoo could change the writing of the scribe, while Jiwoo, upon seeing his reaction, thinks she made a mistake. It is then narrated that Libra is the #1 sect with over 2 billion disciples, so fighting Libra won't be easy for Jian Li. Libra's Saint Giselle is not just a representative of the zodiac, in fact she shares a close relationship with the Libra zodiac, and some people even say that she's a clone of Libra. That means fighting against her means fighting against Libra Zodiac, and even for Jian to face Zodiacs or monarchs of the unknown civilization would be impossible. Our guy is notified about the urgent need for a scribe that would enhance his power and authority. Meanwhile, Eugene fails to understand how Jiwoo was able to change what he wrote. He wonders if she's a scribe as well. Just then, Gaeon reveals to him that Jiwoo indeed has the latent ability of a scribe. Haley is speechless over that fact as she thinks even the goddess of fortune is on his side. While our guy is lucky to get 2 scribes at once, he's notified about the completion of the Trial of Wisdom and all the other trials. With that, all the restrictions have been lifted. At Libra headquarters, the Palace of Libra, Giselle Lawrence receives the information about the meetup of Scorpio and Jian Lee, and also gets to know that Sagittarius, Virgo, and Scorpio are on his side. Plus, Lee also found a scribe, and Libra's disciples expressed her concern. Gazelle calls Scorpio a moron for having a crush on Jian for over 20 years, and doesn't know where she belongs. Libra doesn't care how many people side with Lee Jian because except for him, all the others are useless shits who are Lee's fanatics. However, Giselle believes it's important to secure the scribe, and if that's not possible, she orders her disciple to get rid of him. The Libra disciple calls everyone foolish who side with Jian and flatters Giselle as nobody can surpass her power in the world. Giselle supposes that those who face Jian are often divided into 2 groups. Either they join his side or they despise him and become his enemy. With that being said, Libra asks who's the closest to Jaeon at the moment and learns that her son Yoon Siwoo is Taewoo's orders and trailing behind Gaeon. Giselle curses her daughter, Kaylee, and calls her useless, because if her daughter had control over her throne, her plan would have gone smoothly. The saint commands them to contact Siwoo and order him to go after the scribe to either kidnap him or take him out. In the Scorpio-affiliated construction site, Jian informs Hugo that Jiwoo is joining Ophiuchus, to which the archer saint freaks out since Zodiacs go crazy when they see a scribe. For that reason, our guy believes that it's safer to hide Jiwoo and train her just like Scorpio did. But Taixu is pissed at the fact that Jiwoo is going to Jian's sect, not to mention she's a big Jian fanatic. Jian then reminds Hugo where he mentioned that the energy of the 12 sects didn't go well with Jiwoo. This means she doesn't have much of a choice but to join Ophiuchus' sect, and Haley backs him up as she also believes they would be safe under Jian since it's him who's facing Libra. In order to convince Hugo, our guy states that since Jiwoo is his wife, he will treat her exceptionally and she can join his sect as a laywoman and not a disciple. Eventually, she will be dispatched to Sagittarius to serve his sect. Jian calls it a one-time deal, and the Archer Saint is left with no choice but to agree. After that, Haley opens up to Hugo about checking Yuha's arms while she was with her. She speculates that the thing planted in her arms was somehow able to restrain it until now, but it's almost at a limit. Haley anticipates that it will now only become harder to restrain it, and upon hearing this for the first time, Jian asks for more details. On the other hand, Jiwoo is finally done organizing the papers and asks Eugene if she should organize the other set of papers too. But the boy seems to be done with his life, exhausted by work, and tells her to do whatever she wants. Eugene curses Jian for forcefully recruiting him, even making him sign a slave contract and put a bump on his head. On top of that, Jian left him with the holy relic, a truth-writing pen, and he seems to be pissed about it because every time he throws it away, it hits him back. Jiwoo is concerned about him and consoles Eugene not to give up on his life. Somehow Siwoo Yoon mistakenly hears the whole conversation as he just came here because his mother told him. Siwoo decides to make up for the mess he made in the blood mist situation and gets adamant to complete this mission to reclaim his mother's good remarks. The blondie targets the recorder and is aware that Eugene is a strong person from Scorpio, therefore he decides to take care of him later. Siwoo thinks of taking out Jiwoo, as it's an opportunity to screw Sung. As he's about to attack, Kevin Azar aggressively kicks the door behind which Siwoo was hiding, calling out Jian Lee in frustration. Virgo lashes out about how he was left at Leo's sanctuary and won't let it slide. Jiwoo and Eugene are in shock as they did not expect Kevin to ask about Jian. In the meantime, Jian appears and wonders why the whitehead always screams out his name wherever he goes. As Kevin is about to speak, he spots the Scorpio Saint and asks, "She's doing here?" But Haley isn't exactly pleased to meet Virgo as well. The commotion begins when Hugo spots Siwoo Yoon, as everyone wonders if Kevin bought him here, to which the white-haired guy seems to know nothing about it. Jian recognizes him as the guy he beat up in Chapter 25, and Hugo lashes out thinking that Libra's son is here to do something bad. Realizing he's Libra's son, our guy recognizes that he and his brother are the ones involved in the blood mist's appearance. As Siwoo tries to take a look around himself, his face is smashed with Jian's leg, as he realizes that he's the bastard who made his friend, his niece, and nephew suffer. Smashing Siwoo's face brutally, our guy lets the blonde boy that fucked up now. Hugo gets furious, asking Siwoo why he's here and thinks he's here to mess with his family. Haley figures out the reason and finds it's obvious that Siwoo is here since Libra found out that Jian has come in contact with a scribe. Scorpio asks Siwoo if Libra ordered him to kill the scribe while Kevin is simmering with anger after knowing that Siwoo was the one who released the toad in his holy domain. Virgo wonders which body part of his should be cut off first by him. Given that everyone is upset with him, Jian thinks Siwoo is screwed up and decides to come up with a way to spread rumors about him. Meanwhile, Siwoo urges to retreat from his mission because at this rate he's going to be a dead meat. The blonde brat attempts to save his ass and escapes to the headquarters. As Siwoo is happy that it worked, he finds Gaon in front of him, grinning. After the brat disappears, Hugo chases after him, but our guy lets him know that he let Siwoo escape on purpose. That is to catch his brother along with him. In Honolulu, Hawaii, there's a Libra-owned luxury resort where we see Taewoo being healed by Aquarius avatars, as he's forced into this. He curses Sung-jae and wishes to tear his limbs off so that he will be forced to crawl around for the rest of his life. Abruptly, Taewoo hears a scream echoing from above, and surprisingly, it turns out to be his brother Siwoo. Siwoo immediately alerts him that Jian Lee found out that he was trying to kill his scribe. Taewoo curses his brother, calling him an idiot who always messes up things. And Taewoo ascertains that the saints will fuck them up because he literally tried to murder the scribe in front of them. Taewoo gets mad as he relentlessly curses his younger brother and is scared about the thought of what he's gonna tell mother. Taewoo thinks it's a waste of time and his stupid ass plans to stop Jian Lee first. He takes his little brother to a place full of gems and reveals to Siwoo that they will use these gems for equivalent exchange since every one of these gems is a core of Black Class disaster misfortunes. These are made from the disaster misfortunes during Jian Lee's raid at the Devil's Tower. Simply put, they will use the gems to summon a disaster class misfortune like Red Eyes. Siwoo is concerned if they will be able to handle it, but Taewoo affirms that they have nothing to worry about since they have Libra Rosary. They're desperate to get rid of Jian Lee. Activating the Libra skill equivalent exchange, the cores of various Black Class disaster misfortunes are offered as tribute. Finally, an uncontrollable disaster class entity is summoned as a reward for their tribute. Taewoo is certain that the disaster calamity will easily defeat Jian Lee since they've offered many cores. A beam of light appears as Siwoo asks his older brother what he summoned for it to be like this. At that moment, they realize there's something wrong since this shouldn't be happening. Siwoo instantly feels the familiar feeling and promptly, Lee Jian appears, headbutting Taewoo and Siwoo laughs as he gets saved from the headshot. Our guy opens up about a parrot he found on his way here when it suddenly started dragging him somewhere, so he just had to see what it was about. It turns out Jian Lee is the disaster class entity that was summoned. With that, our boy released the bird and plans to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Siwoo, who curses the avatar and is shocked to know the uncontrollable disaster class was Jian Lee himself. Libra's son gets scared as he admits they're wrong and claims to turn themselves in for what they did, even agreeing to apologize to Hugo. Our guy assumes that they have forgotten the real issue and states that the Libra brothers are missing the punishment which they deserve. Fearing his death, Siwoo trembles, and as he stumbles back, he comes across the Libra rosary. At the same time, Taewoo, who was passed out, wakes up cursing as he wonders what kind of summon it is. Just then, Taewoo looks for his rosary like a maniac and asks Siwoo about it. That's when Siwoo betrays his own blood as he offers Taewoo as a tribute to summon a calamity, just to save himself. He sacrifices his brother by activating the Libra equivalent exchange skill and offering Taewoo as a tribute. Siwoo, instead of dying from guilt, finds it's a relief that unlike him, Taewoo is very useful since now he can be saved. At that moment, Yoon Taewoo transforms into a disaster, and witnessing this betrayal, our guy laughs how Siwoo used his older brother as a tribute, and their holy god just accepted the tribute. Our guy finally gets it how messed up the Libra sect is, comparing them with the family of the other sect he's well familiar with. Jian concludes that they're complete opposites. Jian reveals his holy domain, and the connection with Libra has been severed. He briefs Siwoo that he created a barrier after Ophiuchus's holy domain got bigger from clearing trials, therefore he won't be able to use Libra's power. It appears that Taewoo died instantly, because Libra's powers got cut off in the middle of his transformation, and Jian finds it hilarious that he offered his brother as a tribute, but now he's turned into a bunch of trash. Meanwhile, Siwoo seems crestfallen as the sacrifice was in vain. Siwoo is left with no more tricks up his sleeve, therefore our guy decides that it's his turn to play now. The records in Ophiuchus's Bible are acknowledged as power, and now that Sagittarius's saint has moved after seeing Ophiuchus's master, Jian can borrow Sagittarius's power. Jian then activates the Sagittarius skill, piercing eye, and asks Siwoo if he has some last words or sin he wants to atone for. Our guy calls him trash and advises him to choose his words wisely since they might be his last. Hearing this, Siwoo melts in breakdown, revealing the truth in pure frustration as he questions Jian who is he to harass him like just because he released the blood mist a long ago. The boy justifies his heinous crimes by saying that he was a kid back then, and it was just a mistake. Siwoo gets mad as he spits out all the crimes he's committed, just like controlling the blood mist in Europe and ambushing Scorpio's hospital. The boy reasons that he did what he was told. He was pressured, and since the blood mist is now killed, he wonders why it matters since Gion saved those people anyways. Rage takes over Siwoo as he screams and asks Jian why he's doing that to him when it's over already, boasting about being Libra's son again. Siwoo reminds him that he's the son of Giselle Lawrence, the Libra saint. In the middle of the rage talk, Siwoo looks at Jian dozing off and calls him a bastard, asking how the fuck he can doze of right now. Our guy admits it was hard for him to keep his eyes open, and says that he must have a lot of regrets to talk this much. Siwoo realizes Lee never planned on listening to him. That's when Jian reveals that he's listening, and tells Siwoo that whatever he said right now was broadcasted to the whole world. Our guy worked hard to let everyone see it, so he got a ton of viewers. Our guy estimates and states that it's about 8 billion viewers. Since the Sagittarius skill is a 1,000-mile eye type of skill, Jian used this skill to broadcast Siwoo's words to the entire world who spilled the hidden truth. At the Libra Holy Domain, Scales Castle, the disciples try to locate Jian and Siwoo like crazy, but aren't able to locate them yet. Chaos is spread in the Libra Sanctuary, as the disciples wonder how big Jian Li is trying to make this, and takes whatever method necessary to figure out their location, since they have to save Siwoo. One of the disciples sees the crowding of civilians increasing outside the castle as people protest for their safety. People are in utter chaos to find out that Libra and her son actually released a misfortune like that. After hearing the truth, the citizens boil with anger as they wonder how someone can feel no guilt after killing so many people. They begin to protest that Siwoo should be killed. On the contrary, Kaylee, Siwoo's sister, watches the broadcast as well and smiles to see her little brother getting punished for what he did. Siwoo lowers his head as he doesn't want to hear things about him, while Lee Jian congratulates him for becoming a world class that everyone wants to kill. Our guy then points his spear toward him and concludes that he heard Siwoo's last words, but he never heard an apology, just excuses. Jian tells Siwoo that he lost the last chance to apologize to the world, and now no more chances will be given neither by him nor by the people. The Libra disciples witness Siwoo's death while people are feeling incredulous towards Libra, resulting in decreased faith since they are displeased. Due to this, the Libra sect's power decreases and the favor towards Ophiuchus increases. The disciples inform the Castellans about their faith and power decreasing. They suggest they stop Jian Li and send forces right away. On the broadcast, Jian decides to punish Siwoo in different fun ways with the crazy support of people behind him. As he's about to slash his head off, Gazelle makes an appearance and commands him to stop. Upon her entrance, our guy thinks she sure took her sweet time coming here and calls her trash, while Siwoo couldn't be any happier now that his mother has come to his rescue. Libra thinks Gaon should have made one shot against her, but to do something like this he must be insane. Our guy calls it ironic and mocks Giselle as he wonders if unleashing a misfortune on a city to cause destruction is sane. Our boy suggests she cut to the chase and says that he will release her son immediately. Giselle finds this taunting too disrespectful, while our guy gives her a reality check, clarifying that the dishonorable one here is her son who kills innocent people. Our guy then decides to go with Giselle's method this time and gives her two choices just like she did to Hugo, either to reveal all of Libra's crimes and pay for them, or fight him with everything on the line and gets doomed. In addition to that, Libra also needs to spill who stabbed him in the back at Devil's Tower. Upon hearing this, Libra giggles and finds it absolutely ridiculous as she questions why in the world she has to go with his offer. Our guy already knows what a condescendent bitch she is, and with that, he slashes Siwoo's head off mercilessly. Bringing out his insane side, our guy mercilessly slices Siwoo's neck while Giselle, hiding like a coward, threatens Jian that he'll never get away with his. But our guy assures her not to get worked up already and confesses he's about to do something worse. While worse might be not the word for it, our guy does something jaw-dropping when he uses his regeneration skill on Siwoo to resurrect him. Paralyzed by fear, Siwoo trembles as he recalls that he just got his neck sliced. Before he could make sense of it, our guy strikes that Sky Punisher again, ripping him apart, killing him yet once again. He resurrects Siwoo again by granting him his regeneration skill. Jian becomes a devil as he torments Siwoo and relentlessly rips Siwoo apart, then brings him back to life. While Giselle screams and asks Jian what the hell is he doing, our guy responds that he won't let him so easily. Lee Jian still thinks that slicing Siwoo's head off just once must be a joke to those who have suffered because of him, given the problems this little shit has caused. Our guy reasons that he's doing justice and will punish Siwoo according to the number of people he has caused pain because of the things he's done. Grinning, Jian assures Siwoo to sit back and relax while getting sliced, while the blonde boy trembles in immense fear. Just like that, Jian repeatedly slices him into pieces and brings him back to life, making the punishment of Inferno look better than this torturing hell. Being killed countless times, Siwoo begs for forgiveness and begs Jian to stop, but our guy is one menacing monster. The Libra's guards feel utterly helpless when they witness their young master being shredded to pieces before their eyes. Finally, Giselle bursts out in fury and asks Jian how long he plans on testing her patience. At that very moment, our fella activates the hired skill Teleportation through the familiar Reliquane, and another Sagittarius skill, Absolute Coordinate. Suddenly, something very big crashes inside Libra's palace and slams to the ground. It turns out to be none other than our guy Lee, who teleports to her palace along with Siwoo, who's burned to a crisp. Witnessing this, Giselle's stare smolders as an uncontrollable rage rumbles through her. Looking at her face, Jian says that she doesn't look so good, calling Giselle a piece of trash. At that moment, our guy grins and expresses that he had returned her treasured firstborn to her, urging her to hug her son. Quivering with anger, Giselle Lawrence warns Jian that she will make him pay for provoking her. As it looks like she just cracked a joke, our boy grabs her parrot puppet and clarifies that he didn't provoke her at all. Instead, this is just him answering the choices that a piece of trash like her has made up until now. Our fella then warns that he'll do it to anyone who gets in his way, regardless of who they are, whether they are the Zodiacs, Saints, or the Calamities from the unknown civilization. Our guy throws that puppet away and desires to meet Libra again. Jian disappears in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone knocked breathless in sheer shock. After Jian leaves, leaving nothing but chaos in its wake as Giselle Lawrence's rage makes the ground rumble. The hell breaks loose when she screams frantically at Jian Lee for humiliating her like this, desperate to kill him and all of his little friends. Her rumbling voice reverberates across the world. On the other hand, our guy along with Siwoo gets teleported. Our guy thought Siwoo was dead for a second, but now that he's alive, he decides to continue from where they left. Our guy, being the true disaster god, wonders how many times he's sliced him, but he loses his count and decides to start from the beginning, showing no mercy. Freaking out, Siwoo begs that psycho to stop this madness. While Siwoo's request goes unheard, Gion is busy counting the people who suffered from the toad, and also calculating the time Taksu's family suffered at a premium. Bawling his life out, Siwoo begs for his life. After our guy does the math and concludes that Siwoo just has to die 10,000 times more. Being purely diabolical, Gion mercilessly rips Siwoo apart. The scene then takes us to Leo Battle Arena, where Cheon Yuha wins against her opponent. Leo guys murmur about the Vice Chief Yuha and notices that she's been strange lately. The Leo guy elaborates that she didn't care about winning or losing in the past too, but the Vice Chief seems duller now. Everyone agrees on that and believes that she's been that way since she saw Jian declare war against Libra. She seemed kinda overwhelmed, but they assume that she's zoned out for a different reason. The Leo guys do admit what Jian showed the world was shocking in many ways, and they've never seen a person getting tortured like that. One of them thinks that Libra's son deserved it, and not to mention, those Libra bastards being condescending and rambling around pissed them off. Just as the guy announces another win for Yuha, she gets bored and leans closer to the mic, confessing that she's quitting Leo and gonna join her uncle's sect. While they all saw it coming, Stephen, who's in the hospital, also witnesses this. As his disciples hurries to change the channel, Stephen already blacks out from a mini heart attack. It seems that Leo takes this news to heart, and his subordinates tell him to get a hold of himself. Commander Oliver, who happens to be there, grits his teeth, thinking the Saint of Leo and the Vice Chief are disrespecting the sect. Meanwhile, Marker's subordinate bawls his eyes out, thinking that the Saint left them, but the other assures him that the boss just fainted. Taking the chance, his subordinate lashes out at Stephen and says that he got his ass kicked by Lee and Yuha, completely disrespected his authority, asking his Saint if this is the way he wants to end his life. In the media, the journalist infers that Libra has been deceiving the whole world, not to mention that they were hiding the truth about the Crimson Fog, and they even tried to cover it up, blaming it on Sagittarius. The other journalist believes that it's a bit too early to jump to conclusions as Libra has yet to make its statement, and none of the facts has been cross-checked. Plus, he speculates that all those accusations could be Jian Lee trying to frame sect Libra. The guy then makes a bold remark, saying that it could be a common negative strategy used between sects. This makes another journalist lash out at him, reminding him that Libra's two sons are now dead, yet he still has the audacity to say so. A guy states that it's weird that in such a catastrophe, Libra haven't stated anything yet, so it's only natural to suspect them as they've been quiet after all these accusations on them. On the other hand, Scorpio, Virgo, and Sagittarius are watching the news. Haley compliments Kevin that he's good at something else other than putting poison in Jian's food. Looking proud, Kevin calls it a piece of cake if he uses the media under his influence. Virgo throws shades at Haley and is certain that someone's sect, which is located in the middle of a forest in the middle of nowhere in Canada, doesn't know how to do this sort of thing. Kevin then clarifies that those things he mixed up in Jian's food were supplementary medicine and not poison, believing that Haley's secret poison must have been detoxified thanks to his medicine. While both of them bicker over Jian, Taiksu looks done with them and surprised at the same time, noticing how obsessed they are with Gion. Curious, Kevin then asks Hugo where Jian is after creating all this mess, to which he responds that Lee has been pretty busy lately. The scene then takes us to the former Libra's hideout in Hawaii at a construction site. It turns out that our guy Lee is demolishing the Hawaii branch of the Libra sect while enjoying some burgers and music. After the demolition, our guy has already decided what he wants to build here. However, our guy is too surprised as he also finds many crystals, Demon's Heart, and a crystallized gem created by concentrating the monsters Jian killed in the tower. Our guy guesses that they intend to summon monsters through these crystals, just like how that Libra parrot summoned him earlier. With that, Jian gets back to work and calls that place a sweet home. Just then, he wonders if his present has got to that piece of trash yet, referring to Giselle. Well, that present turns out to be her dead son that Jian presents her. While Libra's guards tremble with fear, anger takes over Giselle. She is more pissed off that all broadcasts are ready to rip Libra apart, and questions her disciples if they are going to let these things happen. Her men justify that Virgo made their move so quickly this time that they couldn't counteract. Giselle gets furious and presumes that servant Kevin is no different than that damn Aquarius saintess, calling them Jian Lee-obsessed peasants. Just then, Giselle commands her subordinates to gather all the forces as they can't just sit back like this. Libra declares an all-out war against Gaon and commands them to contact all the branches and alliances all over the world, as she'll do whatever it takes to take Gaon down. Giselle tells them to hurry as they're on a war basis now, and asks her disciples to avenge their young masters. Soon after her disciples leave, Libra calls out, and it appears to be a shadow. It turns out to be the monsters from unknown civilizations who inform Giselle that they've rallied up the troops and everyone is waiting for her command. In a flash of a moment, the saint strikes her power and the blood spreads all over that golden globe. Giselle tries to summon something from that globe. The scene switches to the Pacific Ocean, where the unknown civilization's territory is located in the Black Zone. Suddenly, the sea waves get frantic and countless calamities emerge from the sea, coming together to form a colossal shadow army led by a monarch. Abruptly, a giant hand emerges and splashes right into the sea to pull something out. Giselle pierces her hand through that globe and takes out an ominous red eye in order to wipe out Jian and his friends. Suddenly, that orb spins frantically and something terrifying bursts out from the sea. A dark berserk energy takes over Libra as she grasps that red eye. It was a black zone, 65 hours before the invasion of humanity. Well, who knew Libra was friends with life-threatening calamity? Girl just summoned endless shadow monsters to wipe out our main character. The scene takes us to the Hawaiian Islands, the Holy Sanctuary Workshop, Palace of Ophiuchus. That palace looks rather iconic. Moments later, Hugo, Jiwoo, Haley, Sungjae, and Kevin teleport to Jian's palace. Kevin is annoyed as he asks why the hell Lee wanted them to come here, and while Hugo assumes that Jian was building something, and Haley finds a perfect chance to see Jian. Just then, their eyes land on Jian's palace and Taiksu freaks out, wondering when the hell did our guy make this. At that moment, a girl servant greets them and realizes they are the ones Master Lee was talking about. Hugo asks the servant who she is, and she reveals her name to Iaso, a former Libra and Aquarius familiar before that, but now she's the serpent-bearer captive known as Antiseptic. Iaso opens up that she was kidnapped and taken by Libra until Master Jian came and took her captive. This strikes suspicions into Haley's head when she hears that Jian took Iaso. Just then, they notice an egg she's holding, and Iaso elucidates that it's an egg of Master Lee's familiar, and he asked her to take care of since she's a goddess of health and nursing. Dumbass Kevin wonders if Jian Lee started a family here and calls him a cheeky bastard, while Haley twitches her eye out of jealousy. Suddenly, Haley summons her familiar and commands it to bring everything from the sect they could offer to Jian, even pull out the base of the column. Iaso then asks them to enter through the door, and as soon as it opens, the smoke brushes against their faces. Welcomed by a lizard who's erupting fire, Hugo is left astonished when he figures out it's a furnace. It appears that our guy made a whole freaking steel mill here. Meanwhile, Kevin can't believe his eyes as he just saw a freaking lizard go into that lava tub. While they are amused by the amount of things going on in there, Taiksu discovers this was what he was building after demolishing the Libra's hideout. As expected, Jiwoo is quite impressed and Haley presumes that Jian's is so cool as he made one hell of a drive. The familiars, working at the workshop, spot the master's slave, the archer dude, informing him that Jian is waiting for him. The familiars then guide them to go further where the forge is. Taiksu heads to the forge and isn't surprised because a forge was a given in Jian's workshop, while Haley finally gets it why she's been hearing the clanking of metals. Taiksu greets shirtless Jian who's forging his sword with the hammer, looking hot as fuck. Haley's nose starts to bleed when she peeks at Jian's masculine body and Jiwoo can't help but gush over it as well. Kevin runs outside as it's too hot, and Haley blacks out because of the level of hotness Jian's exuding. After that, Taiksu curiously asks him how he managed to build a workshop when he demolished the hideout yesterday. Our guy then reveals that he's got a pretty handy skill, gluttony, where he can consume a designated target and recreate it into something else. Our guy combined the holy sanctuary, Palace of Ophiuchus, and his workplace, Workshop of Creation, into one. Jian smiles and says that he felt that it's been a while since he'd been faithful to his new job, and Taixu recalls that our guy was in the field of production. Jian states that he'll be sitting in this sanctuary and forge where he will create numerous holy relics. Our guy couldn't wait to get to grind as there are tons of things to be made, but that piece of trash Libra declared a war, so he can't help but to step up and take action. Just then, Hugo asks what he's making, and our guy reveals that it's a weapon Yuha as he promised her, affirming that he'll make one for Sung Jae and Jiwoo as well, leaving both of them in awe. Our guy then asks Hugo for his broken holy relic when suddenly his sanctuary begins to rumble, manifesting that they are attacked. But it turns out to be Scorpio's urgent delivery from the sect headquarters that arrives at Lee's place. Haley excitedly announces that since it's like a housewarming party, she asks Lee to accept all the housewarming gifts. In other words, it's just another way for Haley to express her love for him. Scorpio blushes like crazy and is proud of how things went smoothly so far. While Scorpio is rummaging through her gifts, Taixu and Gion look done with her. Hugo makes our guy believe that Haley is pretty serious about him, giving him future advice that one son and one daughter are the best. In the meantime, Haley stumbles upon a box that's filled with letters, and Haley informs Jian that they are all for him. Our guy gets pissed off as he assumes it's from Psycho Leo Gang, and Taixu cracks a joke, saying they might be fan letters that say, "We love you, brother Jian." Jian grabs Taixu's mouth to shut him up, and Scorpio lets out that it's a resume. This gets even more confusing as Lee wonders why Leo would send him resumes. That's when Sung Jae reveals that it might be about his sister Yuha, since she declared that she is quitting Leo, so things are going crazy right now. The scene takes us to the Leo headquarters where Stephen Marker slams his hand on the table, asking Vice Chief Yuha why would she say something like that on stage. Marker informs her that many people are trying to leave with her and Yuha is aware of that. Stephen even agrees to grant her any wish, but Yuha then insists and wishes to let her resign. Marker even agrees to make changes in her salary contract, but she straight up refuses. As the stress dawns on him, Leo gets concerned that he might lose muscle mass. Leo asks her if she's really fine leaving from here and asks how her arms are lately. The scene then flashes back to 10 years ago, a few days after the Crimson Fog incident. While Jiwoo is in the hospital, little Yuha wakes up to a sound, and thinking it's Dad, she steps outside. She's half awake, and after seeing it's no one, she walks back when suddenly a mysterious person in a cloak appears behind her. Giselle appears at the hospital where the Archer Saints family is and comes across little Yuha, who gets startled by her sudden presence. While Giselle wonders if she surprised her too much, Yuha recognizes her. Just then, Giselle takes Yuha somewhere else since she wants to have a talk with her. Giselle expresses her concern about her family and apologizes for her mother's condition. Yuha says it's fine as she's certain that everyone tried his best, believing it's the best result. Giselle thanks her for saying so, and she finally understands the reason why Hugo brags about his kids so much. Libra compliments Yuha for how mature she is even after what happened to her, and worries about her own kids who are always getting in trouble. She wishes her kids to be half as good as Yuha, but Giselle is sick of them causing trouble again. After she praises Yuha for how well-mannered she is, the Libra Saint wonders how good would have been if Yuha was her daughter, and this makes the little girl get scared, as she's confused about what Giselle is talking about. Giselle calls it a joke, trying to ease her and says that a kid is a kid after all. Libra apologizes for being too mean, and gives her a pair of earrings, telling her to take this as a gift to celebrate their meeting. But Yuha refuses to take things like this when they've just met once, but Gazelle insists on taking it since she bought it specifically for her. Insisting Yuha to take it, the little girl stretches her hand to take the gift. At the same time, Hugo arrives and he hears Libra's voice as he wonders who she's talking to. He walks over to the room only to find out that it's his own daughter, while Yuha happily looks at her dad and shows the gift she received. As soon as Yuha puts the earrings on her hand, a strange black aura takes over her hand, and suddenly the room explodes. Witnessing the blast at the hospital, people report it to others while Stephen Marker is also present there. Yuha screams in pain, crying and calling out her dad while Hugo tries to save her but is slammed back by Libra, knowing that it's beyond his current power. Libra insults him, making him realize that he's not a saint anymore. Enraged, Archer asks Giselle what the hell she did to Yuha, but Libra belittles him, saying how irresolvable of a father he is to leave his kid alone this late at night. Hugo warns Giselle to put Yuha in her original form right now. Giselle then tells him to take it as a warning as Hugo seems to be taking her words too lightly. She then points out that Yuha is more amazing than she thought. It wouldn't be a surprise if she was consumed by evil god's energy any time now, but she's still holding up. Yuha screams in pain as Libra smiles evilly, being certain that she's going to be consumed by energy. To make amendments, Giselle Lawrence, being the bitch she is, gives Archer an option and states the only way to save his daughter Yuha is to take her to the Libra sect. Hugo tells her not to act like she has no choice, while she's the one turning things like this every single time. Libra threatens him to keep his voice low since it's a hospital, and if he doesn't want to hand Yuha over, she offers Hugo to be her subordinate instead. Giselle suggests that he forget about the dead Jian Li and come under her command because she's aware of Hugo's worth more than a saint. Giselle even promises Hugo that she'll restore his lost power and put him back on a saint level if he decides to follow her. Hugo trembles with anger as he realizes that she was up to this notorious scheme from the very beginning. Libra again gives him two choices, either to entrust his daughter Yuha to her, or Hugo himself becomes her subordinate. Suddenly Yuha holds Libra's leg and tries to restrain her from bullying her dad. Giselle calls her a brat for using the energy of the evil god against her. Libra decides to teach Yuha a lesson to be obedient before she takes her. Hugo rushes towards them, shouting at Libra to stop, and that's when the Leo Saint, Stephen Marker, steps in. Taking immediate action, Stephen immediately grabs Yuha to separate her from Libra, while the Archer Saint recognizes the familiar Leo's sovereign skill, Victor's Battlefield. The fact that the skill has been activated here means that he's here right now. Stephen shows himself and declares that the Archer and his daughter are recruiting candidates that he marked first. He says that if she understands that, then she should follow the orders. The unexpected appearance of the Leo Saint, Stephen Marker leaves Libra, and Hugo stunned. The Leo Saint realizes that Libra has put an evil god on the kid, knowing how revolting it is. He states that a beast like that would be the highest ranked avatar in his sect, almost like a holy god. Although it seems like an awful jerk, Stephen thinks it should be fine since Leo is a sect full of beasts. Therefore, he will think of it as a disadvantage for enlisting the highest ranked avatar. Hearing this, Libra Saint is flustered and warns Stephen to stop playing stupid tricks. Leo Saint gets to the point as he decides to be honest and shows his desire to do anything to increase the power of his sect because that's the motto of every sect anyway. Stephen then states the reason Libra put an evil god on the kid, Yuha, and the reason why he's trying to save her is literally the same. That is to raise the status of their sects for their own good. Giselle calls Stephen a lowly beast and questions him if he's trying to get in her way. Meanwhile, Leo Saint challenges her to try destroying his sovereign skill and take Yuha away from him. Libra accepts the challenge since it's now a matter of self-ego and comes at him with what she has got. The situation beneath the hospital building is now full of chaos as the paramedics try to get the situation under control. Leo's disciples, not caring about the situation, look for their Saint Stephen Marker who looks at them from above, observing the crowd gathering. The beast loves the feeling of being in a pavilion and doesn't mind an all-out battle at all, but he is concerned for Libra. Leo provokes Giselle and asks her if she's having second thoughts after realizing the circumstances of the situation. Frustration takes over Giselle when she attacks Marker and decides to take a step back. Giselle, being a coward, doesn't like it when the situation gets out of control, and after being threatened by Leo, she claims to Stephen that she owes him a big time and decides to pay his debt one day. But Stephen smiles, doubting if she will ever be able to do that. The beast claims to become the strongest soon, even surpassing Jian Li. The Libra Saint calls Stephen an animal for making that statement and thinks he's not aware of his place. Just like that, the cowardice Libra departs from the hospital, leaving behind Hugo and Stephen along with Yuha. The overconfident Leo asks the Archer Saint not to thank him, but he hasn't even said anything yet. Hugo then asks Marker for his true motive for showing up here, and Leo responds to him that he wanted to see him before he leaves the country. Since he's aware that the Sagittarius sect is in a tight spot because of all the public hearings and apologies, therefore Leo felt bad for him, feeling that the weight of the world was on his shoulders. The Archer Saint couldn't help but wonder if he's here to make a joke out of him. Just then, Stephen Marker offers him to join his sect before he gets into any more trouble. Stephen confesses that he wants Hugo to join the Leo sect because he's a sincere supporter of Jian Li, believing that having him in his sect can help him surpass Jian. But Hugo bluntly declines the offer, wondering why everyone is saying the same thing. Archer responds that he neither has time nor intention to join the Leo sect, and requests him to get Yuha out of evil god's energy already. Stephen's next words leave Hugo in absolute shambles as he reveals that no one can get her out of it. Leo explains that if he releases Yuha, with the evil god attached to her, his daughter will be affected by uncontrollable energy, or Libra might even try to target her again. He rhetorically asks Hugo if he's in the state to protect his own daughter right now, and the Archer stays silent. Knowing that Hugo does not possess any power, the Leo Saint gives him a reality check that he has no right to choose or even given a choice. He believes that the evil god attached to Yuha has its roots attached to beasts, and reminds him of his sect's characteristics, which is stopping it from going on rampage even if he can't get rid of it. For this very reason, Stephen decides to take Yuha with him. Leo holds Yuha in his arms and notices that the evil god's energy is suppressed somehow. Hugo interrupts him, wondering why he's gone this far as to go up against Libra. That's when Marker reveals to him that he wasn't able to recruit him, therefore he's taking his daughter who has great potential. In addition to that, he felt guilty about the time when Jian died and Hugo raged at him. Back then, Hugo questions Leo why he left Jian's corpse in the demon tower when he had the time to recruit Red Eye's neck. That pinched his conscience and reminded Leo of that bitter past. Coming to the present scene, Yuha expresses her gratitude for what Steven did for her, but she feels like her growth is restrained in Leo. She emphasized that needs to get stronger in order to help her uncle, therefore she needs something different from the way she's been doing things. Steven thought he was doing a great job being her guardian for almost 10 years. He even ignored the fact that she was secretly seeing Scorpio for the problem of her arms. Leo blames his lack of efforts, which is the reason why Yuha's quitting. But anyway, Steven thinks it can't be helped and advises Yuha to take good care of herself. The grown-ass Leo bawls his eyes out, and as Yuha tries to say something, they're interrupted when the Leo commander Oliver bursts into the room. Oliver snaps at Yuha and tells her to get out of here since he's always disliked her habit of treating the activities of the sect like children's play and paying no attention to it. Oliver warns her to get out and never even think of coming back. Steven, who was trying his best to make her stay with his crocodile tears, asks Oliver why he's vigilant on making her quit, as he's trying his best here to stop her. As dumb as it sounds, Steven holds a water dropper that reveals his fake tears, and Yuha calls him a jerk. While Steven and Yuha bicker, Oliver wonders why the Leo Saint wants to keep holding on to this impudent rascal since she keeps on mentioning that she wants to quit and go after Jian Li. The Leo Saint claims that Yuha is still a vice chief of Leo and thinks whom he is supposed to hold on to if a talent of her standard is leaving. Oliver catches Leo off guard when he asks Steven how he will react if he leaves, making him speechless. Steven gives up and tells everyone to leave since he's done. Upon hearing this, Commander Oliver is left shocked. He's been hurt by Steven's words and completely loses it when he gets jealous that boss wouldn't mind if an SS rank like him leaves, but an A rank, Yuha, shouldn't leave. The Leo Saint defends himself saying that wasn't what he meant, but it was too late. Oliver concludes that in any case, Yuha and Steven have no importance for their sect, and accused the Saint that he disrespected the way their sect stands for. Suddenly, Oliver unleashes an ominous energy which is Libra's energy. Steven is left in utter disbelief as he wonders what Oliver just did. Oliver thinks that with this power, he will be able to restore Leo's power and discipline. The Leo Saint orders Oliver to stop, trying to make him realize that he's doing wrong. However, Oliver has already chosen violence, and with a single strike, he rips apart Steven's body, which shows how ridiculously strong his power is. The Leo Saint is still in shock about the fact that the commander of his sect has betrayed Leo and sided with Libra. But bastard Oliver doesn't think he's done anything wrong, and instead, he blames Steven for not running the sect properly. According to him, he's just trying to regain the lost discipline and respect of their sect. Oliver rants and states to Steven that he's forgotten the logic of power and the foundation of the Leo sect, deducing that's the reason he chose Yuha, an S rank, as the vice chief. Oliver is deeply hurt by the discrimination that Steven still chose Yuha, even though an SS rank like him existed, who is loyal to his sect and understands the sect. Commander believes he surpasses Yuha in all of these things, thus questioning Steven why he chose her over him. The betrayer guy continues to rant about what he's been holding back all this time. He blames the Leo Saint's capriciousness, claiming that he wanted to cover up for Yuha. Oliver mocks Marker for getting his ass beaten up by Jian Li, and the vice chief is always bragging about him and is crazy over him. By this, he meant that both of them neglected the sect. This makes Yuha mad since she can't hear anything bad about her uncle. Oliver wonders who they're supposed to trust to run the sect and purposefully reveals that he's done something bad with the previous vice chief. The commander confessed that to become the vice chief himself, he killed him. Upon hearing this, both Steven and Yuha are left in profound shock. Enraged, Yuha asks Oliver to explain what he meant and speculates that this is the reason why her master passed away. A deadly silence takes over the place as the Leo commander reveals that it's exactly how it sounds. To make them believe, Oliver makes them rethink why the previous vice chief died in isolation, with no help while he was the one in charge of the troops back then. In the blink of an eye, Yuha leaps onto him while Steven yells out her name, warning her that Oliver is terrifyingly strong. Using her skill, Rock Smash, she swiftly goes straight for his face, but the guy holds her by the wrist. Bragging about being excited, Oliver corroborates if it's the same skill Steven Marker created with Jian Li, named Rock Smash. It seems like he passed it on to Yuha solely, and Oliver noticed that. However, Oliver states that for him a skill like that seems too weak as something to use in order to avenge her master, and with that he decides to show her what type of skill she should use. He punches her with such immense power that she goes down, plummeting through the walls. Yuha falls onto the gym floor where the people recognize their vice chief not to be in a good position, getting concerned for her. Yuha ends up in a rough state as her body trembles while Oliver jumps from above, mocking her now that she's weak, and challenges her to fight. The building of the Leo sect cracks as they continue to fight while Oliver warns Yuha that even the red lightning she possesses is powerless against him. Oliver makes it clear that Yuha is no match for her and says if she wants to live, she'll have to unleash the beast residing in her arms. The commander wishes to crush the vice chief, trying to trigger her to get the evil god energy out, which is going to result in the worst consequences. He attacks her as the building cracks even more, while the people standing around it run away since the building will now collapse any time. The scene then takes us to Jian Lee's holy sanctuary in Hawaii, in the creation workshop where we see a weapon lighting up indicating that it wants to fight. Thinking it's about time, Gion decides to give the weapon to the person he made it for, which turns out to be Yuha. He then calls out Jiwoo and declares that he's going to give her the first task as a scribe. Our guy gets this strong feeling that Yuha needs help right now. In the Leo sect building, Oliver makes Yuha realize how the tables have turned as he stands above her. The commander thinks the view from up there isn't so bad now that he's defeated Yuha and Steven. For the first time in a while, Yuha speaks, asking him if he actually went through this much trouble just to become a saint. She sneers at Oliver, who got a bit too excited just because he became a little stronger, making him laugh. The commander tries to acknowledge his strength and reminds Yuha how he tore off Steven's arm, who's so strong, in a single blow. Gushing with pride, Oliver claims that he's the strongest since his powers now work against saints too. Yuha scoffs upon hearing the word strongest as she infers what else he's achieved other than luring her master into a trap and chopping Steven's arm off with a surprise attack. She mocks him for claiming himself to be so-called strongest as he hasn't even defeated an S rank like her. She unapologetically declares that Oliver's not the strongest, triggering him even more. Yuha puts him into his place and tells him that he's just Oliver, the dumb ex-commander of Leo who can't even figure out his own level. She then decides to execute the traitor of Leo and gets ready to attack him. Oliver, after being insulted by an A rank, activates the Leo skill, Beastification, and claims that she can't even use the power of the beast and leaps onto her. Just then, Yuha smashes him with full strength as he goes back flying, hitting the wall. She takes this chance to strike another attack by using her skill-lighting fist strike, and Oliver gets bangs into the wall yet once again. Yuha, attempting to attack the third time, gets caught by his beastified hand that smashes her on the ground while Oliver tells her not to make a pest out of herself. He tells Yuha that her struggles are worthless and it's her end right here and now. The guy reveals that even though Libra's saint tried to please Yuha in the past, he felt no need to please a person like her who couldn't even control the evil in her arms. But all this nonsense doesn't affect Yuha, but she's mad at herself for not being able to defeat a small fry like him. If this keeps going up, she knows she will not be able to reach this bastard, let alone her uncle. Oliver wonders what she's thinking about in the middle of a fight and warns her about getting hit by a train. After that imminent warning, Oliver throws a train in her direction. She manages to dodge it, but her thoughts preoccupy her mind, not wanting to be helpless like that in the past. Not wanting to lose like that, Yuha gets desperate to win and become stronger so that she can stand in the same place as her uncle. Just as she musters up her power, she hears the voice of Jian Lee, telling her that he likes this attitude of hers. Shortly, she witnesses a spear descending from above, knowing it's from her uncle. Ophiuchus welcomes her, praising her for her unshakable spirit. Jiwoo, holding the spear, takes a vow of commitment, stating that this Ophiuchus weapon chooses its owner by itself and shall follow its owner no matter where they are. This vow lasts until the last breath of its owner's death, and it shall fulfill its task as stated here and now. After that, Jiwoo excitedly asks Jian what to do next, and he instructs her to throw the spear upwards. She then flings that weapon towards the sky, and as soon as it ascends, the spear soars like a bolt of lightning. That weapon tears through the skies only to find its owner, crossing oceans and the globe to reunite with its destined master. Just then, we see Steven getting healed by his disciple as he lost his arm, and his disciple suggests that he'd need to go to the Aquarius Saint for a proper treatment. While Leo feels embarrassed by the helpless state he's in, suddenly something pierces through the building, breaking through it only to find its owner, Yuha. Yuha's jaw drops as the weapon makes a dramatic appearance as it bursts through the walls, creating quite the chaos by igniting sparks. She stares mesmerizingly at the weapon, and as the dust settles, Ophiuchus welcomes Yuha, who has a will of iron. She pulls out that spear and the weapon urges her to prove her worth to the Ophiuchus. It asks her to accept the power of the immortal and destroy her enemy, which Yuha gladly accepts. As soon as she accepts the mission, a gust of blue aura howls violently, signaling something incredible. Meanwhile, Oliver witnesses Yuha in a perfect state and thinks she got lucky with the train. Stomping his feet like the beast he is, Oliver attacks her from behind to end things once and for all. However, Yuha is not to back down that easily now that she's got her weapon, and she charges her spear with skill, Flash of Lotus. The spear hits the beast, however. This doesn't affect Oliver as he already makes it clear that her power is no longer effective on him. She tries hard to pierce that spear through him, but it doesn't seem to work. Just then, she gets notified that the power of Ophiuchus spreads through her red lightning and Yuha uses her power. At that moment, Jian's fighting style replays in her mind, and she hits that bastard with the spear as she activates her ultimate skill, the Lotus of Disaster. The moment she hurls that spear, it rumbles through the city, rattling the city to its bones. The headquarters building Steven and his disciples are in are left in utter shock to witness the surge of power. Before they could make sense of it, that dismantling blast carved its path, ripping through the city at merciless speed. Peeking at the impossible, Steven looks at the street split in half, and he couldn't stop himself from knowing what happened down here, diving into a fearful plummet without a second thought. Leo crashes down to find Oliver lying on the ground with his half-body shredded to pieces and turned to ashes. Oliver finds it humiliating that he didn't even lose to Steven but Yuha. Stephen Marker gives him the wisdom of hindsight for judging someone for their title. That is what became the reason for his loss. He then justifies his statement that Yuha had a purpose when it came to getting stronger, which is why she was able to earn that title. He adds that Oliver's purpose was to achieve a title for himself, and that's not like Leo at all. While Oliver seems to accept his mistakes, he still pisses off the Saint that he still managed to rip off his arm. Well, Steven declares that Yuha beat Oliver, but he didn't expect her to be this strong. At that moment, the truth unravels when Yuha jumps out of nowhere. As Oliver is about to say his last words, Steven freaks out when he witnesses Yuha fuming out Jion's energy, and not Leo's. Leo couldn't believe his eyes while Yuha hides that spear behind her, confessing that she already told him she was joining the uncle's sect. But the Leo Saint warns her that the Zodiac won't allow her to change the sect, but Yuha responds that she doesn't need his approval, which drives Steven crazier. As poor half-dead Oliver tries to speak again, Steven challenges Yuha that she'll have to go through him if she wishes to leave. To his surprise, Yuha gets a mission from Ophiuchus to destroy the Leo Saint, as he's interfering in her path and earning what she wishes for. However, his ass is saved when Oliver frantically yells to make them listen to him. Steven makes fun of the half-dead guy and says that he can see only a chunk of ash, and Yuha adds a spark of humor, thinking it could be left over of Oliver the traitor while staring at his body. Jokes apart, Oliver starts to wither away, but he warns them not to think it's over, alerting that things are just getting started yet. He then warns them of the Libra's unmatched capability, and given that Leo's headquarters is severely damaged due to their fight, Oliver mentions that the barrier protecting this area has gotten weak. These words signal the imminent danger, and a grin spreads over Oliver's face. Suddenly his body vanishes, and Oliver accentuates that the catastrophic disaster will rain upon here. With that, his body ascends, and Steven is certain that he must have had a backup plan. A tense moment unfolds when Leo guesses that he's trying to summon a monster here. That's when the unexpected happens, and a giant monster tears through the walls. A beast of such monstrous scale, so immense that its shadow swallows the towering building whole. Well, to everyone's surprise, that monster turns out to be the Crimson Eyes. They stare at the colossal crimson eyes that emerge right in front of their eyes. Steven couldn't believe his eyes as he wonders how is this even possible, because he was certain this monster died in the Demon Tower. However, the big guy dismisses the thought when he hears the civilians who are running for their lives. Meanwhile, the Crimson Eyes rumble and erupt a big flare of fire. As the people are paralyzed by fear to see what's to come, that blazing attack is halted by the Leo Saint. The scene then switches to the Ophiuchus Sanctuary in Hawaii, where Lee could feel the strange vibe, knowing something's not right. On the other hand, the news breaks out about the monsters appearing all around the world and attacking cities. Furthermore, they report that a gigantic monster was seen in DC, Washington, causing chaos in the area, and what's more shocking is that the monster is similar to the Crimson Eyes from the Demon Tower. On the news, Libra's spokesmen state that they will stand in the front line to prevent damage. While Haley, Jian, and Takesu watch the news, Scorpio Saint isn't surprised at all, certain that Libra must be the one who prepared this just to get to them. But she didn't expect that they'd summon the Crimson Eyes, and Taiku gasps in disbelief, wondering how they could summon it in the first place. Hugo knows that Jian ended that monster in the tower 20 years ago, and even the Saints brought back its head as proof. That's when our guy questions Haley about the Crimson Eyes head afterward, and she confesses that there were some quarrels among Saints over the ownership. Scorpio then believes that the Archer isn't aware of this since he cut off contact with others. But after the long, meaningless quarrels, they decided to sink it in the ocean, not to mention that it was Libra who suggested it in the end. While Taiksu feels that she's pointing out that Libra recovered the monster's head later, our guy could picture it quite clearly as Libra is capable of that. Jian then prepares to go after the Crimson Eyes in order to find out whether it's the same one killed or not. Our guy calls out Haley by her nickname Corpy. That sounds cringe, but Haley is smitten by it already. As she blushes, Jian leans closer to her and asks her to set up a defensive system in his sanctuary, since she's the specialist in barriers and traps. While our guy takes advantage of her feelings, Scorpio gets crazy and bursting with joy as her crush is so close to her. As she manifests some wild thoughts, Haley rummages through her stuff and even decides to pull out the last pillar from her sanctuary to make a perfect system, just out of love. Meanwhile, Haley's familiar tells the princess to calm herself as they will be broken soon in the pace. Scorpio seems like she's going to throw a parade for Jian as she can't believe that he said he trusts her. According to Haley's algorithm, our guy asked her to fortify the sanctuary and it requires a lot of Scorpio's relics, but to skip the trouble, she decides to move into his sanctuary. Kinda crazy. It seems like she's starring in a rom-com with chapter 1 being Delulu, assuming that maybe he proposed to her. But her familiar gives her a reality check and affirms that Jian did not mean that way, making her pissed. After that, Taeksu already seems to know his task, to follow Gion to get the Crimson Eyes. However, our boy asks Hugo to go to Korea, who gets worried about Yuha. Smirking, Gion then assures him that he can feel Yuha's energy well and strong and makes him sure that he'll take care of her. Our guy suspects that if Libra had planned something, then Taeksu's sect won't stand a chance without him. The scene then switches to Seoul, Korea, where the archers are fighting against the monsters as they keep emerging. The situation seems out of control as the monsters are attacking from all sides, and the archers find it tough to let them pass through the front line. The endless wave of monsters hit the city. Suddenly, there's a loud rumble, ripping through the city at merciless speed. That blast creates a hole in the giant monster, wiping it out immediately. Well, to everyone's surprise, it turns out to be the Taurus Saint, Ivan Kruger, who sneers at the Sagittarius disciples for not even being able to handle such monsters. Ivan guesses that he expected too much from the half-saint sect, mocking Hugo Otters. Taurus, acting cocky, asks the archers where Hugo is, and Chief Goat thanks the Taurus Saint for helping, informing him that their saint is absent at the moment. While the chief asks Ivan if he has a message for him so he'll pass it to him later, Kruger refuses and says that he's going to wait until Hugo shows up. As the archers seem to be standing in his path, the Taurus Saint grabs one of the archer's shoulders, warning him that he doesn't like when someone blocks his path. Ivan flings that archer away while the chief screams at him, asking what he's doing. Reeking of evil, Ivan assures him that his fellow archer will live as he didn't use his full powers. Just then, they're interrupted by that guy who Ivan just tossed away. It appears to be Jaewon, who asks the Taurus Saint if he's here to fight them, and not the monsters. As Ophiuchus's protection bound to his soul activates, Jaewon isn't amused at all to see that the one who despises their master is here. Ivan lets out that he looks tougher as Jaewon remains unaffected after the attack, believing this guy isn't under Hugo's sect. However, Jaewon requests the Taurus Saint not to mock their master, and not to call him that way. Trigger, Ivan feels disappointed that Hugo didn't teach manners to his minions. Jaewon's blunt words strike a nerve, and it was all taken to rip away the facade and expose the monster Ivan truly is. As the archers brace themselves, Ivan unveils that Libra told him that it's okay to wipe out the archers, and that's when he activates his powers, ready to crush the Sagittarius disciples. On the contrary, in Ophiuchus's sanctuary, Taeksu leaves and asks Jiwoo to call him if anything happens. Jiwoo lets out that she'll be fine since Master Jian will be protecting her, and Taeksu hates himself for not being able to argue with that. Activating the sanctuary warp, Hugo waves them goodbye and Jiwoo tells him to greet Sung Jae and the others. Jian tells him to clean the mess in Korea and informs Hugo he'll head there once he's done with the Crimson Eyes. Just then, Taeksu glides away, and Gaeon decides to get ready for some pest control before they go and get the Crimson Eyes. On the other hand, we see the Shadow Army across the Ophiuchus sanctuary. The Shadow asks the leader if they should follow Apollo's puppet, but the Night Leader commands them to leave him as they're here for the Snake Master, not a mere puppet. With that, the Shadow Army, Phantom Knight, and the Black Class monsters rumble towards the Snake Master's sanctuary. The leader of all the knights commands to prepare for battle, and it appears to be the vanguard of the unknown civilization. In the meantime, Scorpio is done creating a defensive system as she places relics all around Jian's sanctuary. The relics appear to be statues of a steady Scorpio that forms and maintains a barrier around itself. Meanwhile, poor Eugene is sucked to the bones with all the hard work. Haley suggests that they should be around to see if they've missed a spot, and Eugene bets that they've done their best. However, Scorpio bursts their bubble when she reveals that they need to cover the whole island. Eugene bawls his eyes out, and her familiar is certain that they're going to be broken for sure, as nothing can stop Scorpio now. Haley decides to place more relics as Jian asks it while the boy lets out that she's lost it. On a serious note, Eugene gets concerned as even the Scorpio's sanctuary is not covered with this much relic, and her familiar loses hope since Scorpio has made up her mind to give up anything for love. Just as Eugene thinks it's crazy, his eyes widen with shock when the relic they had engraved into the soil begins to tremble, and suddenly it shatters to pieces. Suddenly all the relics start bursting as if there's an earthquake. Haley assumes that there must be someone who these relics can't endure. That's when things unfold, and it appears that the Phantom Knights have reached the Ophiuchus sanctuary, asking them if this is the Snake Sanctuary. The Shadow Army rumbles through the water, and the vanguard makes a sneering remark, calling Jian's sanctuary shabby. The leader asks the Scorpio's saint where the Snake Master is, while Eugene bravely asks who they are. But the knight doesn't seem to take this act of bravado very well, and swishes his sword to strike an attack on Eugene for daring to speak rudely with their lord. Luckily, that attack is blocked by Haley's familiar, who holds it off with his armor, and asks the princess if she's alright. The familiar's armor trembles and he warns Scorpio not to underestimate the Shadow Army. Shocked, Haley presumes that her familiar's armor got damaged by just one blow, and she asks the Phantom Knights if they're from the unknown civilization. The Shadow Knight believes that they tend to hide their energy, but they smell just like them. It then asks its lord for the order, and the vanguard takes Scoprio Saints and the others as traitors Libra mentioned. The leader then commands the knights to end them since they are a disgrace to their race. Taking the orders, the knights charge at them while Haley's familiar protects the two of them. However, with a slash, the Shadow Knight slices up the familiar's armor. The knight moves at a merciless speed towards the Scorpio's Saint, calling them traitors. Just as the sword is about to pierce through Haley, she activates her power and the armor drapes her hand. She dodges the attack and mocks the knight's futile attempts, saying that its move is so dull. With the rope attached to her arm, she forcefully strikes the knight with that, making it smash away with force. Our Delulu Queen appears to be iconic in that classy armor, and asks the knights how dare they approach her with such dirty feet. At that moment, the owner of the sanctuary steps in and praises Haley for her words. Our guy gives the Phantom Knights a welcome surprise, bombarding them with magic arrows that fling like a bolt. While those arrows rip the knights apart in a single hit, the leader remains unaffected as he grabs the arrow. Jian mocks the Phantom Knights, saying that he did hear some rats crawling, but to his surprise, the rats are quite big. Approaching with his new weapon, our guy questions who the fuck are they, and the vanguard believes that he's the Snake Master. As Haley and the others are delighted to see Lee, our guy calls the knights Libra's house dogs, while the leader warns him to watch his tongue. The vanguard mentions that Libra told him he'd find a narcissistic snake, but he's kinda disappointed as he didn't expect the Snake Master to be a kid. Our guy feels insulted as he wonders if he needs to satisfy them with his looks now, and asks the leader to answer if Libra sent them here. Just as the knight threatens Jian to slice off his tongue for being arrogant, an arrow strikes the knight right in the skull. Our guy gets mad as he didn't ask the underling and shoots an arrow at him. The vanguard gets humbled after seeing his knight strike down with that arrow, and presumes that Libra had her reasons to warn him about the Snake Master. Despite the fact that Jian attacked his man, it surely damaged good, and the leader decides not to underestimate the Snake Master much. Just then, the leader asks the Snake Master his name, and our guy reveals it to be Jian Li. The vanguard calls out Jian and apologizes for underestimating him. He then introduces his team as the Phantom Knights, the vanguard of the unknown civilization, under Baron Armet. The leader of the Phantom Knights reveals their motive that they've come to this place to end the human race who worship the sly zodiacs, and their path begins with the Snake Master, Li Jian. That's when the Phantom Knights charge at Li Jian, who is stunned by the statement from the mouth of the Lord, assuming that they must have seen him very easily. Our guy finds it funny to think they could end the human race and tells them to take a start with him who's stronger than any god. Our guy snaps at them and gets determined to teach them a lesson. Well, it looks like the Phantom Knights are going to get their ass kicked now that they've pissed off the Snake Master. While the Phantom Knights charge at Jian, our guy stays his ground and summons his ultimate weapon, the Sky Punisher that slashes through the knights. The leader then gallops towards Gaon and gets adamant to pierce the sword through his weapon. However, our guy snaps the knight of his daydream bubble when he grasps his weapon and sneers at the Phantom leader, guessing that he must have skipped his lunch. Jian brings out the menace in him and wraps his arms around the weapon, making it clear that he can't even scratch his skin with such power. With that, our guy brutally slams the knight on the ground while the Phantom underlings attack him all at once. Our guy mocks their futile blows, saying they're too fucking slow. Just then, Gaon tangles all their weapons into that big bow he created, leaving the Shadow Knights in utter shock. The skeletons try to get their weapons out of that thing, but it's stuck with such a force that it's not even moving. Suddenly, Jian releases the bow intertwined with all the weapons, making all the knights crash away. As the weapons were useless anyway, our boy leaps as he increases the size of his achievement rammer and attacks the knights. He moves with that colossal hammer and smashes the skeletons, concluding that their weapons are going to break just like their skulls. Just like that, Jian rips the knights apart with his weapon, causing a straight-up one-sided massacre. Suddenly, the flares of fire begin to emerge that burn up the knights, and Jiwoo shows up along with the lizard Inferno who's ready to roar fire. But that's not all when Jiwoo excitedly informs Jian that she's gathered all the Ophiuchus demigods, ready to beat the shit out of their enemies. The Ophiuchus familiars rage with anger as they challenge the knights who dares to trespass their master's sanctuary. Our guy gives a thumbs up to Jiwoo and thinks that the demigods are going to handle the pawns. Well, Jian gets to the real business now as he confronts the Knight Leader. As he summons his Sky Punisher, the Lord of the Knights leaps toward him with dark energy, threatening Jian to slice him in half. The leader makes the shadow burst out of the ground to hinder the Snake Master. However, our guy remains unaffected and thinks how lame it is. Our guy halts the leader's attack with his Sky Punisher and he takes the chance, launching a powerful kick at the skeleton's horse, ripping its mouth. While the leader's horse collapses, our guy is about to slash the vanguard. However, it soars upwards, calling Jian a cheeky bastard. The Phantom Knight glides upward and challenges the Snake Master to stop the ultimate attack. The power rumbles and the vanguard makes it clear that he's going to end Lee and his puppets. However, the leader's sweet dreams fling away when our boy launches an iconic Sky Punisher fling. With a crushing force, our boy tosses the weapon toward the Night Leader, which lights up the whole sky with its magic power. Surprisingly, the leader's blow is directed toward his own knights who are wiped out. The leader was too stunned to witness that the Snake Master was able to change the direction of his attack just like this, and ended up killing his own men. Suddenly, a rope gets wrapped around the Phantom Knight's leg. It turns out to be Haley, the armor familiar, and Eugene, who uses their strength to bring that skeleton leader on the ground. Calling them a vermin, the leader tries to resist, but eventually gets dragged to the ground. The Night Leader waits until he gets closer to them and hits them off. But fate had some other plans when Haley seemed to be dragging the leader to his death. At that very moment, Jian emerges with menacing power and slashes that Sky Punisher across the leader knight. While the skeleton screams in agony, our guy scoffs at the leader, saying his scream was the most effective attack on him. With that, Jian forcefully penetrates that weapon, making the knight slam on the ground with a rumble. Haley concludes that it's all over now as the Phantom soldiers are soon to be finished as well. Meanwhile, the Lizard Inferno and the Familiar are ripping the soldiers apart. On the brink of death, the Night Leader couldn't believe the Snake Master got them this easy, but our guy reminds him that he wiped a bunch of his knights himself and thinks they're a tie on that one. Jian suggests the leader calls himself the Knight of Team Kill. The leader gets furious and stares at Jian when suddenly a blue hole appears behind them. Before our guy could make sense of it, the Night Leader grabs Jian and jumps into that magic hole, saying that he won't die alone. Gasping with shock, Haley and Jiwoo call out Jian while that knight drags Lee and tells him that he's coming to hell with him. The Night Leader laughs and tells him that they're at the height of the stratosphere, and even he won't be safe if he falls from such height. However, our boy, who's too stubborn to back down, kicks the Phantom Knight to release himself. Swapping their positions, our bro surfs in the sky with one of the strongest black-grade knights being his surfboard. While our boy enjoys the thrill and thinks the skeleton is a great sky surfing board, so they plan to hit the ground in style, the Black Knight is screaming as it can't accept this utter humiliation. Just as Jian descends an intercontinental ballistic missile, he wonders where the hell he is. The scene then takes us to the nearby Leo headquarters, Washington, D.C., where the blast of the Crimson Eye echoes through the city. However, that deadly blow is blocked by the Leo Saint, whose hand burns to a crisp. I mean, that guy literally halted that blazing blast with his raw strength. Truly remarkable. While the civilians are saved, Steven asks Yuha if she's alright, and she's too stunned to speak. Suddenly, Leo crashes to the ground in the aftermath of that attack and assures Yuha that he'll live. Even in dark times like these, Steven's sense of humor is at its peak when he feels sad that won't be able to eat with his arms, while Yuha is glad that he still has the strength to make them laugh. Just then, the Crimson Eye begins to rumble in another direction, and Steven urges that they need to stop it swiftly. His disciples gather around him and urge him to assist the Leo Saint in beating the Crimson Eye. Steven gets teary-eyed as he's delighted to see the spirit he expects from his Leo. His disciples cheer for Steven, thinking that he had killed the Red Eye once, so they assist their Leo Saint get him once again. Upon hearing this, Yuha and Steven's reaction is priceless, knowing that's not the truth at all. But Yuha decides not to burst their bubble and save Leo's ass as she says that the Crimson Eye is too dangerous. She understands how the disciples feel, but she warns them that there could be more casualties. Yuha then commands the Leo disciples to spread out and save as many civilians as they can. She tells them to protect those who are weaker than them, as that's the duty of the strong, and Yuha herself sticks with Steven to assist him in defeating the Red Eye. At the back, Leo nervously nods to whatever Yuha says, while all the disciples run off to rescue the civilians. After that, Steven thanks Yuha for saving his dignity, but she reminds him that he needs to stay alive as she needs to complete her mission to defeat Steven to move to Ophiuchus. Poor Leo looks sullen, and still not over the fact that she's leaving. Nonetheless, the Crimson Eye is stomping its way into the city, and Yuha asks Steven if he's ready for round 2 with the Crimson Eyes. Leo, feeling disappointed, reveals that he wasn't the one to finish the Red Eye, but it was Lee Jian. That's when Yuha gets reminded of what Uncle Gaon told him earlier about him killing the Crimson Eye all by himself. Unfortunately, Jian is not with them right now, so Steven decides to take the step to stop the monster as there's no other option. Leo states that he's summoning the Zodiac, but Yuha raises her concerns since the advent of the Zodiac would cost him. Steven admits that the foundation of the Leo sect could be lost. However, there's no point in not taking the risk if they can't save the people or the city. Marker makes up his mind and thinks it's a chance for him to settle things right. With that, Steven rumbles and summons the Zodiac as the power surges through him. He reflects on his past and gets determined not to run away like he did back then. The power flashes while Steven gathers all the constellation points and resources to summon the Zodiac. He then asks Yuha to cover him while he summons the Zodiac. Moment crackles with intensity as Yuha covers Leo while the Crimson Eyes stomp toward them. On the contrary, The black-grayed knight is descending as Jian uses him as an air surfing board. Exhilarated, our guy could finally see the ground as Steven's energy reverberated through the city. At that moment, Jian plummets like a ballistic missile as he slashes through the Crimson Eye. Steven freaks out to see what the hell is going on, as his perfect action moment is interrupted by Jian, who crashes right onto Leo, who's already broken. While our boy is surprised as it was quite the long fall, Yuha couldn't believe her eyes when sees Uncle Jian, not to mention he knocked the lights out of poor Steven. Jian is surprised to see Yuha and realizes that the black-grayed knight brought him to DC. Just then, the knight leader declares that it's all over now, being convinced that even the Snake Master won't be a match for the Crimson Eyes. Well, so the knight purposely brought Jian to fight Crimson Eyes, not knowing the fact that our guy killed that calamity alone 20 years ago, and now he's even stronger like a god. Laughing hysterically, the knight tells Jian to face his worst fear and die in misery. Our guy grins as he stares at the red eyes. It is then revealed to us that the Tower of Demons suddenly appeared 20 years ago with its master, the Crimson Eyes. Undoubtedly, that monster was one of the toughest monsters that Gaon had to fight with his life at risk, and even the 12 saints had lost the will to fight after hearing his roar. The scene then switches to the present, where the Crimson Eyes roar again, but Gaon feels something different about it. The monster rumbles after Jian as he dashes away and tells the Crimson Eyes to try a bit harder. Jian climbs on the top of the building with his Sky Punisher and reaches the monster's level, launching an attack at the calamity, not to mention the amount of property damage that's diabolical. After the relentless scampering, our guy feels strange as he scrutinizes that the Crimson Eyes look similar to the one from 20 years ago. However, this one looks awfully stupid as he meaninglessly keeps chasing Gaon. To discover the truth, he activates his 13th sense, and what he witnesses leaves him staggered. Our guy discovers that the Crimson Eyes he's dealing with now is just a cheap copy. But this makes him wonder how the hell he'd come back alive. The system notifies Jian that the Crimson Eye's original body structure is missing, except for the head that most probably Libra retrieved from the sea, and a small amount of energy from the unknown civilization was detected. What's more surprising is that a large amount of energy from the Libra was detected. The scene then takes us to Libra's sanctuary, where her disciple raises his concerns about the Red Eyes not being in its best form, but Giselle overlooks it as it at least made a mess out of Leo's sanctuary. Giselle states that it was a one-time only puppet anyway, wishing that Jian lost a part of his body just like Leo did. Deep down, the suspicion flickers in Libra's mind when she admits that the copy of that Crimson Eye was imperfect. She wishes only if Crimson Fog were to be alive right now, they could use the energy it had with him to make the Red Eyes and the Black Dragon perfect. Libra then despises that stupid toad as it was such a waste of her time and energy, as he eventually got killed anyway. Just then, another of Libra's disciples informs her that there's something that might pique her interest. The guy then discloses that they received confirmation about Hugo Otters heading to Korea, and he's about to encounter the Taurus Saint, Ivan Kruger. Furthermore, Armet the Baron has stated that he'll be back soon. Giselle assumes that Armet must have been furious to hear his knights were slaughtered. Suddenly, Libra gets furious and asks her man if they found something about her daughter Kaylee, but the disciple disappointedly informs her that Kaylee did not respond to the summoning. Giselle guesses that her daughter's still stubborn, and she decides not to wait any longer, as Libra declares that she's heading to the battlefield and will be sending her orders to the troops. Libra concludes that their target is Korea, and commands her disciples to gather all the troops to the Tower of Demons. The scene then takes us to Seoul, Korea, where Ivan Kruger, settled on the pile of dead monsters, finally encounters the Sagittarius Saint, Hugo Otters. Kruger addresses Hugo as a half-saint and asks where he has been all this time. Hugo then asks Taurus what brought him to Korea and why did he attack his man. Acting cocky as always, Ivan, sitting right in front of the Demon Tower, justifies that the Red Eyes appeared in the US, so he got worried and came here to investigate, but his men blocked him, so he just taught them a proper lesson about how to respect a saint. Hugo admires Ivan's courage for coming here, when the Crimson Eyes is actually in the US, and clarifies that he would have appreciated it if he had given a lesson to the Red Eyes instead of his men. Archer really pushes Ivan's button when he mocks him, saying that other than investigating he's still roaming outside, thinking the bull got scared. Hugo drops some truth bombs when he asks Ivan if he's scared shitless just like he was 20 years ago. Ivan calls Hugo a son of a bitch, and knows the Archer got his powers back, but he gives him a reality check that he's still a half-saint without the divine relic. The truth slaps Hugo in the face when the Taurus Saint asks the Archer if he has forgotten who broke his divine relic. The scene then takes us to a flashback where Takesu lashed out when all the saints left Jian alone in the tower, and they held him down as he was the only one screaming for his friend, and it was Kruger who broke his relic. Snapping out of it, Ivan Kruger suggests that he should break Hugo this time as he activates the Taurus skill, Ravager Tank. Just as Ivan's bull gets prepared to rip anything in its path, the archers scream at St. Hugo and tell him to be careful. While Ivan leaps towards him and assumes that Hugo is scared to not even flinch, Archer grabs the bull by its tail and using his blazing powers, he tosses them away with a single punch. After a blast echoes, Ivan is smashed into rubble, and he's left in utter disbelief as he couldn't accept the fact that Hugo managed to counter the skill that even Leo could not. Hugo clears up to Ivan that he must have been mistaken when he confesses that he does have the divine relic. With that, the archer uses his divine relic as the blazing light ascends to the sky. Hugo summons that relic from the Ophiuchus sanctuary, and he mocks Ivan, asking him what happened to his over-the-top condescending attitude now. Like a true boss, Taixu summons his bow, the Sagittarius divine relic, and aims at Taurus, asking if he's too scared to even flinch. Seems like the Taurus saint underestimated the archer saint. To Hugo's surprise, a lot of things are attached to his holy relic as it descends. Kruger wonders how the hell he managed to restore a holy relic, and his mind instantly drifts to Jian Li. However, Hugo assures Taurus that he won't be using this weapon on him, therefore there's no need for him to be scared. Although the archer saint is pissed about him messing with his subordinates, they already have a lot of things to settle. Taixu thinks using the weapons would feel inadequate for both of them. Therefore, he suggests they fight with bare hands and make this gratifying. Trembling, the Taurus saint calls him a half-ass bastard for thinking he's that great just because he fixed a holy relic. Kruger couldn't tolerate the thought that Archer is underestimating him and claims to crush him. The archer saint challenges Kruger, stating that he often bragged about his strength, hence he should consider it a chance to show off his skills. Taurus gets overconfident about his strength, but after feeling the immense strength of Hugo against his arms, Ivan gets humbled as he groans in pain. Hugo reminds him about not underestimating the strength of an archer. Kruger gets pissed off and attempts to headbutt Archer in the face, but as a result, his nose starts bleeding. Taixu calls it a pack for a punch and punches the Taurus saint in the face, making his mouth bleed. The fight continues and Hugo seems to have humbled Kruger down big time. Kruger's leg looks injured, but the archer saint wants to test how a bull handles a beating. Cursing each other, the fight starts again as the ground rumbles with their fight affecting the surroundings. People gather at that place, curious about what's happening and concerned for their saint. Being beaten to death, the Taurus couldn't afford to accept his defeat. In order to protect his body, he covered his entire body with armor. Kruger admits that he lowered his guard a bit too much and decides to go for round 2. Taurus plans to play dirty, and Archer decides to use his weapon as well. Even up until this point, Hugo Otters has still not realized just how roughly Jian Li has handled his holy relic. As soon as he's about to use his holy relic, it breaks, splitting into 2 pieces. As poor Hugo wonders why this happened, he realizes he's cooked. On the other hand, we see Stephen Marker still unconscious, wondering what happened since he only remembers the holy god's descent. He's uncertain if his holy god took control of his body because of the holy god's descent. Stephen wonders what happened to the red eye, and shortly, he hears the calamity weeping and assumes Leo's holy god is still fighting with his body. Leo feels a sense of responsibility as a saint, therefore he decides not to leave everything to his holy god and faint so peacefully. But Stephen tells himself to get a grip and wishes to help his holy god and face the red eye. But then he sees a bright light shining in front of him, making him wonder if it's the holy god's guidance telling him to wake up. If that's the case, he tries to wake himself up, replying to the holy god that he's coming. Upon opening his eyes, the Leo saint finds himself lying on the ground. Above him, he witnesses the Red Eye, who's up against Jian Li. Stephen finally figured out that Jian was the one fighting the Red Eye this whole time. While poor Stephen wonders what he's been doing the whole time, Yuha lets him know that he's been lying down since chapter 83. Jian is annoyed by the bastard Red Eye and strikes its body, realizing that at least its head is genuine. Jian wonders if the Red Eye remembers their time back in the Demon Tower. Since it didn't matter how many times he killed him, the administrator kept reviving him, but it's thanks to him that he now knows how to take it down. It's not like they're close enough to catch up on life after a long time. Therefore our boy decides to end the Crimson Eyes quickly, so that he won't have any regrets and die peacefully. Jian jumps in front of his mouth when Stephen tells him not to jump carelessly, warning him about its breath attack. Just then, our guy used his holy relic, the imbuing hammer in full size. He finds the dragon burp disgusting and tells the Red Eyes to swallow it back. By using his imbuing hammer, Jian pushes back the fire which would come out with the burp, back into his body. As the fire is pushed back, this results in the fire burning the Red Eye's body as it bursts and spreads everywhere. The attack backfires at the Red Eye, making it a good roast. Jian sees how it's well done, analyzing the Red Eye's head to be real and its fire breath to be as powerful as ever. Our guy hits the last strike as he slices off its neck. Every single soul present there witnessed this in pure awe, including Stephen, who realized at that very moment what they needed to kill the Red Eye was Jian Li. Our guy with his signature smile lets the people know that this is the end of the class for killing the Red Eye, referring to them as his students. Slicing its back open, they discover an egg while Stephen and Yuha wonder what this is. Jian, who's already aware of what this is, reveals it to be another Red Eye. Furthermore, the giant form of the red eye they just encountered is just a host for this black dragon, acting like a vessel that holds it while it grows, just like parasites. This leaves both Yuha and Steven in utter shock as they learn they just defeated a mere vessel. Steven wonders how Jian knows all this, and our guy lets him know about it. Jian then reveals when he was trapped in the Demon Tower, the tower administrator kept reviving the disaster's misfortunes. Including the Red Eyes and the Black Dragon, he fought those resurrecting monsters back to back for 20 whole years. Therefore, he couldn't help but learn about them. Our guy speaks according to his analysis, saying that the head of the Red Eye was stitched with the bodies of disaster misfortunes. He concludes that they most probably got the Black Dragon from the Demon Tower. Knowing about Libra's connection with the mysterious civilization, our guy guesses that much is possible. Jian manifests so much that if the Crimson Fog would have gathered enough power, the Crimson Eye would have been resurrected fully. Our guy then refers to the Phantom Knight and assumes that he must be disappointed, witnessing the defeat of the Crimson Eyes. The Knight, on the other hand, is just begging to be killed, as he keeps repeating the same thing, that is to kill him. Yuha asks her uncle what he's going to do since they have to decide how to dispose of this giant and the Black Dragon. In the meaning, our guy gets notified about the claim that has been filed by Taixu, the insignificant Sagittarius saint, referring to the damage to the holy relic and initial defect issues. The realization hits our guy that the bow he gave Hugo might have broken. Our guy realizes he messed up pretty bad and ignores the message yet again, pretending to be busy at the moment. Archer, who's been sending the messages, curses his Jian, urging him to read the damn messages. Hugo runs for his life when Kruger asks him where his triumphant attitude went from earlier, calling him a half-ass. Hugo corrects him that it's not destroyed, but it's just a common initial defect. As the Taurus Saint attacks him, Taixu successfully dodges it, telling him he's too slow. Hugo tells Ivan not to underestimate the power of an archer while proceeding to land on the ground. Just then, Archer notices a black blade aiming at his feet, and he instantly realizes that it's from Jean-Louis Morin, as he's barely able to evade. The Taurus Saint praises Cancer on his surprise entrance and takes it as a chance to pull an ambush attack on Hugo. Suddenly, a sword is pointed at Kruger's face and it freezes along with him, leaving him to wonder who the hell did it. The Archer Saint feels relieved and falls on the ground since he almost got hit. Well, it appears to be Kevin Azar who comes as a savior, telling Hugo that he's in a terrible state. Archer then questions his sudden arrival, and Kevin sarcastically states that it's a nice thing to say when he went through the trouble to save him. The Virgo Saint gets mad and wonders why Hugo is always getting his ass kicked, informing him that it's his rematch with the Taurus, and he could have pulled off something. Getting a bit personal, Kevin gets the reason why Jian doesn't trust Taixu. The Archer Saint shuts Kevin up, letting him know that he was winning the battle until earlier. After that, Kevin advises him that he needs to pay more attention to the defense of his holy domain. Virgo alerts Hugo that his holy domain was flocked with bugs from Gemini, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Aries who lost their saint attacks. Upon hearing this, Hugo gets concerned, but the Virgo Saint assures him that he took care of them, and his companions are now safe. Although the house is wrecked, the holy god of Sagittarius, Apollo, asks if Hugo is going to take out another loan for the house repairs. Kevin unintentionally reveals that he lost his way while trying to go to Jian Li's place in America, but ended up in Hugo's holy domain. The Archer Saint instantly figures out that the Whitehead got lost, calling him a directionally challenged bastard. Suddenly, the Taurus Saint breaks through the iceberg he was trapped in and calls Kevin a Ponzi bastard. Kruger asks him if he really thought he could stop him with some sort of sorbet like this. But the Virgo Saint lets him know that even beef loses its flavor if he freezes it suddenly. Other than that, Kevin really thinks that a bull's neck is really thick, determined by how his face is unscathed even when stabbed with a sword. Taurus makes sure he rips Kevin's tongue out before bashing his face, but he's interrupted by Cancer. Jean-Louis Morin walks in on the conversation, stopping Kruger from fighting verbally. Since they're short on time, Morin suggests they should hurry. Taurus and Cancer mock Kevin and Hugo, thinking that it's not even Jian Li but his weaklings. The Archer Saint loses his cool, saying these jerks can't even filter out their words. The Virgo Saint trembles in anger, disbelieved over the fact that they called the second highest saint a weakling. Getting ready to fight, Hugo asks Kevin if he likes his food well done, referring to Taurus and Cancer as beef and crab. The Taurus Saints look confused as to who's cooking who, while the Cancer reveals they're in a hurry so there won't be any mercy. All ready to start a battle, they're interrupted when they hear a voice and all their movements halt. It's the Libra Saint, Giselle Lawrence, who confesses that they're getting along pretty well. She walks towards the place where Hugo and Kevin are, addressing the Archer Saint, and wonders if it hasn't been so long since they last met. Panting heavily, Sung Jae objects to his house being damaged yet again. Yang Wei protests, telling them they're bringing trouble to themselves. If they just let go of him, this wouldn't have happened. Sung Jae snaps at him, asking him who caused this mess. Jimin reveals that it's the jerks that are looking for Wei Yang and tries to hold him back, suggesting Sung he should save his energy for cleaning. Their attention is diverted when a black dragon flies from above them as they look at it. On the other hand, Libra Saint appears as Hugo calls her out by her name, surprised and nervous at the same time. Kevin wonders if she's stepping up personally. Taurus asks her why she's here already, and Cancer justifies that they haven't failed yet. She shuts them up. Meanwhile, the Archer Saint feels immense pressure. Everyone present there feels the intense tension as Libra activates her powers. The Virgo Saint exclaims that they're both saints, confused about the difference in their power. Jean-Louis Morin protests, questioning Libra in pure fright the reason why she's including them in this. Giselle opens up to Cancer that she allowed him to lead the sect that had lost its saint, and yet he couldn't even capture the holy domain of Sagittarius. Libra feels triggered as Cancer gives her an upright answer and addresses the Taurus Saint, asking him if he actually thought that she wasn't aware of how absurdly he was beaten instead of overpowering Sagittarius. Libra states that he should be thanking her that she saved him from getting his ass beaten. She declares that's the reason why she can't trust them with anything and punishes them, advising them to reflect on their failures. Returning her attention to the other two, Kevin and Hugo, Libra wonders what she should do with these toys. Libra plans if she should switch the position of their limbs and head, or just turn them into disaster misfortunes, just like Jian Li in the past. The moment she uses her power, Kevin feels the damned energy while both of them are getting trapped by the vine of the golden rule. She activates the skill, Equivalent Exchange, and Hugo Otters recognize the intense energy to be Libra's. Suddenly their attention is diverted when a black dragon appears above them and Jian Li rides on it. People start to panic upon seeing the dragon as chaos erupts in the area. Jian Li greets Giselle Lawrence by calling her trash as this is their first meeting after his return. Before Libra could react or move, our guy jumps from the black dragon at lightning speed. He punches Giselle with full strength while everyone's in shock. Eventually, our guy finally defeated Giselle while everyone present there wonders how she could possibly be defeated so easily. The vine of the golden rule disappears, and Hugo ponders if it's actually over as Giselle is not someone who can be defeated this easily. Our guy asks his members why they're on the apothecary scale, the one Libra put them in. Jian then scolds them for being whacked whenever he takes his eyes off them, sighing. Upon hearing this, Kevin complains and justifies that it's not like they ended up here by their own free will. Hugo, who's been condemning for a while now, bursts out as he calls Gian a bastard. Archer lashes out at him, telling him to answer when someone is trying to reach him. Our guy acts like he doesn't have a clue what Taixu is talking about. Furthermore, the Archer Saint questions Gian about what the hell he did with the bow and why there's a bunch of mysterious civilization weapons mixed in it. Gian nervously tries to justify his actions by explaining that there's a complicated story behind it, promising to fix it. Hugo's temper got the best of him since he's not buying anything Gian says to him since he almost died because of him. Our guy, being the non-serious character he is, suggests Taixu to cherish the second chance at life he's gained. Kruger and Jean-Louis, who have been there the whole time, give each other a look before attacking Jian Li, risking it all for nothing. Taurus, knowing that he only has one chance, decides to settle it with one strike. He uses his skill, Herdstorm, and leaps towards, only to get punched by our guy. Flying in the air, Kruger almost falls unconscious and wonders where the cancer went. Ivan then witnesses his body in pieces, his head, arms, and body separated, and it turns out the black dragon did it. Kruger falls back down while the black dragon's mouth is open wide, ready to devour him. The Taurus meets his end by ending up in the black dragon's stomach, getting swallowed by him. The Archer Saint freaks out, asking him what's that dragon while Kevin is amazed at the sight. Our guy reveals to him that it's the red eye he mentioned in chapter 12 before while Hugo wonders why he's the one bringing it. Gian explains that it was inside the giant red eye that appeared in America. By using the commander of Phantom Knight and the head of the giant red eye as materials and some other skills, Jian Li was able to revive the dormant beast with his power and tamed it, and to his luck he had a lot of tools for that. The Archer Saint opens up that the dragon looks terrifying at first glance, but our guy seems to be pretty chill about it since he just gave it a chew who is the Taurus Saint to nibble on, thinking it should be fine. Gian then asks his buddy if they can raise him in his backyard, but Hugo thinks he's crazy just for even thinking about it. He states that he would be in trouble even if he raised it in Hawaii. Kevin Azar, who's observing the scale, seems to be confused about the fact that Libra's apothecary scale hasn't disappeared yet. Suddenly, the vine of the golden chain reappears and Giselle comes back to life again. Upon that response, Gaon seems to be even more excited, realizing why it seems so easy to kill her. Our guy discloses that he smashed her face because he couldn't stand it. Now that she's replaced it with even an uglier one, Gion tells her to do it as many times as she desires, since he's gonna smash it every time. Our guy addresses her as a punching bag. Libra thinks that the snake is trying to bite something it cannot chew, and therefore decides to put a leash on its neck. Gion then orders the Black Dragon to get Hugo and Kevin out of here and save others, as he himself plans to fight all alone. The Archer Saint is concerned for him as Libra is not a human, and Giselle unleashes her ultimate power. Meanwhile, our guy is aware of the fact that she's a monster, as he calls her trash. Libra causes the earth beneath him to crack and split into many pieces. Libra wonders how Jian knows about her power, as this makes the fight less fun for her. Our guy conjectures that her power is way beyond any other saint, and also no human can survive when their head gets crushed. He tells her to cut the crap since it's so obvious. With that, Jian calls out her real form, which is the Libra zodiac, Asteria. Asteria smirks and always knew he was quick-witted, and now that she had nothing to hide, she decides to go all out. Jian is baffled about how a zodiac is on Earth, but he's certain that the other zodiacs wouldn't be happy to hear it. But Asteria tells him it doesn't matter as she grips her hand into a tight fist, ready to punch him, and uses the Taurus divine skill Stampede of a Horde. The zodiac punches him as our guy goes flying across the river while Archer and Virgo witness this from above. While they're worried for Jian, Libra takes a sigh of relief, not knowing such a vicious skill is suitable for her. At that moment, Kevin sees the divine mark of Taurus, while Hugo wonders what it's doing over Astria's head. But the Zodiac Asteria has some more tricks up her sleeves and claims it's too early to be surprised. It turns out that it's not only Taurus, but she has the divine marks of Dark Cancer, Gemini, Capricorn, Aquarius, and even Aries. Jian understands it now. The reason she said it doesn't matter if other Zodiacs find out. Our guy curses them since all the Zodiacs teamed up against him. Libra reveals that the reason why they teamed up is because they were enraged after losing their saints. Therefore, she concludes that these divine marks represent their wrath upon him while she's just a deputy of all the 7 constellations. The Zodiac questions Jian if he will be able to face this power, and our guy gets furious over the fact that they're facing the invasion of monsters, while the so-called Zodiacs were planning a war against him. Therefore, our hero decides to kick each one of their asses. Libra claims that she never understood his personality, wondering if he hates the Zodiac, constellations, and even saints. Astria states that he could rule the world if he wanted, although it wouldn't be easy to do it all alone. Our guy gets bored and tells her to get to the chase. The Zodiac reveals she doesn't like him, but she respects his strength. Hence, Astria decides to give him an offer, telling him to choose. Either he wants to join her and rule the world, or try to stop them and get erased along with his constellation. Upon hearing this bullshit, our guy bursts into laughing at her damn choices she gives. Our guy makes it clear that he doesn't wish to hear more. He makes her realize something. Jian thinks how ironic it is and calls out her so-called choices that never include an option for the safety of the people on Earth, despite being a Zodiac. But Libra ignores his response and tells him not to complain later that she never asked. The sky starts to rumble as she mocks Jian for having such a noble cause, to save people. She decides to get rid of his concern, which is the people. Just like that, Astria goes berserk as she uses Ares' divine skill, Celestial Armament, and Aquamarine skill Tornado. The powers form a tornado, and Libra blames Jian for this consequence as he's the one to make the Zodiac upset and being the reason why this city is getting destroyed. She also uses the Dark Cancer skill, Multi-Show, calling Jian a disaster. The whole sky is now occupied by different skills and weapons all against fighting a single person, our disaster hero god. That explains how strong our guy is. Astraria attempts to trap him with the vine of the golden chain and commands all the swords to attack Jian Li. Each sword is huge, and the sky is full of them. Our guy growls that she has already used this on him before. She can't capture him with this. All the ropes snap as Gaon breaks through them while the swords fall on the earth, destroying the city. As the massive sword is about to fall on our guy, he uses his Sky Punisher, Spear, to stop it. The sword cracks while Libra is having fun. She questions Jian if he feels the power of Zodiacs now and warns him of what's more to come. The colossal sword, when it hits the ground, it cracks while our guy struggles to stop them. Libra mocks him and tells Gaon that she has so many of these swords so she doesn't want to waste them. She threatens our guy to come in front of her or else she'll have no choice but strike the swords on the city. Meanwhile, the swords hit the earth and people start running away for their lives. As the reporters try to make a headline, a giant sword falls towards them, but Kevin Azar saves them. Barely able to freeze it, he tells the Archer Saint to attack where it's frozen. Virgo is annoyed since he only managed to scratch the surface and wonders how Jian is breaking them. Hugo finds themselves lucky since they were able to break it together and instruct the people to evacuate as it's dangerous here. After that, Kevin states that it's not the same power he has experienced before, and he can't believe that it took 2 of them to break the scrap of a skill. Archer is aware it's because of the divine marks, as they're not only one but several. They infer that even Gaon wouldn't stand a chance against them, all alone. The Virgo Saint thinks the battle should end at any cost, but he can't find a way to help Jian Li win it. With that, they both remember how Gaon told them that they were of no use and would be of no help in the fight. Hugo cries dramatically, thinking that even the dragon is more useful than them, while Kevin couldn't disagree with that. That's when they hear a rumbling sound, and they witness a river overflowing towards the city. The pressure and amount of water is so much that it's even over the buildings. People accept their fate, thinking they're doomed, and gripped by fear, one of them starts praying to the Zodiacs, begging to save them. Something clicks Virgo Saint at that moment as his mind drifts toward the Zodiac. divine marks, and then to the prayers. Kevin kneels and starts praying to his zodiac, praising his holy god as he believes that he's watching the situation right now. He prays to the zodiac to grant his power to Jian Li so that he can win and save humanity. On the contrary, Jian figures out that Astria is planning to wipe the city out with the river, knowing that the battle won't be easy. Our guy contemplates if he should try using the instinct of the battle god when suddenly he feels a new energy, as he quickly realizes that it's Virgo and smiles. Astria waits for Jian to fight back, thinking she expected too much from him, not knowing if he's scared to come out or what. Being the evil bitch she is, Libra goes on to wipe out the whole city with the river, not caring about fighting Jian Li. She delightfully wonders how many people will die and orders the river water to wipe them all. To her surprise, a flash appears and all the water freezes. Virgo activates his skill. Cutting Winds of January is activated, which leaves Libra staggered as the water froze. Not sure if it was Jian's skills, he assumes that he's alive down there and decides to finish him. The ice cracks as Libra's attention is grabbed by it, all ready to attack. But turns out it's the Red Eyes who appear as the ice breaks, and our guy makes a dramatic appearance from the sky, claiming that's his new friend, Red Eyes. The skill, Take My Place, was used by Gaon, as he wonders what's Red waiting for. Ordering him to greet Libra, the dragon spills out a blazing strike of fire that hits Libra. Using the Gemini skill, Teleportation Mana Gate, she turns the direction of the fire towards the city. Pissing Jian Li to the core, he growls, telling her to leave the people alone. Using the Sky Punisher infused with Virgo's zodiac power, he manages to get rid of the fire. As Astria realizes the presence of Virgo's zodiac, she curses her, calling her the stupid moon bitch. Jian is notified that the Virgo saint has prayed for Ophiuchus, therefore his divinity has increased. The Virgo zodiac has granted her power to Ophiuchus, and the power of Virgo is infused into the Sky Punisher. Jian Li mocks her, asking her if she said that the zodiacs are mad at him. He lets her know that now it's time to feel their wrath. Seeing the divine mark of Virgo on Jaeon's head, Libra doesn't feel threatened, wondering what one allied zodiac can even do. Confused about the wrath our guy is talking about, she questions him regarding whose wrath he's talking about. In disbelief, our guy doesn't think she's asking this for real. Giving her a reality check, he asks her who wouldn't have a grudge on her, letting her know his friends and their families along with all those people who got involved in her deception. The wrath he's referring to is that of all of them, including the soul, who was betrayed and abandoned in the tower. That is him, Jian Li. Telling her to answer him, calling her trash, he asks her who stabbed him back then, questioning her if it was her, or if it was related to those zodiacs on her back. Laughing like a maniac, Libra zodiac, Astra Rai is surprised that he's still looking for answers from that day, wondering if that matters that much to him, or is it so important to him. Insulting our guy, she reminds him that questions are allowed for those who have power. Smirking, she states that only she gets to ask him, not vice versa or the other way around, asking him yet again, what can the two of them do against them? Using the Gemini skill, the Comet of Extinction, she targets it upon Jian, while our unbothered guy smiles. Just then, our guy uses the Sagittarius Divine skill, Helio Ring, to counterattack the comet. Seeing the Helios ring, Libra realizes that Sagittarius is also helping Jian. Leaping towards her, our guy grabs her by the neck while the Sagittarius zodiac Apollo stands with him. While we see the Archer Saint and Virgo Saint, ordering the followers of the constellation, as a saint, to pray to the zodiac. To pray for Jian Li, while our guy is notified, the Sagittarius zodiac has stood up for Ophiuchus. Sagittarius and Virgo's sex are praying for Ophiuchus. He reminds Astria what he said before, that a lot of people are in pain because of her, and not just people he mentioned earlier. He questions her about what she thinks the people of this city think of her. Moments later, Jian Li is notified that a good number of people are praying for Ophiuchus, and his divinity is being increased in a great ratio. She dares to compare the wrath of just 7 zodiacs with them. They're at least tens of millions. Talking as he attacks her, our guy smacks her real good as she groans in pain, letting Libra know that he's not done yet. With that, he wonders how many punches she can take, and punches her, as she resists. Astria attempts to cut Jian's arm as she targets him, while our guy is notified that his arm has been severely damaged. He activates Super Regeneration, and Libra shouts his name in pure rage. As Libra attacks him, suddenly a red aura emerges, wondering who dared to harm Jian Li. That energy destroys all of Libra's duplicates, and it turns out to be a scorpion chain piercing through Libra's stomach, making her cough blood. It seems to be Scorpio's skill, helping Jian Li. Our guy paces up and thinks of getting rid of the divine marks before he gets to Libra. Since he's really good at breaking things, Jian decides to go for the dark carb first. Scorpio has stood up for Ophiuchus, and St. Haley grants her power to Jian. Our hero uses his Sky Punisher in poison-chained form earlier. Libra is in utter disbelief and finds it impossible to find the core so easily. She wonders how our guy managed to do that, and Lee smirks, ordering to stand before him. Our guy pulls the scorpion chain that pierced through Astria's stomach as she screams in pain. That's when the darkest star's energy starts to scatter. The core of Dark Cancer has been destroyed, with its energy leaking out. Now the Dark Cancer's divine mark can no longer be maintained. With its skill being no longer available, Libra clenches her stomach. She growls in anger and threatens to kill Jian. The remains of her duplicates grab Lee's leg as she activates the Capricorn skill, World Destroyer. With the divine power bursting, the whole place rumbles and the divine marks cover the horizon. At that moment, Astrea states that this planet along with the zodiacs belongs to her. She uses Aries and Libra's alliance skill, the Sword of the Golden Rule, and claims that none of them can take it away from her. The colossal sword falls on the city as a blinding flash appears, along with cold air. Libra wonders if it's Virgo's cutting wind and witnesses the sword getting frozen. While Astrea doesn't think it's even possible, Argai smashes the sword and aims straight at the bastard Libra's face to punch her. It makes her fling due to immense force. Jian is disgusted to see how much greed this bitch has inside and humbles her over-the-top attitude for literally claiming this planet as hers. Argai feels like a good stomp on her face will give her a lesson, but as he's about to do it, Astrea activates Gemini's teleport skill. Jian looks for her and Libra ambushes him, claiming to end him now and lands a punch. Libra's smartass thinks that Jian is done for, and she uses Taurus and Capricorn alliance skills, ramming Bomber along with all the buffs from Aquarius activated. At the same time, Argai uses the Sagittarius skill, Absolute Coordinates, and detects Astrea. Jian wishes that she would go to hell and attacks her yet once again. Libra wonders how it's possible that Jian's alive even when her attack had Taurus and Aquarius energy. That's when the realization dawns on Libra, and she discovers that it's Scorpio's poison that's decreasing her stats. She curses damn Haley, as pure rage takes over and gets adamant that she won't go down like this. Libra uses her deadly last card when she increases the power level of the 7 sects to the top, combining all of them into one. The sky rumbles with an extreme amount of power. Our guy wonders if this is a death trap and he gets excited. Jian wants to see this sight from the front and strangely, he calls out the red eye. Libra gets warned that she has combined all 7 sects into one by force, resulting in great resistance to the bonding. The rumbling gets more intense, while Jian orders the red eye to go steady, trying to go through it. The people on the ground witness this and the news gives live headlines. The fate of the Soul City is still vague, yet to be determined, unaware of whom to trust in such dark hours. That remains a mystery for all of them, as everyone prays, including the people present there, Sung Jae, Reliqueen, Jimin, Hugo, Kevin, Haley, Jiwoo, and her sect. In Leo's tent, the disciples of Leo try to stop Yuha from praying, knowing that their constellation won't be happy to see her like this. But Yuha tells them to let her concentrate since this is the only thing she can do to help her uncle, who's fighting out there all alone. At that moment, Stephen Marker enters the place and tells them to leave her be. He too sits down beside her. Leo is well aware that there's no one to end this misfortune but Jian Lee. Stephen raises his hands to pray and commands all followers of Leo to pray for Jian, in order to provide him with their energy. On the contrary, our guy appears and Libra mocks him that he took his sweet time to appear. At the same time, our guy gets to know that the Leo sect has stood up for Ophiuchus, and his divinity has increased. The Leo saint, Stephen Marker, granted his power to him. Jian gets prepared with his achievement hammer. Both powers collide relentlessly, while Libra seems to be reassured, since the divine marks given to her are by the zodiacs themselves, thinking that not even he can penetrate easily. Hearing this, our guy reminds her that he's got something too. The matter of fact is many people in diverse constellations are praying for him, which is increasing his divinity higher than ever. He then activates all divine marks that he's given. Our guy uses battle instinct. With 4 divine marks on his side and the people, Gion tells Astraya to get the fuck out of this planet. Our hero then uses the ultimate skill, the Abyss Cutter, and completely destroys and severs the divine marks of Taurus, Capricorn, Aquarius, Aries, Dark Cancer, and Gemini. As the divine marks lose connections with Libra, her body is ripped into half while the whole place is now in ruins. Jian Lee fails to understand what the hell she planned all this for, although he's now aware that he won't be able to get a response from her like this. Our guy reminds Libra what she said earlier and can't let her go until she answers his questions. Hence, Jian decides to use whatever skills necessary to get all of his answers. Just then, they're interrupted by a voice that calls out Jian Lee and is amazed that he really defeated Libra. Our guy turns out and sees an armor, looking confused as to who it might be. It occurs to be Armet the Baron. Armet crashes his deadly weapon on the ground to flaunt its power and introduces himself as the vanguard of the great civilization, one of the 13 generals, Armet the Baron. Another catastrophe emerges, Armet the Black-Grade vanguard of the unknown civilization. It is then revealed to us that 30 years ago, the day came when an unknown civilization invaded the Earth and threw everything into disarray. The UN strongly refused the demands of the unknown civilization as these monsters were trying to feed on humans. Meanwhile, the unknown civilization brought mayhem to the world when they declared to humanity that they all would be under their rule. 30 years ago, Armet the Baron, asked the humans for the impossible, commanding them to give up their freedom, rights, and resources if they wanted to live. Jian remembers that the Vanguard was the one who appeared that day and gave a memorable speech. He also recalls the Phantom Knights who intruded his sanctuary under Armet, asking if he's here to avenge his minions. That's when Armet reveals that Libra was supposed to kill the Snake Master, and he was to rebuild the Tower of Demons with the power given by their lords. However, Jian crushed their master plan and made it all twisted. While the thing about rebuilding the Demon Tower doesn't settle with Jian, Armet didn't expect Li to be able to defeat his Phantom Knights in Libra, not to mention that the Snake Master also destroyed the Tower of Demons. In that case, the Vanguard had to change his perspective on Jian and had to change his plan. The Baron then wields his weapon and decides to put that Demon Tower on hold to kill Jian first with the power given by his lords. Our boy knew there'd be more than just Libra and other zodiacs. Jian grins and feels glad that the Vanguard came because he was going to come to him and finish each of them himself. The divine marks flash as Jian activates all of them and he dashes towards Armet. To his surprise, the Vanguard blocks his attack and that shocks him. Armet, having the upper hand, infers that a strong zodiac is still just a strong zodiac within their range, and energy from any constellation has always been weak against them. He then makes it clear to Jian that he's nothing but prey to his lords. Strangely, this time our guy couldn't fight back as he sensed that feeling of getting weak, reflecting that he'd felt this before. That's when the realization sets in, and Jian vividly remembers that this is exactly how he felt at the time he got stabbed in the tower back then. The ominous energy overpowers our boy when he ponders that this was the power of Lords Haley mentioned earlier about the weapons of the unknown civilization containing the power of the monarch that give off terrible energy that can threaten the zodiac. Suddenly, the divine marks begin to shatter, and the system warns Jian that the unknown energy is isolating him from his world. The divine marks get disconnected, which means our boy cannot use the zodiac powers anymore, and Jian is left helpless as the light of the constellation falls into shade. He then gets teleported in a dark realm, into the unknown. Jian assumes that it's the similar space when he was trapped by Perio, when shortly, that dark energy damages his shoulder. The system glitched and notifies Jian that the unknown space is making him weak. To make things even worse, his stats are decreasing rapidly, and his super regeneration skill is no longer activated. The guy who once carried the world now trembles under silence. At that moment, someone calls out Jian, and he looks back only to find a blonde girl. She reminds Jian that they are going out today while terror flashes across Jian's eyes, not being able to process what the hell is going on. The girl distracts him when suddenly a chilling stillness takes over. It turns out that Armet pierces his arm across Jian, stabbing him from behind. As the blood splatters from Jian's mouth, Armet succeeds in his infamous plot and concludes his skill, Nightmare, even fooled the strongest guy Li Jian. The Vanguard glorifies his skill as there's been no one who ever resisted this skill. While our boy coughs blood, Baron elucidates that this skill shows one's worst memory and reminds him of it. Just then, Armet apprises to someone about Jian that won't be able to fight back, addressing that woman as Libra. The golden Libra energy flashes and Astria appears in that realm, thanking Baron. She emerges in her half-destructive body and admits that Gion is indeed incredible, but she's not ready to vanish just like that. The Libra Zodiac desires to take over Gion's body and power, which makes our guy grin evilly, asking if she's going to use his body as a vessel. Our guy makes it clear that she will regret it. Libra asks Gion if these were his final words when shortly her power strikes him. While it looks like our boy has collapsed, Baron is not amused at all to see that Gion gave himself up this easily, as he was one of the strongest fighters, thinking it was a waste of time. But the story takes an unexpected twist when Li Gaon becomes the god of Ophiuchus. The scene then switches back to the past where Li Jion's body gets restored, and he believes that it was due to the super regeneration. The super regeneration skill restores the body rapidly, and after Jion comes out of the tower, his physical ability is reduced to 50% with the penalty time. Well, it appears that the penalty has ended now, and our main character was nerfed, not to mention that he cooked the holy gods with just 50%. Now, time for some good action. The scene takes us to Gion's past as a kid with his friends. Our guy is obsessed by the 12 Saints, a total Saints fanatic, while his friends ask him if he really loves them so much. He points at the 12 Saints billboard, who are the guardians of humanity, and finds it incredible that they're saving people. He finds no reason not to admire their noble cause and lets out that he even donated to them yesterday. Gion anticipates that they are going to be able to defeat any monster if they join under the name of those 12 Saints. They're going to win this battle any day. Our guy is pumped up to fight the monsters and tells them to have something to eat because it's a great day, saying that it's his treat. In a tragic turn of events, a smile that once lit up the world, drowned with all the dreams shattered that never made it past the dawn. Gion witnesses the death of his friend who's been ripped to pieces. It turns out that a gigantic monster appeared out of nowhere and destroyed a mall in the middle of Seoul. but eventually, it was defeated by a strike force. Jian is left traumatized as he sobs and recalls how that monster devoured his friend before his eyes. Just then, the saints arrive at the scene and think that the monster left just before they arrived. As one of the saints asks what to do with the boy, the other saint shamelessly suggests informing the press they missed him and tells them to stay here for a while until they get paid. The news reports that multiple casualties were found at the scene, claiming that no one died due to the hard work of force and are rest assured as they are under the protection of the 12 saints. Those greedy saints do not even have a sense of shame while Gion bangs his hand on the ground, screaming that they didn't protect a damn thing as he weeps near his dead friend. Coming to the present scene, it is actually Astria who peeks at Gion's subconsciousness and his memories. After this flashback, Libra finally understands the reason Lee despised monsters, constellations, and saints. She calls Gion's story cliché and traps Gion into an orb of. Libra finds it funny how much hatred Gion holds because of an insignificant past, calling it a melodrama. As the blue energy swallows him all, Giselle mocks our guy for the state he's in right now and believes that he couldn't see things on a bigger scale because he was blinded by his own rage. She rhetorically questions if he really believed his rage could overwhelm her divinity. Libra Saint puts things to an end for Jaeon as she plans to make him a part of her and plans to resurrect him again. As Astria is about to engulf that orb, the system warns her that the difference in depth of divinity between Ophiuchus and Libra is too much, so she's unable to consume Jaeon. The system bombards her with relentless warnings and Libra screams in rage as her pride is crushed, after knowing that Gaon's power is too much to handle. As that evil bitch is too busy ranting about how weak is, suddenly the clock ticks and a snake moves around it. That's when the constellation Ophiuchus emerges in the realm and Libra goes into denial after learning that Lee's divinity is so huge that it's beyond her recognition range. The reality slaps her across the face and Libra is left in disbelief, thinking there's no way Gaon has greater divinity than her. Things take 360-degree turns when the orb in her hand shatters, and the system alerts that the penalty upon the Ophiuchus is soon to be lifted, in merely 25 seconds. Gion's true power is wriggling to be freed. The penalty thingy doesn't get through Giselle's head since she's clueless. But something shocks her to the core when Gaon speaks to the Zodiac and asks Libra if she had fun peeking at others' memories. Just like that, the magic orb shatters and Gion gets emancipated, ready to beat the crap out of Astria. Well, the god of disaster has finally awakened, and now he's going to end this bitch who was acting almighty and cocky. Astria freaks out as she witnesses Gion's terrifying powers and burns with jealousy. As the Libra knows that she's fucked up, our guy enters the berserk mode and asks her why does it matter when he has the power to fuck her up. Just like that, our fella gives her the taste of her own medicine and smashes Libra's face, dragging her to where the vanguard is. Armet the Baron wonders where the light is coming from, and moments later, he witnesses Lee Gion pushing Libra. In the meantime, the penalty gets lifted, and our guy's power is no longer sealed, which means he can now use his true power. Now that Gaon becomes a god of Ophiuchus, a divine mark appears on his head, and with godlike power, he is about to punch the life out of the Libra Saint. In the real world, a giant cube appears and dissipates a dark energy, striking fear into the civilians as they thought the fight ended. The ominous energy engulfs the horizon, and as Kevin is hit by a realization when he and Hugo conclude that it's the unknown realm, the same one that Pirio opened. Virgo Saint wonders if Gion is trapped under the realm when suddenly it ruptures, spilling forth a violent cascade of energy. As they see it break open, everyone's jaws drop by the energy, and it turns out to be Gion who smashes the Libra Saint across that cube, taking his very first iconic step as a Zodiac. While that realm breaks, Armet is left flabbergasted to see that the Snake Master broke out from the Lord's nightmare skill. On the other hand, our guy beats the shit out of Libra God for making him pissed off by showing some of his memories, and that sucked. Gion finally understands how pathetic their so-called Lord is, and mocks at Armet's Lord for being proud of himself after naming such a peeping skill. Our guy believes that the Toad got this charm from his master as well, and Armet gets enraged to see his Lord getting mocked like that. Just then, Lee confronts the Vanguard who strikes him with his weapon. However, our boy blocks the Vanguard's axe attack with one finger that shocks Baron to the core. Our guy is tired of Baron praising that Lord of his a lot, and with a menace flashing across his eyes, he decides to give the knight a present as a reward. That's when he summons his dagger and stabs it across Baron's neck. While Armet gets stabbed, the knight couldn't help but wonder that it's the same dagger consisting of the power of the Lord, wondering where he found it. Gion reveals that it's the dagger that was used to stab him in the tower. Gion infuses the dagger with the power of Ophiuchus. Our boy decides to give Baron something extra on top since he's so crazy about his lord. The power of the dagger strikes the Vanguard, and he screams in agony, yelling how a newborn Zodiac can be so freaking powerful to withstand the power of the Lord. Well, what they don't know is that our guy is now a god himself. The dagger's power unleashes a torrent of blinding energy that makes Baron's armor break into pieces. Astria's, whose lower body is shredded to pieces, witnesses the Vanguard getting killed mercilessly, and now she knows that it's her turn. She knows she's fucked, and tries to slither away with that broken body of hers, running away from the fate that's already destined for her. But our guy catches her just in time and moves toward her to end things once and for all. Libra calls Jian an idiot who's driven by a sense of justice and asks if he seriously plans to play a hero and go against all of the zodiacs and lords. Our guy, being the psychotic hero he is, doesn't take her bullshit when he tramples on her face and declares that he's going against all of them. However, Gion corrects Libra and responds that he's not driven by the sense of justice and thanks the evil saints who've taught him well. Gion then declares that he's going to pay back with his malice now that it's been piled up endlessly. Our guy uses the gluttony skill to absorb Libra's divinity, making it clear that his action will be from nothing but only malice. Just then, the Libra's astral body pulverizes for absorption, and the magic serpent appears to devour Giselle. Our guy then concludes that this is where Libra's journey ends. In the most pathetic way, just like the trash she is, she deserves it. But that persistent bitch doesn't want to die like this as she screams in agony, and death flashes before her eyes. As our guy steps on her, she tries to do everything she can to escape her narrow death. Just like that, Libra declares to execute the contract and drop the palace. At that moment, the light descends from the sky and Libra's palace plummets from above right onto Jaeon to crush him. Well, at least that's what she manifests. Our guy looks above as the palace is falling, while Libra's cockiness doesn't go away when she assumes that Jian will die helplessly. I mean, she's just making a fool out of herself to think that the palace can destroy the Ophiuchus god. In her wildest dreams, maybe. Grinning, Jian seems done with her puny tricks. While Libra couldn't process that he's smiling, our guy takes a leap as he shall take it as a whole and glides with his power. The people witness the palace crashing on the ground while Taexo freaks out as he thinks Astria crushed Jian with her palace. But the disappointment is short-lived when a radiant power erupts from underneath that palace, which is Jian's energy. The people are left wonderstruck when it dawns on them that the palace is changing its shape into something else. Our Ophiuchus god recreates the Libra's palace with his gluttony skill and absorbs the Libra's divinity. The Ophiuchus, being the greatest of them all, becomes a true zodiac and obtains a divine mark that's freaking iconic. Our guy soars and thinks that being a zodiac doesn't feel like anything special, yet those fuckers have been arrogant about it, referring to the zodiac bastards. Jian lands on the ground and declares these bitches are dead meat, referring to the holy god who sided with Libra. I mean, what an absolute Chad. Bro got pissed off at gods and became one himself just to keep mocking them again. Hella iconic. The scene then takes us to a dark palace. Lee Gaeon, who somehow ends up in this place, wondering where he is as he was just standing on top of his new building. Abruptly, the Vanguard generals call out Libra and ask if she's ready. That's when our boy realizes that it's Astria's memory. In the memory, Armet confirms with the Libra Saint if she is to kill the Serpent Master this time. He asks her if that's even possible because from what he remembers, she failed once 20 years ago. Amret opens up that Gaeon was able to kill one of their generals even before he had earned his divinity, assuming that he might have a power that exceeds the power of now. Libra scoffs at the Vanguard, asking if he's scared, and says there's nothing special about the Snake Master being stronger than a general. At that moment, Astria grins and a light flashes, flaunting the colorful divine marks she possesses powers of. She laughs hysterically and states that Jian will have to face her and the 6 other Zodiacs, so there's nothing he can do. Not to mention, she also has the ultimate secret weapon, the Red Eye's heart she retrieved back then. This makes her certain that our guy will be nothing more than a newborn snake, concluding he won't stand a chance this time. Libra then provokes the Vanguard, and gets worried about Baron not getting to have any fun at all. But the Vanguard warns Giselle not to let her guard down and tells her to reflect on the time when Lee returned from the tower when she thought he was surely dead. The knight mocks the Zodiacs for always lacking the final touch, and Libra responds, "No lord is that different though," making him remember about the one who got backstabbed by his lord and is now being held in the heart of the Tower of the Demons. The Vanguard admits that she's not wrong and wishes Astria good luck on her mission, assuring her that he'll send his knights as a vanguard. Armet then anticipates that he'll see Libra again at the tower after Jian Li is dead. With that, the Vanguard disappears. Jian deduces that Libra's memory was passed to him while he absorbed her powers. He infers that this memory was before the invasion when Libra met up the Vanguard, but now it's useless. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted when he comes across another memory. It's Libra's daughter Kaylee who tries to contact her mother. Callie apologizes for what happened to Siwoo and Taiwoo as they're now goners, thinking it's just karma. She even would have yelled out of joy if they weren't part of the family anyway. Kaylee tells her mom how she's been admiring Jian's doing recently. Callie feels jealous of Yuha that fox as she found out she's been getting close to him. Therefore, she decides to go where Master Goen is, so she pleads with her mother to stop asking her to join the Libra sect. With that, She calls this the last message because she knows her mother will be fighting Master Gaon soon and she doesn't want that. But she promises Giselle that she won't interfere this time and wholeheartedly apologizes to her mother, manifesting that they could see each other in any other form in the future. After the message ends, our boy is baffled to see Kaylee and assumes that it must be another Libra's child. On the contrary, the Zodiacs meet once again just like 20 years ago, and their thoughts of getting rid of Li Jian haven't changed. Another memory of Libra is shown, and Gaon witnesses that Libra reaches out to the Zodiac as she opens up about her notorious plot to kill Jian, assuring all the Zodiacs that this time Jian will die in an invasion. But the Zodiacs don't trust her at all as they demand assurance, given that she said the same thing 20 years ago. Our boy is shocked to the core to see his death being planned as the gods team up to kill Li Jian just because he's too overpowered for them. Nonetheless, the Libra Saint claims it's different this time, and infers that it won't be an ambush since they will crush Gaon face to face. She discloses her grand illusion and reveals she's also brought a general from the other side, unknown civilization. Libra makes it clear that Jian Li will be crushed with the help of the general and his lord. Upon hearing this, some of the Zodiacs don't like Astria teaming up with the general on the other side, objecting as they find it unacceptable to drag them into this fight. However, the Taurus Zodiac is okay with it, and makes the Zodiac recall that they agreed to do anything to stop the 13th mutant from turning into the disaster god. Just then, the Aquarius Zodiac agrees as well, believing that Li Jian wouldn't be able to fight against the power of that lord, while the Cancer Zodiac states that they must get rid of him this time. After that, all the gods team up and cover for the eternal death of Jian and the absolute destruction of the Ophiuchus. Well, these god bastards were safe until Li looked into Libra's memory, because now they're all fucked as Jian's rage erupts when he unravels that Zodiac's trying to get rid of him since back then. But Jian is not surprised to see how desperate they are to gather for such a meeting, and even though it's just a memory, he could feel the unilateral malice. Our guy wonders what he should do with these bastards who were planning to fuck him up. Shortly, he regains consciousness and everyone gasps to see him finally awake. Our guy snaps out of the memory, however, he cools down when he's surrounded by his people. Jian asks what's going on, and that's when Taeksu makes him recall that he was screaming and shouting until he collapsed. Our guy believes he was carried away too much and gets silent as he's left in awe when he glances at their relieved smiles to see he's fine. Lee thinks it's not bad to have people around who care for him while Taeksu, Haley, and Kevin annoyingly look at him. The scene then takes us to Jian Li's tower, the second sanctuary of the Ophiuchus, where our guy reveals everything he saw in Libra's memory to Sagittarius, Virgo, and Scorpio saints. While Taeksu couldn't believe what Lee had just said, our guy assured him that he's pretty serious for the first time. Jian lets them know that he has seen it through Libra's memory and warns them of the imminent danger, alerting them that they must be prepared to fight against those Zodiacs and enemies from the other world. Taeksu couldn't believe that all these years the Zodiacs and Lords of the other worlds were after Jian. Kevin Azar couldn't understand the reason behind it, given that Jian hadn't done anything to the Saints nor the Zodiacs before his absence, wondering why they wanted him dead back then. Our boy ponders upon the reason and peeks at the screen in front of him where it's written that he has been given 2 divinity paths as the penalty was lifted. Now it's up to him whether he becomes a god of life or god of death, depending on how he develops each path. He looks at 2 possible paths in one divinity, and a suspicion flickers in his mind when he recalls Libra's memory, where the Taurus Zodiac was saying something about the disaster god. That's when it occurs to Lee that maybe the 2 paths are referring to the mutant or the disaster god they mentioned. But whatever it is, our boy doesn't give a damn if he becomes a god of life or death because he's adamant to get every possible power to make them tremble before him. As our guy is still plotting in his head, Taeksu is creeped out by his evil grin, while Haley finds that evil face pretty handsome. On a serious note, our hero warns the 3 saints that they're about to face enemies beyond anything they've encountered before, which means he winning one-on-one fights wouldn't matter much if they come in number. For this reason, they couldn't ignore the possibility of the enemies attacking cities where Gian was not present. Our guy enlightens that they need to gather more allies and become stronger together, so they will be able to fend them off. Gian concludes that they've got a lot of things to prepare, advising them to keep their spirits up. Later, in Jian's workroom, our guy puts all his best efforts into preparing the weapons for the upcoming catastrophe. Our guy peeks at the Vanguard's armor he got after shattering it, thinking of making a prosthetic arm and upgrading some gears with his weapons. He plans on using every piece of him. Jian then glances at the Demon Tower and recalls that Baron mentioned restoring the tower. The thought disturbs him as he wonders why would they care to do it after all these years. Suddenly, Libra's words echo in his mind when she was talking about the one who got backstabbed in the tower, and Gaon thinks it's related to that person that she mentioned. Our boy gets furious and regrets losing Libra again as questions are left unanswered. We are then taken back to a flashback when Astria dropped her palace and takes that chance to slip away, teleporting to another realm. Lee never expected Libra to escape like that, thinking she's tougher than a cockroach. Well, he doesn't regret it because what's lost is lost, and he thinks of getting into the tower for more information. While he decides to be well prepared to go inside the tower, Gaon peeks at the notification that tells him that Yuha's propagation is being processed. Our guy notices that Yuha hasn't fully registered with his sect, and gets to know that candidates for a saint can be given temporary authority as a saint. After this, something pops up in Jion's mind. The scene then switches to Taiksu, who orders his disciples to unpack their stuff as they arrive at Jion's tower that screams grandiose. Hugo's disciples freak out as they can't believe their eyes to crash at a place that's out of their league. Chief Goat corroborates with Saint Hugo if they're really staying here, and the saint nods, revealing that it was Jion's idea. Since the Sagittarius sanctuary was demolished due to the recent attack, Taiksu exasperatingly informs them they're going to stay in the Ophiuchus sanctuary for a while. However, everyone is rather thrilled as they're at Jaeon's place, and Sungjae couldn't be happier. Sungjae diabolically feels great about their house being destroyed, while the disciples wish to stay here for the rest of their lives. But Hugo bursts their bubbles when he clarifies that they will go back as soon as the sanctuary is rebuilt. But the disappointment is visible on their faces, and Hugo's pride is crushed. The disciples oppose moving back to their sanctuary, complaining that they're sick of rebuilding their sanctuary over and over. The frustration is at its peak, as if they would chew Taiksu alive, claiming that they deserve sanctuary like this one too. While Hugo is taken aback by the sudden backlash, Zodiac Apollo giggles and says he knew this would happen sooner or later. God Apollo enjoys his saint who's going through an existential crisis and suggests that they should build a nice sanctuary this time. Taiksu lashes out at Apollo and asks him to send him some money for the sanctuary, because that's what he's lacking. But Apollo, enjoying Taiksu's breakdown, clarifies that it's not part of his purpose. Just then, Jion witnesses the chaos going on and asks Taiksu to get ready as they are going to Leo's. Taiksu justifies that he wasn't fooling around and asks why they're going to Leo's. Jion explains that he gave a mission to Yuha to join the Ophiuchus, and was thinking about appointing her to be his saint if she proved to be suitable. Hugo overlooks for a second, however, the guy goes frantic, knowing his daughter is going to join Jion's sect. Hugo was scammed by our cunning fella as he thought he was just giving Yuha a new weapon, but he was actually testing her. Archer grabs his hair and goes through an emotional breakdown, muttering that bastard Jion stole his family. Archer sulks as he couldn't take this anymore, given that his god is disrespectful to him and none of his men obeys him anyway. Hugo grabs him vigorously and asks Jion to appoint him as his saint. While Apollo thinks his saint is joking and calls it pure nonsense, our guy pats Taiksu's head and immediately agrees. What Taiksu didn't realize was the intensity of his words, but Gaon was exactly looking for this opportunity. As Sungjae, Hugo's disciples, Hailey, Reliquine, and Little Wei Yang are left in a state of hysteria, Gaon takes Taiksu into the Ophiuchus realm and chooses him as a temporary saint for the Ophiuchus. Our guy welcomes him to the sect while Taiksu's head is spinning around as he can't process what has just happened. Archer's world has turned upside down as he became a temporary Ophiuchus saint while kicking the Sagittarius aside. Apollo thinks it was all fun, but he actually begins to weep to see his saint betray him. Thinking what the fuck just happened, Hugo and Apollo bawl their eyes out. On the contrary, outside the tower, Kaylee arrives at the city and glances at the Ophiuchus tower. She then screams Master Gion's name. On the other hand, God Apollo furiously asks Hugo how he can move to another sect while Hugo isn't in his right mind. Apollo asks him what was so dissatisfied about Sagittarius, and Taiksu can't bear the thought that he has to be Gion's sidekick again. Archer grits his teeth in frustration and presumes that being a sidekick is better than being a saint, which is more like a slave. Meanwhile, Apollo reads his thoughts and tries to convince him to come back by stating that he never thought of Hugo as his slave. But at the moment, Taiksu is having a full-blown meltdown. Our guy couldn't believe how persistent they are and finds it pathetic. Suddenly, a loud rumble is heard in the tower and someone calls for the Snake Master. As they all rush to see what all the commotion is, Sungjae points towards the sky and tells Uncle Jion to look up there. Well, it appears to be Baron's private force who have come to take revenge on his life, and they ask Jion to come out before they destroy everything. Jion assembles his thoughts when Smirks asks Sungjae where's the hairball, referring to Wei Yang. On the other hand, Wei Yang is living his best life as he peacefully watches television and giggles as the doll life suits him politely, even better than a saint. However, his moments of solace are disrupted when our boy grabs Yang's ears with a cunning grin. Jion asks Wei Yang to do something for him, and starts crafting something while poor Yang cries his eyes out, begging him to stop as he can sense his malicious intentions. Lee gets even more frantic as he does something with Baron's armor, while Yang begs him to stop whatever he's planning to do. On the contrary, everyone except Gion and Yang Wei heads outside of the sanctuary to face the enemies. The leader of the Baron's private force couldn't believe that the Snake Master sent his men instead to fight them, guessing that Gion didn't think they're good enough for him. But from Kevin's point of view, we get to know that our boy was too distracted to come outside. The Knight Leader then decides to make the Snake Master come outside by killing his men one by one until he shows his face. The captain plans to begin with the stupid-looking one, referring to Hugo Otters who has lost his brain cells. The Knight charges a spear, targeted at Takesu, and while Kevin yells at him to dodge. While all of them gasp with shock and ask Archer if he's okay, the spear couldn't pierce through Takesu's head, since he is under the protection of the Ophiuchus, pointing out that the protection is unparalleled to Sagittarius. Apollo bawls his eyes out to see Takesu under the serpent's protection, but Takesu is emotionally wrecked, while the Baron's force is thrown into panic when they realize that the captain's spear did nothing at all. They are scared and wonder what could they possibly do when the humans slain the Phantom Knights. The captain shuts them up and keeps his pride, stating that they can't lose to mere humans. That's when the force gets uplifted, thinking maybe the captain was just toying, but in reality, that spear was the captain's best shot. The captain realizes that even the Snake Master's men are that strong. Suddenly, someone gets on the level with Baron's private force and begins slashing them. Someone effortlessly slices the enemies in midair while the captain asks who the hell it is. Surprisingly, it turns out to be Kaylee. As the Knight Captain attacks her, she flips, and with such awe-striking movements, Kali lands on the ground. Making quite the iconic entry, she leaves everyone astonished while Chief Goat recognizes that she's Kaylee Collins from the Libra. Kali, who's SS class, and one of the 10 stars, greets Chief Goat and assumes the last time they met was at Leo's tournament. She makes fun of the Chief, asking him how's the spot where she hit him, thinking it's all healed up. While the Chief gets reminded of the embarrassing moment of his life, Kevin makes fun of him and asks Goat if he lost to Kaylee. The Chief admits that he lost to her badly and miserably. Chief Goat then narrates that Kaylee Collins can't simply be described as one of the 10 stars. A couple of 10 stars and many others have challenged her, including Yuha and Sylvia, but she has never lost. The 10s are the next in line after Saints, so if there were no Saints, Kaylee would be the strongest person in the world. Curious, Kevin asks the Chief if Kaylee is stronger than Jin Myung, and the Chief lets out that he didn't even think to fight her. Meanwhile, Haley's eyes widen with shock when she notices Giselle's daughter, wondering why she is here. Just then, the Baron's force captain overhears that Collins is from Libra, and asks why she's attacking them when Libra made a deal with them. Callie responds bluntly that she's not part of Libra, confessing that she left the sect. While everyone gasps with disbelief, Kaylee warns the knights to get ready to be chopped. She grasps her weapon that looks similar to Gion's Sky Punisher, and makes it clear that she's going to join Ophiuchus today, no matter what. The captain thinks Collins got a little proud of herself, slicing off some of his weakling. He then declares a battle. As Kaylee is ready to chop off their heads, suddenly our guy steps in with a big-ass box in his hand. The box gives off enormous divine energy as it swirls around the tower, plus the mysterious civilization is peeling away with the energy. Our guy questions the Baron's force, asking what they're doing in his sanctuary. Just then, Kaylee catches a glimpse of Master Gion and blushes while the Baron's force finally gets to confront the Snake Master. Lee gets to know they've come to take revenge and believes that Baron must be proud to have such faithful servants, but he warns them if they don't stop now, someone will get into trouble. That's when he throws that big box on the ground and opens it up. To everyone's surprise, the armor that was once broken was now fixed into Armet, the Baron's face. Lee lets out that he was having a great day so far with a new sanctuary and everything, so he decides to cut them off some slack. Our guy offers them to take the leftover Baron and buzz off. As Takesu and Kevin ask Gaon if they're giving up on the Baron now, our guy shuts them up and affirms that he has a plan. On the other hand, the Baron's force is left in turmoil as they weren't expecting this, and the knights are furious to witness what Gion had done to Baron. The knights agree that the commander's spear was nothing more than a mosquito bite, and many of them turn to dust by just Gion's energy burst. However, they refuse to take what's left of their Baron and run away just like the Snake Master said. But things take an unexpected turn when the commander immediately agrees with whatever Gion has to say, smirking. Eventually, the Baron's private force leaves in peace and takes the Baron. The atmosphere turns back to normal at the Gion Lee Tower. In the tower, our guy decides to hear Kaylee out, who wants to join his constellation, while she looks at him with sparkly eyes. Gion straight up refuses her request while Kaylee freaks out. Our boy does not doubt that she is the strongest of the 10 stars, and that she has the will to join them, but that it is not enough. Then, Callie comes to a realization and asks if he's refusing because she's from Libra. That's when the Scorpio Saint, Haley, steps in and bluntly confesses that it's because she's the daughter of Giselle Lawrence. It is then revealed to us that in the past, Giselle created her children by combining her DNA with influential people from around the world. She planned to exercise her leverage from the root of society. Nonetheless, the Scorpio Saint can't exclude the possibility of her children having the same moral values as her. Hearing this, our guy feels pessimistic about what Scorpio said while Takesu presumes that it's not like Giselle had multiple relationships. Haley lets out that she can't blame them for having such an idea, given Libra's evil doings. She then asks Haley why she is trying to betray Libra and join the Ophiuchus Saint. Callie turns red, and as she's about to spill some truth, she immediately confesses that she's a Gion's daunting fan. Admitting that Libra has done bad things, Callie justifies that she didn't want to just move to any sect. She pleads with Gion to trust her and assures him that she'll prove her loyalty. Our guy activates his god's gaze to find out the truth and looks through Kaylee's faith, which is 200% Ophiuchus and 1% Libra. Even our boy is shocked to look at her faith and thinks she'll never betray him. The system gives remarks that Callie possesses a similar aura to that of the Serpent Bearer, which leaves him baffled. Gion tells her that it's her lucky day and asks Kaylee to meet the rest of them and prove her sincerity. Callie smiles and assures Master Gion that she'll do her best. Callie didn't expect Gion to accept her right away, and she sure loves a challenge. Our guy loves her spirit, and Callie gladly takes that as she hears this a lot. On the other hand, their frankness doesn't settle with Haley and Kevin, who find it a surprise that a Libra is joining Gion's sect. Not to mention, she seems to get along well with Lee too. Meanwhile, Haley is going through emotional chaos as she's jealous, and Kevin leaves her to it whatever she's doing. As Scorpio acts as a possessed woman, Kevin approaches Gion and asks about the Baron. Kevin Azar informs him that the Baron is back with his army now. That's when our guy reveals that it was Hairball inside the armor, leaving Kevin, Haley, and Hugo slack-jawed to know it was Wei Yang. On the other hand, the Knights are pulling the leftover Baron upwards, but in reality, Wei Yang's soul trapped inside the armor is screaming. While Knights curse Jian Li for whatever the hell he did to Baron, Wei Yang bawls his eyes out for getting tortured like this. The scene then takes us to Wei Yang's flashback, where Gaon orders him to enter the Baron's armor and infiltrate the unknown civilization's world to gather information. Yang freaks out at his madness and refuses to do such a thing. Our guy forcibly grabs him and assures Yang that he'll get back into his body when it's done, knowing that his body is being preserved in the sanctuary. But Wei tries to justify that he can't do such a thing, and Jian shuts him up, reminding him that he's trash but still a saint. Our guy tells him to show at least a bit of dignity as one of the 13 representatives of humankind. Yanking to reality, Yang ponders that it's too late now and he must get back by any means. Yang agrees that Jian is an insensitive bastard, but he is aware that Jian always keeps his promise. However, one thing doesn't settle with Hairball. He's in deeper trouble than expected. Just then, Ares peeks outside the armor and notices that they're headed to the Tower of Demons. Yang acts as the leader and asks the knight why they are headed to the tower when it is broken. The knight reveals that's where the facility is that can restore his body. Baffled, Yang couldn't help but wonder that there are facilities left in the tower all these years. The scene then takes us inside the tower, where we see the man tied down by chains and tree branches, in the middle of a divine mark. That guy is blindfolded with multiple daggers stabbed into him. The subordinates inform their captain that is the place where they will restore his body. Hearing this, the Hairball seems to be nervous. Referring to the Lord who's chained, they inform Baron that this is the facility they have been talking about. That's what they used to restore their bodies, even in the tower. Although its function has been reduced to the bare minimum, they think that restoring the Baron's body will be the end of it. Yang Wei gets scared and tries to procrastinate the process, lying that he's not ready. His underlings try to console him, telling him to trust them. Wei assures them that he's fine, telling them he likes being in there better. Baron's subordinates seem to be concerned for their boss, knowing that he isn't himself right now. They curse Gaon, thinking that he brainwashed their chief. The Lord awakens, pointing towards Armet the Baron, and claims that he's not one of them. The Lord questions why he's in the Baron's shell. Meanwhile, Jian Li is notified that one of the Lords has awakened, sensing the Snake Bearer's energy. The underlings are in disbelief, as they see the Lord moving for once in a blue moon. They wonder what he meant by saying about Baron not being one of them. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei knows that he's doomed, now that the Lord knows. The Lord asks them if they have any idea whom they've brought here. The Lord knows that there's no point in explaining to these dumb subordinates and tells them to be silent. The chained Lord grabs Baron's body and pulls it towards himself. It urges Baron to speak and questions him who he is, while the Ares Saint is panicking, knowing that he's done for. Wei Yang stutters and confesses a lie that he's the Capricorn Saint, Wei Yang. The Lord calls it nonsense and grabs the armor more tightly, knowing that there's no way the power holding him belongs to Capricorn. Giving him another chance, the Lord asks him once again, who's behind granting him such energy. Yang freaks out as he's clueless about what to do and thinks he should just tell the truth. At that moment, we see Jian Li appear there and expresses his disappointment in the Hairball getting caught ready. Our guy states that Ares is actually useless, while Yang Wei couldn't be happier seeing him right now. Our guy thought he should greet the Lords but wasn't expecting to meet one of them so fast. Jian diverts his attention to Wei Yang, asking him if he doesn't plan to be a spy in the future, but the Ares Saint blames Jian's energy for getting him caught. The Lord, upon seeing the Snake Master, is surprised and states that he seems to be a newly born god, but senses great strength within him. The Lord believes that Jian must be the mutant, the 13th. Jian smiles and responds that's what the others say about him. While our guy is aware that he's the Lord who has been locked in this tower, the Lord acknowledges the fact that he knows Jian. The The Lord then asks Lee that he must know what he's going through right now. It grabs Yang Wei with force and unravels that he's been locked in his tower and starved for a long period of time. The Lord lets out that he's going to take the power from the saint and starts to suck it in. Our guy learns that the snake bearer's energy is being consumed by the Lord, and the power sustaining the Baron's body is vanishing. The Baron's body starts to crumble as Wei Yang struggles and he shouts at Gaon for help. Jian, who seems to be worked up about something, snaps at what the hell he just said. Meanwhile, the Aries saint cries in tears of joy, being certain that Jaeon won't abandon him upon hearing his response. But to Hairball's bad luck, it's revealed that our guy got super furious over the fact that the Lord called Wei Yang his saint. Hearing this, Wei Yang sulks. While the Lord already knew that Yang didn't fit anything like a real saint, it assumes that Gaon must have run out of candidates to take Wei Yang in. Having enough of this insult, the Aries saint asks Jian to help him out now, but our guy tells him to stay calm, as everything is going as he planned. While Yang has high hopes that Gaon is going to help him, our guy praises him for his great job. Our guy affirms that he won't ever forget this beautiful sacrifice of his. Baffled, Wei Yang asks him where he's getting at. Jian Li reveals to him that before that, he was planning to greet the lords. That's why he sent Yang in the first place. That's when it occurs to Yang Wei that he was being used as bait this whole time. But our guy tells him not to worry and affirms Yang that he will make sure to tell everyone that he had a terrific ending. Hairball calls out Jian's name before being sucked in by the Lord. After this, the Aries skill, World Destroyer, is activated. Our guy enjoys the show from a building afar, knowing that retrieving data from Libra would be useful. Jian wears sunglasses sitting along with Lime. With that, he decides to finish up his work and get there to source from whatever is left. Our guy wonders if he should start with Yuha, but then he's notified about something that makes him go nuts. We see Yuha on the other hand, not expecting the situation to go like this. Stephen Marker's body emits immense energy as he calls out to Yuha, asking her how she could leave their sect and move to another. Not just any sect, but the 13th. The Leo disciples try to stop their chief, but Yuha stops them, letting them know it's no use since that is not Stephen at the moment. That's the Leo Zodiac, Narasimha. Our guy is notified about Yuha's special mission to defeat all the enemies who interfere in her path, with her target being the Leo Saint Stephen Marker and Leo Zodiac Narasimha. The Leo Zodiac attacks Yuha. Narasimha is unaware of the situation going around as he questions Yuha. The Zodiac questions what happened to his sanctuary and asks why Stephen got his arms cut off and why is she moving to another sect. Yuha is freaked out and realizes this is getting awkward. She confronts the Leo Zodiac and tells him to read the previous episodes. Accepting the fact that what's done is done, the Zodiac uses the Leo skill, 2 hands for reading, and grasps the depth of the situation. Narasimha realizes that everything they've done is nothing but sabotage to the sect, giving them 1 star for that. He finds out that the so-called Captain Oliver betrayed the sect and unleashed a monster. The vice chief suddenly quits the sect, and yet the saint couldn't do anything about it. Not to mention Saint Stephen has lost arms. Narasimha is also mad about the fact that his saint couldn't even do anything about it, and even granted powers to Jian Li without his permission. The Leo Zodiac decides it's about time they settle things right here. With yellow lightning all over the sky, Yuha is notified about her qualification mission to join Ophiuchus. Yuha realizes instantly that it's literally impossible to defeat a Zodiac. She decides to go for it nonetheless, as she needs is to enter her Uncle Jian's sect whatsoever. She grabs her spear and points it towards the Zodiac, ready to fight. The Leo Zodiac is shocked to his disciple as Yuha just pointed the weapon at him. Narasimha accepts the challenge, determined to teach her a lesson now. As the Leo Zodiac activates skill, Lightning Mace, the disciples worriedly call out for the vice chief as she's literally going up against the Zodiac. The disciple warns them to get away from there while Yuha awaits the attack approaching her. Suddenly she hears a voice, telling her that her decision was reckless, and instructs her to quickly insert the spear on the ground. She instantly recognizes that it's Jian's voice that tells her to follow the instructions. The Ophiuchus snake scale protects Gian's temporary follower Yuha from the lion's attack. While the Leo Zodiac lashes out, asking if this is Jian's power, he uses the Leo skill, Thunderclaw, letting her know it can't protect her forever. The lion decides to rip the shield apart with his bare hands as he leaps on the protective globe. At the same time, Gaon's leg appears out of it, and he greets Narasimha, calling him the Captain Cat. Narasimha holds him accountable for what he's doing to his followers, but before he can continue, our guy smacks his foot onto the Leo Zodiac's head, slamming him on the ground. The ground rumbles with immense strength, while Yuha is awestruck, telling her uncle that he scared her for a moment there. Jian asks her where she learned to be so reckless and lets out that it's obvious she can't win against a Zodiac. Although our guy admits that she can beat the hairless Captain Oliver and Little Kitty Stephen, defeating a Zodiac is too far-fetched. But Yuha is lost in her world, being certain that Gaon would come to help her. Our guy decides to interfere in this one and asks the Lion Zodiac what made him show up here since he was busy sleeping all day, leaving everything to his saint. Trembling with anger, Narasimha tries to get Gaon off his head while threatening him to do so. Our guy realizes that he can push him up and asks the beast if he has been lifting. Narasimha loses it and tells him to shut up, growling how dare he step on his head. Jian lands on the ground and asks the cat Zodiac the reason he's here. The Leo Zodiac reveals that he didn't just show up. In fact, Stephen Marker summoned him. Leo admits that he might be a little late, but he still answered his saint's call. Narasimha was summoned when Stephen was trying to fight the Red Eye earlier, as Yuha realizes that was hours ago. Getting back to business, the Leo Zodiac claims that he didn't do anything wrong to Jian after his return, and even lent his powers to him. Yet, he wonders why our guy is still trying to steal his followers. He decides to teach Jian Li a lesson first. A ridiculous amount of energy is released by him, as the divine mark appears over Narasimha. Our guy, upon witnessing this, smiles, knowing very well that they can never settle things out with words. Meanwhile, the Leo Zodiac claims to settle this with powers. Yuha discloses a weak point of Narasimha, that he can only be here until the energy gained from the offering is depleted. Jian then decides to fight with the time being key in it. Jian takes out his Sky Punisher and grins when he gets reminded that penalties are gone, planning to test out how strong he's actually gotten. Hopping mad, Narasimha tries to put Gaon in his place and threatens to crush him with all his might. While the lion traps Jian with colossal claws, our guy lets out that he can't crush him this easily, telling the lion to do better. Jian strikes a punch that makes Narasimha smash away with brute force and mocks the beast, asking if this is what he calls power. Our guy leaps with his Sky Punisher and warns the lion to get back on its feet, otherwise it just goes back to sleep more. Pissed off, the Leo Zodiac roars and calls Jian an arrogant bastard. The lion's roar rumbles, and that's when Leo uses the skill, Divine Lotus of Punishment, that echoes like thunder, hitting right at Li. The crushing attack makes Yuha worried about Gaon, while Narasimha makes it clear that he's not done yet as his power blasts through the ground, wanting to turn Gaon into dust. However, our unbeatable disaster god emerges, and tells the lion to keep wishing to turn him to dust. Jian emits the divine power and the Ophiuchus divine mark appears on Li Jian's forehead. It appears that our guy steals the skill of the Leo Zodiac, the Lotus of Disaster, which makes Narasimha mad as hell. Our guy gets diabolical and calls Lion a cheap bastard, justifying stealing the skill in the name of sharing. Jian, with the power of the serpent being too overwhelming, his Sky Punisher struggles to withstand its master's power. The Serpent Master's power rattles the city to its bone, making it crumble. It turns out that the combined power of the two divine gods, Leo and Ophiuchus, gets too overwhelming for the environment to sustain, and it warns Li to either control his power or withdraw before the planet's integrity is completely compromised. Narasimha suggests our Serpent Master back down, as he surely doesn't want to see this planet destroyed. While Yuha and the others are enveloped in the Ophiuchuk's shield, Leo's Zodiac asks Jian if he would be sent back first, or the planet will get destroyed. But our guy doesn't have any plans to back down, as controlling his power is a cinch. That's when Gaon suppresses his power and Narasimha freaks out when he witnesses his power getting sucked in. At that moment, the lion realizes what skill our Serpent Master is using, and he asks Jian if he's out of his fucking mind. It appears to be the Monarch Baron's axe that our guy uses, while Narasimha asks Li how a god can wield a weapon of the other side. Our guy suggests to the Leo Zodiac that they should share the skills, and thinks the Monarch's weapon was perfect to neutralize the power of God. Jian gets curious and asks Narasimha how much energy he's left to maintain himself, when shortly, Leo gets the warning that the resources of his constellation are being depleted. As the beast gets distracted by the warning, our guy leaps towards Narasimha with the Baron's axe. At that moment, Gaon strikes the lion and manages to slash through one of Narasimha's fangs. While the lion lets out a thunderous roar, Gaon eventually obtains Narasimha's fangs, leather, and hair. Being the true disaster god, our guy beats the crap out of the cat Zodiac as he relentlessly keeps slashing the axe across the lion's body. Narasimha calls Gaon a literal disaster who uses weapons from the other side. Just then, Leo uses his divine skill, the battleground for a victor, that lights up the horizon. Narasimha chains up Gaon with his lighting power. Our guy calls the lion a moron and concludes that he's just like this slave, Stephen. As Li asks the lion what made him enable his skills, Narasimha doesn't realizes that he's fucked up as the resources and experience points of his constellation get fully depleted. Narasimha gets screwed up big time since he can no longer maintain himself in the realm, and is freaking out as he almost had Jian for fuck's sake. Our guy shows him the middle finger and gives Leo a reality check that he could defeat him in his dreams maybe, while Narasimha challenges Li for a rematch, saying that he's gonna end him for good. Just like that, the Leo Zodiac returns to the divine realm, and the Leo disciples are astounded that Jian defeated their Zodiac. Our guy then informs Yuha that the matter has been resolved, suggesting that they should finish up the business. On the other hand, poor Stephen finally regains consciousness and asks himself if he lost his mind again. As Stephen is unable to process the situation, Yuha grabs the saint's attention by saying that he's finally awake. Yuha reveals that the Leo Zodiac himself came by and assures Steven that he doesn't need to worry. Yuha pulls her spear out and gets to her mission to defeat the Leo Saint to join Ophiuchus, which scares the shit out of the armless Steven. As it seems like Yuha is about to hit Steven, unexpectedly, she bows to Steven and apologizes to him. Yuha expresses her gratitude for everything the Saint has done for her and explains the reason why she's joining his uncle's sect. She knows how Marker feels about this. She assures Steven that she won't forget about what he's done for him and hopes he would understand her. She then asks Steven for his permission to join Ophiuchus, pleading to let her go. The Leo Saint without a thought allows Yuha to change the sect, while the Leo disciples freak out and ask if he's really letting her go. The Leo Saint states that Yuha has already made her choice, so there's no point in stopping her. Steven believes that he may have kept her in his sect due to his guilty conscience, and concludes that he can't hold her back because of his past. He tells Yuha to leave and encourages her to get stronger as much as she wants, because that's the spirit of a true Leo. Steven tells her to take care while Yuha calls him out. Marker grins as he hears her voice and gets deluded that maybe his dramatic lines would make Yuha hesitate and reconsider. However, Steven's delusions wither away in a second when he turns back only to get smacked on his head by Yuha's spear, making his nose bleed. With that, she finally completes her mission. Yuha defeats the Leo Saint and can't wait to join Uncle Jeon's sect while our guy proudly claps for her. On the contrary, at the Jeon Lee Tower, which is his second sanctuary, Yuha gets an unpleasant surprise when she encounters Kaylee Collins, asking what she's doing here. An unsettling intensity rises between the two as they're rivals, and Kali asks the same question. Kali confesses she's trying to join the Ophiuchus, but Yuha tells her to keep dreaming as she's from Libra. Meanwhile, Sung-jae loses his brain cells when watches them both bickering and asks Chief Goat if they have always been like this. The Chief Goat asks St. Haley to do something. However, she's already in a turmoil as she watches those two girls trying to take over her place. Given that she also lost her brain cells, the chief concludes that Scorpio is useless at the moment. After that, Yuha asks Kali about her true intentions for coming to the Ophiuchus sect. But Kaylee clarifies that Master Jeon has already told her that he would think about it. That's when Kali teases Yuha and assumes that she's afraid that she might take her sweet spot next to Jeon. Upon hearing this, Sung-jae and the Chief Goat freak out, and Yuha gets furious as she clenches her fists and challenges Kali for a fight. Kali looks forward to seeing her try. Sung-jae thinks that it's his time to shine, but doesn't know that he'll regret interfering in a girl's fight. Kali tells Sung-jae to read the room, and so does Yuha, while poor Sung clarifies that he's going to be the one standing right next to Lee Gyeon. St. Haley thinks it'll be fun and decides to be a judge while the chief begs Haley not to encourage them. Watching television, Kevin asks Tae-soo if they should stop the kids as the atmosphere is getting hot, but Tae-soo is certain that they won't listen, and is reassured that Haley would stop them if things heat up too much. Archer frustratingly asks Kevin why the hell is this meatloaf doing here, referring to Steven Marker. Poor Steven tells them not to blame him and justifies that he was here when he woke up. Tae-soo asks Gyeon why he brought the meatloaf over here and tells the big guy that he's taking up too much of the space. While Kevin and Tae-soo push the meatloaf into the corner, Steven gets bullied as he has no arms to fight back and thinks how cruel these guys are to treat an armless guy like shit. On the news, it's reported that the recent attack from an unknown civilization has left them with global destruction, and the citizens question certain constellations as they get exposed. Steven infers that the balance between the 12 sects is shaken to the core, wondering what will this phenomenon lead to. Whitehead and Archer are annoyed by Marker's shit talk. Marker believes that it's all because of Jeon, which makes Tae-soo pissed off as he says no one asked for his opinion. But the Leo Saint elaborates that he's seen Jeon for quite a while since he became a saint and never understood him. At first, our guy was just an irregular mutant who was treated as such, but now he has become a god himself, opposing others and lords. Steven realizes how Jeon has gone too far up, and Archer curiously asks him if he still has a sense of rivalry. But Steven refuses and says that's all in the past and feels kinda sad about it. Kevin and Steven are hurt on a personal level as they know how it feels. Virgo recalls that there was a time for him too, when a goal line which seemed just a couple of meters away, suddenly pushed far away when Gaon became a constellation. Kevin admits that he's mad at the fact that there's nothing they can do except rely on Lee Jeon. Although it has nothing to do with pride or ego, Kevin feels the urge to become as strong as Lee, because if he's no longer able to be with them, then what they possibly could do. In the workshop, our guy is making prosthetic arms for Steven and Kevin. After this emotional conversation, Steven cracks a joke and suggests to Kevin to become Jeon's slave number 2, just like Hugo. While Hugo justifies that he was tricked, Kevin lets out that he'd rather lose 1,000,000 flights to Jeon than become his slave, because he knows how brutal it is. The three of them let out a deep sigh, knowing that they could never suppress Lee Jeon. Kevin gets worried about how they're gonna fight Zodiacs or Lords, and Steven confesses that he can't even handle his own Zodiac. While Tae-soo anticipates that they have a rough path ahead of them, Steven states that they'll figure it out eventually, and tells him to do whatever they can in their power. Taeksu asks what exactly they should do, and that's when Steven reveals that he's going to hold a press conference to tell the truth of the day 20 years ago. Steven decides to tell the world that it was Lee Jian who killed the Crimson Eyes, not them, and come clean in front of the entire world. The next scene then switches to Reliqueen, who informs Jian that Taeksu, Kevin, and Steven left somewhere as they asked her to open a portal, saying it's urgent. Our guy worked his ass off crafting prosthetic arms for them, and when it was time to surprise them, those sluggish guys acted so quickly to act only at times like this. Suddenly they're interrupted by the rumbling and Jian learns that it's just Kaylee and Yuha having a duel. Kali compliments her opponent that she's got better than before, guessing she learned a few moves from her recent battles. Meanwhile, Yuha hates that condescending tone of hers, the main reason she hates Kaylee. The fight gets intense when Yuha strikes her hard, but Kaylee evades the blow as she bounces off the building wall to counterattack, admitting that she has that over-the-top personality because she's stronger. While Jian can't believe the two are fighting over being closer to him, Haley is just surprised that the three of them are pretty serious about it. As our boy admires the girl's energy, he realizes that the third one is Sung Jae, who got knocked out by the girls as he was trying to intervene, fighting for Jian's love. Looking at his nephew getting beaten by girls, our guy presumes that he needs more development compared to those two. A matter of fact is that Kaylee is an SS class from Libra, Yuha got close to SS class after the last fight, and Sung Jae advanced to S class from A through various incidents. Jian decides to do something with Sung Jae to encourage a fair fight. Just then, our guy requests Scorpio to bring Kali and Yuha to him, and Haley gladly accepts. The girls don't realize that a rope is tossed towards them, and in a split second, Haley's rope tangles them together. They bicker even more now that they are tied together, and that's when Lee Jian tells them to stop, adding that he has a thing for them. Our guy gives Yuha and Kali the very first mission as a disciple of Ophiuchus. On the contrary, Sung Jae finally awakes and finds himself riding on the dragon. Jian cuts to the chase and lets out that he heard how Sung Jae got knocked out in a blink. Sung nods and despondently admits that he was never a match for them. Jian uplifts him and tells him not to be disappointed as it means he simply can get a lot stronger. Our guy then asks Sung if he wants to get stronger, and he excitedly responds that he'd do whatever it takes to be stronger. Jian likes his high spirits, and Sung Jae, without rethinking, agrees to do anything. Sung Jae asks him where they are headed, and our guy reveals that they're going to the tower. A silence falls over, and that's when Lee jumps from the dragon, reminding Sung Jae that he said himself that he'll do whatever it takes. Regretting his life decisions, poor Sung holds on to his dare life as Gaeon aims to plummet directly into the demon tower, concluding that training is the only way he'd get stronger. The raid begins. The scene then takes us to the destructive Leo Sanctuary, where the Leo Saint holds a conference, and the crowd wonder what the press conference is about. The scene then takes us to Steven's flashback, where he decides to hold the conference while Archer asks him if he'll be able to handle it, as Leo might get blamed for everything, including what he hasn't done. But Steven doesn't care as he saw this coming one day, while Virgo can't even imagine the aftermath. Just then, Kevin and Hugo get ready to go along with Steven. Steven assures them they don't have to do that for him, but Kevin and Taeksu refuse to leave him alone in that state, given that he has lost both of his arms. Taeksu dwells upon the possibility that Marker might be attacked by the rest of the Libra. Archer suggests Steven to avoid the nonsense and just organize things he has to say at the conference, assuring him that he'll take care of the rest. Meanwhile, Steven gets teary-eyed after the act of kindness he receives, and sadly he's not even able to wipe his tears. Deep down, he's full of gratitude for Taeksu and Kevin. Fast forward to the present, Steven Marker gets straight to the point, reminding the journalists about the press conference Sophie Marty held. He divulges that Sophie revealed the truth behind the red eyes that occurred 20 years ago at the Demon's Tower. However, due to the sudden intrusion of the Dark Cancer Saint and the numerous incidents that followed, that story sank beneath the surface. Steven declares that he intends to bring that story up once again, and according to Sophie's testimony, the person who killed the Red Eyes back then was Lee Jian, and the one who defeated the Red Eyes that appeared in the US was also killed by Jian. While Steven continues to reveal the truth, Hugo monitors everything and believes everything's fine until now. He also wonders about the situation outside as Kevin's responsible for that. Outside the Leo Sanctuary, Kevin's guarding the area when suddenly an unwelcome guest shows up. It turns out to be the Dark Cancer Saint once again, Jean-Louis Morin. Virgo did expect this bastard to show up, and Moraine responds that it's only natural that he's here, as he can't just sit back and watch when Steven undermines them with lies. Kevin Azar justifies that Steven just wants to tell the truth to the whole world, while Moraine manipulates Virgo and manifests that Leo will spill that Kevin was the one who backstabbed Jian in the tower. While Kevin gets enraged, the Dark Cancer Saint continues to spit nonsense, confessing that it was Virgo and Libra who planned out the plan to get rid of Gaon. He provokes Kevin into thinking and says that he remembers something from that day. Suddenly, Moraine casts some kind of spell on Kevin that makes him remember nothing about that day. It appears that this cancer bastard manipulates Kevin's mind using some kind of skill. A gust of ominous aura surrounds Kevin, and Jean Moran messes up with his memory, supposing that it would be good to start from the time when Kevin was desperately trying to catch up to Jian Li. Kevin can't seem to move his body and asks Louis what he has done to his memory. The Cancer Saint tries to play with him and justifies that he didn't do anything. Instead, Virgo himself was the one who manipulated his memory because he felt guilt for stabbing him. Kevin shrieks and asks him to stop this bullshit, but that cancer bastard convinces himself to believe that he's telling the truth. Jean-Louis thinks this could turn out good after all, saying he was in a difficult situation since he lost all his partners. Moraine grins and thinks it's not a bad idea to recruit an old partner again this time, referring to Virgo. That's when Louis inserts that key into Kevin's forehead and makes it look like he's reviving Virgos that have sunk into the abyss. At that moment, Kevin's memories get sealed, only remembering the lies Jean whispered to him. On the contrary, inside the conference, the journalists are shackled by the news as they get to know that Li Jian was the one who laid his hands on the Crimson Eyes, and on top of that, Jian was betrayed by one of the saints in the tower. Stephen Marker confirms that it's true, and as they raise questions, suddenly someone comes rushing into the conference. While the Leo Saint continues to speak, abruptly, Kevin Azar, not his true self, bangs the door open. Kevin's attitude changes completely as his smirk reeks of malice. Virgo decides to fill the gap in the story to reveal the person who stabbed Gaon in the tower. The air thickens with suspense when everybody is perplexed what Kevin is about to say next. The Virgo Saint admits that Jian Li was incredible, and he never backed down against the formidable beast, the Crimson Eyes. Trudging up the stairs, Kevin calls it a brutal fight and exhausting even when just watching it. Nevertheless, Jian managed to defeat the foul beast. Kevin Azar agrees that it was an emotional moment, and somehow in his memories, he's the one who stabbed Jian from behind. Kevin then reveals to the world that the moment Li killed the Crimson Eyes, he could easily finish him as he was exhausted and defenseless. Kevin screams and lets out that he felt very empty in a way. He was so tense, yet it was so easy. Kevin urges them that they should have watched Jian fall, shocked, with a look of disbelief on his face. As Stephen and Hugo ask what the hell he's saying, Virgo repeats it one more time so that they can believe his words. At that moment, a chilling smirk slithers onto his face, and Kevin confesses that he was the one who stabbed Jian in the tower. Things get heated up when the Archer Saint gets furious after hearing Kevin's confession, and he tells him that he better have a pretty good reason for that. Virgo responds that he has already said it, but Hugo demands to explain everything in detail. With unsettling intensity rising between the two, Kevin bluntly mumbles that he doesn't have time for that right now, and just then, he holds a relic in his hand. A strange aura oozes out of the relic that turns out to be soul monsters, similar to the Crimson Fog. Chaos rumbles through the crowd when they're attacked by monsters, and Stephen immediately commands his Leo disciples to stop them. Stephen wasn't expecting this commotion and asks Hugo what they should do. Archer suggests that they kill the monsters and grab Kevin for more answers. Kevin sends more monsters their way. In a flash of a moment, relentless monsters break out of that relic. The monsters leap at the journalists to annihilate them, but Hugo and Stephen step in, attacking the monsters. Leo fights with his feet and asks the people to run to the exit. Just then, something makes Stephen pause for a moment when he witnesses the monster with a red eye. Smirking, Kevin tells them not to look down on the monsters from the Lord of Harvest. The red-eyed monster slams its branches on the ground, making it tremble. Stephen ponders that the building might collapse if the fight gets too long with all the rumbling, and they plan to finish it as quickly as possible. The Leo Saint leaps toward the monster and forcefully lands a kick on the monster's head, making it crumble. However, the worst is yet to come when the red-eye monster regenerates and ambushes Stephen. Meanwhile, Leo gets banged to the ground. Taixu's powers roar to life when he burns the monster's branches to a crisp. Just then, Taixu heads to Stephen to see if he's okay, who is struggling to fight off the tentacles with his feet, freaking out as his attacks aren't as effective as Hugo's. Suddenly, Ophiuchus's aura emits from Taixu, and Marker nervously asks him why he is using Li Jian's abilities, while Apollo cries in the corner to look at his former saint using Snake's energy. At that moment, the monster branch wraps around Stephen's leg, and he asks Archer to do something instead of just standing there. In that instant, an illuminating light burst forth that rips through that monster, shredding it into pieces. Stephen wonders what was just that, and to their surprise, it turns out to be a flashy prosthetic arm that cuts through the monster like a vengeful comet. Looking at the arm showing up a thumbs up, Marker is left speechless. While Stephen notices it's an arm, suddenly, that arm flies towards him, scaring the shit out of the armless guy. The arm fits into the right place, and that is one of Leo's arms. Leo couldn't process what had just happened, and just then, Yuha barges in, searching for something. Yuha is relieved when she sees Stephen, and is glad to see that arm found him well. Leo is utterly shocked as it flies right into his arm, and Yuha reveals that it's a prosthetic arm Uncle Jian made for him. A custom-made arm, made for Stephen Marker by Jian Li. Upon hearing these words, immense energy explodes through the lion, given that Jian made an arm for him, custom-made at that. Virgo is left slack-jawed. Leo couldn't control his happiness to see Jian finally acknowledge his true power and made this for him while Yuha thinks he's such a drama queen. Steven's dramatic ass thinks he's the boss and gives an entry monologue which says the main character always shows up when they are about to be forgotten. Well, Leo flips all the metaphorical tables. Archer couldn't be happier for Steven and asks how he feels, and with wild energy surging through him, Steven says he's invincible now. While Take-Su envies Leo for how simple-minded he is, Yuha decides not to break Steven's heart and plays along with him just for today. The trio gets ready and Leo declares that from this moment on, the legend of Steven Marker begins, which scares Virgo. The scene then switches to Jian, who loses his brain cells and lets out that there's no such thing, suggesting him not to waste his energy. While it seems like our guy is talking about Steven, he's actually saying that to Sung Jae, letting him know that there are no monsters left here in the tower. Our guy ruminates that he should have weakened the blast while Sung curiously asks him why they are here. Jian points at the throne and reveals that it's because of the Lord who was held captive in this tower. Sung Jae concludes that it looks dead to him while our boy tells him to wait, asking the Lord to stop acting dead. Jian says that with certainty that he knows he's alive, and shortly, the Lord smirks, greeting our 13th zodiac. The talking skeleton scares the shit out of Sung Jae. Sung thought there were no monsters left according to Jian, but our guy corrected it, saying that there were no pawns left. Lee knew the Lord wouldn't be harmed by such blasts, and the Lord responds that no Lord could be taken down by an explosion. The Lord addresses him as Jian Lee and greets him while our guy is startled and asks if he knows him. The Lord knows Jian somehow, and elucidates that he's not just the power source, but also the archive, revealing that Jian successfully raided this tower 20 years ago, yet he was betrayed by his own kind and stuck here for decades. The Lord couldn't help but to pay attention as he was stuck in his damn tower. Our guy is convinced that the Lord knows him well and decides to question him directly. Suddenly, Jian switches to serious mode and asks the Lord who the fuck stabbed him, knowing that he'd know. Of course, the Lord knows really well, but he makes it clear that it'll cost him. Our guy clarifies that he isn't here for some kind of stupid negotiations and furiously summons his weapon to beat the fuck out of the Lord. The Lord suggests Jian that they help each other since he has nothing to lose and puts up a rather tempting offer to show him everything that happened in the tower, and in return, Lee has to free the Lord from here. Our guy is gripped as it's quite the offer and asks what's the catch. The skeleton reminisces when he was once a lord but now he's stuck like this, drained of his strength. The desperation is visible when Lord claims that he doesn't care who he teams up with or what price he has to pay once he gets out of this place. He clearly unveils that he wants to escape the damn tower and take revenge on those who did this to him, and he provokes Jian, saying that he out of all people would understand exactly how that feels, to be betrayed. Those words hit Jian hard and he calls the Lord son of a bitch, uttering that he still has some doubts, but those last words were a real knocker. Our boy slams his Sky Punisher on the ground, making it crumble, and decides to pretend that he got fooled for this once. However, Jian demands to see the memory first, and the Lord is happy with the deal. Just then, our guy tells Sung Jae to stay outside, assuring him that he'll be back soon. The Lord tells Jian to stand there and relax while he points the figure at him to synchronize his memories with our boy. That's how Lee will be able to view whatever records he wants. Our guy finally gets to witness all the records. Jian sees all these records bring back memories, but he snaps out of it as there's no time to get lost in the sentiment. He then asks to show the record right after he defeated the Red Eyes in the tower. At that moment, the record plays when our boy finally defeats the Red Eyes, and in the next moment, he gets stabbed. Our boy finally gets to know who backstabbed him, the Dark Cancer Saint, Jean-Louis. The scene then switches to the Dark Cancer Saint who confronts Kevin Azar. Moraine blames Virgo for not accepting his offer when he could, and assumes that the press must be a chaos right now, as the whole world now believes that it was Kevin who stabbed Jian in the tower. Being diabolical, that cancer bastard dumps everything on Virgo, who finally comes to his senses. Moraine congratulates Kevin for becoming the betrayer of humanity, who will go down in history. The scene then takes us to the moment just before the press conference in DC, where Kaylee and Yuha are bouncing in the air as if they're competing. Callie is super excited for her first mission as Ophiuchus and thinks that she needs to be perfect. It appears that Jian had assigned them both a job, which is simply to deliver these prosthetic arms to Kevin and Steven. He instructs the girls to make sure they deliver properly, since it's their first mission. Callie dashes at light speed and is determined not to disappoint Master Jian. Moments later, Kaylee spots Kevin while Yuha freaks out as she's way too fast. On the other hand, Virgo is being manipulated by the Cancer Saint, who inserts a key in Kevin's forehead. The Cancer Saint reminds Kevin how he was so obsessed back then that he crossed the line. Twisting his memories, Moraine replays wrong events in Kevin's head and convinces that it's the reason why Virgo wanted to kill the Capricorn Saint Jian Lee and even took the Sky Punisher as a trophy. Jean makes him believe that Kevin was tormented by guilt and asks him to lock away his memories. He convinces Virgo that they were on the same boat 20 years ago. Moraine understands that Virgo still wants to overcome Jian Lee and decides to help him with that. He even lures Kevin to give him powers he could not imagine. While Moraine is spitting bullshit, someone lands an unintentional dropkick on Cancer's Saint that makes the guy's mouth bleed. That's what he deserved after all. It turns out to be Kaylee Collins, and she finally finds Kevin to complete her mission. Callie excitedly gives Kevin the prosthetic arm that Master Gaon ordered her to hand to him to Virgo. She assures Kevin that he can once again wield his sword with the right arm. The guilt overtakes Kevin, and he bows, confessing that he doesn't deserve such luxury. Callie asks him the reason when suddenly she's distracted by the whispering of the red aura sweeping across the ground. It appears to be that bastard again, the Cancer Saint whose red energy cloaks the scene. However, Moraine's energy is so terrifying that Kevin sticks his sword to the ground while Kaylee trips as she couldn't take it. Virgo then assumes that the Cancer Saint has teleported them to a different location, which looks like a desert. Cancer's divine mark emerges, and Moraine lets out that he moved them to a location where they have no disturbance, making it look like it's Kevin's last conversation. The crab turns into half-god mode and asks Kevin if he is confused. He makes Kevin regret not accepting his offer, and believes that the conference must be in chaos, since the whole world will think that it's the Virgo Saint who stabbed Jian Li, and congrats Kevin for becoming a betrayer of humanity who will go down in history. Moraine anticipates that it's just a matter of time before the truth is revealed to the world, and puts Kevin in a helpless situation, saying that his only way out is to be with him now. He provokes Virgo into thinking what Jian would do to him. Smirking, Kevin doesn't give a damn about it and responds that if he really was the one to betray Jian back then he just needs to accept the consequences and face the punishment. Wielding his sword, Kevin Azar makes it very clear that he has no intentions of siding with Moraine. Suddenly, a chilling grin spreads across Jean's face and he tells Kevin to suit himself. That's when something shocking happens and Kevin gets stabbed from behind. Looking back, Virgo is left disoriented when he witnesses Kaylee was the one who stabbed him, thinking that she betrayed Jian. However, Kaylee's vision begins to glitch, and it appears to be Moraine's clones to make fools out of everyone. That's when Kevin realizes that it's a skill combination of division and transformation. Just then, Moraine's tentacles stab through Virgo. On the contrary, Kaylee is left off track after the strange occurrence, and she's protected from a possible threat by Ophiuchus's skill. Saved by the shield, she hopes that Kevin is okay. However, Virgo is on the brink of death when multiple sharp-edged tentacles pierce through his body, leaving him lifeless. The crab Jean-Louis thinks how futile it is that once the second-ranked saint like Kevin has fallen just like that. Moraine mumbles that he may have failed at persuasion, but he thinks killing Kevin is almost like cutting off one of Jian Li's arms. I mean, this cancer dude is high on something to think something so stupid. Moments later, Moraine is interrupted when gets a message from his pawn Sylvia, who informs the Cancer Saint that Kaylee has just left the conference area. Moraine orders Sylvia to proceed as planned. Meanwhile, the blood flows from Kevin's body as he's gravely hurt. That's when Kevin's Zodiac had to intervene as she couldn't see her child like this, and took over things from this point on. Abruptly, the ice begins to sweep across the tentacles that are penetrated through Virgo, while Moraine finally wraps up things here and moves. At that moment, someone steps in, and the Cancer Saint is not much surprised to see the Master of Crescent intervene in the fight. Well, it appears that Kevin's Zodiac has come to his rescue. Abruptly, an icy chill creeps through the air, wrapping everything in a frozen grip. Kevin turns brittle while the Cancer Saint assumes that Virgo's Zodiac seems very desperate, showing himself in a place like this. The cold crept in like death itself, and Moraine frantically yells as he's not going to sit around and watch the Zodiac interfere. The crab then uses his cancer skill, crushing Claw when suddenly Kevin counterattacks with his skill, April's Blossom. That's when an icy blast occurs, and the freeze spreads like a curse. At that moment, the Virgo Zodiac, Artemis, finally shows herself and asks Moraine how dare he harm its precious child, warning that she won't stand by any longer. Artemis points out that the Dark Cancer Saint treated her Saint Kevin really harshly, and even used the artifact from the Lords. In that case, Artemis, the Zodiac herself, concludes that there's no need to spare from her side either. With that, Artemis swishes her hand and a single gust blasts through the air, striking Moraine with brute force. However, the Cancer Saint is rather unaffected as he activates his shield, while the Virgo Zodiac increases the intensity of power that is about to break through the Cancer's skill. The Crab Dude uses the Dark Cancer Divine skill, Dark Star Abyss, and lets the Zodiac know that he's in the demigod state, confessing that he has no intention of going down easily. Artemis rhetorically asks him if he thinks that would be enough to face her. Virgo Zodiac finds it quite arrogant, and with all her might, she strikes the relentless ice spikes that crush through Cancer's shield. The Cancer Dude decides to use the last card rolled up his sleeves, and with all the resources available, he summons his Zodiac. Just then, the Zodiac is summoned, and Artemis passes some colorful remarks that he still looks disgusting. Karkanos, the Cancer Zodiac, eventually appears. Karkanos roars and warns the Virgo Zodiac not to interfere with the path his servant walks, while Artemis justifies that his servant was the one who harmed her child first. With that, the power of the two Zodiacs now confronts each other, and with their divine powers so immense like God's wrath, the surrounding environment gets destroyed. As they're in the middle of an intense battle, suddenly, the Cancer Zodiac is interrupted by a noise, wondering where it's coming from. It turns out to be Kaylee. Callie holds onto Kevin's prosthetic arm as it dashes at light speed, and she warns everyone to move aside. Moraine stiffs for a second, and before he can make sense, that arm forcefully smacks the cancer dude across his face. While Kaylee fails to control the arm's speed and crashes into Moraine, it occurs to be Moraine's other clone as it begins to dissipate. Things begin to take a turn when the summoner, Moraine's clone, is no longer present, which means the Cancer Zodiac gets forced to return to the divine realm as it teleports. In the meantime, Callie gets relieved as the arm finally stops flinging. Callie then realizes that she hit something really hard. It's the clone. She then gets notified that the relic, the right arm of the Frost Swordmaster, crushed the head of the rotten crab, obtaining the core fragment of the dark cancer. Surprisingly, that prosthetic arm snatched that core right out of that cancer bastard as it held it proudly. As Kaylee wonders what's the core doing here, Artemis calls her out. However, she doesn't recognize the Virgo Zodiac and asks who she is. Artemis understands that Kaylee is not familiar with this form of hers, and transforms it into a form that's familiar to her. Callie is delighted to see Master Kevin and realizes that it is him. But then Kaylee notices that there's something wrong with Kevin as he gives off a bit feminine vibe. Callie has her suspicions as she asks Artemis if it's really Master Kevin. Artemis transforms herself into Kevin, and she reveals that it used to be his body. Not at the moment, though. Being in a goddess's form, Kevin turns into a beautiful girl, a stunning paradox. On the contrary, Steven frantically slashes through the monsters with his new arm, while Yuha and Teksu assist him. Kevin is still here, and a strike of terror runs through him when the monsters he summoned are getting ripped apart. While it might be confusing that Kevin is present on two sides, he immediately hides behind the wall and sweats profusely. He couldn't believe that the monsters were too easy to handle, not to mention that they were created from the relics of the lords. Kevin freaks out as he wonders why these monsters are losing when each one of them is class black. Just then, Taksu steps in and tells Kevin that he can't defeat them with just these monsters, urging him to use skills from his constellation if he wishes to fight them. Well, it appears that Hugo had some other motive when he said that. Archer asks Kevin if something is bothering him, and Yuha forces him to use his constellation powers because if he's not going to start, she will. With that, Yuha dashes towards Kevin, and using her rapid step skill, she chases Kevin at crazy speed. Suddenly, a monster bumps in Kevin, making the relic slip out of Kevin's hand. Steven blocks Kevin's way, asking where he's going. The holy relic falls near Hugo, and that's when there comes a plot twist when Kevin starts to glitch, and it turns out to be someone else who used the Aquarius skill, Metamorphosis, which finally deactivates and exposes the truth. That person mutters about her streak of bad luck. In an inexplicable scenario, that person happens to be Sylvia again, Pisces SS class. Now that she's caught again doing bad stuff, Sylvia is feeling jealous and asks where they got those new powers. Stephen Marker gets to see Sylvia again, who once disguised as Commander Oliver with the same skill, and asks her what's the deal between her and Leo's constellation. In the meantime, Taiksu grabs the relic and seems certain that Kevin would never use such an item to summon monsters. He's just too proud of himself. While Taiksu pulls Sylvia's leg lying, she is screaming inside as her relic also gets caught. Yuha scares Sylvia and utters not to dare get out of this mess in one piece. Looking at three enraged faces, Sylvia realizes that she's so fucked big time. But that bitch Sylvia continuously keeps contacting the saint, Jean-Louis, using telepathy who's not answering. On the contrary, the Cancer Saint Moraine's clone is dropped dead, and the Virgo Saint transforms into her saint to let Kaylee recognize her. Armidas lets out that she borrowed Kevin's body for now, who's in her body rental form. Saint Kevin, who's freaking out like a maniac, pleads with his Zodiac to get out of his body. Kevin's soul gets out of his body as tries to make Artemis understand not to change his gender as she pleases. The Zodiac grabs Kevin's soul and she's kinda disappointed, reminding Kevin to thank her first for saving his life. Poor Kevin fumes with anger and thanks Aremptis for saving his life perfectly, but he begs her to get out. While he screams to stop wasting the resources, Armetis wonders where Kevin plans to use all these resources anyway, adding, "This is the right to use them." The Virgo Zodiac justifies that she had no other choice, given that Kevin's wounds were not just a small scratch, but his body was critically ruptured by the blade of the Cancer Saint. She thought Kevin will die if she goes out of his body while Kevin drowns in dread to see as she plans to stay in her body for a while. The Zodiac smirks and asserts that she's going to stay until Kevin's all healed up. Meanwhile, Kaylee seems to be enjoying this chaos as she captures Kevin's embarrassing moments on her phone. Kevin then catches her recording him and tells Kaylee to stop recording. But Artemis thinks there's nothing wrong in capturing this moment, and like a true fashion diva, she begins posing for a flick. Kevin screams as he's freaking mortified and asks them to stop. After the photo session, Armetis pats Kaylee's head and thanks her for the help as they couldn't leave if it weren't for her. Kaylee asks Eretmus and Kevin if they're leaving, and sadly, the Zodiac responds that they need to leave since the enemies didn't just plan this in Leo's territory, so they should head back to their territory and prepare for defense. Just as she's leaving, Kaylee gives her the prosthetic arm to take with her since Master Gion made it especially for Master Kevin, but Artemis refuses to take it, ascertaining that Kevin doesn't want to have this arm as he says that it'll break the bond between them if she accepts it. Kali insists on revealing the reason, and Artemis promises to explain Gion later. Just like that, they return to the sanctuary. Armetis tells Kaylee to give her regards to Gion as he took care of her child. Kali is left behind along with the arm, and it's not good, since she basically failed in the first mission that Gion assigned her. She couldn't accept the fact that she failed as she needed to enter the Ophiuchus sect, wondering what she should say to Master Gion. On the contrary, our boy is still watching the memory when the Lord interrupts him, asking if he has watched everything he wished for. Gion responds that he has not had enough of it because the Lord's memory is limited to just inside the tower. Our guy then desires to watch his own memory as the Lord as he needs more information about the other lords as well. But the Lord thinks it's difficult, and the fact that he already kept his promise to show Lee who stabbed him is complete. Calling it bullshit, Gion asks the Lord if he thinks he's stupid, which catches the Lord off guard. Our fella elaborates that the Lord synchronized his memories with Gion, which simply means he's able to see his memories as well. The Lord is impressed to see how keen our boy is as he almost fooled him, but Gion got him instead. He then asks Gion why he didn't say it from the beginning, and our guy responds that he needs tons of information from him, adding that it would only be fair to share his knowledge with the Lord to have a fair deal. Our guy states that the Lord better put everything he's got on the table before he bets on anything if the old hag desires to leave the tower. The Lord doesn't mind sharing his memory with Gion, however, on one condition. He offers Gion to become one of them. As ridiculous as it sounds, the Lord gives our guy a chance to become a devil and devour this world, urging him to become the Lord. Sungjae, who is waiting on Gion, wonders if he's alright since it's been a long time. His attention is diverted when he hears someone talking while entering the tower through the gate. He overhears them and gets to know that some knights were sent here by the monarch since the tower collapsed. Realizing the door is opening, Sungjae turns around only to be caught by them. The monarch's minions take Sung as an intruder who's a human, asking him who the hell is he. They wonder how a human entered this place and thinks he's the one who destroyed the tower. As Sungjae tries to confront them, they find out that the tower system is being used. The minions try to stop Gion as one of the monarch's subordinates attacks him, but his first disciple Sungjae defends him. The boy makes sure they won't lay a finger on his uncle, however. The other minion comes forward. The knight kicks Sungjae, but he's protected by the Ophiuchus snake scale shield. Sungjae feels relieved as if it wasn't for his uncle he would have died by now. Although the boy is clueless where these monarch minions came from, he knows they're very strong to deal with. Sung knows that Uncle Gion is completely defenseless right now since he's reading the memory of the monarch. Therefore, he decides to stop them until Gion comes back. One of the underlings suggests that he will deal with the human and orders the other minion to deal with Gion who's using the system. Sungjae interrupts them yet again, telling them he won't let them do that. The subordinate thinks he's very brave for a human as he positions himself to attack him while Sungjae punches him. The underling is impressed by the boy's spirit and makes fun of him, asking if that's all he has got to fight. The monarch minions thought Sungjae would be fun to fight with, but his powers disappoint them. Sungjae trembles as he ponders about how much this guy talks and desperately wants to defeat him by himself. He then looks for an Ophiuchus skill and he finally finds one, being sure it would help him. On the contrary, in Washington, Leo's Divine Cadre headquarters, we see Sylvia, who's captured by Hugo's team. Archer interrogates Sylvia, who reveals everything, and Hugo confirms the details with her. Archer sums it up that the Cancer Saint Moraine kidnapped the real Kevin, and Sylvia transformed into Kevin in his absence to fool the world. Sylvia agrees, and Hugo asks her where the weird-looking cube came from, which was summoning monsters earlier. The Pisces disciple then unveils that Moraine gave it to her, other than that she doesn't know anything else about it. Stephen urges to find the location of Kevin and the Cancer Saint at the moment. As Hugo asks about the whereabouts of Kevin and Jean-Louis, Sylvia bursts into laughter, making it clear that their efforts to find them are worthless. Even if she failed to carry out this mission, this doesn't mean their plan flopped. Sylvia manifests that Moraine must have killed Kevin by now and started invading the Virgo sanctuary. She evilly declares that their plans have been accomplished. As Sylvia laughs, the door bangs open when an angry Kali enters the room. Kali leaves everyone confused while Yuha asks her if her task is completed. Upon this, Kali gets more angry, telling her to figure it out already. Just then, Yuha notices the prosthetic arm that's still in her hands and gets to know that she couldn't deliver it to Kevin. Kali bursts into tears and tells her to stop talking about it since that's making her mad now. She calls out Sylvia and that traitor seems to be scared of Kaylee, wondering what's wrong. Kali smacks the prosthetic arm on her face to vent her anger and asks her what's so funny. With that, Callie starts beating the shit out of Sylvia and warns her to shut her mouth. While everyone is taken aback as Kaylee gets frantic, Hugo and Steven ask Yuha to stop her right now. But Sylvia gets knocked out by now while tears stream down Kaylee's face as she's frustrated that she lost the first mission that Jian Lee gave her because of them. Meanwhile, Yuha tries to calm her down. Kaylee looks unstoppable and tells Yuha that it's none of her business. To tease her more, Yuha brags about completing her mission. Hearing this, Kaylee snaps her head towards her as it is the last straw for her. The poor girl sobs while claiming to kill all of them. Steven stresses out as he can't take care of this while Hugo sighs, looking done with everything. While Archer begs everyone to stop Kaylee, he's interrupted by a notification. It is revealed to him that the skill "Get Hit instead of me" is used, and Hugo gets teleported to be the family shield. Suddenly, Hugo disappears while the Leo Saint looks at his side only to see nothing. Kali is ready to slap the shit out of everyone, while Yuha sneers at her for not being able to deliver a mere item. Kali warns Yuha that she's next after this fish bastard. Stephen Marker claims this day was harder to endure than the days where he was scolded by his divine gods for the whole day. On the other hand, Hugo travels through the portal while the other subordinate walks towards Jian Lee, asking him how dare he access the tower's central system. As the Calamity is ready to execute Gaon, Taixu makes an entry at the same time. The subordinate is confused as to what's happening, but Sung Jae is glad his trick worked. Sung protected his divine god as an Ophiuchus disciple, therefore his divine cadre contribution increases. The poor Archer Saint unintentionally protected his divine god, being the temporary Ophiuchus's saint. Archer Dude has no clue that he defeated the Calamity's attack with a tough defense. Upon hearing the Lord's offer about Jian Lee becoming a lord, our guy laughs, wondering what kind of bullshit is that. But the Lord seems to be persistent about convincing him into this. The Lord then claims that he saw the possibility through his memory that he is ascribed to become a disaster god. He continues by saying that he's not destined to end just as a zodiac, therefore he offers him yet again to accept him. The Lord assures our guy that this won't be a loss for him, and he's about to finish the sentence. They're interrupted by the monarch's underlings. Jian is confused as to who they are, and the Lord opens up that they're generals under the Lord of Times. As Jian ponders about the Lord of Times, it is revealed that he's the owner of the tower and the one who put our guy in the tower. Moreover, the Monarch of Time was the one who set up the plan to backstab Jian with those who wanted him dead. This makes our guy's nerves pop, but he tries to suppress his anger while the Lord waits for his answer about their deal. In order to get his response quickly, the Lord reminds him that since the generals are here, he doesn't have much time to think. The Lord manipulates Jian and offers him to take their revenge together, implying they should crush the Zodiacs and lords who backstabbed them. The Lord believes that if they unify and our boy becomes a lord, they will stand on top of the world. However, Jian, being the savage guy he is, straight up refuses the offer. While the Lord asks him to justify, our guy asks the Lord if the revenge he's mentioning is a thing he couldn't even attempt without him. The Lord stutters, asking him what he means, but our guy bluntly exposes the Lord as he sniffs the Lord is playing to lure him in as a tool for his revenge. But sadly, it's now exposed. Our guy reminds the Lord that if it weren't for him, he must have still been in his seat. That means if Jian had to team up with someone like the Lord, he wouldn't have started in the first place. It appears that the Lord wanted to devour his powers. Jian grabs one of the Lord's branches and assures him that he will take his revenge. Just like that, our hero uses the Ophiuchus skill, Gluttony, and asks the Lord if there's a better way to become one if he just gets digested in his stomach. The Lord attempts to halt him, but that doesn't happen. Instead, they catch the general's attention. The general questions what the human is doing, and Sung Jae wishes he could answer that, since he himself doesn't know what's happening here. One of the subordinates leaps onto them while Hugo gets ready to defend. Sung, who's clueless about this whole thing, plans not to let anyone go near Jian. The subordinate threatens to kill the red-haired boy as he's blocking them. As they are about to attack, Archer uses his skills and burns them away. While Sung Jae grabs one of them, he wonders how dare he lay a finger on him. Sung tries to save himself but fails. Eventually, Taixu comes to his son's rescue and uses a powerful attack on the enemy. The generals find Hugo's strength unexpectedly strong, making them wonder if they have gotten weaker somehow. The general speculates that these humans are utilizing power from a stronger being. In addition to that, they observe that the older human, Hugo, is using more than one Zodiac's power. This leaves the generals with no choice but to use their time travel ability. They possess the power to turn back the time of the tower while Hugo doesn't like the feel of it. That's when the tower restores itself as monsters start appearing from everywhere. Taixu wonders if this is what Jian Lee mentioned to him earlier, the resurrection of monsters. Meanwhile, our guy's gluttony skill is interrupted by the Lord's control inside the tower. Our guy gives credit to the old hag for being able to block his skill by doing God knows what. Just then, Jian stumbles upon the message by the Lord of Times, realizing he's trying to make an impressive first demeanor. Our guy, setting his priorities straight, ignores the message sent by the Lord of Times. Lee tells the Lord not to interrupt his dining time and reactivates his gluttony skill, hence breaking the suppression. The Lord struggles to stop him from devouring him as he tells him to reconsider his offer. Jian, being steadfast in his decision, lets him know he's way too diligent. He advises the Lord to accept his fate and affirms that he'll take revenge on his behalf. While the Lord screams as he gets devoured, our guy eventually spots its core. Our fella knows the core is the real deal, and thanks the Lord that it's for the satisfactory meal. In the meantime, to everyone's surprise, the Lord of Time makes a sudden appearance and interferes with our guy's business, stating he can't let him do that. Jian received a warning about the mighty power of the Lord being overpowering from everywhere. The Lord, while being devoured, growls, harshly questioning the arrival of the Lord of Times. As our guy finds out that it's the Lord of Times, he gets furious, ready to attack him. Claiming that it's good to finally meet him in person, Jian Li lets him know that he's aware of the Lord of Times being responsible for him getting backstabbed. He also just interrupted our hero's dining time, adding a cherry on top. The Lord of Times, on the other hand, seems to be pretty calm, letting Jian know that he can't just let him devour the Lord. Although he's competent and useless, he's still a good energy source for the tower. Telling him to shut up, our guy attacks him but couldn't really do anything to him. The Lord reveals to him that he is no match to the Lord of Times. In fact, it will only be absorbed by him. Hearing this, the Lord of Times mocks the Lord, telling him to worry about himself rather than the others. With that, he reveals that his generals have turned back the time of the tower. That means that the Lord will vanish completely. The Lord reminds him that he needs him to maintain the tower, but the Lord of Time reveals his true intent, that he didn't come here to save the tower, but to end the Lord for good. The Lord bursts out, calling them ungrateful bastards who took everything away from him and treated him like trash. To his ill fate, the Lord was killed by the Lord of Time. After that, our guy guesses that they're tangled up in a fucked up business as well. The Lord of Time agrees and expresses that life is pretty much similar everywhere, revealing that it's not his time of departure since the time-space is collapsing. The monarch alerts Gian that the tower's time will be reversed and reset, so he may do whatever he wishes with it, telling our guy to consider it as a token for interrupting his meal. But our stubborn main character decides not to let the monarch get away like this. But the monarch gets lucky this time as our guy tells him to be patient since it's not just the right time. Our guy declares that they will meet again, and with that, he departs from there. Later, Jian returns to the real world, not happy with the fact that it didn't go as planned. Hugo calls him out as our guy awakes. Our fella then looks behind only to find Hugo and Sungjae fighting an army of monsters. The generals, referring to Gaon, ask him what he did to the Lord of Space-Time that made him burn like that. Our hero then analyzes the dead body of the Lord, seeing him burnt to a crisp. Jian then warns Taeksu and Sungjae to duck as he uses a powerful attack. With most of the monsters now gone, our boy addresses the generals, stating that he's in a bad mood because of their boss. The generals tremble in fear when they see the disaster god furious. Jian reveals to them that he has nothing to do with the Lord of Space-Time, but their scaredy cat boss. The general gets furious over Jian bad-mouthing their lord, and as he threatens to rip his body into pieces, a huge number of monsters appear. All of the monsters appear to be red class or higher. Sungjae gets terrified and wonders how his uncle stayed in a hell of a place like this for 20 years. Our hero then reminds him of the training he mentioned earlier and decides to demonstrate for him a little before the training begins. Jian instructs his nephew to watch and learn since Sung has always wondered how to survive and fight for 20 years. While Sung sees this as a golden opportunity to learn, Gaon lures all the monsters to attack him. Our guy feels sorry for lying to his nephew, but can't let someone else defeat these monsters when he, himself, is too freaking excited to get a chance to crush them all once again in the tower. Looking around the mess our guy just made, the general wonders if they're still going to continue the fight. The generals try to find the humans' whereabouts but are left in disbelief upon seeing the damage Gian has caused. Our guy sarcastically confirms with them if they're the generals as he shows off his power. Archer behind his back witnesses the scene and learns that Gian was stronger before, but now he's just unparalleled. After our guy got his dignity, no one can imagine his limit. Our guy makes it clear that the generals are no match for him, demanding them to bring someone like the Baron. The generals shut up our disaster god and tell him not to compare them with someone who has already lost, justifying that they would have been stronger if they were given the powers of the lords. Our guy learns that they have the same hierarchy system as them. The generals and the lords must be the same as the saints and the zodiacs. Gian supposes that these two generals haven't been authorized with the power of the lord yet, or maybe he's just too strong. As Gian concludes he's too strong for those two, Sungjae cheers for his uncle since he knows he's the best. Just then, our guy points at his nephew and orders him to fight the monsters in his place. Hearing this, both the general and the red-haired kid are left in utter shock. A few hours later, the scene takes us to Jianli Tower, which is the second sanctuary for Ophiuchus. We see our guy welcoming Yuha and Kali as they come back after their first mission. Upon being asked about the mission, Yuha appears to be totally satisfied. Our guy then addresses Kali and asks her the same thing, to which she just sulks and sag. But our guy ignores the details and decides to give it to Kevin later. Our guy then asks about Steven's remakes on his arm, and Yuha responds that Steven was more than satisfied. In fact, he was supposed to come here to ask about the other arm. Hearing this, our guy thinks of Leo as a greedy bastard. Just then, Yuha spots her dad who's been sighing and asks him the matter. Taesku grabs Gion's neck and can't believe that our guy actually did that. We are then taken to a flashback, where we see Gion telling Sungjae to fight the generals instead of him. He tells Sung to take it as a part of training and instructs him to go and defeat them. The red-haired kid tries to make his uncle believe it's impossible, but Gion assures him, stating that he's already drained their energy. While the generals object to fighting with a kid, Gion is bored since the generals said themselves they lost to him since they weren't granted the powers of the Lord. Therefore, in order to make this a fair fight, Gion, who's too strong for them, puts them against someone on their level. The general thinks he's mocking them, but our guy tells them not to be upset since Sung Jae is the candidate to be his right arm, although he's 4th place out of 4. Sung Jae gets insulted, yet praised at the same time, but being positive, the words about him being Gion's right arm echoes in his mind. Archer interrupts and reminds Gion they're freaking generals they're talking out, but his son Sung Jae cuts him off, confessing that he's the right arm of Gion Lee and the first disciple of Ophiuchus, so he will take over from here. Hugo calls him an idiot for his foolish choice. In the present, Yuha assumes her dad is worried about Sungjae being all alone. The restless Archer shakes Gion like a ketchup bottle and freaks out, wondering what if Sung gets hurt, or worse. However, Yuha thinks that Hugo is being too soft for Sungjae. And since her bro is one of the disciples, in order to become Uncle Gion's right arm, this risk must be taken. In her opinion, Sung has already gone through a few crises, therefore he should be fine. Kali agrees with Yuha on that and Gion as well, while he blinks at Hugo with an evil smile. Our guy tells Taeksu not to worry about Sungjae, since he can get to the Demon Tower in no time in case anything goes wrong. After that, Taeksu asks him about his plan, and our boy reveals that he's now heading to Virgo's place to face the Rotten Crab. With that, our guy gets determined to end the Rotten Crab for good, as he's done playing hide-and-seek with him for this long. The scene then takes us to the Yule Palace, Virgo Sanctuary in Europe, where we see the Cancer Saint walking in a mellow manner. He informs his people about the Virgo sect who have moved their line to the back. Therefore, the crab instructs his people to push forward, since they have an advantage if it turns into a war. Calling out his allies, Moraine commands the Taurus to deploy the encirclement forward, Aquarius to heal the wounded, and assigns Capricorn and Aries to replace the depleted relics with new ones. They march towards the Virgo Sanctuary, looking forward to its fall. Meanwhile, the Virgo army struggles to defend themselves and decides to fall back in order to prevent them from getting into the throne room. As they struggle to stop the Cancer army from coming any closer, the Virgo Zodiac steps in her human form, assuring her people know that their Zodiac has come to their rescue. Artemis encourages her disciples to fight the enemy, commanding them to march forward. The Taurus army realizes that Virgo's Zodiac has stepped in and knows that they can't beat a Zodiac. While some of them wonder if the Virgo Saint was a woman, Kevin roars out of embarrassment upon hearing that. At that moment, the Cancer Zodiac decides to step in as well, while Artemis uses the Virgo skill, Meteor of July, to attack him. Jean-Louis Morin manages to block Virgo's skill, which means he's using his Zodiac too. Moraine gets confident since it's nothing new for him, and plans to make the fight difficult to end. Karkanos, the crab, tells Artemis that it's their rematch now. Meanwhile, the Virgo Zodiac exactly hoped for this to happen, and plans to put an end to this mad fight. The palace shakes with thunderous roars of explosions, and while everything's dismantling, the journalists report that the allied force led by Cancer is invading Virgo, and an intense battle is underway. The rumbling gets stronger and the force is so intense that the journalists fail to stand on their feet. However, something more jaw-dropping grabs their eyes when they witness that it's not the fight between two saints, but the two zodiacs. On the other hand, our guy is surprised by the Virgo and Cancer zodiac appearance as he's watching through Haley's mirror. Gion is disgruntled to see the evil bastard crab causing trouble again. Just then, Gaon is interrupted by Callie, who gives him something to take just in case. On the battlefield, Artemis commands the disciples to charge at the enemy to protect their sanctuary, and the Cancer disciple attacks them from the front. The intensity rises when Moraine declares that the true war of attrition begins now, and commands his army to induce the consumption of Virgo's resources, just like what Li Jian did at Leo. Artemis realizes that the Cancer Saint is using the tactics Jian Li used to fight off Narasima, but the Virgo Zodiac rhetorically questions them if they think they have endless resources, reminding the enemy that they're the second biggest constellation. Jean-Louis divulges that they are not just one sect, but a group of sects that lost their saints. Not to mention these sects have funneled all the resources from each constellation to them. The Cancer dude confidently claims they would never lack resources to maintain the Zodiac before Virgo. Well, Artemis isn't happy to hear this, and therefore she decides to end things quickly before they run out of resources. With that, she braces her sword and suddenly there's a whirl of ice. All the people from the sects are thrown into a state of panic when they realize that it's a divine skill. As that power covers the horizon, It's as if the sky is being frozen by the intensity of that divine skill of Virgo. While the disciples back away as they are scared by Virgo's divine skill, the Cancer zodiac calls it a cute trick. Using the Virgo divine skill, Frosty Sky, Artemis wields her sword, and as soon as she slams the sword, endless frost spikes pierce through them. However, those deadly ice spikes fail to penetrate through something, and it even leaves the Virgo zodiac in shambles when she witnesses those getting sucked into the abyss. The Cancer zodiac brings out the big guns when he reveals his dark skill can still be used like this. It's an abyss that engulfs everything. As crazy as it sounds, the abyss blocked Virgo's divine skill like it was nothing. Strangely, the Virgo disciples also begin to get sucked into the abyss, while Artemis seems helpless at the moment since her sword is stuck in the ice rock. At that moment, the red aura lingers around Artemis as she trembles in pain, while Moraine declares that it's about time things end. The Cancer Saint has another card up his sleeves when he says that it took quite a while to penetrate the mind of a saint when the zodiac is being descended, asking Artemis how she feels to be affected by the skill of Lord in the flesh. Artemis learns that the binding skill Jean used on Kevin back then is still in effect. Meanwhile, Jean's allies from the other sex notify their master that the binding skill is effective against them as well. The Cancer Saint discerns that it's not a precise skill to distinguish between allies and enemies, telling them to hang on until it's over soon. Now that everything falls into place, Jean-Louis thinks that it's a shame he can't enjoy seeing Artemis suffer much longer, and using the skill, the Carapace Grave, that traps the Virgo zodiac. Kevin's soul inside screams and asks his zodiac Artemis to end the descent quickly and go back to her divine realm. White Hair lashes out at his zodiac and suggests his zodiac to call it quits as she can't die here. But Artemis, being the zodiac, can't abandon her Saint Kevin and leave him alone, saying that she has her pride as a divine being so she can't do such a thing. However, Kevin begs her to let him die as a man at least, which makes Artemis lose her patience as Kevin is worried about dying as a woman. That's when the things begin to take a 360-degree turn and someone breaks through that frosty sky. It turns out to be none other than our boy Lee Jian, who makes an iconic entry with his Sky Punisher. Our guy plummets and slams his weapon on the ground, triggering something inside the Cancer dude as asks Jian what he's doing here. Jian responds to Moraine that he's here to make him pay back for what he did to him back in the tower. Suddenly, goosebumps shiver down Moraine's spine, and a strike of terror runs through him while our guy gives him a menacing stare and asks him if he has anything to say. The scene takes us to Jian's flashback, where he got to see who stabbed him in the tower with the help of the Lord. The Lord appears and asks him if he's seen what he wanted to, which our boy replies that he's satisfied for now. It is then finally revealed to us, the person who stabbed Jian in the back. It was the Dark Cancer Saint, Jean-Louis after all. Coming to the present, Jian confronts the Cancer Saint since he was the culprit. Jian's eyes flash a deadly stare that would shred one to pieces. The Cancer Saint denies whatever our boy has just said and says that he got the wrong person to save his ass, not knowing that Jian has seen the dark past with his own eyes. Our guy asks him if he's going to play dumb now, and seeing that it's one way to play, this makes our boy more eager to crush Moraine. The disaster's god grin is enough to scare the shit out of the Cancer dude since Jian's energy is burning the black swamp. The disciples of the other sex witness Master Louis in danger, and as they are about to jump in to help him, a blazing fire bursts forth, melting the land beneath its wrath. The disciples are knocked breathless by the terrifying sight. While it seems like the Inferno released its anger, suddenly a black dragon emerges that spits fire, annihilating all that dares stand before it. Jean's allies take that dragon as the Red Eyes, while Li Jian smashes those disciples on the ground like bugs, showing the consequences for the one who dares to intervene. Our guy gets back to business with Moraine while the poor Cancer dude knows that he's been fucked up. Moraine curses our disaster god and knows it really well that he stands no chance against Jian if his skill swamp has no effect on him. The Cancer dude panics as it occurs to him that Jian knows the truth, not to mention that his eyes have completely gone wild. Just as Moraine attempts to escape, our guy immediately goes after him when abruptly a big claw clashes against Jian's Sky Punisher. It appears to the Cancer Zodiac Karkanos, who intervenes and gets furious at mutant Jian for stepping on him. While the Zodiac threatens to crush him, our guy thinks the big guy is overreacting a bit too much over just being stepped on once. Our fella purposely provokes Karkanos when he asks the Zodiac if he happened to be stepped on by someone in the past. Our guy hits right on spot when he triggers the Dark Cancer Zodiac as he shudders at the shameful memories of the past. The Zodiac gets furious and unleashes his true power. The Cancer Zodiac summons all the other Zodiacs from the sex, and the constellations that made an alliance with Dark Cancer begin to send their resources. All the constellations spill forth a violent cascade of power, and that swamp starts to suck the disciples inside as they scream for their life, wondering where Jean-Louis is. The system warns the Virgo Saint that the darkest star's power is engulfing everything nearby, and the integrity of the surrounding won't be able to withstand it. Artemis wishes she could do something if it weren't for the Cancer's binding skill. She tries to make the other Zodiacs understand that Karkanos' swamp is not only damaging them, but everyone. However, the Zodiacs remain silent, and Artemis calls them a bunch of fools, realizing that the Zodiacs are willing to endure this much just to end her and Lee Jian. On the other hand, Jian is left with no choice when he calls out Lime, who plops on Artemis's head. Lime begins to swallow the red energy, and the Virgo Zodiac could feel the binding energy getting weak. At that moment, our boy calls out the crescent moon, referring to Artemis, and elucidates that as long as Lime is with her, the binding skill will be weakened. Our guy thinks Artemis can move in this state and commands not to let the other Zodiacs interfere, affirming that the red eyes will help if needed. Artemis asks him what's his plan, and our guy confesses that he's getting into the abyss. But she reminds Jian that's the abyss Karkanos created, and our guy goes in there exactly for this reason. Our fella feels that the abyss holds something important, and just like that, he withdraws the power of the Serpent Master, which makes him vulnerable to the power of Dark Cancer. Without a thought, our guy jumps inside the abyss, and for him, it's not an abyss, but a sewer. Lee activates his 13th sense to scan the surroundings and detect the energy of the Dark Cancer. In a split second, Jian spots the core of the Cancer Zodiac when suddenly he gets notified about sensing multiple refined energies of Karkanos. Just when our boy looks around, he's astonished by the several cores that scatter through the abyss, similar to Krabs' cowardice clones. While our guy is a little baffled, a voice calls him out, saying that Jian looks confused. In a flash of a moment, Karchinos appears behind him and admires Gaon's courage for jumping into his abyss to go after his core. The Cancer Zodiac caught Lee off guard and surprised Lee with a split core. However, our guy drops an even bigger bombshell when he grasps the real core. Karchinos lashes out and asks Gaon where he got the part of his core, upon which our guy reveals that one of his followers gave him this as a sign-up gift. Jian then tests if it's the real core he's holding. The scene flashes back to earlier where Kaylee gives Jian Kevin's prosthetic arm, holding tight to the core it extracted earlier. The relic, the right arm of Frost's Swordmaster, obtains the core fragment of the Dark Cancer. Coming to the present scene, our guy questions the Crab Zodiac if he wants to bet to figure out if it's a real core. Suddenly the core begins to glow and Karchinos tells Gaon that he may hold a part of his core, but it's still under his control. The Zodiac calls Lee a fool for taking it out in this abyss, and that's when our boy does something insane. He chews on the core. Our guy, unbothered, keeps munching on the core while Karchinos thinks he's out of his damn mind. After gulping it down, our fella makes a disgusting expression as the core tastes like crap and suggests the Cancer Zodiac to change his title to Dark Crap. Jian prefers eating dirt like he did in the tower, and while Karkanos tells him to stop with the taste reviews, our guy couldn't help but complain that it tastes like shit. After he finishes eating the core fragment, the power of the Dark Cancer taints the body of the Serpent Bearer, and the erosion starts. Curious to see where this goes, Jian doesn't even activate any defensive skill on his own, and he grins, revealing that the more the Zodiac's power taints him, the more it will reveal about him. Being the ultimate mastermind, our guy uses the Cancer Zodiac's core power to taint him and then activates the 13th sense. Moments later, Jian finds the inner core of the Dark Cancer Zodiac and he immediately runs for it. The crab freaks out and understands this was Jian's plan all along, and our guy admits, saying this is the very reason he endured the crap taste of his core. Our guy crazily dashes towards the inner core with his Sky Punisher. Soon as the weapon hits the core, the absorbed energy of the inner core cancels out the power of the Sky Punisher, resulting in Sky Punisher's power weakened. The inner core of the Dark Cancer absorbs the power of the Baron's axe, and surprisingly, the energy of the inner core is very similar to that of the Lord's. Our guy is unable to cut through the core as he finds it tougher than he'd thought, plus the inner core does not get damaged even from the Sky Punisher or the axe. Just then, Karchinos asserts that it's not that easy to harm a core of a Zodiac and attempts to attack him. But our guy, who's too busy to come up with something, smashes the ugly crab bastard away. Lee Jian, using telepathy, communicates with Red Eyes, the Black Dragon. The dragons get the signals from its master Jian. With a thunderous roar, flames poured from the beast's jaws. The dragon exhaled doom itself, flames that tunneled deep into Karkanos' abyss while the Cancer Zodiac was left staggered by the sight of a dragon. It turns out that the Sky Punisher shared its location with the Red Eyes, and while the fire burns Karkanos, our guy asks him what he should do with him now. Jian buys himself some time and contemplates that he can't just infuse more power into the Sky Punisher, or else it'll break and the axe will only transfer its power to the core. That's when something strikes his mind. On the other hand, the flames rain down on Karchinos, who gets burned, but the Zodiac doesn't back down, and clarifies that Jian can't defeat him with an attack like this. Suddenly, yellow energy begins to surge and Gaon, being a total lunatic, pulls out a freaking Narasimha's fang that he extracted himself. Karchinos recognizes that it's the lion's fang, and our guy grins as he holds that big-ass fang, knowing that this will not be weakened by Karchinos' energy. With that, our boy forcefully slams the Zodiac's fang on the inner core, which finally breaks, and blood spills from Karkanos' mouth as the core is damaged. As that fang pierces into the core, Jian is astonished as his attack was more effective than he'd thought. Karchinos struggles and our guy calls him a crap bastard. As the core is destroyed, those souls break free and Gion shows Karchinos all these souls and demigods he has consumed that are begging for help. Our guy calls Karchinos a literal monster while the crab screams out of anger, responding that there's nothing wrong in that and justifies that he filled the abyss in his own way by consuming souls. The cancer further reveals that's how he got his powers and made it all the way up here. But Karchinos infers that Gaon is no different from him, since he also doesn't hesitate to use any means necessary to fulfill his goal. Our guy agrees that Karchinos did not get him all wrong, and gives Cancer a wisdom of hindsight that he wouldn't have messed up with him in the first place. Gion claims that he's going to grind them both and pull the inner core out of the place. The Fang's lighting strings tangle the inner core and pull it upwards while the lighting energy also hits Karchinos as he's freaking out. The Cancer Zodiac witnesses how they are all planning to pull his core out and looks at the dragon using the lighting ropes to tug the core above. While Cancer underestimates their power, there comes another help to hand, and it's Artemis in her true Zodiac form who descends and helps the Black Dragon in yanking that core upwards. The scene crackles with intensity when the core is pulled by the crab's claw from one side in the abyss and yanked by the Black Dragon and the Virgo Zodiac from the other side. At that moment, Lee Jian makes an announcement, stating that all the personnel are released and assures them that they won't get sucked in the abyss anymore. While Karchinos screams as loud as he can, Gaon grins and thinks that it's for liberation. With a single snap, our guy uses the skill Lotus of Disaster that shatters the core into pieces. Just like that, Lee Jian destroys the Dark Cancer's core and all the souls are retrieved. And the good news is our guy Kevin takes over his manly body. Finally, Karchinos screams in agony as he's breaking away piece by piece and the body begins to collapse rapidly. The dark latent energy leaks out of Karchinos' body while the swamp dries up and all the people make it out alive. Gion isn't much surprised to see that even a Zodiac is all that special or invulnerable, given the despairing state of the Cancer Zodiac. Our guy deduces that whether it's a Lord or a Zodiac, all they need is a good whack on the head to learn their lesson. Abruptly, there's a drastic increase in Gion's popularity, as he helped the people who gained freedom, as they were trapped within the Dark Cancer's inner core, showing gratitude towards him. As the crab is withering away, our guy casually holds the axe and assumes that the Dark Cancer is much weaker now, asking Karchinos how he wants him to end this. Dark Cancer trembles and tells Gion what he's been through to save that much energy. The crab threatens our boy that he won't let him leave this place alive. Karchinos blames our guy for losing everything he had, and with an ounce of energy left in him, he uses it to attack Gion with spikes, wanting to tear his body into pieces. But our crazy fella listens to his blabbing and allows him to say whatever he wants. The Dark Cancer loses his shit and attacks Gion with the spikes emerging, but our guy evades each blow spectacularly. Our guy breaks those tentacles and summons his achievement rammer. He then uses it to smash the crab's head, whacking the daylights out of him. The Dark Cancer crab gets squished like a lifeless creature. Looking hideous as ever, the crab couldn't accept the fate that he called upon himself, and it appears that Karchinos is in shock from revealing his true form, writhing in agony. Our guy looks at Cancer and understands why it gathered the energy to hide its ugly ass, given that the shell is now completely broken. The Serpent Bearer's hostility towards the Zodiac, Karchinos overflows as Gion is about to use the divine power, Death, against him. The serpent speaks through Gion. Our guy uses the divine power of Death and plans to fucking grinding the crab to dust. The Dark Cancer Zodiac is in an extremely vulnerable state, and the system assures Gion that he can crush him with the power of Death. With that, the death energy exerts and Karchinos cries in pain as he's being annihilated. Still, that ugly crab apprises Gion of the imminent trouble and makes him ponder why the other Zodiacs, despite being hostile towards each other, avoid going to the extreme. Karchinos states that Lee Gion will become the enemy of each one of the Zodiacs, but our guy doesn't give a shut about it since he's the disastrous god himself, and responds that he doesn't just intend to end this with the Dark Cancer Zodiac, but his friends as well. Just like that, the power of Gion's divine skill, Death, targets the resources being transmitted, and the allied Zodiacs immediately cut off the transmission of resources all at once as they're scared to death. All the Zodiacs save their asses and escape the disaster sever ties with the Dark Cancer Zodiac, and all the resources of the Cancer constellation gets depleted. Karchinos roars in tortured despair as he gets betrayed by the other Zodiacs and calls them traitors who've been using him up until now. The divine power of the Serpent Bearer crushes the crab to death, and as he breaks away, our boy grabs him. Gion states that the rotten crab was done the moment he was in his grasp. While our boy tortures the rotten crab like hell, Dark Cancer yells in excruciating despair and warns him that someone will follow in his footsteps and become the new Zodiac of Dark Cancer. Eventually, Karchinos finally meets the end he deserved. Our boy kills a freaking Zodiac, leaving the whole Virgo sect in utter chaos. The crab disappears, and the Zodiacs are agitated as they can't make sense of what has happened. Gion peeks at the other divine marks and warns them to be ready, as they're the ones he's coming for next. The Zodiacs don't dare to argue with the Gion, the strongest of them all, and save their asses by retreating to the divine realm. After a while, inside that damaged crab shell, there comes the real rotten crab, Jean-Louis Morin, who squirms out the crab's body on the brink of death. Wriggling like an insect, Moraine didn't expect that Gion would kill a Zodiac. Moraine crawls with his lifeless body when suddenly our guy, being a true menace, separates Jean's head from the body. Our hero is pleasant at the sight while Moraine gives up, admitting that not even a Zodiac can stand up to him anymore. Our guy holds the crab's head and tells bastard Jean-Louis to die already. Even with his head decapitated, Moraine is aware that he won't last much longer without his Zodiac, and asks Gion to at least hear his last words, quoting that there's affection in hatred. While our guy tosses his head, Moraine finds it funny to confess this in his last moments, uttering that stabbing Gion in the back in that tower was quite enjoyable. These words really make our guy go insane, and he brutally smashes Jean's face as the blood splatters everywhere like a succulent tomato. Mayhem sparks among the Aquarius and the other sect's disciples as they realize they're no match for Gion. All of the disciples run away in a split second as the fear of Li Gion runs deep in their blood. After they retreat, the Virgo sect celebrates their victory, and Artemis expresses her gratitude to Gion as she was able to protect her sanctuary. But our guy tells her not to try to end this with a heartwarming atmosphere, as he's not done yet. That's when Gion elaborates that he's gone through all the memories of the tower and witnessed a strange scene from it. Our guy reveals that he saw Artemis, Libra, and the crab having quite a long conversation on the very same day he entered the Tower of Demons for the Red Eyes raid. Gion declares that he deserves an explanation about it, while the Zodiac is left speechless. The scene then takes us to 20 years ago, in the Tower of Demons, the day Li Gion went in for the Red Eyes raid, where our guy is slashing through the endless monsters. Gion speculates that the monsters might be respawning, or they are being summoned here from somewhere else. While his mind is clouded with doubts, he's interrupted by Hugo, who tells him to move to the next floor. However, our boy refuses and tells Taixu to head back to the entrance to make sure no monsters escape from the tower. The rest of the saints move along with Gion. Taixu questions Li about what he's talking about, and our guy feels like something's off here, dwelling on the possibility that the monsters downstairs might be getting out of the tower. While they know the four saints are already guarding the outside of the tower, Gion confesses that he doesn't trust them and sends Taixu because he trusts him. Taixu heads downstairs and feels frustrated as he always gets stuck with stuff like this. As Taixu's walking, someone stands alert to ambush him when suddenly Kevin Azar points his sword at the girl's neck, commanding her to stop. The person turns out to be the Pisces saint. Fish and Kevin asks her why she is following Archer. Kevin demands a reason that makes sense and questions Fish if she was trying to harm Archer because of the competition between the constellations in this situation. Fish responds that it doesn't matter if the order changes and concludes that getting rid of Kevin first is better. Suddenly, Virgo is ambushed by the dark Cancer saint, Moraine, but before he can counteract, he's tangled by Libra's golden rope. The Pisces saint casts her skill, the silence barrier, to peacefully wipe out the Virgo saint. While Kevin couldn't make sense about why they were using Libra's rosary, Moraine brutally stabs Virgo in the chest and uses the binding skill on him to make him forget this. Moraine takes a sigh of relief as things almost get tangled up. Given the location, the Pisces saint deduces that the weak mental barrier of the saint is easily invaded by the Lord's skill. Moraine lets out that it's not time to feel relieved and tells Fish that it was a close call since she almost jeopardized the whole thing. Fish feels glad that at least Hugo didn't notice thanks to the silent barrier. She apologizes to the Cancer saint as she's not used to these kinds of ambushes when suddenly Fish transforms into Giselle Lawrence. It turns out that she was Giselle from the beginning, the Libra saint. After that, Moraine asks her what they should do with the Virgo saint when Giselle expresses that Kevin Azar is the most dangerous one to watch out for, aside from Gion and Hugo. Giselle orders Moraine to kill the Virgo saint and affirms that she'll cover up the aftermath. The Cancer saint follows the orders to stab Kevin when suddenly a barrier blocks his attack. As Moraine is left disoriented, it turns out to be Artemis who protects her saint. Giselle smirks, saying the Zodiac, who wraps her saint in the folds of her skirt, has arrived. Giselle greets the Crescent Zodiac, and Artemis reveals herself in her spiritual form, whose power greatly diminishes due to the influence of the tower. Artemis asks Giselle what the hell she was doing to her saint, and she shamelessly confesses that it's her last chance to get rid of Gion's followers. The Virgo Zodiac lashes out and warns Giselle not to dare touch Kevin and states that she refuses to overlook the violation of the constellation's rights, despite how Libra is acting recklessly since she's allies with other Zodiacs. Being an over-the-top bitch, Giselle challenges Artemis to stop her because she knows if the Zodiac descends, she'll be pretty weakened due to the influence of the tower. Artemis grits her teeth in anger, and Giselle lets it slide this once that Virgo is not helping in her evil plots, but the majority of Zodiacs have already agreed to eliminate Gion from his operation. Giselle clearly warns the Virgo Zodiac not to interfere in their plan, and being the bigger person this time, She says that she's not planning on creating any difference between her and Artemis. The Libra Saint then gives Artemis two choices, either to keep quiet about his forever in exchange for saving Kevin, or come down and face her along with the other Zodiacs in the tower on her own. Virgo is left to make an arduous decision, and eventually she surrenders before Giselle Lawrence, agreeing to save Kevin. Moraine is glad that she's come to her senses. But this doesn't end here when Giselle takes out a key, thinking it's a good idea to have some insurance. Libra inserts that key into Kevin's head and reveals that she's implanting a mental restraint skill in him. Artemis could feel it clearly and concluded that it was the energy of the Lords. Coming to the present scene, the Virgo Zodiac explains herself, and our guy is pissed off that Artemis knew it all along, yet stayed quiet. Kevin also lashes out at his Zodiac, and Artemis drops her head in her shame, justifying that she couldn't do anything else at that moment, as there was no way she could face all those enemies alone. But Artemis reveals that after Gian was resurrected, she believed they could get out of this situation, so she cooperated with everything. Kevin scolds Artemis for the real problem that she even listened to the words of Libra in the tower from the start, and asks her if she thought he'd be happy to survive. Poor Artemis bawls her eyes out as it seemed the only way to save Kevin back then. Nonetheless, Jaeon understands the whole thing now, and suspects that it was probably Jean or Giselle using transformation skills when they went to Sebastian. Our guy ponders that the main problem is that Libra used the power of Lords, and through several circumstances, it's certain that Libra was colluding with the Lords. If that's the case, it all makes sense to Jaeon that Giselle was using the Lord's skill, but it still has left a bad aftertaste. Our guy obtains the mysterious key the Dark Cancer and Libra were using. On the other hand, Kevin is being a dramatic ass as he declares that he's leaving the Virgo sect, given that Artemis hid such things from him. While Artemis thinks he's being cruel now, our guy tells them to cut the crap since it's annoying. It seems that Artemis is screwed. However, our guy chooses kindness and says that it's true the crescent moon helped him from behind even when they were fighting Libra, and decides to call it even with no more debt from him. The crescent moon is relieved and thanks Gian while our boy asks Kevin what he's planning for now. Abruptly, Kevin Azar tugs his badge and tosses it to Gian. It occurs that the saint hands him the badge symbolizing the Virgo constellation. Therefore, Kevin Azar transfers the full authority of Virgo's divine cadre to Li Gian, which leaves our boy slack-jawed. As the Virgo saint requests to serve Ophiuchus, the crescent moon asks if he's going to leave the Virgo constellation. However, Kevin clarifies that it's not it, but the debts have to be settled. The saint acknowledges that even today it was thanks to Li Jaeon that the divine cadre could survive, and Kevin himself hasn't even accounted for the debts they previously owed to Jaeon. Moreover, the saint takes into account how Artemis kept silent about what happened in the Demon Tower, and while he understands why his Zodiac did that, from Kevin's perspective, this is not something he could forgive. He makes it clear to his Zodiac that they are different individuals, as he doesn't care about how she settles her debts with Lee, but Kevin settles his debts in his own way. This is the only time Kevin Azar kneels to Gian and represents his sect, expressing his thanks to Ophiuchus for the help he's provided to them. Additionally, he hands all the authority of Virgo over to Ophiuchus. The disciples of Virgo have no choice but to follow their saint as they kneel to Gian. Kevin declares that they'll strive to bring success to both divine cadres as they serve under Ophiuchus, asking Lee to accept their request. As Artemis watches her saint in awe, our guy lets out that it's a no-brainer for him, and gladly accepts Virgo's request. Our guy assumes that the crescent moon would object to her servant's decision, but Artemis surrenders to her saint's decision as everything Kevin said is true. The Zodiac also bets her constellation's future on Li Jian and entrusts everything in his hands. With that, Virgo becomes a subordinate of the Ophiuchus constellation, and all of their resources now belong to the Serpent Bearer. A great piece of history has been recorded in the Ophiuchus Bible. After that, Jian sits on his tower's roof and glances at the Virgo constellation badge. Suddenly, our guy gets reminded that he has a lot of family members to take care of now that Virgo is in his hands, and thinks it'll be a lot of work. Jian supposes that he has one more divine cadre that he can make this subordinate when suddenly his cunning plans are disrupted, as Yuha calls him out. Our guy decides to get done with the piled-up tasks and begins with Yuha's baptism. On the other hand, Taeksu is cursing Jian and is sitting right in front of the Demon Tower. Taeksu calls Jian a bastard for locking up the Demon Tower so that he couldn't go in, but he still asked Archer to come here. It turns out that Lee puts a certain time limit that no one can enter until disciple Sung Jae completes his training except the Ophiuchus' divine god and saint. Hugo furiously backs down as he can't do anything since it's the god divine's authority, but he finds it weird that he can't enter the tower despite the Ophiuchus saint. To make it worse, Hugo gets notified that his entry is not permitted since he's a temporary saint. Along with it comes an offer when the system allows Hugo to enter the tower, on a condition that he becomes the Ophiuchus' official saint. Hugo ponders about becoming Ophiuchus' official saint. However, he refuses to go back to being Jian's lapdog. To ease his decision, Apollo appears and pleads with Hugo not to leave and even asks him what he'd like to eat. The Sagittarius divine god even offers to pay interest on his house repair loan. While the divine god bawls his eyes out, suddenly, Taeksu freaks out when he witnesses the Ophiuchus energy bursting out of the tower. Hugo learns about his daughter Yuha's baptism in Ophiuchus, and his dramatic ass spirals down in disbelief, screaming at Jian to keep his hands off Yuha. Just as Hugo rushes to interrupt the most awaited baptism of his daughter, he's grabbed by Apollo, who begs for an answer before he leaves. Apollo's giant hand grabs Taeksu at such an important time, not letting his saint go at any cost. Taeksu is gripped by the unmatched love of his divine god. The scene then switches to Yuha's baptism, where she's in memory of the Ophiuchus and witnesses the serpent being stabbed to death. In the memory, the serpent roars and collapses. She wonders if it's something that has happened in the past, and assumes that she's watching someone's memories right now. Moments later, she witnesses Jian weeping as he holds onto a lifeless hand while the people cheer for the 13th saint that has appeared on the land. The people danced with joy for the 13th saint to save mankind while Li Jian drowned in the sea of sorrows. Yuha recognizes that it's Uncle Jian, who looks a lot younger, and she finds herself standing on the constellation Jian Li's palm as she calls out his name. Eventually, the baptism ends, and our boy pats Yuha's head, who's gushing with happiness. She gets promoted to the SS rank, and Gaon tells her to leave his hand if she's done, as Yuha seems to be holding his hand for quite a while now. But the reason she's holding on to is Jian's excruciating memories that she saw, and she decides not to talk about it with him. However, their moment gets interrupted by Taeksu, who's burning with fury and uses the skill God of Gaze to find his daughter. It appears that Archer is late as the baptism has been done, and Yuha looks mad as she was having a moment with Uncle Lee. Poor Taeksu breaks down into tears, muttering that Jian stole his daughter from him right in front of his eyes, while our guy is creeped out thinking someone might have misunderstood. Nonetheless, our guy straight up tells Taeksu to stop acting stupid and make his decision. While Hugo quits the drama, Jian asks him if he's going to keep being Ophiuchus's temporary saint. Hugo confesses that his heart isn't prepared enough to make a decision yet, and our guy gets mad, asking if this is how he wants to play. Jian goes crazy as he uses magic scissors, telling Taeksu that he'd had enough and threatens him with the scissors, asking him to put his head in front of him. This scares the shit out of Taeksu, and our guy makes up his mind to have a clean cut using Fate Sever so that there's no going back to his sect. Just as our guy is about to make Taeksu forever a slave, the divine god Apollo comes to the rescue, followed by an erupting lava. Our guy is kinda disappointed as he was seconds away from enslaving Taeksu and greets the Sagittarius god after literally attempting to steal his saint. Apollo is infuriated at the fact that Li Jian made him descend in person as he appears in his saint body-possessed state. Apollo then concludes that Jian's really a horrible disaster god. Moments later, Kaylee delightfully comes along with the pile of papers as Jian assigns her a task and tells her to write a 500-page self-introduction letter if she wants to become an official disciple. Kali is ready to present her life's masterpiece with great literature. In her delusions, Gaon makes her a saint after reading her letter while Yuha is infuriated. Kali then calls out Jian, but at that very moment, a gust of blazing fire burns the 500 long letters in a split second. It appears to be Apollo's blazing entry as Jian makes him descend in person. Meanwhile, it happens, Kali watches her letter turn to ashes. She loses her shit and lashes out at God Apollo while Yuha grabs her and tells her to hold it in. Our guy then asks Yuha and Kali to leave as they're talking about something serious. As poor Kali is freaking out, Yuha believes that things should be fine if it's Dad's divine god. On the other hand, Apollo is not happy with the fact that Jian summoned him like that, and our guy justifies that this is him being courteous already. Nonetheless, Jian gets right into this as he has a lot of questions for the scorching sun, Apollo, and states that he discovered something strange after appointing Hugo as his temporary saint. Lee reveals that he received a standard contract between the divine god and the saint, claiming to find some strange sentences in it. Jian states the sentence from the contract that says, "As the price of the saint, receiving the power of the divine god, the saint's soul will be offered to the divine god after they die." This doesn't settle well with Jian as the divine gods go on talking about lending their power and saving humanity, yet they hold the saint's soul as collateral is absolutely absurd. This leads Jian to ask Apollo if all the 12 divine gods do the same. The scorching sun asks Jian if he thinks the divine gods should lend their powers to Earth for no price whatsoever, and makes him realize that the divine gods do not do anything out of pure goodwill by now, though. Our guy is left speechless since Apollo is acting shamelessly. That's when Apollo makes Jian count the things divine gods do for the saints, plus the various kinds of payments that the disciples make, and the saints' souls are the most expensive prices which the saints need to pay for. Jian then asks Apollo what the divine gods do after collecting their souls, and remembers that's what the rotten crab did. Our guy wonders if these so-called divine gods are calamities, and Apollo reveals that their souls are generally used as nourishment for the eternal life of divine gods and the inheritance of the zodiac. Beyond that, The Sagittarius god clarifies that how each divine god uses them is none of his concern. There are also some who make that payment in advance, knowing that Gion knows that person very well. Our guy gets the hint that Apollo is talking about the super trash Estrella, while Apollo nods, elucidating that the soul of Giselle Lawrence, the former saint of Libra, was collected, and her divine god took over her body. Gion asks Apollo if he's going to take away Taksu's soul one day, and the Scorching Sun confesses that he does not need Hugo Otter's soul since he also got the payment in advance. That's when Apollo opens his hand, and 2 souls linger above his palm. The souls turn out to be the souls of Hugo's parents, Emily Otters and Sam Otters. Gion gets furious as he asks Apollo what he plans to do with Hugo's parents' souls, to which the divine god responds that he will do nothing with the souls. Apollo further reveals that this occurred when his servant had just awakened as a new saint and was killed by a calamity, so he simply saved their souls and held on to them. Apollo admits that he did list it as compensation when drafting the contract and hopes that Gion would understand, because even divine gods are bound by certain formalities that don't even make sense. With respect to taking their souls, Apollo discerns if the divine god is willing to take the loss, then there's no need for them to put the clause in, and asks Lee if he didn't bind Hugo's soul to the contract. While our guy remains silent, the Scorching Sun makes it clear that he doesn't intend to use these souls either, and hands them to Gion, concluding that for the soul-related authority, it's better for them to be under Gion than him. Now the souls of Emily and Sam Otters are handed to the Ophiuchus divine god, Lee Gion. However, Gion feels suspicious since Apollo is being too nonchalant about it, and asks the Zodiac to tell what he wants, so that he doesn't grumble about this being an unfair transaction later on. Well, Apollo does have something he wants and frantically asks Gion to return his servant, Taiksu. Apollo believes Hugo, that asshole, is being too much and is having a mental breakdown at the fact that a Sagittarius saint has more faith in Ophiuchus than in Sagittarius. That's straight up betrayal. Hugo's faith keeps wavering as a consequence of continuous requests from the Ophiuchus to define divine cadres, and his faith in Ophiuchus is 400%. That's just freaking high. Our guy confidently confesses that it's because of his great personality, while Apollo freaks out at such a lie and is glad that Gion brought that up. The Scorching Sun stresses out and tells Gion to take Hugo if he wants, but first, he asks him to consider the help he's given to Ophiuchus this whole time. Gion couldn't remember what help he's talking about and asks Apollo to make him recall. Sagittarius begins spilling the endless list of the prerogatives he's given to Gion, like how Apollo gave him the artifacts as thanks for looking after his servant Taiku and asked Gion to pay him back later on. Secondly, 20 years ago, Apollo was the one who prophesied the danger for Gion, which he called bullshit, and totally ignored it though. Thirdly, Gion makes use of his servant Taiksu as he pleases, reminding him how the Scorching Sun stood by when he fought Libra. Not to mention that Apollo returned the souls that were mentioned in his contract. Apollo finally hits the end of his tolerance bandwidth when he rolls on the ground while Taiksu tells him not to do it with his body. Our guy guesses that Apollo completely loses it when he has an outburst and asks the Zodiac if he lost his screw or what. As this shit continues for quite a while, Gion eventually acknowledges that his relationship with the Sagittarius divine god has been pretty good. He admits that Apollo was his biggest form of support. Meanwhile, Apollo's dramatic ass goes on a rampage. Our guy admits that he did go a little overboard. Just as Gion is finally about to set things right, Apollo ruins it all when he grumbles that he has thrown a ton of curses at him back when the rest of the divine gods cursed him 20 years ago. Apollo regrets being nice to someone and confesses that all he did was curse Gion with something like a drastic change in appearance and impotence. As soon as Apollo spits out these words, something inside our guy shatters, because a man's worst fear is dysfunction. Well, almost felt pity for the sun god until he messed with my bro and gave him an impotence curse. The Scorching Sun realizes that he'd fucked up while Gion monstrously asks him to repeat that again. Knowing that he's screwed up big time, Apollo L sits on the edge of the building. Apollo tells Gion to continue to work well together, however, he now could not escape our boy's wrath. While we do get it, there's a reasonable crash out on both sides. Apollo took it too far with the impotence curse, and now he gets to experience the menacing side of Lee Gion. Suddenly, there's a power outburst of Ophiuchus on the top of the tower, and Yuha knew this would happen. Gion's fuse burns to the core when he smacks Apollo's face, and reveals that up until now, he thought the reason his body was always in tatters was because he had to use a lot of power, and didn't have a divine god backing him up. But in the end, it turns out it was curses, and our guy furiously asks Sagittarius what other curses were on him. Hoping for a chance to save his ass, Apollo has nothing to hide in front of Gion, and reveals that the other divine gods cursed his life and stats, but all he did was make him less charming, change his appearance, and inflict his impotence. Our guy calls Apollo an asshole because impotency is a huge problem and can't even beat him since it's Taiksu's body. The Scorching Sun reminds Gion that offset Virgo's debt to him with the help she gave, supposing he can also do that for him. However, our guy straight up refuses as it's way too much for him to call it even. To make it up, the divine god decides to disclose a piece of good information and asks Gion to let him off this time. It turns out that Sagittarius is on the way to betray his own sister, the crescent moon, Artemis, and deep down apologizes for being a lousy brother. Apollo reveals that Artemis has casted a curse on Gion that watches him 24/7, not to mention she's also seen his private life along with everything he did in his private time. Sanity slips away through Gion's fingers as he couldn't process that first he got cursed with impotence that makes him less of a man, and then his privacy gets invaded. Our guy has a valid crash out and takes back the offsetting of debt for Virgo, declaring that both the siblings are dead meat. Poor Apollo still doesn't get spared even after he sold his own sister out, and our guy thinks that Artemis is useless. On a serious note, Gion gives a contract to Sagittarius God to sign, and it appears to be the Ophiuchus Divine Cadre membership contract. Our guy urges Apollo to sign this unless he wants to die. However, the scorching sun simmers with rage when he asks Gion how dare he look down on him, the greater master of light, Apollo. Although Apollo might consider it if it's an alliance, he strongly refuses to be Ophiuchus's subordinate. Apollo declares that he helped Gion as best as he could, but he had a hard time going against everything that the hardliner divine gods were doing. Apollo thinks that Gion wants his sect to serve under his constellation just because of a minor curse of impotency. That's when Sagittarius fucks it up again, calling impotency a mere curse, and gets smacked by our guy again. In the end, our guy forcibly makes Apollo sign the contract, and that's how the Sagittarius joins under the Ophiuchus constellation. Well, it's the lightest punishment Apollo could ever get after cursing our main character with the worst of the curses in men. Apollo narrates that the 13th god's throne, Ophiuchus, is known to be the head seat of the 13 seats, capable of erasing not only gods, but even the god realm itself. That's the destructive power the Ophiuchus holds, and yet from the perspective of the other zodiac thrones, it's a throne that should never exist. Apollo concludes that this is the reason why most holy gods are wary of Gion. They're terrified by the power he possesses. Our guy was aware of the skills and abilities related to life and death, but failed to realize that its power reached such a level. The Sagittarius zodiac warns about his power being that powerful, reminding Gion that he used this power to annihilate Karkanos. He then narrates about the zodiac thrones being the highest of the thrones converted by countless gods. Therefore, if one of those seats is left vacant, then a storm is bound to follow. Gion asks him if he means that a war for the throne will break out, and Apollo agrees on that, making our guy recall that he has already demonstrated the power to remove a holy god sitting on the throne. That means infinite beings will strive for Gaon's life or power, including the gods, disaster misfortunes from the mysterious civilization, and even monarchs. Apollo tells Gion about the caution from the desires of the transcendent beings, which has no limit to it. Since Sagittarius has now joined Ophiuchus, Apollo proclaims that its safety is now directly linked to him and tells Gion to be fully prepared. The scene takes us to Hawaii, in Ophiuchus's holy domain, the Serpent's Palace, where we see our guy thinking about the conversation he had with Apollo. Our guy thinks Apollo is right about the Zodiac War and plans to be prepared extensively now that he's aware of who his enemies are. Our guy starts upgrading his weapon, using the Sky Punisher, and first he decides to check the enhancement material before he starts. He finds out about the axe of the Baron helmet that contains the power of a monarch capable of neutralizing the holy god. Our boy then chooses to test out the firepower of the Ember of the Sun, which is a fragment of the sun bestowed by Apollo. A tremendous amount of fire pours out which amazes Gion, and he's satisfied by the amount of fire. Our guy peeks at the Fang of Narasimha and thinks of it as a solid material for the frame. As he's waiting for the rest of his materials, his familiars arrive just at the right time. They announce that they've bought the holy god of Cancer's body, just like he ordered. He learns that the corpse of Karkanos is corrupted by the energy of the abyss, which is causing it to have poor compatibility as compared to other materials. Our guy sulks since this thing needs adjustments as well. This looks like a hassle to him, but then he remembers that purification is the type of contamination Aquarius is an expert in dealing with. He knows that a half-assed power won't work to adjust the power of the monarch and the Cancer, and concludes that the teardrop of the goddess is all he needs. The tears of goddess is the sovereign skill of Aquarius that can not only liquefy everything, but is also a miraculous substance that purifies contamination, cures all diseases, and heals any wounds. However, the only way to obtain it is through the power of the holy god of Aquarius. Our guy then plans to find Aquarius and decides to put his slave Hugo on that task. But then he remembers Hugo went to the Demon Tower to find Sung Jae. On the other hand, in the Demon Tower, we see Archer along with the Reliqueen, and the trouble he went through to get Gion's permission to come here, only to find no one. Taixu calls out to his son, and strangely, he finds faint traces of Ophiuchus energy indicating something is wrong. Archer is certain that his son was fighting exactly at this place. To find out, Reliqueen uses a detection skill while Hugo counts on her. The fairy uses the skill of Ophiuchus's avatar in order to locate Sung Jae and discovers that he's being held in an area that's at least a black class zone. Abruptly, her detection is caught by the general, who calls spying a nasty hobby. Wei Yang, inside the Baron's armor, who's present there, asks him if something's wrong, but the general shrugs it off, stating that it's just an annoying fly. The monarch wonders if the detection skill used was the same used by the jerks from those sects. He concludes that they're trying to locate their disciple. The monarch saves them the trouble and sends them an invitation himself. While Hugo and Reliquine are busy freaking out, the generals appear through the portal. They call out the humans and the holy god of Ophiuchus, and introduce themselves as the direct generals serving the great monarch. The generals cut to the chase and inform them about the 2 human hostages that they've held. In order to rescue them, the generals command Hugo to appear before them through the portal in the sky. Yuha and Kali, who also have been seeing the portal, can't believe Sung Jae is captured by the monarch. Kali sarcastically says to Yuha that her brother is something else, as he was blabbing about some special training in the Demon Tower, but ended up getting caught by disaster misfortunes instead. Yuha doesn't think it's the time to joke around, not when her brother is screwed. Suddenly, Kaylee finds the person tied up next to Sung Jae to be familiar. On the other hand, Taeksu peeks at the person next to Sung Jae through the screen and finds her familiar no matter how much he looks at her. The person next to Sung turns out to be Sophie Marty, the Aquarius saint who cries out for help, calling Hugo to help her. Sung Jae finds it strange and explains to Yang that he was busy fighting in the Demon Tower with the generals, just as his uncle instructed him. But he couldn't remember how he ended up in the monarch's realm. Shortly, the boy recalls when he was fighting the generals, and he became totally different from what he was just now. The generals are shocked and wonder if the kid grew strong in a short time when they suddenly disappear. Sung, whose mind is only filled with Jian Li's right arm, goes on a full-blown rampage as he decides to keep up the momentum and defeat them. Due to their sudden disappearance, he looks around only to witness someone coming from the front. It occurs to be the Duke of Space, who questions his 2 generals, Apex and Iron Fist, if they're having trouble defeating a mere human. The generals apologizes to the Duke and reports him about the encounter they had with Ophiuchus. Sung Jae, who's now in disbelief as he peeks at the generals being completely helpless in front of the Duke, and wonders why he had to appear now out of all times. The Duke reveals that the power that flows within Sung Jae is the power of Ophiuchus the monarch mentioned earlier, calling him a brat. Duke analyzes that Sung is still very young and inexperienced, but he's sure the boy will grow to become strong very quickly with the talent of his and Ophiuchus's support. Suddenly, the Duke of Space sees the boy as a threat and makes up his mind to end the dangerous human right now. Suddenly, Baron appears and pleads to the monarch to at least hear him. While the Duke is shocked to see Ahmed alive, the generals Apex and Iron Fist wonder if he came back to life while rewinding the time of the Demon Tower. Baron tries to save Sung Jae and suggests making better use of the kid. He reveals that Sung is the subordinate of the Ophiuchus divine god, so it's a waste to get rid of him. He suggests using him as bait to lure out Ophiuchus. Upon hearing this, the Duke likes the idea of that, and the general thinks it's a good proposition if they can lure out Ophiuchus. They decide to use both the kid and the girl as hostages. With that, they decide to return to the base for the time being. In the present, Sung Jae remembers everything as he sarcastically thanks Yang Wei, who came back to life, as he's the reason why Sung ended up in the monarch's realm. The red-haired kid kicks Yang as he blames him for the circumstances. In Yang Wei's opinion, it's better than dying back there since he had to buy some time. Also, if he had just left Sung Jae dying there, then Jian Li would have killed him. Sung Jae asks the hairball if he has plans on what to do now. Sung Jae calls Yang an incompetent piece of lamb while Sophie cries out for help. The sudden shout of generals shuts the 3 of them up as the Duke is trying to communicate with the humans. The generals insult the Baron and remind him that his old self was so noble, but now it's nowhere to be found. Baron tries to man up and makes the humans shut up, starting with Sophie Marty, who is willing to communicate. Just then, Wei whispers to Sophie and reveals that he's the Aries saint, assuring her to stop crying since it will just make things harder for them. Yang tells her to be quiet, but Sophie is scared to death as she assumes it's her last moment and screams loudly. Out of nowhere, Marty shouts out Hugo's name, and that call for help brings about a completely unexpected miracle. Yang Wei wonders if the appearance that was just made was Hugo. The generals remain in shock as fire destroys the place, and we see Sophie coughing. But then the world stops when she hears Hugo's voice. Archer looks out for his son while the Aquarius saint is jolted by his appearance. Sophie leaps onto Hugo and gives him an affectionate hug as she cries the tears of joy. Taeksu makes a weird-ass face as he wonders what the hell is happening. Poor Archer asks the Aquarius saint what the hell is she doing, and he immediately tells her to let him go. Meanwhile, Sophie Marty is in her bubble of fantasy, fantasizing that Hugo came to save her. Sophie states that those who are fated to be together will be together at the end of the day, while clinging onto Taeksu, not to mention that he's a married man. At that moment, Wei Yang questions the Archer Saint about his grand entrance. The traumatized Archer Saint begs Aries to do something about Aquarius, believing that she went mad after she went through a lot. That's when the truth gets revealed, and Wei Yang confesses that Sophie likes Hugo for a long time now. In those shocking terms of events, this confession was not only heard by Hugo, but Yang Wei's voice echoed through the sea, the space, to everyone through the portal who are watching it. Even the disaster misfortunes who wonder if it's a confession, or if these two are dating. The generals and the Duke enjoy this dramatic rom-com with popcorn and glasses. And lastly, Jian Li, who smiles demonically. Since the portal opened by the Duke appeared everywhere in the sky, Cheon Jiwoo, Hugo's wife, also witnesses the mushy romance going on between her husband and Sophie. The people start gossiping about Sagittarius being married as they now believe he has a scandal, while Jiwoo, who's standing there listening to them, appears as if she's going to bury Hugo alive. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Taeksu fears the wrath of his wife as he begs Yang to stop saying bullshit. But then Taeksu remembers how Sophie has behaved and talked to him this whole time. Finding it absolute fucking rubbish, Taeksu can't take it anymore and panics about the scandals this will create since he does not want that. But Sophie Marty says that she did that just so he would look at her since his eyes were always fixed on that damn Cheon Jiwoo. Archer is taken aback by the sudden love confession, and to make it worse, he receives a message from Jian who wants him to seduce Sophie and find out where the tears of the goddess are since the situation has come to this point now. Hugo shuts him up while Jian makes fun of him as he thinks nothing's wrong with Sophie liking him. Our guy knows that Hugo wouldn't do that, so he calls out Apollo and orders him to descend upon Hugo, commanding him to seduce Sophie and find out where the tears of the goddess are. An instant denial comes forth by the Sagittarius Zodiac, who admits that he's now under Ophiuchus but refuses to become a matchmaker. However, things get out of hand when Apollo's rejection results in his hair loss, as he gets a bald patch at the front for refusing Jian's order. Our guy warns Apollo to pay close attention to his words, and informs him that he's going to lose his hair every time he disobeys Ophiuchus's orders. In addition to that, our guy accentuates that hair loss can only be restored if he has his super regeneration or the tear of the goddess. This leaves Apollo with no choice but to descend, and seduces Sophie as he softly smiles, expressing his joy at meeting her like this again. Sophie cries out of happiness. Hugo loses his mind and questions Apollo Zodiac about his doings, certain that bastard Jian made him do all this shit. Apollo feels sorry for Hugo and continues with the act, telling Sophie he needs the tear of the goddess in order to destroy all the calamities and save her. The Zodiac asks her if she can give some of that to him, but Sophie sadly informs him that she can't really give it to him at the moment, since the tears of the goddess are an authority of the divine Aquarius god. Plus, they are present in a black zone, so Sophie justifies that she can't really get in contact with her Zodiac, but she promises to hand the goddess of tears to Hugo if she gets in contact with her Zodiac. After knowing the location, Jian appears in front of her instead of Hugo, and he smiles diabolically, ruining her romantic moments. Sung Jae is glad to see Uncle Gian, while the Baron, the generals, and the Duke are in shock to see the sudden appearance of Ophiuchus. Sophie Marty freaks out upon seeing Jian, the person she despises the most, as she faints to the ground in shock. Meanwhile, poor Taeksu switches places with Gian and finds himself standing in front of his wife, who seems ready to beat the shit out of him. Terrified by the upcoming smacking, this all happens because of the skill, "Get hit in my place," being used by his buddy, resulting in his position being switched. On the other hand, the Duke is pleased to see the famous Ophiuchus divine god. Duke expresses his curiosity to meet the person capable of destroying the Demon Tower, killing the Crimson Eye, getting rid of the tower's administrator, killing the fallen monarch, and cancer. With that, Duke reveals that he's the direct general who serves the monarch of time, but he's interrupted when Jian raises his hand. The generals panic, confused if he's about to use a skill or something else, and warn the Duke to be careful, but to their surprise, it's something unexpected. Jian slaps across Sophie's face, which leaves everyone slack-jawed, confusing the Duke to think if he's not here to rescue the Saintess. Laughing like a freaking maniac, Jian reveals that he's here to retrieve info out of her. The generals call our guy an insane threat. Our guy calls out the Aquarius's Zodiac, knowing she's watching the situation through her saint. He's aware of Aquarius's tricks she played along with Cancer and came down to Earth not too long ago. Our guy urges the Zodiac to stop bluffing and show herself. Jian holds Sophie's face and warns the Zodiac to come out or else he will pull her out forcefully. The Duke calls him crazy since he didn't expect him to be wild to this extent, as he wonders how a divine god could be so crude, infamy, and ill-mannered. In Baron's opinion, the roles of villain and hero have changed, but it's nothing new for Sung Jae. The Duke instructs the generals to retrieve the hostages, since they will now stop negotiating with that mad guy, and commands all the forces to attack Jian Li, while Sophie Marty suggests our guy join hands with the monarch to survive now. Jian wonders all the rush about and informs Sophie that he was going to throw her over after retrieving the info anyway. Sophie tries to save her ass and teams up with the Calamities, cheering for them that they can defeat Jian Li, and even agrees to help them by casting buffs on them. Our guy holds Marty and activates the 13th sense. He identifies the flow of mana, which the Aquarius zodiac is sending to her Saint Sophie, and plans to reverse the target of the flow of the sources that's connected to the divine gods like last time to summon the zodiac. The power of death targets the resources sent by the divine gods, resulting in Aquarius's divine god's mind barrier breaking through. Our guy manages to pull out the zodiac, which causes water outburst as if the flood has occurred. The Duke is not shocked, knowing well the stigma of Aquarius' divine god, Holy Grail, and questions Jian if he's here to kidnap a divine god from another world. Our guy calls out Holy Grail and asks her if she thought she would enjoy everything just from behind the scenes, but it's too bad since she got too voracious. Jian brutally holds Holy Grail by the neck, having a chokehold on her, and demands that he needs the tear of the goddess, and knows that she won't hand them over nicely. Upon hearing this, Holy Grail snaps at him and immediately refuses to give the goddess's tears to a bastard maniac like him. Our guy turns his attention to the Duke and tells him to come back later since he needs to talk to her for a while. The Duke gets angry and tells him not to be ridiculous as he gets ready to attack him. Our guy then advises the Duke not to push back today and go all out since he will make sure to raise hell this time. The presence of Aquarius brings a tremendous amount of water that floods all over the place. General Apex struggles to maintain his composure as he calls out for Iron Fist and Baron, asking them if they're alive. We see Sungjai along with the Baron clinged on a tree to save themselves from getting swayed away by the water. Baron, being busy saving himself, wonders why General Apex is calling him for help. Apex questions Armet why he's stuck on a tree, but Baron, instead of answering, fires back another question, asking if he can't see he's avoiding the water. General Apex bursts out of anger to see how useless fuck Baron is. Since he's not the real Baron but Yang Wei, he makes the general understand this is the best he can do. The general calls him a piece of trash while he swirls away with the waves. Sungjai freaks out by the pressure of water, seeing how Apex swirled away like a fly in the toilet. The Baron hopes that they will be fine as long as they're holding onto the tree, while he wonders if things on the other side are okay. The red-haired kid calls him a fat ass, realizing that Yang Wei still doesn't trust Gaon. On the other side, Jian Li tortures Saint Holy Grail when the Duke uses a skill which damages his arm. Our guy activates his super regeneration skill and compliments the Duke for using such a crazy skill. The Duke yet again reminds him that he's the Duke of Space while he comes forth to attack. Meanwhile, Holy Grail prays that she does not get beaten up by these two. To save herself, the divine god uses the Aquarius skill, the Rising Ocean, and fights for herself, while our guy sees the situation fit for a perfect bath as he stands firm against the colossal wave. The Duke uses the authority of space to protect himself, claiming that a little water like that can't do anything to him. Jian recognizes the skill, and the Duke reveals that it's a gift personally given to him by the Monarch of Time. Our guy leaps onto his authority of space, and infers that the authority of space that the Monarch of Space-Time took ended up with the Duke. The skill helps to distort space at will to stand against a tidal wave. Our guy compliments the Duke for living up to his name, and the Duke feels proud, stating that such an ability was wasted on a loser like the fallen monarch. Our guy states that it's even worse it ended with someone like the Duke, and wonders why monarchs can't choose decent generals and dukes. The Duke calls him a punk and attacks him, wondering how dare he insult him like this. Jian swims away into the water as his arm is injured, and the Duke yells at Holy Grail to get out of the way as his prey is swimming away. Losing her nerves, the divine god is amused to see a mere calamity raising its voice against her and finds it absurd. She lets it slide for now and worries about the bigger problem that is to get rid of the disaster god in front of them first. Aquaria's divine god allows Jian to be as much goddess of tears as he wants. Holy Grail acts smart and activates the royal skill to test if our guy is capable of even receiving it. The goddess's tears liquefy Jian Li, but his body adapts to abnormal physical conditions and activates super regeneration skill. Holy Grail claims to melt him into water and scatter him into the sea, thinking she actually did it. The Zodiac is too immersed, thinking she defeated Jian when suddenly she is ambushed by the Duke of Space. Holy Grail realizes that she got reckless while the Duke addresses it as a pathetic sight of seeing a divine god getting hit by a spear. The Duke finds it ridiculous for these freaks to be called divine gods of the Zodiacs, who are supposedly fighting against them. Just as the Aquarius Zodiac attempts to attack the Duke, her efforts are pitiful as the Duke intercepts it. Aquarius decides to return back and report everything to the Monarch of Time since she has now killed Jian Li while the Duke gets ready to depart. The Duke, in order to rise to the rank of the Monarch, decides to bluff to the Monarch of Time about taking down Gion, the disaster god, and capturing the Aquarius divine god. That's when the tables flip and our guy appears out of nowhere, asking them who thought he was dead. It turns out that Jian's super regeneration skill restores his liquefied body. Just then, our guy decides to finish what they started, referring to the Duke, and punches him. The Duke uses spatial distortion, but Jian activates the divinity of death, which starts tearing apart the Duke Space's authority. With that, our guy is able to punch him directly in his face while the Duke goes into a flashback. In the flashback, the Monarch of Time congratulates the Duke upon him earning his new title, Space, and boosts his spirit by stating that the title of monarch is now within his reach. Thanking his lord, the Duke is satisfied with being his servant, and talks big when he claims to bring the arrogant Ophiuchus divine god's severed head next time. The Monarch of Time warns the Duke and gives him a reality check, telling him that he better stop now as he's far too beyond his ability. In the present, Jian pierces the Duke's chest with his bare hand, taking the power out of it. As death flashes before his eyes, this reminds the Duke of what Jian said earlier about the power being wasted on him. Just like that, our guy takes the powers as he tears the Duke's body apart. Our guy rips his body to shreds, and Holy Grail takes it as an opportunity to run. She decides to return to the God Realm but then sees Sophie Marty in Baron's captivity. The Zodiac senses the danger that she might get because her saint, Holy Grail, cut off the contract with Sophie Marty. After that, Holy Grail quickly escapes, believing if she crosses over to the God Realm, she will be safe. Upon reaching the God Realm, Aquarius Sanctuary, the Divine God makes an alarmed entrance, telling everyone to get out of the way. The Aquarius disciples guarding the sanctuary seem to be concerned to see their divine god in such a frantic state as they question her about being in a rush. Holy Grail frantically commands them to block the entrance as she finally eases down. She takes a sigh of relief and believes that not even Jian Li can do anything to her now. But she's just making a fool out of herself to think that. She breathes heavily as if she just ran a marathon and asks for something to drink as she's thirsty. Aquarius is glad of how quick the service was, but her happiness shatters when she witnesses the guy who handed her the water turns out to be Jian Li, who freaking broke the wall of her sanctuary. The Zodiac screams in terror and finds it impossible for him to get here since it's the God's realm, and she even broke her contract with Sophie. That's when it hits the Aquarius that our guy absorbed the power of the Duke space, which is the reason how he got here. Everyone defending the sanctuary aims their weapons at Li Jian, knowing that the disaster god is here. But our guy states it isn't the space she should be talking about right now. Holy Grail commands to do something, meanwhile she herself tries to escape. Our guy tells the divine god she shouldn't be ordering her subordinates to do something when she herself isn't doing anything. Holy Grail finally suggests they make amendments, asking Jian if he needs the goddess's tears, and decides to give him how much he wants. But Jian states that it's too late for a deal now, and refuses to accept it since he has his own ways of getting them instead of taking from her. Given the amount needed to enhance Sky Punisher, our guy, coming up with the craziest ideas, thinks squeezing the Aquarius divine god should give him a good amount. Holy Grail tries to make him realize that he will need the authority of Aquarius. She desperately implies her importance, and states that they'll need her when fighting calamities, as she's an expert in healing buffs and purification. She reveals that she's the manifestation of the Holy Grail's ego, and without her, Jian would have to rely on the Grail to use the powers of Aquarius. It is then revealed that Aquarius's true body is hidden somewhere deep under the vast Milky Way. Therefore, if our boy kills her, he will never find the Grail's whereabouts. Just then, Gaon mentions the five sisters, which leaves the Aquarius divine god quite speechless. Our guy continues to reveal that the Aquarius household gods were sold off to Libra. Jian reveals that those five sisters who were sold to Libra told him everything after seeing how the Aquarius abandoned them like rubbish, including the details about the Grail and how to use it. Our boy gives her wisdom of hindsight and says she should have taken better care of her people, referring to the 5 daughters of Asclepius, who are now prisoners of Ophiuchus. Jian Li uses the skill ruler of space by combining the authorities of death and space, and compresses the Aquarius celestial spirit to the limit. The system warns the divine god about not being able to withstand the further power strain. With that, Aquarius's divine god gets compressed and converted into the core of the Grail Master, and our guy obtains the goddess's tears. Aquarius's divine god has been annihilated. Jian then addresses one of the 5 daughters of Asclepius, Iaso, and isn't certain if they are really going to be able to persuade the other Aquarius household gods not to go crook. But Iaso assures him that these sisters are top-class household gods. Therefore, if they give them clear directions during this messy situation, they will obey them. With the divine god being no more, public opinion will spread quickly at the slightest trigger. Iaso expresses that's what the Elysian told them, while Jian wonders if the old guy is bored now that he's not training Sung Jae anymore. Strangely, Iaso looks sad when she looks at the goddess's tears, and how the Holy Grail meets her ill-fated end. Our guy asks Iaso if she doesn't like the outcome, and Iaso reveals that she feels a bit sour since Holy Grail was her master once. Jian tells her to quit the sentimentality and reminds her that they're still in the God Realm, on the home turf of divine gods. And soon others will notice the disappearance of the divine god of Aquarius and come swarming in like bugs. Jian suggests they recover the Grail's main body and return to the human realm. Iaso then reveals the location where the Grail is hidden and guarded by the water sentinels, creations of the divine gods of Aquarius. Our guy lets her know that it's not his first time dealing with them. Disinfectant reveals that it's on an island in the Pacific, once a black zone in the human world. Later, Sophie Marty wakes up only to find not a single fragment of power in her body, plus she's now cut off from Zodiac, wondering what happened to her. Yang Wei gladly reveals to her that she was abandoned by her divine god, just like him in the past. Sophie breaks down into tears and shuts him up since he's getting on her nerves. Sung Jae on the other hand looks exhausted as he just wishes to go home. Suddenly Hugo, alongside Jiwoo, appears out of a portal, and the archer saint, looking concerned for his son, rushes towards him. Sung runs towards the direction of his dad, happy to go back while Hugo is relieved to see that he's safe. The red-haired kid suddenly gets curious as to how his dad managed to survive his mom's temper. Taeksu doesn't want to answer that, but eventually reveals that it was the worst crisis of his life. Taeksu then asks Sung about Jian's whereabouts, but the kid speculates that our guy followed the Aquarius divine god when she tried to escape earlier. Sung believes that Lee might have followed her all the way to God's realm, but isn't certain about it, while Sophie freaks out upon hearing that. Yang Wei sniffs and assumes that Sophie is hiding something from Jian. The hairball gives her a piece of advice to reveal anything that might get her into trouble before it's too late. Otherwise, Yang warns her to be prepared for the consequences to receive 100 flicks on the forehead and 50 slaps on the cheek. However, Sophie can't bring herself to say it since she's afraid, because she is aware that after she confesses, it won't be just flicks or slaps, but she might actually be killed. Moments later, we see Yu Ha and a yawning Kali appear out of the portal as well, and they witness Sophie having a breakdown on why her life is such a mess. In God's realm, Aquarius jurisdiction, Milky Way Jian confirms with disinfectant if that's what she warned him about, referring to the army of monsters. Our guy activates the god's gaze and realizes the reason why Aquarius has been hanging out with that trash cancer lately. Aquarius used the data from the Demon Tower to make these creatures. It is revealed that replica water sentinels of Jian and an Aquarius skill, Mirror of Duplication, along with the data of Jian Li obtained from the Demon Tower, were used to make these replica soldiers that they were about to encounter. After witnessing the clones of himself, our guy admits that the crab and the pest did put some effort into making that, but the fact is that it's just a cheap imitation. Nonetheless, there's no way these water clones can stop Jian, and with a single dropkick, he beats the life out of them for daring to come in his way. With that, all the water clones are taken care of, and our guy asks the nun where the Holy Grail is. Iaso then guides him to the Holy Grail, and when Jian finally gets to see it, he concludes that it's truly sacred. While he confirms with Iaso that this Holy Grail is the core of the Aquarius, his eyes land on a box and finds the chance for another looting, the one thing he's best at. Our fella activates the god's gaze, and in a surprising turn of events, he discovers his DNA extraction samples. He finds the rock fragment stained with his blood from the Demon Tower, and his hair and severed toes. Jian is not surprised to see they gathered it all to make those clone guards who were guarding the Holy Grail, but the nun reveals something shocking, divulging that the water guard clones from him were just byproducts. The moment crackles with intensity when Iaso unravels that the Libra Divine God and the Holy Grail were not actually just trying to make some clone guards. In fact, they were trying to clone Li Gion. It seems that they believed combining their divine powers with Jian's data would make it possible. Our guy then asks the nun if they succeeded, and she responds that they failed to clone Jian. As far as she knows, all they managed to create were the water guards he just fought. The nun infers that if the Libra Divine God and the others continued the project in any form afterward, they might run into the result they created somewhere else. The scene then switches to Kaylee, who's frowning at Sophie. Creeped out, Sophie asks her why she's staring at her like that, and Kaylee leans closer to Aquarius, asking the same question. While Sophie tries to hide the fact that she wasn't doing that, Kaylee straight up calls Marty a weird old lady who kept peeking at her. After that, Kaylee looks up at the sky and wishes that Gion comes back soon from the divine realm. The scene then takes us to the God realm, the secret sanctuary of Aquarius under the Milky Way, where Jian successfully secures the Holy Grail and breaks the damn box that had his DNA samples. Our guy is done with the business in the divine realm, and Yaso apprehensively notifies Jian that the other gods have noticed that the Holy Grail's gone, as she gets told by her sister. Our guy wonders if the other gods can come into the Aquarius sanctuary, and the nun responds that it's impossible, but the divine god missing, they could force their way in. Jian ponders on the problem that with no sanctuary owner present, they might forcefully come in. Just then, our guy comes up with a simple solution, concluding that all they need is a new divine god, master of the sanctuary. Suddenly the ground begins to tremble and becomes a void surrounded by a violent red energy. It turns out to be a warning that arrives from the dimensional overseer, and there's a notice of forced expulsion execution for illegal intrusion in the god realm. Our guy is tangled and tied up with ropes that emerge from another dimension, and there comes the dimensional overseer who kinda looks like Jean-Louis, and calls out Li Jian for intruding into the god realm in an unauthorized manner. He then states that Jian is subject to expulsion procedures from the God realm, and tells him to refer to the notice for more notice that our guy miserably ignores. While Iaso is panicked now that the Overseer is involved, the guy informs Jian that the moment he reads the warning, the forced dimensional expulsion will begin. As the guy continues to blab nonsense, our guy nicely sums it up that the dimensional Overseer is basically kicking him out of the divine realm. The Overseer begins with the expulsion right away, but our guy seems to have some objections, justifying that he's bigger than he looks, not to mention that he's got quite a lot of luggage to bring with him. Smirking, Jian rhetorically questions if this tiny dimensional rift is enough to let him through. As he was planning to leave anyway, our guy does something crazy. He opens an exit for himself. As frantic as sounds, Li Jian literally tears apart the divine realm as the crack splinters the realm. Like a freaking insane disaster god, Jian effortlessly makes the realm split open, leaving their jaw dropped. Our boy mocks the Overseer about how nice and big the exit is, easy to come and go through it. The dimensional Overseer concludes that Jian invades the divine realm by doing that, and before he can do something else, our boy grabs his face to tell him that he's correct. But it doesn't hear when Jian reveals that the dimensional Overseer has won a prize for correctly guessing. Well, it seems our guy has acquired another slave. Jian instructs the Overseer that he'll have to keep the exit open so that our guy can leave when he wants. Just then, Jian calls out the disinfectant, Iaso, and tosses the Holy Grail owner's core badge towards her. On the contrary, in the God realm, at the Aquarius Sanctuary entrance, the Aquarius Zodiac's disciples are thrown into turmoil as they sense the Holy Grail's presence fading. While the other divine gods are making a fuss about the damn disaster god who's now causing chaos in the divine realm, Apollo tells his sister Crescent Moon to ask the Asclepius daughters if Jian really did come to the divine realm himself. The Asclepius sisters freak out when they can't deal with the angry divine gods, waiting for Li Jian. Just then, our guy steps in like a boss and asks them what's all the fuss about. Looking at Gaon, the divine gods are left utterly speechless. Well, it's not their fault as our guy carries that big-ass Holy Grail on his back like a freaking toy. The divine gods are done with Li causing trouble again and wonder what the dimensional Overseer is even doing that Gion is still running wild. Playing along, the divine siblings Apollo and Artemis scolds Gion for making next-level trouble. However, the other divine gods are pretty serious as the holy god of Ares calls this an emergency and thinks they need to eliminate Li Jian even if it's an Aquarius sanctuary, suggesting summoning all the divine cadre forces. The other divine god calls Jian a lunatic as he's wiped out an Aquarius divine god who was in charge of healing and recovery. She's mad at the fact that our boy has the audacity to steal the Holy Grail after annihilating the Aquarius Zodiac. However, our guy says something that silences them. He bluntly tells the divine gods to spout nonsense and reveals that the Aquarius divine god has gone nowhere. With such an optimistic energy, our guy introduces them to the new Aquarius divine god, who's none other than one the disinfectant. Acting like a K-pop star, Iaso is rather delighted to be the new Zodiac, as now she's not Ophiuchus's prisoner anymore, but an Aquarius Zodiac. Silence falls over the place as the cringe level is too much to take that even the divine gods lose all their brain cells. While Jian reminds Disinfectant that he told her how the first impression matters and tells her not to do something like that again. Embarrassing herself in the worst possible way, poor Disinfectant bawls her eyes out as our guy was the one who told her to do this. More shocking than the fact that the Disinfectant suddenly became the Aquarius divine god was how she made the entrance. The question is, how will she overcome this embarrassment? Poor Iaso pleads not to narrate her embarrassing moments like that. Nonetheless, this appointment of the new Aquarius god doesn't settle with the Gemini and Aries divine gods, as they find it totally unbelievable that this punk Jian got rid of the divine god, and now he's choosing whoever he wants to be the replacement. Apollo and Artemis soullessly think that it's a serious matter, but they do really wonder if the new Zodiac does even have a qualification to become a divine god, as it will be hard for other gods to acknowledge her. That's when Gion admits that power is important, and acknowledges that the divine gods can't stand by and see someone who's lacking become a divine god since they have their reputations. Our guy then commands Disinfectant to show her powers, and at that moment, she breathtakingly controls the water power. The power so strong that it even makes the relic gushes with holy water as it swirls to a height. While the divine gods are left slack-jawed to the holy water, which is the goddess's tears, they couldn't believe that someone besides the Holy Grail could use their power. On the other hand, the sun, Apollo, is awestruck when he witnesses Disinfectant spectacularly using the powers, which later turns into a devilish grin. Well, no wonder, because Apollo grows back his hair with the goddess teardrops. Gion proudly looks at Iaso as he presumes that it paid off to give her the Holy Grail's core. Given that her original abilities were amazing, our guy infers that now that she's inherited the Holy Grail's authority, she's extraordinary. The scene then takes us to the flashback, where Li Jian tosses the Holy Grail's core to Iaso and tells her to swallow it, adding that if she does this, she'll be the Aquarius divine god. Ayaso refuses to do it, but our guy convinces her to swallow it and tells her to absorb the power that comes with the core. Jian suggests that Iaso should become the divine god instead of there being internal chaos because there's no Aquarius. While she does get convinced to do it, our guy tells her that she's strong, assuring her he'll cover for her when it comes to others. Lastly, he tells her to show off her powers properly in front of the other divine gods. Coming to the present scene, Ayaso, who's now known as Disinfectant, confesses that she can manifest the power of the Holy Grail and can also use all authorities that the previous divine god used. She confidently represents Aquarius, making her sisters proud of how strong she is, while Apollo fiercely decides to be a stern supporter of the new Aquarius god unconditionally because his bald patch is filled with hairs. Given that the siblings couldn't hide their true feelings, Phrygia, the Gemini divine god, calls them disaster god snitches, while the Jade Emperor acknowledges that Iaso is qualified. However, he refuses to let her ascend to the position of divine god just because of Jaeon's recommendation. Jian comes fully prepared when he replies to the old hag that everything has been already organized within the Aquarius divine cadre. He further elucidates that he's already asked all the Aquarians that have gathered, and they didn't disagree, gladly accepting Disinfectant as the new Aquarius divine god. At least that's what our guy is saying. However, the Gemini divine god Phrygia and the Aries divine god Jade Emperor are still against it as they find it a threat, while Jian wonders what is their problem when they confirm Iaso's skill and she has the divine cadre's recommendation. Our boy questions the divine god if they want the Aquarius position to be vacant when they're in charge of healing and recovery. Just then, darkness overtakes him and he asks them if they want to go for one round. Our guy makes it clear that he's not standing here like this because he doesn't have a choice. Meanwhile, Phrygia presumes that Jian is taking advantage since zodiacs can't carelessly use their powers in another constellation's domain. The Gemini divine god then deduces that they cannot approve of the new god without confirming it with the other divine gods. Jian sums it up that Iaso will be acknowledged if the majority of the divine gods agree. Firstly, Scoprio's divine god approves of this, but it turns into a disapproval. Just like that, the Capricorn god refuses to approve of the sudden ascension of the divine god, and eventually, the scores come down. 4 being against the new divine god and 4 in favor of it. Lee ponders it's a draw against 4, and thinking about the Disinfectant's position among the other gods, he believes that it's best if they win against them. Just then, Phrygia makes fun of Gaon as he's thinking too hard and scoffs, saying no matter how many calculations he does, it's still a draw. Just as Phrygia continues to sneer at our guy, the sudden appearance of a divine god makes things turn upside down, at least for some. That divine god turns out to be Narashima, the Leo divine god, who shakes everyone up and is thrilled by the arrival of Lee Gion in the divine realm, thinking how gutsy he is. While Apollo recognizes his voice, a cunning grin spreads over Gion as he knows that his pushover is here. Narasima straight up challenges Lee Gion for a rematch while Gemini lashes out at the stupid beast Leo, making it clear that now's not the time for a rematch. Jade Emperor lets Leo know that they're a new Aquarius divine god, but Narasima doesn't give a fuck about it as he's fully focused on having a fateful match against our fella. While Phrygia calls him a beast bastard, Gaon steps in and uses his wild card when he agrees to fight with Narasima on the condition that he votes yes for the new divine god. Our guy even offers the beast a complimentary sports drink made of the Aquarius holy water, while Narasima roars with a broken fang and votes yes. The deafening lion's roar shakes everyone while Phrygia, covering her ears, thinks how senseless and idiotic of a beast he is. Gemini immediately tries to make 23rd attempts to contact the Pisces divine god, however, there's no reply. With that, the vote closes, and with one divine god being dead, one being absent, and one missing, 5 votes are in favor, and 4 are against it. Now with the support of the 4 divine cadres excluding Ophiuchus, Disinfectant, a god from Ophiuchus will ascend as the new divine god of Aquarius. Disinfectant celebrates it with her sisters while Apollo is sternly happy about it, as if he's constipated, and his sister Artemis tells him to smile. After Narasima's vote, the divine gods come at the beast and call him an idiotic bastard for adding oil to the fire at the last minute, asking him how he's gonna clean this mess. The beast Leo is blinded by the rematch as he removes his fellow divine gods out of his way to confront Gion. Determined, Narasima asks him to fulfill his promise, and of course, our boy doesn't back off. Just as the lion is about to get payback on him for what he did last time, our guy, being an absolute crackhead, uses the Dimensional Overseer to give him a warning of forced expulsion for illegally entering the realm. Like the ultimate smartass he is, Gaon slips away as he successfully gets expelled from the divine realm, leaving the poor beast low-spirited. Narasima's fighting spirit turns out to be a waste of time, and at that moment, the Dimensional Overseer appears, who's been used by Gaon. As the Overseer himself loses his sanity, the beast loses his shit when he begins to throw his claws, making everyone run for their lives. The scene then flips to the human realm. an island in the Pacific Ocean which is in the Black Zone, where Taeksu is waiting for Gaeon to come as he's worried about him. But Sung-jae assures his dad that nothing big would have happened, but Taeksu is actually worried about what Gaeon is going around and doing, which is more problematic. Inside the sleeping bag, Sophie Marty prays that Gaeon doesn't come back. She puts all the blame on Lee Gaeon for what the hell she's been through, and he always pisses her off by saying that she's a saint. At that moment, a realization hits her that she's not a saint anymore. With her powers gone, Marty is not saint anymore and decides to live as an ordinary person. Sophie concludes that Gaeon can't bother now. Well, that's what she thinks. Sung-jae asks his dad if they should give her a reality check, but Taeksu tells him to let her be. Meanwhile, poor Sophie finds it so refreshing and bids farewell to Lee Gaeon and Calamity. And that's when the bubble finally bursts, when Sophie gets notified about the appointment of Disinfectant as the new Aquarius Divine God. Gaeon asks her where she's running off to, and poor Sophie realizes that there's no escape route from this psycho. Sophie blacks down after a full-blown mental breakdown, and Yuha, Kaylee, and Jiwoo look at the poor thing as she just pissed herself. After this embarrassing scene, Lee Gaeon's nicknames for Sophie changed from Pest to Bedwetter, and now Sophie hates Gaeon a little more than before. Well, it was fine until Sophie was named as Bedwetter. This is enough for her to choke herself to death. Our guy casually plummets and wonders if this is the dimension crack that the dimension administrator was talking about. Gaeon even thinks it's pretty to set up a base here, since it's space between God and human realm. It escapes the influence of both realms and is still able to exert influence on both realms. The scene switches to Gaeon's flashback, where he threatens the Dimensional Overseer and asks him if he has anything useful with him. Scared, the Overseer immediately decides to give it to him. Coming to the present, our guy is proud of his decision to rip that Dimensional Overseer off and looks up at the things he's gotten, more like stolen. As the Aquarius Divine Cadre now serves Ophiuchus, our guy obtains the goddess's tears, not to mention that he stole the coordinates of the sub-god realm and the god realm entry permit from the Dimensional Overseer. Gaeon believes that he can go in through the front doors of the god realm since he has the entry card. It is then narrated by our guy that he was called the Disaster God by the other saints, and just as Apollo told him, all gods and the god realm fear the Ophiuchus, the forbidden 13th sign of the zodiac. That is because the power of Ophiuchus could influence not just zodiacs, but all gods. And this is the sole reason that led the zodiac gods, Libra and Cancer, to attempt to eliminate Gaeon in the Demon Tower. Lee Gaeon was given a choice to either come under Libra and be reborn as a being at the top of this world, or fall and be erased as just another insignificant constellation. However, when things didn't go their way, they tried to win over Gaeon instead, even trapping those who were once friendly toward him. Since they kept resorting to such underhanded tactics, Gaeon couldn't sit back and wait for them to attack. Our guy decides to prepare thoroughly this time and then storm through the gates of the god realm like a boss. Lee for the very first time thinks that he's not prepared yet, but he's taken down 3 divine gods so far. Gaeon infers that Libra's trash, Astrea, fled to the monarch's side, and soon he decides to check whether there's something worth salvaging from the remnants of Libra. Cancer's rotten crab, Karkanos, who our guy completely obliterated, deduces that there's no value in absorbing his divine seed anymore since he used his corpse as materials. Lastly, Aquarius's holy grail that he extracted from her divine god core plus Gaeon managed to secure the original grail, and since he has absorbed the entire divine cadre, it's now firmly under his influence. Conversely, 3 divine gods joined Lee Gaeon, Blazing Sun Apollo's Sagittarius, Crescent Moon Artemis's Virgo, and the new Aquarius Divine Cadre that's under Disinfectant's regime. Just then, our guy guesses that Scorpio Divine God is a bit ambiguous but friendly. Then there's his pushover, Narasima, the Lion, and our guy is happy to admit that Big Musclehead is just a pawn. The divine gods that are left are Gemini, Taurus, Aries, Capricorn, and Pisces, who are still in seclusion. Our guy recalls how the Pisces saint was always a secluded, shadowy type, but he didn't expect to have Pisces completely vanish like this. Nonetheless, Gaeon concludes that excluding the missing Libra and dead Cancer, the 5 divine gods that are hostile towards him are Gemini, Aries, Capricorn, Pisces, and Taurus. So far, these divine gods seem to underestimate the Serpent Bearer, coming at him one-on-one, but now taking down 1 or 2 divine gods is not a big deal for him. However, a thought lingers in Gaeon's mind when he manifests that he might end up facing all the divine gods, or he might have to fight all the other gods of the god realm. Even so, an all-out war and being outnumbered would still overwhelm Gaeon at this stage. Plus, if he also factors in the monarchs of the unknown civilization, our guy recalls that the Duke Space once desired his power, and according to Apollo, the reason they're after Gaeon is because of his dominion over life and death. It is anticipated that many beings will come after Gaeon's power, and there's no reason to think the monarchs will be any different. After a long contemplation, Gaon organized his thoughts because in the end he'll have no choice but to face his enemies. Jian also gets reminded that he'll have to enhance his Sky Punisher to face them, and he finally arrives at the island where Taiksu and the others eagerly wait for him. Our guy comes back stronger as now his motives are clear. He decides to finally confirm the Saint of Ophiuchus that he's been postponing, and gets adamant to crush the divine gods that tried to kill him in the Demon Tower and eliminate the monarchs who orchestrated and supported it all. Just as all of them rush towards Jian, our guy concludes that they must become resilient enough to endure and overcome any external assault. The scene then switches to the monarch, who gets to know that disaster god Li Jian is unlikely to collapse from external attacks. The monarch's underling informs him that it was reported that Duke Space died after having his powers stolen by the disaster god. While the monarch assumes that the monarch of time must be feeling bitter now, the underling further states that Cancer and Aquarius divine god has also fallen, which makes it seem that the disaster god's power exceeds their expectations. Addressing the underling as Prosperity, the monarch asks him if he has a plan in mind, and Prosperity assures his monarch, opening up that he plans to rally the remnants of the former Sloth faction and work with Pisces to carry out the plan. Just then, we see the Libra divine god chained up by the monarch, and Prosperity anticipates that now that the Cancer has vanished too, surely Pisces won't remain silent forever. Based on the information they've gathered, it seems that the disaster god's forces were gathered by making them submit to his powers, and Prosperity plans to break down the traitors from the inside. After that, at Ophiuchus Sanctuary, Jian meets up with Taiksu, but Taiksu couldn't ignore the big-ass cup he'd brought with them and asks Jian where did he even get it. Our guy knows that the archer will freak out if he says he beat up the Aquarius god and looted her, so he lies through his teeth, saying he found it. Taiksu puts a blind eye to his friend's lies. Jian really wants to try the Holy Grail now that he's brought it with him, and decides to take a break. Our guy then decides to use the Holy Grail to make something nice, and at that moment, he even builds a new facility and sends out invites to everyone. It turns out that our guy creates a hot spring bath with the holy water, and Taiksu freaks out when he sees it. That's when the Reliqueen along with others arrive, and they're all thrilled to see a hot spring. Stephen Marker arrives as soon as he heard that Jian made a muscle protein bath, so he comes running, and poor Kevin asks Lunatic Marker to stop spitting. On the other hand, Haley is in her daydream bubble when she sees a hot spring, while Kaylee and Eugene are disgusted by her dirty thoughts. Just then, all of the members prepare to dive in the hot spring. The scene then takes us to Jian's workshop where he's enhancing his weapon, the Heavenly Punishment. Suddenly, our guy looks serious like never before and tells the Sky Punisher to hold on. The weapon endures its master's forging with all its might, and deep down, Jian also feels the pain along with it as he holds on to that scorching weapon. Meanwhile, Haley quietly looks at Jian and gets curious to know what he's thinking when he wears that cold expression on his face. She wonders if our guy is reminiscing about his memories that she doesn't know about. Well, that's exactly what's replaying in Jian's mind. In his memories, our boy breaks down in uncontrollable grief as he holds the ashes of people he loved. It appears that Jian uses his friend's ashes to forge the sword, and that's the reason he cares for it so much. Jian orders his familiar to prepare to quench the weapon, and that's when the familiar lets the quench of purification begin with the goddess's tears. The worker then pours the Holy Grail's holy water, and Jian then drenches his weapon into the holy water to quench it. On the other hand, in the hot spring, Yuha, Kali, and Sung Jae are having the time of their lives. Taiksu couldn't believe that Gion Bastard used the Holy Grail's holy water and the blacksmith's heat to create a hot spring. Taiksu thinks that Gaeon's such a workaholic as he told them to rest and went to work himself, and Jiwoo thinks that Jaeon cares about them so much. However, Hugo thinks they should thank others who are working hard later, referring to Sophie and Yang Wei who are working their asses off. But Jiwoo doesn't take this well, and Taiksu immediately apologizes to his wife. On the other hand, Stephen Marker bawls his eyes out as he didn't expect Jion would call for him too, wondering if he has finally acknowledged him. Taiksu knows the real struggle of being Gaeon's slave and chooses to stay quiet. Just then, Kevin tells Stephen and Hugo that they're wasting time and being too carefree. Kevin feels a sense of inferiority as he lets out that Jion is getting stronger as they speak, so instead of playing around, they should also train. Just then, the divine god, Artemis, takes over Kevin's body, saying that she'll descend and play instead of him so he can go away. Artemis then asks Eugene to prepare his swimming costume while Kevin's soul freaks out as he refuses to wear the girl's costume that's going to damage his manhood. Poor Eugene is stuck as he questions if he should listen to Kevin or Artemis. Just then, they all divert their attention to a cruise that is cruising toward the Ophiuchus Sanctuary. Just then, they all get down there and get to know that it's a broadcasting station interview from the LGB broadcasting station. The journalist wishes to interview all the heroic saints who saved this world from the calamity, and Kevin wonders how'd they even find them, not to mention it's their day off. but Taeksu thinks they should do the interview as Jian is working, so Archer feels bad if they rest. Plus, they can't tell them that Jian can't come while he's working, so they should handle this themselves. Just as they decide to do the interview, the girl journalist is a devil in disguise, as it turns out to be the general of the Monarch of Abundance, Marquis Prosperity, along with his minions. Marquis presumes that it was a good idea to get the transformation skill from the Pisces, and thinks it would have been easier if the disaster god didn't interfere. The general of the Monarch plans to break the bonds between Li Jian and the Saints by using the interview as a disguise. He is about to ask questions that will cause bad blood between them. Well, at least that's what Marquis plans to do. He then decides to target the one who looks the easiest, and suddenly, the camera pans towards the Leo Saint, Stephen Marker. Even the camera knows that Stephen is a stupid dumbass. Marquis then takes the first interview from Marker, and after he mentions how Leo has gone through the unfortunate events, the journalist purposely asks him about his arms. Stephen reveals that it's a minor injury that was caused by a mistake and lost both of his arms, but he got one replaced with a prosthetic that Jian made for him. Marquis provokes Stephen into thinking why Jian replaced one arm when he's capable of replacing both arms. On top of that, Marquis accentuates that Jian could bring back his arms instead of giving him uncomfortable prosthetics. At that moment, Leo pauses and confesses that the prosthetic arm Jian gave him is better than his own arms, which leaves the reporter in utter disbelief. The first shit stirs, and the reporter tries to provoke Kevin Azar, who's the next to interview, telling him whatever Stephen said. Calling Stephen a simpleton, Kevin knows that it's a weapon made by Jian. Stephen drools over it and gets pissed at the thought. Just as Marquis thinks that the war is about to begin, the Virgo Saint declares that he doesn't want a prosthetic, instead he wants to fight Li Jian. Kevin's frustration unleashes when he admits that losing his arm is proof that he's lacking, and to make a testament out of this incident, he refused the prosthetic Jian gave him. Kevin seems desperate to have just one duel, even if they're on different levels, thinking it's the least Jian can do since Virgo volunteered and donated to the Divine Cadre. Marquis calms the overly upset Kevin, and with that, the second shit stir. The third interview is with the Scorpio Saint, Haley Orga, but she didn't come back because she was watching Jian work, so this also failed without doing anything. Just like that, General Marquis' plan to cause a bloodbath amongst the Saints fails miserably. Marquis lashes out as he recalls the informants say that if he stirred up shit a little, then the Saints would turn their backs on Li Jian. However, they're all bastards who are head over heels for Jian, and that fact can't be hidden. Marquis asks his minions what kind of intel the Monarch of Time minions gave them. The minion who's disguised as the fat guy concludes that there's no way this shit is happening and reveals that it's the recent intel they received from the Black Zone guys who detained the Aquarius Saint recently. Those Black Zone guys deduce that all the Saints hated Li Jian, but that is totally opposite from the intel. Marquis plans to fuck up that informant later himself. Just then, their moment of rage is interrupted by Eugene, who informs the reporters that Taeksu went to find Miss Haley. Eugene suggests that they wrap up the interview since it has gone out of the window, while poor Marquis freaks out and hates to see this whole plan going down in vain. Suddenly, the general's minion whispers to Marquis and tells him that this guy Eugene was in the intel they received from Sloth. They said the secretary was taken by a traitor from their people. Marquis suggests they do an interview with Eugene, who refuses. As the boy is taking his leave, the general tells Eugene it would have been better if he said yes, addressing him as secretary. Eugene is left baffled as to how the reporter knows he's the secretary, and the reporter reveals his true form when Marquis transforms back. The general of the Monarch, Marquis Prosperity, shows himself and unravels something about Eugene's previous master, Haley, the Scorpio Saint who's the daughter of the Red Monarch. The general concludes that he's got something to say about that lady. While Eugene tries to hide the truth, Marquis tells the secretary that there's no need to feign ignorance. The general further unravels that they received information about him, and the fact that his previous master was the Scorpio Saint, the daughter of the Red Monarch that had been provided to them by the Sloth Monarch. For better clarity, Marquis opens up that the Sloth Monarch he's referring to is the Libra Saint. Marquis lets out that when he heard from the Sloth who the Scorpio Saint really was, he couldn't help but laugh to think one of their own would pose as a Scorpio Saint. Eugene makes it clear that bringing up Miss Haley's past now won't change anything, stating that Haley was recognized by both the Scorpio Divine God and the Divine Cadre long ago. Marquis asks the boy if he's sure about that, and states that the other divine gods may not care because of the overwhelming threat that is Li Jian right now. The general infers that the divine gods won't turn a blind eye even after Jian is eliminated, and anticipates that what's more likely to happen is the god will seek unity by purging the daughter of the Red Monarch. Eugene frantically reveals that Lady Haley has already formed an alliance with Li Jian, and Marquis tries his best to use this kid as his last chance to make the Saints go against Jian. The general calls Eugene a fool for believing that and asks him if he truly believes that Li Jian, who hates their kind so deeply, sincerely accepted his master. Raising suspicions in the boy's mind, Marquis Prosperity conjectures that Jian is using Haley as a pawn, only to discard her once he reaches his goal. The Monarch General questions Eugene if Haley would ever be welcomed back into their ranks. While Eugene is devastated to hear all this, Marquis accentuates that Haley will be branded a traitor and condemned by both monarchs and divine gods alike. The general assures him that the Monarch of Abundance is generous and merciful, so depending on his next move, he may take responsibility and offer protection. Marquis further tries to change Eugene's mind and presses on his pain points, saying that he can already imagine the hardships he's been through. Well, these words make Eugene remember how he works his ass off as Jeon's slave, and deep down admits that he did go through a lot. The general offers Eugene to join them as it's better than staying with the reckless leader, and affirms that he'll be the one to protect the Scorpio Saint this time, who once saved him. The scene then switches to Taiksu, who's helping Gaon in the workshop with his firepower and gets complimented by the familiars. Archer is more than happy to hear the compliments and leaves to get some water. Just as he steps outside, he encounters Eugene, who hides something behind that smile. Taiksu asks him if he sent the broadcasting crew away properly, and apologizes to Eugene for being busy. The boy then activates the secretary's Bible management skill and selects the Gospel of Taiksu. The verse is about Lee Jeon being the best, and Eugene chooses this one as it's short and easy to read. It turns out that Eugene is provoked by General Marquis, who tells him to use his ability as a scribe to make one of Lee Jeon's closest aides betray him. So for this task, he chooses Taiksu. Eugene changes the verse in Taiksu's gospel and makes it all about hating Lee Jeon. As soon as it happens, a weird feeling hits Taiksu, and suddenly there's a drastic drop in his faith in Ophiuchus, which decreases by 150 points. Due to the change in Taiksu's gospel, a sudden gush of hatred runs through him. While Taiksu despises Gaon more than ever, our guy gives smiles and thanks Taiksu for all his help, adding that once the reinforcement is done, they should grab chicken and beer. In one moment, Hugo is about to crack open Jeon's head. However, when he hears about chicken and beer, Archer is delighted by that sound of food, wondering if they should invite others. Eugene is left slack-jawed as even after changing Taiksu's gospel, he couldn't bring him to hate his bestie, Jeon. The boy couldn't believe that even though Taiksu's faith dropped by so much, chicken and beer fixed everything. A realization hits Eugene as he almost forgot that Hugo is interim Ophiuchus Saint as it again rapidly recovers, increasing by 250 points. The little boy was mistaken because he forgot that Taiksu is still the biggest, most fanatical Lee Geon supporter in this entire faction. Suddenly, something comes flinging towards Eugene and nearly pierces through his neck. The boy realizes that it's the crazy fountain pen, and it appears to be the wooden fountain pen that Can't Write Lies has sought from its contractor. The pen interrogates the contractor, demanding why it hasn't been used. At that moment, Lee Geon appears and calls out Park Gwisun, Eugene. Our guy asks the young boy if he thought he wouldn't notice him editing the Bible just because he assigned it to him. Jeon wanted to see how far Park would go, but he seemed to have crossed a line. Our guy seriously demands for a satisfactory explanation for his actions, which scares the shit out of Eugene. As Park is fucked up real bad, suddenly there's an outburst of energy in the workshop, and Jeon assumes that the heavenly punishment has awakened. But it turns out that a violent cascade of energy breaks through the sanctuary's wall. The General Monarch and his minion outside are wonderstruck by the incredible power, believing it's the power of the disaster god. Suddenly, that blinding flash heads towards Marquis as it takes a surprising turn, and that deadly power strikes the land and creates a ripple in the water. The powerful external force has destroyed the Pisces stigma, which makes the transformation of the monarch undone, revealing who he truly is. Marquis looks for his minion to see if he's okay. However, he's been burned to a crisp by Jeon's weapon. Just then, our boy appears and thinks that guy is the first casualty of the new prototype. Jeon then introduces the new divine god's monarch slayer, the new Sky Punisher. Well, it's as iconic as it sounds. It appears that Gaon's heavenly punishment is finally enhanced, ready to knock his enemies dead. Just then, Taiksu makes a fiery landing like a dropping missile, wondering what the hell happened here now. He is shocked to see that those guys from the broadcasting station were actually calamities, and Jeon explains that his weapon recognized those calamities and came here to get them. Our guy mocks Archer by saying those who didn't realize they were calamities should reflect on themselves. Just then, Lee Jeon summons his weapon that glides back to him with brute force to the point that it shreds our boy's clothes. In the meantime, Yuha, Kali, and Sung-jae arrive as they hear the sound of the explosion. However, Hugo warns them not to come here. The kids wonder what Taiksu is trying to say while the poor guy is trying to hide something the kids shouldn't see. It appears that our guy is naked after his clothes are ripped off, and Kaylee and Yuha, despite the warning, shamelessly stare at naked Jeon while Sung-jae gets squeezed between them. Marquis Prosperity takes the chance to attack and activates the authority of abundance, multiplying the calamities. The several calamities dash towards them, and while Taiksu is held by one of them, he shouts at Jeon to be careful as he's running naked, chasing the calamities. Inside the Onsen Tower, the Ophiuchus Sanctuary, Steven is disturbed by the commotion and suggests to Kevin they should take a look at who's causing the ruckus. Enjoying the hot spring bath that just hit the spot, Kevin is sure that Jeon made something strange again. Suddenly, Stephen Marker witnesses something crazy when he sees the calamity gliding in the sky who's asking the naked bastard to stop following him. What's even crazier is that Jian chases Marquis while Taeksu clings to him, begging Jian to at least wear his underwear. Leo tells Kevin that Jian's naked with Hugo hanging onto him and they're chasing after a four-legged calamity, but Virgo doesn't give a damn. The scene then switches to the god realm of Sagittarius Sanctuary, where the serenity falls over the place with Apollo playing some music. The Sagittarius household god, the black market shop's crow, compliments Master Apollo as he's become more handsome after his hair grew thicker. Apollo commands his household god, the crow, to visit Aquarius as he needs to order more goddess teardrops. Just when the crow is about to go, the saint of Sagittarius, Taeksu, summons the crow urgently. The crow asks Saint Taeksu why he suddenly summoned him. It turns out that Taeksu calls the crow for a traumatizing purpose when it covers Jian's exposed body part. The poor crow feels something unpleasant all over it and asks what on earth has he done to him. At that moment, our guy just gets bird underwear, and Taeksu justifies that he doesn't have any spare underwear, so this bird will have to do it. Meanwhile, poor crow demands for an answer for what the fuck he's done to him. And our guy doesn't really mind not wearing anything. That aside, our guy gets frustrated because if Taeksu wouldn't have grabbed him, he would have caught that general guy. Well, Jian concludes what's done is done, and they lose the general. While Kaylee, Yuha, and Sung-jae are handling those multiplying calamities well enough, Jaeon has another task to handle when he asks Taeksu what they should do about this traitor Eugene. While the boy is tied up with Lime, Gaeon asks him why he pulled a stunt like this. The boy opens up that the general of the monarch started bringing up Lady Haley. They said because the Scorpio saint is from an unknown civilization, she'd be isolated by both monarchs and divine gods. After hearing this, our guy suggests that Eugene would have consulted him or Haley rather than believing what those calamity bastards said. The boy says that he won't make any more excuses and asks Jian to punish him. Our guy smacks him on the head and his only punishment is a single flick on the head. Guisun yells at Jian and asks him if he's not going to get rid of him since he betrayed them. Our guy then clarifies that Park is still capable and useful, plus he should know how rare a secretary is. Jian adds he only cares when someone is his enemy. Whether they're a calamity or divine god doesn't matter to him. He states that Haley meets both conditions. She's both friendly towards him and highly capable, so he'd only be stupid if he cast her aside. Our guy then tells Park to repay the remaining price of his wrongdoings by working as he's got a pile of work to do, so he won't let him off this easily. But Park can't take Jian's kindness and says that he won't follow him with all his heart just because of this. While the young boy asks why he is even keeping him alive, Taeksu assumes that Park didn't pick up on Jian's intentions. Taeksu explains to Eugene that Jian is not letting him off the hook because Park, in his own way, tried to stay loyal to Haley, even after betraying them. From the looks of it, Jaeon considers this matter closed, and Taeksu advises the boy to apologize to Haley first if he starts feeling guilty, because she'd be very disappointed if she finds out what he did. The fact that Jian tried to stop Haley from coming here so that she won't be hurt to see all this. The guilt overtakes Park as he trembles and presumes that he can't let it end like this. The scene then flips to the US territory in Guam, and it appears to be Libra's branch closed office. Finally, Marquis, the monarch general, barely makes it out alive as he hides in the abandoned territory. The general is furious at that naked bastard Jian for infuriating him, planning to execute him. Marquis decides not to forget this, calling Jaeon a freaky, weird, grotesque disaster god. Suddenly, Park arrives at that Libra territory and finds it a good thing they coordinate the meeting point in advance. Marquis is shocked to see that the boy made it out safely. Eugene suggests that they can brainstorm their next plan, but the general of the monarch assumes that the disaster god is already suspicious of them. Eugene then lets out that he did not come empty-handed, and recruits someone from the inside who's earned trust. It turns out to be Kaylee. Callie recalls they're not total strangers, while the general looks at her and recognizes that it's Giselle's daughter, Kaylee Collins. Callie asks him for an immediate strategy. The scene then takes us to Seoul, Korea, where an explosion occurs in the city. The commotion is caused by calamities that burst out of the ground, and these monsters seem to be controlled by associates of the monarch general Marquis. The monarch's associates are glad that it's just as Marquis Prosperity had predicted. The sanctuary's barrier deployed by the disaster god has disappeared. The enemy commands the calamities to attack, and they strike Ophiuchus's sanctuary from all sides. As the sanctuary begins to quiver with the great intensity of the calamities, the Sagittarius disciples realize that calamities have invaded the tower. Suddenly, a large amount of energy explodes through one of the floors as the enemy creates an opening to enter. To everyone's surprise, it turns out to be Kaylee and the monarch Marquis, who still can't believe that Eugene dispelled the sanctuary's barrier. The Sagittarius guys are left in shock to witness Callie, while Marquis asks her where the monarch's artifact is. Callie reveals to the monarch that it's on the top floor, and Li Jion's weapons are in the workshop storage. The daughter of Libra asks Marquis what they should do about the Sagittarius disciples, and he orders her to eliminate them all. Preparing her weapon, Kaylee does what the monarch commands. In the meantime, Chief Goat and Secretary Yeren run to see what all the chaos is about, and witness their fellow disciples lying dead on the ground. Chief Goat couldn't process this and asks Kaylee why she's with the Calamities, demanding an answer as to why she betrayed them. Callie's betrayal is written all over her face, while Marquis tells her to eliminate the rest of them as well. The monarch expresses that he still doesn't trust her, so he asks Kaylee to prove her sincerity if she wants to see her mother. The daughter of Libra zooms at crazy speed with her weapon to attack Chief Goat, who shoots an arrow at her. However, in that split second, Callie takes a direct hit and still remains unscathed, while poor Chief is done for. It occurs that Kaylee is protected by Ophiuchus' shield as she's saved by the blazing arrow and knocks Chief out. The skill, Snake Scale Shield, protects Kaylee Collins, and being surprised that she's still getting skills as a temporary disciple, she finds it easier to eliminate them. Shortly, Yeren sneaks up on Callie with an arrow directed at her. Yeren cries and asks Kaylee why she betrayed them. Kaylee justifies her actions, saying that she thought she could climb the ladder by siding with Li Jian, but it didn't work out, and so she switched teams. Callie reminds Yeren that she shouldn't let her emotions take over in the middle of a battle, as one ends up forgetting what matters to them the most, like the fact that there was one more enemy. At that moment, Yeren is instantly eliminated by Marquis from behind as the blood splatters on Kaylee's face. Monarch Marquis then questions the daughter of Giselle if she hesitated to kill Yeren, to which Kaylee reasons that she felt a bit awkward when she looked her in the eyes. The Monarch General lets out that if she didn't want to die, she should have been stronger. After that, Kaylee asks the Monarch if he's satisfied, or if she still needs to prove her sincerity. We are then taken to a flashback, in Guam, USA, where Kali meets up with the Monarch of Abundance, Marquis. Marquis immediately recognizes that she's Libra's daughter and presumes that she betrayed Libra and joined Ophiuchus. Marquis does agree that she'll follow him, but he asks Kali why he should believe her. That's when Kali makes a shocking statement, claiming that she'll help the Monarch General retrieve the fragment of abundance that's currently in the Ophiuchus Sanctuary in Korea. Going to such lengths to help the general, Kaylee even affirms that she'll deactivate the barrier and let Marquis into the tower. It is then revealed to us that the fragment of abundance is the monarch's artifact that generates calamities. It was once lent to Jean-Louis Morin and Sylvia by the Monarch of Abundance. But after Sylvia, disguised as Kevin, lost to Li Jian's group at the Leo Divine Cadre HQ, it was taken away by Li Jian's party. Kaylee then informs Marquis that the fragment is now stored on the top floor of Li Jian's tower in Korea, in Jian's workshop storage. Just then, Eugene, the secretary, comes up with a plan and explains that Li Jian and his group will be staying in Hawaii for a while, as he's busy tuning the new weapons he just built. So before Li Jian notices, Park plans to tamper with the Bible, deactivate the barrier, and retrieve the fragment from the workshop. As the secretary, Park will be the one to manipulate the Bible, and since he needs to act alone to deactivate the barrier, he tells the monarch not to expect help from him, and that Marquis has to go by himself once the barrier is down. The monarch states that he won't trust both of them unless they bring the fragment to him by themselves, but Park responds that they need insurance too, because there's no certainty that Marquis would not ditch them. Park reminds Marquis of his motive of destroying Ophiuchus from within, and states that he still needs their help, whatsoever. Park assigns Kali to the monarch, accentuating that she'll guide Marquis personally and assures him not to be so paranoid, as Kali is trustworthy. Eugene further affirms that Kaylee is the daughter of Giselle Lawrence, and aside from the 12 saints, she's humanity's strongest. After getting a bit convinced, the monarch asks Kaylee what she would ask in return for joining him. Kali shares that her mom, Giselle, and the Libra sect had fallen, so she had no choice but to side with Ophiuchus, but things didn't go well. She assumes it's discrimination because she's from Libra. Anyway, Kali plans on going back and rebuilding Libra's sanctuary and taking over a decent position in Libra. She requests him to let her meet Giselle, and she promises to cooperate. Coming to the present scene, the Monarch General of Abundance finally acknowledges Kaylee's sincerity toward him and hopes everything continues smoothly. Marquis then asks how they are going to get to the upper levels, and Kaylee tells him that they'll be using the elevator. The monarch asks Kaylee if there are any other threats, and she assures Marquis they're already inside the sanctuary, so it's already a done deal. At that very moment, Haley, the Scorpio Saint, controls the lift with her skills and compliments Kaylee for her good acting skills. Well, it appears it was a drama after all, because there's no way Kaylee is betraying her daddy, Jian. Kaylee and Marquis arrive at the floor where Jian's workshop is, and while the monarch doesn't realize that he's about to get fucked, Kaylee suggests that they should take other items as well as the fragment of abundance. Marquis commands her to open the door and feels sorry for doubting them. Marquis says that he didn't expect Kaylee to be this good at getting things done, for a traitor that is, and that's when he catches Kaylee off guard, piercing his monstrous claws into her gut. The monarch lets out that he could never trust people who had betrayed their own side, and while Kali is trembling in pain, Marquis assures her that he's shortly going to send Secretary Eugene to her. After realizing that he got played, the Monarch General is about to get on the elevator when suddenly it malfunctions. While Marquise panics as to what is happening, abruptly, a voice reveals to Marquise Prosperity that the moment he entered this tower, he got screwed as he walked into her illusory trap. The monarch immediately recognizes that it's the voice of the daughter of the Red Monarch, and the Scorpio Saint takes it as an honor to be recognized by him. Haley then asks Marquis how dare he seduce her subordinate into doing something stupid and threatens that he will have to pay for that. The Monarch General calls it foolish, but then surprising things unravel when Red Aura begins cloaking the place, and Marquis realizes that it's the Cancer's Saint's ability. That's when he gets to know that it was Kaylee's clone all along. Marquis Prosperity screams as he learns that they plan to betray him from the very beginning, and just then, he gets hit by a brute force that makes him plummet into the space where the elevator dropped. The Monarch notices that it's not solid ground but a freaking swamp. At that moment, the realization dawns on him that it's the Scorpio's venom pit. Marquis feels the urge to get out of the pit quickly and uses the authority of abundance, Amplify. Calamities help the Monarch to get out of the pit, and soon enough he spots the exit and scampers for it. As soon as the General makes the leap for it, a group of Sagittarius Saints seems to be waiting for his mighty arrival to shower their arrows at him. Chief Goat expresses how long he has been waiting for the Monarch General, while Marquis is left baffled as he witnesses all those people who Kaylee killed are standing alive. The disciples begin with the parade of fire arrows and shoot towards Marquis. Eventually, after getting relentlessly hit by the blazing arrows, Monarch Marquis is on the verge of his end. Marquis reckons that the moment he entered the tower, everything that happened there was just an illusion. While the Monarch got fooled big time, Callie makes an appearance and tells Marquis that he looks like a total mess. Marcus Prosperity calls Callie a damned witch for deceiving him, but Callie snaps back at him, asking if he's really in a position to talk after he attacked her from the shadows like a coward. During this, Chief Goat and Yeren are praising Callie for helping them capture a general-class threat in one go. Callie hugs Yeren and apologizes for the act she did earlier, while the disciples cheer for them. Marquis couldn't help but ask Kaylee if she was even thinking about meeting her mother, calling her a bitch. At that moment, Kaylee can't deny the fact that her mother committed way too many crimes, so she must face the consequences. She claims that the only reason she mentioned her mother was to reel Marquis in, while the General Monarch finds it contradictory. Just then, the Monarch reveals something jaw-dropping when he divulges that Kaylee threw away her mother, who adored her, just to go crawling to her father she didn't even know, hoping to leech off him like a parasite. Hearing this, Callie descends into madness as she gets provoked by the Monarch and kicks Marquis. The Monarch General triggers Callie even more when he's surprised that nobody knew this dark truth about her, and is about to enunciate that she's Jion's daughter. That's when Kaylee loses control and beats the hell out of the Monarch, telling him to shut the fuck up. But Marquise asks Kaylee if she's ashamed now that her dirty laundry got aired. Just then, the Monarch emits energy and reminds Kaylee not to get emotional during a battle as he activates his Curse of Prosperity, Contamination. Abruptly, Kaylee gets attacked by that curse while Yuha and Sungjae make a dramatic entry. As Sungjae asks her if she's okay, Yuha makes fun of Callie as the strongest of the 10 saints got injured out of carelessness. Yuha points her spear at Kaylee's injury and uses the power of Ophiuchus and Aquarius, removing the contaminated energy of the calamity. Meanwhile, Callie awkwardly thanks Yuha for doing that. Sungjae is pumped up as he informs the Monarch that they've wiped out all his troops, so there's no point in resisting anymore. Not to mention the curse Marquise cast on Kaylee has already been lifted, making him realize that he's totally messed up every step of the way. It appears that Monarch Marquise has nothing to lose, as there's only one thing left for him to do. He plans to self-destruct and take at least one of them with him to die. As Kaylee thinks it was a bad decision to provoke the Monarch, Yuha tells her not to worry, revealing that he has arrived. Just then, a blinding light descends from the sky. Well, the presence could be felt in the atmosphere as the god of Ophiuchus, Lee Jian, makes an iconic appearance. We are then taken to a flashback where Jian, with his naked body, was chasing the monarchs, and after he gets to know that Eugene, Park Guisu, was working with a monarch, he tells him to repay the price for his wrongdoings by completing all the piled-up assignments. But Eugene wonders why Jian is letting him off so easily. Just then, Taixu walks up to him and explains Gaon's true intentions. Taixu then tells him to apologize to Haley if he feels guilty. This makes Eugene guilty as hell, and he decides not to end it like this. After that, Eugene apologizes to Haley and Lee Jian for being short-sighted, begging them to give him a chance to right his wrongs. While Haley feels bad for Eugene, our boy orders the boy to edit the Bible overnight as he was tasked. Jian also tells Eugene that he can stab his own stomach or cut an arm off if he wants. Eugene gets emotional as he takes out a knife to stab his own stomach, and our guy freaks out, telling him to stop already. As Eugene bawls his eyes out, Haley suggests that he should at least hear out what Eugene has to say. Our guy then agrees to hear what exactly he has to propose, and Eugene explains that the monarch and his minions still think that he betrayed Ophiuchus, so he plans to use this against them. In the meantime, Callie appears, and she insists to be part of this plan too, as she's from Libra, and she knows monarch prosperity in the group, so she can lure them out easily. Just then, our guy supposes that idea doesn't sound so bad, and if needed, he and Haley assure them to help. Jian then allows them to do it and commands Callie and Eugene to continue with their plan because if it works, they could take down one of the general's factions with minimal effort. Coming to the present scene, that's how they all caught the general monarch of abundance, Marquis Prosperity, who's now chained and disfigured. Eugene tampers with Marquis using the Bible. Marquis understands that he'd been dancing in the palm of her hand all along, while Saint Haley commands Eugene to keep analyzing the monarch. Scorpio Saint anticipates that they might be able to uncover Marquis' commandment. Marquis, being completely doomed, calls Haley a traitor of their kind and warns her not to touch his commandment. On the contrary, as Sung-jae and Yuha could hear the sound of Marquis getting tortured, thinking one of his lungs might just explode at this rate. Yuha asks Sung about Callie's side, to which he responds that she's been quiet and not even answering his texts. This makes Yuha wonder if Callie has been holed up in her room ever since she came back. Just as the siblings are passing by, they overhear the conversation of some of the archers talking about Marquis's remarks about Callie, and taking the context into account, they think that implies that Jian is her father. The disciples blab bullshit, supposing that the last fight between Giselle and Jian was about romance. Upon hearing such gossip, Sung-jae is left slack-jawed, while Yuha gets enraged when she nicely tells those guys not to chat in a place where everyone can hear them talking. The archers run away like cowards, making up excuses. While Yuha is boiling with anger, Sung-jae suggests that they should just check up on Callie, which makes Yuha lash out on her brother, as she knows that he's curious about Callie too, just like the others. Yuha acknowledges that Kaylee must have had her own reasons for hiding such truth, giving her time to think. Sung snickers as Yuha is worried about Callie, even though they bicker all the time. Yuha decides to take some fresh air outside along with Sung-jae. On the other hand, in the workshop, our guy tells Taeksu about something that he hadn't had the chance to say earlier. The moment crackles with intensity as our guy takes out a box, revealing to Hugo that Apollo returned his parents' souls. The cascade of emotions flows through Taeksu when he witnesses his parents' souls, as never in a million years thought he'd see his parents again, even if it's their souls. Apollo says that recovering their souls was the best he could do. Getting reminded of his past when his parents died, Taeksu states that he was in a desperate situation back then and sincerely thanks Apollo. Taeksu decides to leave these souls to Gion, and our boy, with the power of Ophiuchus, ascends the two souls. The liberating souls thank Gion, and for the last time, they compliment their son Hugo, that he's turned into a fine young man, telling him that they're proud of him. Hugging his parents for the last time, Taeksu breaks down in tears. Just like that, the souls of Sam Otters and Emily Otters ascend. Taeksu feels kind of embarrassed that Jian had to see his pathetic side. Jian could feel what his friend was going through as he says that he knows very well what it means to lose them. After that, our guy infers that Taeksu's official appointment as the Ophiuchus Saint is off the table now that this has happened. Hugo tells Jian that he's spot on, asking how he knows. Our guy expresses that he's well aware of Taeksu's personality. Since he got his parents' souls back, he wants to stay in Sagittarius to honor Apollo. Taeksu lets out that Gion's right. Besides, Archer still has people in Sagittarius who rely on him, so there's no way he could face them if he left to become an Ophiuchus' saint. Just like that, Taeksu relinquishes his temporary saint role in Ophiuchus, and Apollo rushes to him with tears of joy as he's happy at the return of his rightful saint. Deep down, our guy still feels a bit of shame for letting Taeksu go, even though he's already made his decision. Jian knows that there's no one like Taeksu, but given his personality, he couldn't force him. But our guy electrifies the archer to make up for it. Our fella admits that he rushed the saint appointment anyway, wondering who he should make the saint next. Given faith, experience, and steady contribution, our guy thinks maybe Yuha or Sung-jae. The scene then takes us to the coffee shop, where Yuha and Sung-jae glued to their phones. In the meantime, Jimin arrives, and strangely, Sung asks him if the person behind him is with him. Jimin looks back only to find an ominous woman who looks like a hobo, who finally finds him. Suddenly, radiant blue aura reverberates across the building, leaving everyone shocked. After the blast, the coffee shop appears empty as if everyone had disappeared into thin air. Later, Yuha wakes Sung-jae up as he was blacked out. Sung-jae notices that all the people from the cafe are here. While Yuha wonders where on earth they are, the ominous girl sees that everyone's awake, and Sung-jae questions that girl if she's the one who brought them. The girl then flicks her finger and tells them that it's not the time to worry about who she is. With that, she disables the Pisces skill Soundless Barrier, and they all find themselves in a different realm. The girl reveals that this is the center of the Monarch of Abundance's land. As crazy as it sounds, the whole stadium is filled with calamities, and that girl further reveals that it's a coliseum that he personally manages, assuming that Yuha must be pretty familiar with this kind of atmosphere. While the people are staggered by the strange occurrence, suddenly, the crowd gets even louder when they see the monarch appearing. Yuha reckons that it's one of the monarchs, beings akin to divine gods in the unknown civilization, and when she looks at the monarch from up close, it instantly occurs to her that it's the monarch of abundance. The monarch announces that right now, they've captured the servants of the disaster god in this coliseum, and all of them are humans who serve Legion. On top of that, the monarch unravels that they're the ones who captured Marquis Prosperity, their commander, and tortured him in all sorts of ways. The monarch of abundance declares death for all the humans who serve disaster god, and the calamities cheer joyfully. He accentuates to bestow a painful death unto the vile and petty humans, commanding to execute them all. Upon hearing this, all the humans are thrown into turmoil, and Sung-jae realizes they're in serious trouble. Shortly, Yuha recognizes that girl to be Ribu Rich, the Pisces saint. Meanwhile, Ribu is surprised that she knows her. Yuha explains that Pisces is the only one who can freely travel in and out of Black Zone, and the fact that with this many people using skills aside from the Gemini saint says it all. That's when Ribu Rich grins and Yuha questions her why a saint like her is openly aiding a monarch. Ribu bluntly mentions that Libra did it too, and she's just doing the same. Sung-jae then tells his sister not to argue with Rich as she's not the person they can reason with. Sung-jae assumes that they're doing this to avenge Marquis Prosperity. In that case, he pleads to let the others go and take him and his sister Yuha, but Ribu Rich declares that it's already too late, and there's no way she could sneak these people out. The calamities are screaming as they demand to execute them all. Looking at those high-spirited calamities, Ribu Rich lets out that they want human blood and tells the humans to just think of it as bad luck. Sung-jae lashes out at the Pisces saint for being an asshole, while Ribu makes it clear that getting mad at her won't help him. At that very moment, a giant calamity emerges from the shadows, and Rich suggests that they should think how to survive them. The people spiral into panic, watching themselves surrounded by calamities and not wanting to die. Ribu Rich, assisting in killing her own kind, concludes that there's not any real way to survive anyway. That's when the Monarch of Abundance signals the calamities to execute all the humans, and the monsters leap towards them. On the other hand, Callie arrives at the cafe, where it's all blocked by the police, and the people get to know that people inside the building vanished without a trace. It occurs that Callie came out as Sung-jae messaged her to meet at the cafe, and now she wonders what kind of trouble these siblings are caught up in now. Suddenly, someone calls out to Callie. A strike of terror runs through her when Callie notices that it's the Libra's household god among the crowd. The household god then gets straight to the point, since the situation is urgent, and asks Callie to come with him since her mother is looking for her desperately. Inside the Colosseum, there's quite a show as Yuha stabs the calamities to death with her sword. Meanwhile, Sung-jae, with help of his shadow skill, fights off all the monsters incredibly. While the people think they're saved, Yuha asks Sung if he's okay, but the poor guy is just tired. Listening to the calamities jeering, Sung-jae feels those calamities aren't in a good mood, while the Monarch of Abundance is convinced that they really are the disaster god's generals. The monarch thinks of trying what Sloth told him, and roars that reverberates through the stadium, echoing the authority of abundance. Suddenly the people start to choke, and the worst thing happens. The Monarch of Abundance absorbs all of the human souls through his harvest authority. As horrifying as it sounds, Sung-jae is left staggered as he presumes that there's a skill that sucks human souls. At that moment, a memory about that red toad crosses his mind, and Sung gets hella mad when he mindlessly leaps towards the monarch, screaming that he was the master of that wretched toad after all. The boy doesn't realize that he's going against a ridiculously strong monarch and strikes a punch enveloped with the power of Ophiuchus. The Monarch of Abundance breaks through that and grabs Sung by the neck. With a twisted smile, the monarch is satisfied since everything happened just as Sloth anticipated, and it's just like he said. Mess with the civilians instead of the fighters, and the bastards will lose all rationality. Sung-jae asks that bastard monarch to let him go, and Monarch decides to release him when he drops Sung-jae from the top, and he falls to death. Yuha is left traumatized as her eyes widen, and Sung-jae appears to be on the brink of death, as blood oozes out of him as he lies on the ground lifelessly.